Zhao Fang's barbecue grill serves as his battlefield. While grilling a shivering Magikarp, he passionately critiques the unfair categorization of Dragon-type Pokémon. As everyone else immerses themselves in battles, he alone perceives the truth. Premium ingredients require only the simplest cooking methods, such as charcoal, grilling a Gyarados. The most absurd Pokémon culinary live streamer, challenging your trainer's worldview. Chapter 1. A distinct Pokémon world. A simple dish that can satiate hunger. Gazing at these words before him, Zhao Fang finally confirmed that this phenomenon was indeed not a figment of his imagination. Although the text eluded his touch and would not dissolve in water, it vividly appeared before his eyes. Well, since I've crossed over, seeing peculiar annotations doesn't seem like a significant issue, Zhao Fang sighed, placing the plate of fried rice on the table. Yet, upon reflecting on his situation, his mood turned somewhat peculiar. A week prior, Zhao Fang was merely a recluse lounging in bed, licking his Pokemon game cartridge, pondering the bitterness of life as a shootin'. The next day, he found himself sprawled on a patch of grass, initially suspecting it was some sort of prank, only to witness a Rattata scurrying by. It was this incident that led Zhao Fang to realize he had seemingly traversed into the Pokemon world. Pokemon. His expression grew complex. As a seasoned player, he had journeyed through the series from the original Red and Yellow to Sword and Shield. Despite Game Freak's declining integrity, he held great anticipation for the Yeto Berylise Diamond and Pearl remakes. Regrettably, before he could experience them, he found himself transported. However, upon entering this realm, he discovered that reality was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. Becoming a Pokemon trainer was not a venture for everyone. The starter Pokemon offered in the games were unattainable in reality without sufficient skill and wealth. Commoners aspiring to be trainers could only procure inexpensive Pokemon like Rattata or Caterpie. In this world, Zhao Fang was merely an ordinary boy from a humble family. Although not affluent, his father, a man who frequently exclaimed, "The power of science is truly astonishing," had nonetheless prepared a starter Pokemon for him. A Magikarp. Zhao Fang harbored serious doubts about whether this Magikarp was a gift from the town's Old Man of the Sea, especially since he had heard that a large number of Magikarp had recently appeared in the waters near the town of Weibai, following the old man's return from Orange City to address the situation. Indeed, after crossing over, Zhao Fang realized he resided as an ordinary youth in Weibai town of the Hoenn region, a third-generation setting destined to become an NPC character akin to the fishing boy challenges you. Zhao Fang, now that you have a starter Pokemon, have you considered attending Pokemon trainer school in the future? At the dining table, Zhao Fang's mother, a gentle woman, smiled warmly at him. No, they have little to teach me, Zhao Fang replied, shaking his head. The trainer schools in reality are divided into private institutions and alliance academies. The private schools merely provide lectures on type advantages and similar topics. Zhao Fang had attended one such session, where the instructor enthusiastically discussed the advantage of ice types over dragon types, and he quickly lost interest. On the other hand, the alliance academies offer a wealth of knowledge, albeit at an exorbitant cost that families of modest means cannot possibly afford. As Zhao Fang listened to the news on television, he heard the announcement. According to the latest reports from the Kanto Alliance, a significant member of Team Rocket was arrested today, with the brilliant trainer known as Red assisting Junsha in apprehending him. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao Fang's chopsticks had slipped from his grasp and fallen to the floor. What? Red? Zhao Fang felt as though he were witnessing a formidable power using psychic waves right before his eyes. Zhao Fang. His mother snapped, clearly annoyed. She had never imagined her son would display such rudeness at the dinner table. I'm sorry, Mom. I was just envious. Zhao Fang hastily waved his hands, yet his emotions were indescribably tumultuous. Initially, Zhao Fang believed that his world was an ordinary Pokemon realm, merely waiting for Xiaoyao and her friends to embark on their journey and expose the nefarious deeds of Team Magma and Team Aqua. He envisioned himself as a mere NPC trainer, contributing to the growth of the protagonist's Pokemon. Of course, this was predicated on the notion that battles could yield experience points. However, based on the information currently available to Zhao Fang, it seemed that experience points did not exist in this world. Otherwise, he could have easily trained in Weibai Town for an entire year against wild Pokemon and emerged at maximum level. To his astonishment, hearing the name Red on television was entirely unexpected. Red, as it is said, is the archetype of Ash, the aspiring Pokemon master. However, unlike Ash, who dreams of such a title, Red is a formidable individual who single-handedly defeated Team Rocket. His rival, Blue, is equally fearsome. If Red, a character traditionally confined to special episodes and games, has materialized in this reality, then, Father, do you happen to know the name of Mr. Chinley's son? Zhao Fang felt an unsettling dissonance in this world he had traversed into, prompting him to urgently inquire of his adoptive father. The power of science is truly astonishing. Huh? You don't know Mr. Chinley's son? It's Yushu, of course. Let me tell you this boy. As Zhao Fang observed his father's incessant chatter, his emotions became increasingly complex. As Zhao Fang had surmised, this world appeared to lean more towards the settings of a game. Yet, with the existence of Red, he wondered if Ash, the boy with Pikachu who aspired to be a Pokemon master, was still present. Mom and Dad, I wish to embark on a journey. Zhao Fang clenched his fists. If this were indeed a game setting, then certain troublesome disasters could not be resolved as they are in the anime. Surely, one could not continuously rely on these protagonists, could they? In the game, there are catastrophic events, and while players swiftly resolve them, one cannot help but wonder how many lives are truly affected. Moreover, having ventured into this world, if one continues to languish idly, wouldn't that render existence meaningless? Well, even if you hadn't mentioned it, your father had already planned for you to travel during this period, said my amiable father with a cheerful smile, as he retrieved a backpack from the cabinet behind him and handed it to Zhao Fang. Go for it, son. This way, your mother and I can enjoy some quality time together. No, wait. Your mother insists that you wear comfortable shoes. My mother remained as gentle as ever. Yet Zhao Fang found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the antics of his seemingly oblivious parents. Huh. Zhao Fang took a deep breath, accepting the backpack handed to him by his father and slinging it over his shoulders. To be honest, with a hat on, he might even resemble a Magikarp. Thank you for your support, Kingler, he said, picking up his Pokeball and smiling. A Magikarp with exceptionally outstanding potential, yearning for anything but a tranquil life. Chapter 2, It's Decided. Magikarp. Zhao Fang's expression was somewhat peculiar. He had initially thought that such bizarre fonts appeared only while cooking, but to his astonishment, he encountered the same peculiar script on his Pokeball, along with descriptions that were equally strange. Magikarp, a veritable evergreen in the Pokemon world, is a creature that can be found across most generations. However, it is also regarded as one of the weakest Pokemon, with some even deeming it the weakest. Driven by curiosity, Zhao Fang once perused the Pokédex entry for Magikarp and was astonished to discover that prior to level 15, the creature could only utilize the move Splash. As a young boy, he even pondered whether Magikarp evolved into Gyarados through this very move, conducting experiments for some time. Ultimately, Zhao Fang came to understand that Magikarp was indeed quite feeble. Even if he selected a Fire-type starter at the beginning of the game, defeating Magikarp would be an effortless task, given that its repertoire consisted solely of Splash and Tackle. Furthermore, Magikarp's base stats totaled a mere 200, and it often lacked the ability to learn other moves before evolving into Gyarados, a true testament to its inadequacy. Yet, upon evolving into Gyarados, there would be a remarkable transformation. Zhao Fang was aware of the game's evolution criteria. Magikarp needed to reach level 20 to evolve into Gyarados. Still, the intricacies of evolution in the real Pokemon world remained a subject worthy of exploration. Nonetheless, Zhao Fang felt a twinge of curiosity towards this Magikarp, which had been rated as exceptionally talented. After stepping outside, he sought a suitable spot to release Magikarp. With its orange body and vacant eyes, the creature occasionally flopped about on the ground, yet it exhibited no signs of struggling to breathe outside of water. Intrigued, Zhao Fang reached out to touch Magikarp, and in the next moment, it bounced slightly, appearing to have unconsciously executed Splash. This left Zhao Fang somewhat disheartened. Judging by its current performance, the Magikarp he possessed bore no distinction from the one that had been reported on television. Nevertheless, Zhao Fang decided to keep the Magikarp, as it was prohibited in Wubai Town to release Pokemon for extended periods. How disheartening. I still need to take it out later to see if it can land a hit. If it cannot, the thought weighed heavily on Zhao Fang's mind. How could a Magikarp incapable of inflicting damage ever hope to defeat wild Pokemon? Surely, it would only force its opponent to watch water splash until it succumbed to dehydration. Zhao Fang, Zhao Fang, a girl's voice called out, prompting Zhao Fang to rise reluctantly. He soon spotted a girl adorned with a red and white scarf, rushing towards him with great enthusiasm. It's Xiao Yao. What brings you here? Zhao Fang inquired, feeling a twinge of complexity within as he gazed at her. Since his arrival in this world, he had encountered Xiao Yao before, the original Zhao Fang, and she seemed to have been classmates. Their relationship was neither close nor distant, merely the sort that exchanged greetings upon meeting. However, after Zhao Fang's arrival, they quickly forged a friendship. Due to the influence of the anime, Zhao Fang subconsciously regarded Xiao Yao as the daughter of the esteemed Professor Oak. Yet, to his surprise, she adhered to the game's narrative, and upon reflection, she was likely the daughter of Professor Okito. As for that Yushu, he had yet to move in, but given Xiao Yao's age, it was reasonable to surmise that he would arrive within a year or two. Zhao Fang, look, I found these berries in the woods today. Xiao Yao exclaimed joyfully, presenting a handful of blueberries to him. Zhao Fang accepted them and, upon inspection, immediately recognized the distinctive inscription. 8 poorly ripened orange berries. Consuming them restores a small amount of health. Orange berries, he mused. Even without reading the inscription, he could identify the berries before him, as orange berries were among the most commonly found in the early stages of the Gem series, capable of restoring 10 health points to Pokemon. However, Zhao Fang found himself in a comical predicament. Initially, he had assumed Xiao Yao to be the character from the anime and intended to help her cultivate a sense of coordination, with berries and energy cubes being of utmost importance. Yet, he had not anticipated that Xiao Yao would turn out to be Yushu's formidable rival, even hinting at a future relationship with him. Yes, Mom says these orange berries can restore Pokemon's health. Wait, a Pokeball? Zhao Fang, did you receive a starter Pokemon too? Xiao Yao exclaimed excitedly while bouncing on her feet, her gaze now fixed on the Pokeball at Zhao Fang's waist. Indeed, my father arranged for Magikarp as my starter Pokemon. Care for battle? Zhao Fang queried, knowing full well that Xiao Yao possessed a Pokeball, given that she ventured into the woods alone. A Magikarp? Sure, but if you lose, don't start crying. I'm quite strong, Xiao Yao declared confidently, hands on her hips. Zhao Fang felt that this moment called for a dynamic image that encapsulated the sentiment of "I am incredibly impressive," which would undoubtedly resonate perfectly. Upon reflection, it seems that the world of Pokemon lacks such communication software and emoticons. Zhao Fang appeared to have stumbled upon a vast market and immense wealth. However, before he could fully develop his thoughts, he was pulled by Xiao Yao to the training grounds of Weibai Town. In this town, trainers are prohibited from engaging in Pokemon battles on the roads, as the power of such battles can be quite formidable. A sudden earthquake, for instance, could turn everyone into involuntary evacuees. Thus, Weibai Town has established a designated arena for trainers to battle, albeit it appears rather modest due to the town's small population. I shall summon my Pokemon, Xiao Yao proclaimed, standing in the training ground as she tossed a Pokeball. In an instant, a flash of light revealed a Torchic on the battlefield. Upon seeing the Torchic before him, Zhao Fang's expression turned peculiar. He had anticipated being able to view this Pokemon's information, yet to his surprise, nothing appeared. This, combined with previous encounters, led Zhao Fang to form some hypotheses regarding his abilities. Nevertheless, recognizing that this was a trainer battle, Zhao Fang threw out his own Pokeball. It is decided Magikarp, Zhao Fang declared dramatically, feeling a rush of exhilaration. He had long rehearsed this line in his mind. The arbitrarily appointed referee cast a sympathetic glance at Zhao Fang. Though he too was merely a novice, the matchup of Magikarp against Torchic seemed overwhelmingly in favor of the latter. Chapter 3. The First Battle of Magikarp Charmander. Utilize Scratch to overcome your opponent. Upon entering the battle, Xiao Yao's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, her confidence evident as she commanded her Pokemon. Indeed, Xiao Yao possessed this confidence. Even as a novice trainer, she was aware of the notorious ineptitude of Magikarp. Despite knowing that Magikarp was a water type, she remained unperturbed about the prospect of defeat. Dodge. In contrast, Zhao Fang felt a twinge of uncertainty. This was the first time he had summoned Magikarp into battle. The bond between them was likely non-existent, and he was not entirely certain of the moves his Pokemon had mastered. Nonetheless, this did not hinder his ability to issue commands. Whether or not Magikarp comprehended his words was questionable, yet it fortuitously leapt, evading Charmander's attack. Xiao Yao gazed at Magikarp with surprise. She had encountered numerous Magikarp in the wild, where they were abundantly found and often preyed upon by other Pokemon. The League occasionally issued tasks to manage their overpopulation. However, she had not anticipated the remarkable height of this particular Magikarp's jump. Seize the opportunity and use Scratch. Although taken aback, Xiao Yao's instinct as a trainer kicked in. After Magikarp evaded the attack, She directed Charmander to pursue once more. Zhao Fang felt a sense of frustration. Had they not agreed to alternate turns in their attacks? Reality, it seemed, was far less accommodating. Magikarp, endure the attack and retaliate with tackle. Zhao Fang felt somewhat helpless. Given Magikarp's current trajectory, it was impossible to leverage any power. Yet, what followed astonished him. Magikarp executed a remarkable twist in midair before launching its tackle move. Although it was struck by Charmander's claws, it nonetheless managed to collide with Charmander, sending it stumbling back several paces. In that instant, Zhao Fang grasped why he had seen the words exceptionally gifted attributed to Magikarp. Its recent performance truly justified such a claim. However, given Magikarp's base stats, the damage inflicted upon Charmander appeared minimal. The ensuing battle unfolded as Zhao Fang had anticipated. He was easily bested by Xiaoyao. Nonetheless, Magikarp had left its mark on Charmander, inflicting some wounds. Well done, Magikarp. You have tried your hardest, and I will ensure you become an exceptional Pokémon. Zhao Fang tenderly caressed the scarred body of Magikarp before recalling it into its Pokeball. Zhao Fang, your Magikarp is quite impressive. It managed to injure my Charmander. Xiaoyao, having recalled her Pokémon, stood before Zhao Fang with an expression of admiration. Certainly, I possess unwavering faith in my Pokémon. Although it is merely a Magikarp at present, I am confident that I can nurture it into a Gyarados. Zhao Fang nodded earnestly. Today's battle had truly broadened his horizons and provided him with a glimpse into the intricate rules governing Pokémon battles in this world. Subsequently, Zhao Fang and Xiaoyao made their way to the Pokémon Center to tend to their Pokémon. Unlike in the game, Weibai Town does have a Pokémon Center, albeit a modest one, yet it offers essential healing services. Xiaoyao, why do all the Nurse Joys look so alike? Zhao Fang inquired softly, glancing at the Nurse Joy before them. Xiaoyao blushed slightly at Zhao Fang's sudden closeness, but responded to his question. They all belong to the Joy family, a rather extensive lineage. Much like Miss Junsha, who maintains public order, Xiaoyao explained in a hushed tone. Zhao Fang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, the world of Pokémon was remarkably enchanting, housing such a peculiar family with strikingly similar appearances. The Joy family is highly esteemed, with most members serving as caregivers in Pokémon centers, while some determined Joys choose to become inspectors, showcasing formidable strength. Thank you for your patience. We hope to see you again. Nurse Joy beamed as she returned the 2 Pokeballs. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Zhao Fang expressed his gratitude with a polite bow. Unlike the game, where Pokeballs could be placed down with a rapid succession of taps to heal Pokémon, the reality involved a more intricate process. Fortunately, Nurse Joy was accompanied by a Pokémon adept at healing, allowing Magikarp's injuries to mend swiftly. Upon exiting the Pokémon Center, Xiaoyao retrieved several oran berries from her pocket and handed them to Zhao Fang. Here you go. Although I long to travel as well, I must assist my father in gathering data on wild Pokémon, so I cannot leave Weibai Town just yet. I envy you, she pouted, walking beside Zhao Fang with her hands behind her back. Xiaoyao, I am certain you will become an exceptional trainer in the future, Zhao Fang remarked earnestly. In the game, Xiaoyao had been instrumental in dismantling both Team Magma and Team Aqua, and her skills had been steadily improving, marking her as a true rival. Humph, as if you need to tell me. Don't think that just because you're traveling, I won't be able to defeat you. When we meet next time, I will surely triumph effortlessly, Xiaoyao declared with pride, playfully touching her nose. Next time, I will not lose. Zhao Fang, observing the childlike demeanor of Xiaoyao, nearly laughed out loud. It was indeed amusing how a mere compliment could lead to such pride. With such advantages, Zhao Fang held no doubts about his ability to surpass these game characters, given sufficient time to train his Pokémon. He felt confident in facing even the likes of Red and Green. Certainly, it is essential to clarify that this Crimson individual is not the one who has captured Mutewell. Otherwise, Zhao Fang would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Upon reflection, one could ponder whether the protagonists from other regions each possess a legendary Pokémon. Strangely, Zhao Fang sensed a shadow cast over his future. Fortunately, he had refrained from joining the Aqua team. After all, upon his arrival in this world, he had contemplated whether to ally with the Aqua team to acquire an initial Pokémon. Thankfully, that frugal father of his bestowed upon him a Magikarp. Zhao Fang, where do you plan to go next? Xiaoyao inquired, standing beneath the sun and mimicking the shape of a camera with her fingers. I intend to obtain a gym badge and then participate in the Pokémon League tournament, Zhao Fang replied, scratching his head. It appeared that Xiaoyao had this habit even before embarking on their journey. Chapter 4. Increase of 0-3 base stats. Is this Route 101? Zhao Fang stood at the exit of Nibi Town, gazing curiously at the road before him. Initially, He had assumed that Route 101 would be teeming with Pokémon, such as Rockruff and Caterpie. However, to his surprise, the pathway appeared exceptionally clean and orderly, with a stone path leading onward. Upon further contemplation, it made sense. If one were to exit Nibby Town only to traverse grassy fields and risk being ambushed by wild Pokémon, it would seem that only Pokémon trainers would dare venture out. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang ventured into the woods adjacent to the main road. His primary objective for the day was to train his Magikarp, hoping to evolve it into a Gyarados. Even during his battle with Xiaoyao, he was eager to observe the skills his Magikarp had acquired. However, it became evident that his Magikarp was indeed a typical Magikarp, having only mastered Splash and Tackle. Beyond that, it possessed no other abilities. What a nightmarish beginning, Zhao Fang thought, shaking his head. He then retrieved an orange berry from his pocket, feeling a pang of hunger, and realized it was mealtime for his Magikarp as well. Naturally, he had no intention of consuming his Magikarp's orange berry. He had a bento prepared by his thrifty parents. Nevertheless, upon reaching Gourmet Town, he would need to replenish his supplies. Otherwise, he might end up sharing tree berries with his Magikarp. Out in the wild, there were fewer concerns. Zhao Fang released his Magikarp, which had recovered its former self after treatment. However, its vacant fish eyes still evoked a chuckle. Yet, recalling his battle with Xiaoyao, Zhao Fang believed this Magikarp possessed remarkable potential. If only he could discern its base stats and effort values, training would be significantly more precise. Gently, Zhao Fang patted the smooth body of his Magikarp. He tossed an orange berry into its mouth, and though the Magikarp did not visibly respond, it indeed consumed the berry. Zhao Fang observed as his Magikarp seemed to bounce with renewed vigor. "Why don't you stay in the water for a while?" Zhao Fang gently cradled the Magikarp and placed it into a nearby stream. This campsite was chosen deliberately by him. Although Magikarp would not perish from dehydration if left on dry land, Zhao Fang felt that fish belonged in water. He speculated that once Magikarp evolved into Gyarados and attained the ability to fly, life would improve significantly. Observing the Magikarp swimming back and forth, he felt reassured and began to prepare dinner for himself and his aquatic companion. Zhao Fang's meal was a simple bento that merely required reheating. But he pondered thoughtfully over the food for Magikarp. Much like Brock from the anime, who meticulously prepared meals for Ash's Pokémon, he understood that Pokémon cuisine often differed from human fare. Although he had never studied the art of crafting Pokémon food, his previous enjoyment of cooking meant he could avoid culinary disasters. His parents had also prepared Pokémon food for him, which included chicken, a reminder of a dish he once relished. Should he experiment by adding orange berries? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to incorporate 2 of the berries and fashion the ingredients into a dish reminiscent of Kung Pao chicken. Almost as soon as the dish was completed, a familiar text box appeared before him. A serving of ordinary Kung Pao chicken, infused with various flavors, can enhance a Pokémon's base stats by 0.3 points. Zhao Fang slowly typed a question mark, incredulous. How could such a mundane Pokémon meal possess the extraordinary ability to augment base stats? Though a mere 0.3 points, this was still a monumental breakthrough. Most Pokémon have immutable base stats, while certain Pokémon, known as quasi-divine beings, possess formidable strength, such as Garchomp and Metagross, which are both rare and powerful. Zhao Fang recalled that in the entire Hoenn region, only champion Steven owned a Metagross. Even quasi-divine Pokémon have their base stats capped at 600, beyond which lies the realm of true deities, such as the non-flying legendary Pokémon of Hoenn, boasting a staggering 670 points. Incredible. It seems my culinary skills are a hidden advantage. Zhao Fang gazed at the Kung Pao chicken, his heart stirred by a tempest of excitement. It was no exaggeration to say that if all his dishes possessed such a remarkable ability, he could easily become a celebrated figure within the league. Without the need for tangible strength, he might instead be perceived as a ruthless cooking machine. Those villainous organizations would undoubtedly exert every effort to capture him or eliminate him altogether. After all, such formidable prowess would not go unnoticed by someone like Cyrus, who would surely not allow Zhao Fang to live in comfort, provided he could escape the relentless pursuit. Surely, we won't end up with a rainbow rocket team, will we? Zhao Fang chuckled, shaking his head. At this moment, he realized that pondering such matters was futile. His current prowess was dismally inadequate. It was not just the likes of Sakamoto and Akagi that posed a challenge. Even a mere bug-catching boy from the roadside would likely best him in a battle. Magikarp, time to eat, Zhao Fang called out, and Magikarp promptly leaped from the water. Its previously vacant eyes sparkled with newfound brilliance after savoring the Kung Pao chicken Zhao Fang had prepared. For the first time, Zhao Fang discerned a glimmer of yearning in Magikarp's gaze. Without further prompting, Magikarp quickly devoured the entire plate of Kung Pao chicken before it. Observing the seemingly unchanged Magikarp, Zhao Fang couldn't help but smile. The enhancement of its base stats appeared negligible, yet he was convinced that his Magikarp would undoubtedly become the strongest in the Hoenn region, boasting a staggering base stat total of 2003. Should this fortunate anomaly prove to be consistently beneficial, he felt that cultivating a quasi-godly Gyarados might not be an insurmountable task. If there were no limits to these enhancements, perhaps he could even aspire to reach the zenith of Arceus? With such thoughts, Zhao Fang's heart brimmed with confidence. His next endeavor would be to further experiment and unravel the true nature of this extraordinary phenomenon. Chapter 5. An experiment with the Golden Finger and Champion Daigo. An ordinary plate of Kung Pao chicken can fill one's belly. As Zhao Fang gazed at the words that materialized before him, he fell into deep contemplation. He had just prepared another batch of Pokémon food, once again crafting it into the flavor of Kung Pao chicken to validate his hypothesis. Yet, the dish had turned out to be rather mundane, lacking any mention of an increase in base stats. Although Magikarp was willing to eat it, Zhao Fang could tell that it did not relish this portion as much as the previous one, likely due to the discernible difference in quality between the two meals. So, the distinction truly lies in the berries? Zhao Fang's gaze fell upon the orange berry before him. The orange berry, a relatively common fruit in the Pokémon world, while prevalent, still commanded a price of $80. However, the quality of orange berries sold in stores was significantly superior, particularly those chosen for crafting energy cubes. With this in mind, Zhao Fang prepared another serving of Kung Pao chicken, adhering to the ingredients he had used in his initial attempt, this time adding 2 orange berries. The resulting dish elicited a smile from Zhao Fang. It was indeed as he had surmised. Although he remained uncertain as to why the addition of orange berries enabled an increase of 0.3 in base stats, the reality was indisputable. Watching the grinning Zhao Fang and the fragrant Kung Pao chicken simmering in his pot, Magikarp instinctively recoiled a bit. It had just consumed an entire 2 servings of Pokémon food. Although the aroma of this dish was reminiscent of the first, possessing an irresistible allure for Pokémon, Magikarp conveyed that it simply could not eat any more, fearing that its belly might burst if it continued. "Oh, Magikarp, what's this?" Zhao Fang turned to glance at Magikarp, only to discover that it had unwittingly moved quite a distance back, nearly reaching the edge of the stream. Upon noticing Zhao Fang's gaze, Magikarp hastily leaped into the stream. For even the most delectable of meals could not entice it further. What a pity not to eat, but it seems Magikarp truly cannot manage any more, Zhao Fang lamented, shaking his head at the sight of the sumptuous Kung Pao chicken before him. Since arriving in this world, he had once seen a news report on television about a nefarious group that captured numerous Farfetch'd, subsequently slaughtering them to sell to wealthy patrons. This revelation jolted Zhao Fang from his earlier bewilderment upon his arrival. Although the Pokédex entries in his previous life indicated that Farfetch'd had been served on human tables, it was said that the leek they carried, combined with their tender meat, rendered the dish exceptionally delectable. Nevertheless, despite this knowledge, if given a choice, Zhao Fang could never bring himself to place Farfetch'd on his dining table. In his previous life, he had encountered some intriguing speculations, one of which posited that upon death, Farfetch'd might serendipitously transform into a Yamask, owing to their identical height and weight. While such a notion was fascinating, it lacked credibility. After all, many individuals around the world shared similar height and weight, yet they could not all be the same person. After Zhao Fang meticulously stored the Pokémon food, Magikarp leapt out of the stream, willingly diving into its Pokeball, while Zhao Fang busied himself setting up his tent. In the wilderness, a tent was essential, and he needed to sprinkle some powder around it that emitted a scent detested by wild Pokémon. Ah, how dull. Had I known, I would have brought a gaming console from home. Once Zhao Fang finished his tasks and reclined in his tent, the night sky was already visible outside. The pristine expanse of stars captivated him. Though Wubei town was small, it still bore some light pollution. To truly witness an unadulterated starry sky, one indeed had to venture into the wild. Zhao Fang suddenly pondered whether trainers, upon stepping out on their journeys for the first time, would feel a sense of awe at such a sight. Just as he intended to take out a book to read, he heard footsteps outside the tent, prompting him to swiftly retrieve his Pokeball, calling out cautiously, "Who goes there?" A sense of tension enveloped him. After all, this was the Hoenn region, a territory rife with the activities of Team Aqua and Team Magma. According to the game's narrative, these two characters should not be present on Route 101. My apologies. I harbor no ill intentions, merely intending to visit Dr. Otakan in Mabai town. A gentle male voice resonated, prompting Zhao Fang to curiously peek out. whereupon he encountered a young man with silver-blue hair smiling back at him. Accompanying this youth was a formidable Metagross, whose piercing red eyes instilled a sense of suffocating pressure within Zhao Fang. The Metagross and the silver-blue hair. If Zhao Fang could not identify this individual by now, he must have wasted his time watching television during this period. From a town. You should head that way. Zhao Fang managed to swallow hard, never expecting that on his first day of camping, he would cross paths with the Hoenn champion, Daigo. Thank you. Daigo nodded before continuing on his path, leaving Zhao Fang with a sense of intrigue. He recalled that Daigo was a specialist in Steel-type Pokémon. Evidently, he could have swiftly flown to Mabai Town on his Metagross, yet chose to walk instead. Although curious, Zhao Fang felt no compelling reason to engage, retreating back into his tent. How enviable, Magikarp, Zhao Fang said as he released the fish from its Pokeball, gently stroking its slick scales. Magikarp stared blankly at Zhao Fang, occasionally bouncing a little, seemingly unresponsive to his words. The overwhelming presence emanating from Daigo, even without any confrontation, exuded the aura of a champion. Zhao Fang pressed his hand against Magikarp's scales, feeling the robust muscles within. But surely, we can catch a glimpse of his silhouette, right? Zhao Fang mused, somewhat lost in thought. With the exceptionally talented Magikarp, combined with his ability to enhance its stats, if he couldn't even witness the champion's figure, he might need to consider seeking out Xiao Yao's support in the future. Magikarp remained silent, merely bouncing increasingly faster. Chapter 6. The fighting gym of Gourmet Town. Upon Zhao Fang's arrival in this relatively nearby town, Gourmet, it was already midday. It seems quite large. Perhaps slightly bigger than Mabai Town? He pondered, spotting a structure resembling a gym. As he approached, he realized it was indeed a gym, seemingly dedicated to fighting-type Pokémon. The sign hanging at the entrance clarified why Gourmet Town boasted such a facility. Although, in the game, the nearest gym was the normal-type gym run by Mr. Senri, and the first badge obtainable by players was the rock-type badge from Cuckoo. In reality, as long as a town is not overly small, it typically harbors at least one gym. However, this type of dojo is privately operated and lacks the qualifications to issue badges. To elevate itself to an official dojo, it must submit an application to the league, which will then dispatch an inspector to evaluate the dojo. The decision to grant a dojo badge will depend on the evaluation results. Naturally, if the dojo's master is a champion of major tournaments or possesses the strength of the Elite Four, it would significantly enhance their standing. Are you here to enroll? A voice inquired. Zhao Fang turned around to see a young boy in training attire, visibly nervous as he regarded him. No. I'm merely curious why there is a dojo here. I always thought such dojos only existed in Changhua City. My apologies. Zhao Fang hastily waved his hand, realizing from the boy's attire that he was indeed associated with the dojo before him. Although Zhao Fang's parents had given him some leak currency for his adventures, as a common trainer without a Pokédex, it was imperative for him to work while traveling. Otherwise, he might not even afford healing potions. Thus, he had little interest in enrolling in a fighting dojo. I see. I apologize for the misunderstanding. I am the master of this dojo. You may call me Yanning. The boy named Yanning displayed a look of disappointment, but he quickly smiled and extended his hand. Hello, I am Zhao Fang, just departed from Weibai Town, preparing to acquire a dojo badge to participate in the Hoenn League. Zhao Fang reciprocated the handshake and introduced himself. Shall we have a battle? Just as Zhao Fang intended to leave and visit the shop for berries, he heard Yanning suddenly issue a challenge. Zhao Fang pressed his temples in exasperation. Although he had only recently traversed into this world, he had already discerned an intriguing pattern. Pokémon trainers in the real world seemed to possess an extraordinary enthusiasm for battles. From the moment he rose in the morning until he reached Gourmet Town, every trainer he encountered, upon noticing his Pokeball, immediately extended a battle invitation, making it feel akin to a game of Gwent. Alright, but I'm just a common trainer, so don't have too high expectations. Zhao Fang shrugged. Throughout his journey, he had encountered various trainers, including a boy in shorts and a bug-catching youth, all wielding rather ordinary Pokémon. Although Magikarp was weak, it still managed to defeat them with its tackle. Curious about the dojo master before him, Zhao Fang wished to see what Pokémon Yanning would summon. For only by battling strong opponents could Magikarp grow more rapidly. Having consumed 2 breakfasts that morning, Magikarp's stats had already increased by 12, marking a significant difference from the average Magikarp. Please, do come in. Yanning cheerfully opened the dojo door and led Zhao Fang inside. The martial arts dojo, much like Zhao Fang had imagined, appeared rather rudimentary. However, it was equipped with a comprehensive array of training apparatuses. Strangely enough, the dojo, spanning approximately 80 square meters, was entirely devoid of any practitioners, which elicited a peculiar gaze from Zhao Fang, towards Yining. How inadequate must the dojo's master be to have no apprentices at all? Well, you see, since Orange Blossom City is nearby, and Mr. Qianli's reputation is quite formidable, that is the reason I lack apprentices. Yining seemed to sense Zhao Fang's unspoken thoughts and awkwardly scratched his head. Moreover, I am currently striving to surpass Mr. Qianli. Each day, I take my Pokémon to practice force techniques beneath the waterfall. I am confident that I will eventually defeat his slaking. With a spirited gesture, Yining raised his fist, exuding the essence of a fighting trainer. Zhao Fang chuckled awkwardly. Despite Qianli being a normal-type dojo master, he possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, slaking, as a normal-type Pokémon, boasted an impressive base stat total of 670, comparable to that of the legendary Groudon. Were it not for its ability, Truant, even semi-legendary Pokémon would find facing slaking quite daunting. Then I shall send out my Pokémon. Go, Kingler! At Yining's command. A robust-looking Kingler materialized on the dojo's training ground. Ah, Kingler seems to have been well-trained. Now, I shall summon my Pokémon as well. Gyarados, it shall be you. Zhao Fang released his Pokeball, and an orange-hued Gyarados landed on the ground, bouncing energetically. Gyarados? Yining expressed surprise. Initially, he had assumed Zhao Fang bore the confident demeanor of a seasoned trainer wielding one of the starter Pokémon, only to find that it was a Gyarados. Indeed, my starter Pokémon is Gyarados, Zhao Fang shrugged, familiar with the expression of disbelief. Many novice trainers shared that same look before swiftly being taught a lesson by Gyarados. Although currently weak, Gyarados could still handle a Caterpie with ease. Kingler, use Karate Chop. Yining commanded directly. As his command resonated, Kingler swiftly dashed forward, executing a Karate Chop aimed squarely at Gyarados. Had it been a Gyarados of the Dragon type, Yining might have proceeded with caution, considering that flying types have an advantage over fighting types. However, facing a pure water-type Gyarados was different. Gyarados evade quickly, then counter with Tackle. Zhao Fang observed Kingler's rapid approach with astonishment. The speed of Kingler was impressive, yet he promptly issued his command. Gyarados immediately utilized Splash. But its version of Splash was notably distinct. Leaping to an impressive height, it effortlessly dodged Kingler's Karate Chop. Chapter 7. Yining's Pokémon. The capabilities of Magikarp are rather limited, possessing merely two skills, Splash and Tackle. Despite Zhao Fang's yearning to teach Magikarp a more formidable move such as Hyper Beam, it seems that Magikarp is particularly fond of Tackle. Thus, with no other recourse, Zhao Fang has focused his training efforts on honing these two abilities. Since rising this morning, he has diligently worked to refine Magikarp's execution of both skills. Though Zhao Fang himself lacks comprehensive understanding, he adheres to a simple principle. With sufficient force and precision, a well-placed tackle, especially when exploiting a weakness, can yield considerable damage. You've nurtured this Magikarp quite well, remarked Yining, the gym leader. Though not particularly powerful, his keen eye for detail allowed him to discern the potential of Zhao Fang's Magikarp from the impressive height it achieved in its jumps. Embarrassed, Zhao Fang scratched his head, pondering whether he should admit that he had only begun training Magikarp the day before. Nevertheless, despite Yining's praise, Zhao Fang remained resolute in his offensive strategy. Magikarp, use Tackle. Zhao Fang commanded, issuing the only directive he felt capable of giving. Magikarp whipped its tail, propelling itself rapidly towards Mach-Hop. This technique of generating acceleration by slamming its tail against the ground was something Zhao Fang had imparted earlier that morning. Under normal circumstances, if the opponent had been a Caterpie, the battle could have been declared over by now. What an opportunity! Yining exclaimed, seizing the moment as Mach-Hop prepared to counter. The speed of Magikarp's charge was impressive. Had it not been for the ongoing battle, Yining might have commended it aloud. However, as the leader of a fighting-type gym, he swiftly commanded his Pokémon. Following Yining's instructions, Mach-Hop sidestepped and grasped the tail of the swiftly approaching Magikarp, executing a powerful throw that sent Magikarp crashing to the ground. The tremendous impact stirred up a cloud of dust, leaving Magikarp sprawled on the ground, incapacitated. You did wonderfully. Magikarp, we will grow stronger together. Zhao Fang rushed forward, gently caressing Magikarp's body before returning it to its Pokeball. Sighing as he glanced at Yining's Mach-Hop, Zhao Fang recognized the futility of attempting to defeat a gym leader so soon after emerging as a trainer, even if Yining was not officially recognized by the league. In truth, Zhao Fang understood that even if he were to head to the Rock-type gym now, he would likely face a trainee rather than Dujuan, the gym leader. Only once a trainer had collected several badges would Dujuan consider engaging personally. Furthermore, should Dujuan take the field, it was uncertain whether he would deploy his primary Pokémon or rely on his secondary lineup. You performed admirably. If your starter Pokémon had not been Magikarp, you might have held out longer. However, based on your current performance, gaining recognition remains elusive. Yining approached, extending a friendly hand. I will do my best, Zhao Fang replied, shaking Yining's hand. If he believed he could defeat these formidable opponents with a mere Kingler he had only known for a day, Zhao Fang would find this world rather peculiar. Was that Magikarp your main Pokémon? Zhao Fang inquired with curiosity. The Magikarp he had just witnessed was impressively trained. Even he felt confident that, in the hands of other trainers, it would undoubtedly be considered a star Pokémon. Magikarp is one of my main Pokémon, but my ace is exceptionally strong. Would you like to see it? Yining responded with a bright smile, radiating a unique charisma. Zhao Fang nodded eagerly, but first, he needed to visit the Pokémon Center to heal his Kingler. After attending to his Pokémon, Zhao Fang returned to the fighting dojo, where he spotted a blue figure standing beside Yining, who was seated on the floor with his eyes closed. Zhao Fang's pupils dilated as he recognized the short, blue silhouette. He had not anticipated that the seemingly ordinary dojo master, Yining, possessed a Lucario, a Pokémon of great prestige. Lucario is an exceptionally rare Pokémon. Even in the gaming world, it is highly coveted. In reality, its rarity is even more pronounced. Zhao Fang recalled a television auction where a Lucario egg fetched a staggering 30 million Poké. Now he found himself questioning whether Yining truly hailed from the Hoenn region, as it was generally understood that Lucario did not reside there. Suddenly, Yining sprang to his feet, striking an unusual pose, and Lucario mirrored him perfectly. Judging by the direction of their fists, they appeared poised to attack a nearby rock. With a swift punch, Yining launched a powerful strike, and a surge of blue energy emanated from Lucario's hands, instantly shattering the stone before them. Wave Bomb! Zhao Fang exclaimed, marveling at the sheer power of that move. Do you know Lucario? Yining asked, astonished. He had not anticipated that a novice trainer like Zhao Fang would recognize such a Pokémon, which was absent from the Hoenn region. Well, my friend's father is Professor Otamaki, Zhao Fang replied nonchalantly, shifting the focus onto Shell. Yining nodded in understanding. If it was indeed Professor Otamaki, it made sense, as the professor was well known in the Hoenn region. Would you consider joining my fighting dojo? I can teach you the art of training fighting-type Pokémon, Yining offered confidently, standing before Zhao Fang with his hands clasped behind his back. Zhao Fang regarded him with a peculiar expression, now suspicious that Yining had showcased Lucario and demonstrated the Wave Bomb to entice him into joining the dojo. Zhao Fang gently touched the Pokeball hanging at his waist and shook his head. I'm sorry, I have a fondness for Magikarp, so I will not be joining your gym. His gaze was resolute. I respect your choice, and Ning replied, somewhat surprised, yet he nodded earnestly. Moreover, my aspiration is to become a master of dragon-type Pokémon, Zhao Fang added. By the way, Gyarados is a water and flying type. And Ning remarked after a moment of silence. I don't care, it has dragon in its name, so why shouldn't it be considered a dragon? Zhao Fang rolled his eyes. Gyarados can indeed learn moves like Hurricane and Dragon Rage, which are dragon-type techniques. Chapter 8. Journey to Changhua City. Though it may be but an illusion, I must ask, do you possess the power of aura? Standing at the exit of Gourmet Town, Zhao Fang inquired curiously of Ning. Just moments ago, in the fighting gym, he had witnessed Ning execute moves akin to those of Lucario, with a faint glow surrounding his fists, though it could have merely been a trick of sunlight. The power of aura? That is indeed the goal I strive for. Although it is still somewhat inconsistent at present, I believe I will master this extraordinary force in the future, and Ning replied with unwavering confidence, eliciting a hint of envy from Zhao Fang. The power of aura is remarkable, standing alongside psychic abilities and the power of the earth as one of the unique capabilities within the Pokémon world. Furthermore, its application in Pokémon battles is formidable, and Zhao Fang yearned for such an ability. Even possessing psychic powers would be quite splendid. The sensation of connecting with Pokémon on a mental level feels almost like cheating. Moreover, Zhao Fang had often thought that such a bond might enhance the chances of successful bond evolution. Although in the anime, Ash's Greninja ultimately used the Golden Healing Shuriken to restore the stamina of Charizard, bond evolution remains an undeniable fact. This form of evolution, distinct from traditional evolution, has become a dream for countless Pokémon enthusiasts. The prospect of achieving such evolution with one's own nurtured Pokémon would be nothing short of magnificent. Observing the youthful Ning, Zhao Fang couldn't help but nod in acknowledgement. Were it not for Ning's age, he might have suspected a connection to Alan. Changhua City, while home to a normal-type gym, boasts formidable strength. In the Pokédex, it is typically recommended for challengers who have obtained 5 to 6 badges. I suggest you first challenge the Rock-type gym in Cannas City, provided your Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, and Ning earnestly advised Zhao Fang. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Fang acknowledged the truth in Ning's words. Although Magikarp is currently a Water-type Pokémon, as a weakling that cannot learn Water-type moves without evolving, it would be excessively challenging for Magikarp to defeat the Rock-type gym using Tackle alone. Zhao Fang was no martial arts expert. Otherwise, he might have attempted to teach Magikarp how to strike rocks with force. After bidding farewell to the tranquil and serene town of Gourmet, Zhao Fang embarked on his journey to Changhua City. The meager funds he possessed had already been converted into healing potions and consumable berries. In a moment of indulgence, he even purchased a Pokeball. Zhao Fang harbored a notion. He wished to experiment with the culinary potential of various berries, pondering whether the resultant Pokemon food would yield different stat enhancements. What if he combined them with treasures such as water stones? However, the likes of evolution stones were still far beyond his reach. For now, his only available resources were the berries. He recalled that in the game, Ralts could be found in this vicinity. It was here that Xiao Guang captured her first Pokemon, subsequently nurturing it into a Gardevoir. Sitting on the grass, with the afternoon sun descending, Zhao Fang knew he needed to find a suitable spot to set up camp. The roads of the real world were quite wide, allowing for camping on the adjacent grassy areas. Yet, the warning signs along the roadside advised trainers against venturing into the woods without sufficient strength, lest they encounter troublesome predicaments. Every year, television broadcasts reminded aspiring trainers of the importance of roadside camping, lest they become grisly corpses. Despite these repeated warnings, similar incidents occasionally made headlines. It was akin to how, at school, students were cautioned against swimming in reservoirs during holidays, yet each year, a few children tragically drowned. Having camped the previous day, Zhao Fang had become considerably more adept. With ease, he inflated a small pool of water, a staple for trainers of water-type Pokémon. This particular item had been a gift from Yaning, though secondhand, it was still a generous offering. After placing Magikarp in the small pool, he retrieved several berries from his pocket, intending to prepare a dinner for his aquatic companion. Although the shop in Gourmet sold berries, their selection was limited and prices exorbitant. After some deliberation, Zhao Fang reluctantly purchased 5 berries, 3 sweet peaches, and 2 spicy cherries, spending half of his remaining funds. He hoped these ingredients would prove effective, but lamented that they were insufficient for a proper meal. Perhaps he could manage a simple stir-fry with bell peppers and meat. Gazing at the berries in his hand, he sighed. Being a trainer was not a pursuit for those from ordinary families. Pokémon food required expenditure, as did healing items and Pokeballs. Should a Pokémon incur severe injuries, the cost of treatment could be staggering, not to mention the expense of berries. Zhao Fang had initially believed his funds would last until Changhua City, but he had exhausted them merely in Gourmet. As he contemplated his next steps, it became clear that he would need to seek employment in Changhua City. Without earning some money, the future would be quite challenging. Despite the hardships, Zhao Fang had no intention of abandoning his journey or returning home to lead a mundane existence. As a traveler from another world, it would be profoundly embarrassing to end up in such a state. A dish of oddly flavored bell pepper stir-fry, consumption increases base stats by 0 to 109. The familiar text box appeared. Was it random? Why is this time random, while before it was fixed at 0.3? Zhao Fang furrowed his brow, as he had initially believed that adding 3 fruit would enhance the species value to 0.5. However, he was taken aback to discover that this time, the species value fluctuated between 0.1 and 0.9. Zhao Fang harbored a deep disdain for this capricious reliance on luck. His fortune had never been particularly favorable. In the past, while playing Gold and Silver, he had spent an entire afternoon without encountering the legendary Pokémon Suicune, Entei, or Raikou. Not to mention the countless times in subsequent card draw mobile games when, despite 60 packs of blue skies and white clouds, luck had still eluded him. Moreover, his so-called cheat did not possess the ability to discern the species values of Pokémon. After feeding the Magikarp, he remained completely unaware of how much its species value had increased. Although somewhat vexed, Zhao Fang still took out the Magikarp and fed it the Pokémon food. Watching the Magikarp devour the food with great enthusiasm, he rested his chin on his hand. It is worth noting that Magikarp, in the real world, is considered an edible Pokémon. However, due to its numerous bones and scant meat, diners often find it rather unremarkable. It is typically only when avian Pokémon are excessively hungry that they resort to preying on Magikarp. Hurry and grow up, Magikarp, Zhao Fang thought eagerly, anticipating the day when his Magikarp would evolve into Gyarados. Chapter 9. A Pokémon with telepathic abilities? Zhao Fang observed the caterpie before him, letting out a resigned sigh. He was now deeply suspicious that the reason Xiao Guang managed to capture a Ralts was due to director Qianli's deliberate placement of it. Zhao Fang held a genuine anticipation for Ralts, as it was one of his favorite Pokémon. In fact, Whenever a Ralts was available, he would train one as his primary psychic and fairy-type Pokémon, especially with Ralts' final evolution, Gardevoir, which perfectly aligned with Zhao Fang's aesthetic preferences. Not to mention the evolved form of Gardevoir had garnered immense popularity, to the extent that some individuals on certain platforms were creating suggestive art of it. Quite alarming indeed. Suggestive art? A peculiar voice suddenly emerged from behind Zhao Fang, startling him into a slight tremor. He quickly crawled a few steps forward before turning to look. The area behind him was empty. The encroaching darkness of night prompted Zhao Fang to ignite a campfire. Yet, even within the flickering light, he saw nothing. As if the voice he had just heard was merely an illusion. Grasping the Pokeball containing the Magikarp, he recalled that the voice, though seemingly emanating from behind, felt as though it had spoken directly into his mind. This realization made Zhao Fang somewhat wary. After all, those capable of telepathy and mind reading were often psychic-type Pokémon. And there were also some exceptionally powerful Pokémon, such as legendaries, that possessed similar abilities. Certainly, Zhao Fang did not believe his luck would extend to encountering a mythical creature. Even if he were to behold such a being, he would approach with utmost caution, for a mere sneeze from it could easily send him flying. Larulus? Zhao Fang murmured, for if it truly were Larulus, it would indeed be a delightful surprise. After all, according to legends, Larulus could be found and captured in this region. The breeze that brushed against him caused Zhao Fang to squint, and in doing so, he seemed to catch a glimpse of a figure darting past him. After remaining vigilant for a moment longer, he returned to his campsite, harboring a sense of perplexity. He had just sprayed a repellent for wild Pokémon, yet he had still been approached by one, seemingly a Pokémon endowed with telepathic abilities. Never mind, he thought. Since it has fled, it likely harbors no ill intentions. I shall rest well. I have to journey to Changhua City tomorrow. Zhao Fang yawned. The map of reality is not traversed by merely taking a few steps to reach the next area. He consulted the map, and, according to Yanning, walking to Changhua City would take approximately 2 days. Having gained experience from previous camping, he fell asleep much more swiftly this time, as he had barely settled into his sleeping bag before slumber enveloped him. The following morning, when Zhao Fang finally arose, he could hear the gentle patter of rain. Is it raining? He wondered, peeking out from his tent. A curtain of rain had indeed enveloped the sky, though it was still possible to venture out with an umbrella. Come forth, Magikarp. This is your moment to shine. Zhao Fang released Magikarp from its Pokeball. The rain provided a perfect environment for water-type Pokémon, akin to a soothing bath for a person. Observing Magikarp's exuberance, Zhao Fang sensed that its spirits were quite high. With this in mind, Zhao Fang began preparing today as Pokémon food. Learning from the previous day's experience with the stir-fried peppers and meat, he opted to add only a sweet peach and 2 orange berries to the Pokémon food, curious to see how this concoction would turn out. This time, he prepared boiled meat slices, utilizing the rainwater as a ready resource. However, since most of the ingredients were suited for Pokémon, even if the dish turned out delectable, it would not be fit for his consumption. Is it just? Zhao Fang wondered, reflecting on his own breakfast, which consisted of a slice of ham nestled in bread and a bag of ordinary milk. Moo milk, while delightful, was not free. This subtly flavored boiled meat dish, upon consumption, may enhance a Pokémon's stats by 0. 4. Gazing at the text before him, Zhao Fang quietly extracted a notebook from his pocket and inscribed this conclusion in Chinese. This would serve as his research journal, guiding him in the future on how to pair food for his Pokémon. Moreover, when writing in Chinese, Zhao Fang need not worry about anyone deciphering his words, for the inhabitants of the Pokémon world utilize an entirely different linguistic system. Were it not for the memories inherited from his previous incarnation, mastering this language in such a short span would have been unattainable for him. Magikarp, come and dine, Zhao Fang called, clapping his hands as he laid the freshly prepared boiled meat slices upon the dining cloth. However, he soon noticed another concern. Was there perhaps a bit too little of this dish? It could merely be an illusion, he mused, as he embraced Magikarp, allowing it to savor this morning's repast. Observing the fish devouring its meal with gusto, Zhao Fang felt an inexplicable joy akin to that of a seasoned farmer witnessing the flourishing of his crops. At this rate, combined with Zhao Fang's unique abilities, the future of Magikarp's evolution appeared exceedingly promising. A Dragonite with a base stat total of 670. Should it be referred to merely as Dragonite? It could justifiably be called Dragon Lord. In his past life, it would have undoubtedly been deemed a magical phenomenon. Once Magikarp finished its breakfast, Zhao Fang casually addressed his own hunger with some bread and milk before recalling Magikarp into its Pokeball and hastening towards the direction of Changhua City. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 men adorned with blue scarves sat on the ground, their expressions etched with frustration. "Hey, Ash, have you located that fellow?" The burly man with a beard asked, irritation evident as he rubbed his cheeks. "No, I have no idea when he escaped. We barely managed to wrest it from that useless fatso," Ash replied, his brow furrowing deeply. The information he had acquired was a stroke of serendipity, and he had expended considerable contributions and enlisted the aid of powerful Pokémon from the organization to defeat the Fat Man's guards, securing that precious Pokémon. To think it had managed to flee. The thought of a well-cooked duck suddenly taking flight before it could be savored sent Ash's heart racing with frustration. Damn it. Where could it be? Chapter 10. Joy in Junsha. Perhaps due to the rain, there were not many pedestrians on the road, but a fair number of Pokémon had emerged. Although Zhao Fang was eager to enhance Magikarp's practical abilities, the sight of the muddy ground and the active grass-type Pokémon around him caused him to abandon that idea. While Magikarp possessed exceptional potential and its diet was enhancing its base stats, type advantages remained a crucial factor. In the realm of gaming, triumphing in battles against opposing types often relied on level superiority, a concept non-existent in reality. Zhao Fang did not believe that Magikarp, capable only of tackle, could challenge those grass-type Pokémon, such as the Budew. A single vine whip from Budew would likely leave Magikarp sprawled on the ground, devoid of battle stamina. To avoid the dismal situation of having no Pokémon available, Zhao Fang chose to silently continue his journey. He aimed to reach Changhua City swiftly in search of employment. Otherwise, his adventure would truly come to an end. It was indeed troublesome. Who would have thought that in this day and age, travelers would need to work? He pondered the types of jobs he might find. Given his abilities, it was likely that he could only undertake low-level commission tasks from the Alliance. Zhao Fang absent-mindedly touched the Pokeball hanging from his waist, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. In this world, the Pokémon Alliance issues various tasks, such as clearing out excessive Rattata or Magikarp, or defeating rampaging Pokémon. Completing these tasks would yield a certain reward, somewhat akin to the adventurer system. However, Zhao Fang was merely a novice without any gym badges, making it impossible for him to accept higher-paying missions. He suspected that the tasks available to him would likely be as mundane as helping an elderly lady find her cat. As he walked a little further, Zhao Fang noticed a sudden increase in the density of Pokémon ahead. Just moments ago, he could only spot 1 or 2 Pokémon after walking a considerable distance. But now, he encountered a Pokémon with every 4 or 5 steps. Although these were mostly feeble creatures, such as Caterpie, their sheer numbers heightened Zhao Fang's vigilance. The unusual gathering of Pokémon suggested that something was amiss. He did not believe they had congregated for a meeting or some event. After taking a few more steps, Zhao Fang witnessed a peculiar sight. Several Pokémon were queuing up, and at the end of the line stood a sunshade beneath, which was a pink figure. Was it a Chansey? Zhao Fang was somewhat taken aback, but upon noticing Nurse Joy in her uniform behind the Chansey, he quickly understood. However, he was still puzzled as to why Nurse Joy would be treating wild Pokémon out here instead of at the Pokémon Center. Who? Nurse Joy seemed to sense Zhao Fang's gaze and abruptly turned her head, regarding him with caution. Yet, upon assessing Zhao Fang's height and appearance, she relaxed her guard slightly, though her hand remained poised on the Pokeball at her waist. "Hello, Nurse Joy. I am Zhao Fang, a trainer who has embarked on an adventure starting from Neverwhite Town." He greeted her with utmost politeness. The Joy family was quite prominent, and Zhao Fang did not wish to be looked down upon in the Pokémon Center for having offended Nurse Joy. After all, those who dared to offend her were either villains or still villains. "I see you are a trainer. I am Joy Chun, a student still in my internship. By the way, did you notice anything unusual as you approached?" Nurse Joy Chun flashed a sweet smile. It must be said that the Joy family's genes were remarkably strong. Each Joy bore a striking resemblance to the others and possessed a certain beauty. In the animated series, it seemed only Brock could accurately distinguish between each Nurse Joy, though it was unclear what criteria he used. Unusual circumstances? Zhao Fang paused momentarily. Since departing from ancient Rose Town, the only unusual sensation he had experienced was that instance of telepathy, which had occurred just yesterday, and today there seemed to be no further issues. No. He shook his head. That was merely a Pokémon suspected of being psychic type. He believed it was highly likely to be Ralts, as Ralts was the only psychic Pokémon typically found in this area. A singular psychic Pokémon, therefore, posed no cause for alarm. "Be cautious," she advised. There seemed to be some nefarious individuals lurking about, having injured numerous wild Pokémon. "I only came here after hearing about it from the elders at home. My good friend, Junsha is also here. She just went out to seek clues. Would you like to heal your Pokémon?" Miss Joy's voice was melodious, yet her words heightened Zhao Fang's sense of vigilance. It was commonplace for trainers to defeat wild Pokémon, but to do so in such numbers was unusual. Typically, this would only occur if one intended to capture Pokémon or if the Pokémon sought them out. Otherwise, it was an activity reserved for training. However, the sheer number of injured Pokémon was indeed alarming. Thus, it was plausible that one or two malevolent trainers were wreaking havoc on this road. Possibly even members of Team Magma or Team Aqua. Thank you, Miss Joy. I will exercise caution. My Pokémon are uninjured, so I shall forego treatment. Zhao Fang replied earnestly, nodding. His current strength was far from sufficient to confront either of those organizations, so prudence was advisable. Very well, be careful on your journey. If you continue forward for a few more hours, you will reach Orange Flower City. Should anything happen along the way, make haste toward Orange Flower City. Jun Xiaoling has gone that way to investigate, Miss Joy said with a smile. Zhao Fang took her advice to heart, but as he prepared to leave, he cast a worried glance at Joy. Unlike ordinary trainers, if it truly were Team Magma or Team Aqua, they would likely disregard Joy's status as a Pokémon healer. For a Chansey was a valuable Pokémon indeed. You needn't worry about me. My strength is considerable, Joy reassured him, sensing the concern in Zhao Fang's eyes. Her smile widened, and she proudly patted the Pokeball at her waist. With that, Zhao Fang felt considerably more at ease. Realizing that Miss Joy possessed the ability to protect herself, he then resumed his journey toward Orange Flower City, and as he progressed, the number of injured Pokémon dwindled, while the density of Pokémon along the roadside returned to normal. However, to his disappointment, he encountered no sign of Ralts along the way. It appeared that starting with a beloved companion was simply not meant to be. Zhao Fang sighed in disappointment. Chapter 11. Follow my little one Magikarp. Would you like to try controlling the force of your splash? No. I am not implying that your splash technique is ineffective. Rather, it seems you occasionally leap too high. The issue lies in the fact that during your descent, you become vulnerable to attacks from adversaries. It is hardly feasible to counter moves like Magical Leaf and Thunderbolt with mere collisions. At noon, Zhao Fang sat in his encampment, observing the Kingler as it earnestly expressed its concerns. Since his battle with a Ning the previous day, Zhao Fang had discerned a troubling pattern. Whenever Kingler performed Splash, it appeared to harbor a grudge against the ground, leaping excessively high. While this maneuver enabled it to evade certain attacks, the drawback was that Kingler found it exceedingly difficult to dodge incoming strikes upon its descent. While the current opponents were manageable, the predicament would escalate when faced with special attackers in the future, leading to situations where it would collide with incoming attacks and leave no avenue for escape. Gazing into Kingler's vacant eyes, Zhao Fang pinched the bridge of his nose in frustration, yet he still served the Pokémon its meal for the day. Today's dish was stir-fried pork with green peppers. If he didn't find work or complete tasks in Changhua City soon, he might soon find himself unable to afford even this. The thought of his backpack slowly emptying caused him considerable distress. It was no wonder his two frugal parents had little objection to his traveling. They likely believed he would return home obediently before long. Just as Zhao Fang was mulling over his uncertain future, he suddenly noticed Kingler leaping up and executing a tackle move, crashing into the nearby grass. Kingler? Zhao Fang exclaimed, rising in astonishment. His first instinct was to assume a wild Pokémon had approached, but as he looked around, he saw only Kingler bouncing about. With nothing else in sight, Zhao Fang remained vigilant, aware that his chosen campsite was situated quite close to the main road, where wild Pokémon rarely ventured, especially since the construction of the road involved materials that emitted scents offensive to Pokémon. However, after surveying the area, he found no suspicious figures, which left him perplexed. He began to suspect that Kingler might have experienced a sudden burst of inspiration while consuming its Pokémon food. What on earth were you thinking, abruptly using a move? Zhao Fang exclaimed in a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he picked up Kingler, gently stroking its slick body. But when Zhao Fang turned back, he was confronted with a troubling realization. The plate that had held Kingler's food was now entirely empty. He knew full well that in such a brief span, Kingler could not have consumed all that food at once. Thus, the question arose, why was Kingler's food gone? Zhao Fang inexplicably recalled the events of that morning, remembering that the Pokémon food he had prepared then was also mysteriously diminished. Initially, he had thought it a mere illusion, but given the current circumstances, it seemed otherwise. It appeared an uninvited guest had made an appearance. Zhao Fang picked up the empty plate, inspecting it closely. Remarkably, every drop of oil had been licked clean. How long had he been famished? Could it possibly be that psychic Pokémon he encountered yesterday? This thought suddenly surged through his mind, recalling the creature capable of telepathy. The psychic type indeed aligned with Zhao Fang's suspicions, as it could effortlessly take food without leaving a trace. Telekinesis and teleportation were the hallmarks of such beings. With this in mind, Zhao Fang prepared another serving of Pokémon food, opting for stir-fried beef with green peppers, and placed it before the Kingler. He then resumed his pretense of being engrossed in his book, but prior to sitting down, he had cleverly positioned a mirror high up in a nearby tree under the guise of plucking leaves. This way, he could discreetly observe the identity of the thieving Pokémon through the reflection. Could it be a Ralts? A smile crept across Zhao Fang's face as he began to contemplate amusing anecdotes. Ralts, being timid and sensitive to emotions, might very well sense Zhao Fang's eagerness and choose to hide away. Furthermore, considering that he had only eaten a small portion in the morning and now had devoured an entire plate of food, Zhao Fang concluded that the Pokémon must have been captivated by his culinary skills. At the very least, it should have recognized that his Pokémon food was not ordinary. It was designed to enhance stats, a remarkable treat for any Pokémon. However, to Zhao Fang's disappointment, even after observing Kingler finish all the food, no other Pokémon emerged. Were they hiding? He watched the well-fed Kingler with a sense of resignation before storing it away. If the other Pokémon was indeed in hiding, he would have to await another opportunity to confront it. With this thought, Zhao Fang approached the tree to retrieve his mirror. Although not particularly large, the mirror was a valuable possession for someone in Zhao Fang's financially strained situation. He certainly did not want to resort to using a bucket to see his reflection during his morning routines. As he brushed aside the leaves to grab his mirror, he suddenly caught sight of a pair of large, captivating eyes staring back at him from behind it. Zhao Fang was momentarily stunned, but as he adjusted to the sunlight, he discerned the identity of those eyes. Yet before he could make any move, the Pokémon vanished swiftly before his eyes, leaving Zhao Fang standing there in a daze. Moments later, he returned to his seat, pressing his hands against his temples, questioning whether he had succumbed to heat exhaustion. What had he just witnessed? With a head reminiscent of a triangle, yellow eyes and tiny pupils, along with its peculiar physique, Zhao Fang easily recognized the true identity of the Pokémon before him. Despite the subtle differences between the Pokémon in reality and those in the game, it was none other than Dragapult, the dragon ghost-type Pokémon hailing from the Galar region. Moreover, recalling the strange shade of blue he had just witnessed, Zhao Fang couldn't help but take a deep breath, suspecting that this Dragapult he encountered might indeed be a shiny Pokémon. Chapter 12. Shiny Dragapult. Dragapult. Was it not a creature native to the Galar region? Why then had it appeared in the Hoenn region? Furthermore, it seemed to be a wild Pokémon. Lying in his tent, Zhao Fang stared at the roof, lost in contemplation. Having played Pokémon Sword and Shield, he had initially criticized the game for its reduced Pokédex and short storyline upon its release. Nevertheless, his curiosity and desire for new regional Pokémon compelled him to acquire the game, and he completed the Champion Challenge during a weekend, subsequently embarking on a second playthrough. However, before he could delve into Sword and Shield, he was transported to this world, leaving him somewhat regretful for not completing the Galar Pokédex. While Zhao Fang was not an avid player focused on breeding and battling, he was well-versed in fundamental Pokémon knowledge, including the formidable Dragapult, which was regarded as a quasi-legendary Pokémon of the Galar region. Though Dragapult's ghost typing added some vulnerability compared to pure Dragon-type Pokémon, its extraordinary speed made it exceedingly popular. Yet, Zhao Fang never anticipated encountering a Dragapult on the road from ancient Rose Town to Orange City. It was as absurd as stepping into the grass in Pokémon Sapphire, only to be confronted by a level 60 Groudon while wielding a mere level 5 starter Pokémon. This could not be an illusion, which meant that a Dragapult had somehow found its way to the Hoenn region for reasons unknown. Excitement coursed through Zhao Fang, causing him to tremble. This was Dragapult, a powerful quasi-legendary Pokémon, recognized as immensely valuable beneath the divine beasts. Furthermore, he possessed the ability to create items that could enhance a Pokémon's stats. If he were to train this Dragapult into a Duraludon, would it still be considered a quasi-legendary? The prospect of further evolution was not entirely out of reach. However, Zhao Fang soon composed himself as he realized another pressing issue. Dragapult, being a ghost dragon-type Pokémon, shared a common trait with other ghost types. They were immune to normal and fighting-type moves unless the opponent possessed a move like Detect. The question arose, how could his currently feeble Magikarp, lacking any water-type moves and only knowing Splash and Tackle, possibly attack Dragapult and allow Zhao Fang to capture it? This situation seems quite dire. Even if the King of Carp were to strike against Dragon Maija for an entire day, it would be futile to inflict any harm upon it. The only apparent course of action appears to be to directly cast a Pokeball in an attempt to capture it, perhaps achieving success with a Master Ball. However, the dilemma lies in Zhao Fang's conviction that he lacks the fortune to possess a Master Ball, believing that merely tossing any Pokeball would not suffice to capture a Pokemon, let alone ensnaring Suicune within its confines. Moreover, should the Pokeball be evaded by the Pokémon, it would sustain damage, rendering it unusable thereafter. Zhao Fang possesses but this solitary Pokeball, and the prospect of earning enough to acquire another through labor seems a protracted endeavor. As for seeking assistance from others, that option does not even cross Zhao Fang's mind. Dragon-type Pokémon are revered as symbols of power in this world. Even if the person he approached had never encountered Dragon Maija, the inherent risks would still loom large. Furthermore, should he enlist someone else's help in capturing it, the question of whether Dragon Maija would acknowledge him as its trainer remains uncertain. Zhao Fang is overwhelmed with frustration. Witnessing the delight and astonishment emanating from Dragon Maija has been overshadowed by the pressing question of how to capture it, an extremely vexing sensation. He suddenly muses that perhaps it would have been better not to have encountered Dragon Maija at all, thus sparing himself from such torment. Wait, if that is the case, then the voice I heard during my mental communion last night must have originated from Dragon Maija. Zhao Fang abruptly sits up, recalling the voice he perceived within his mind. Initially, he believed it to be a psychic Pokémon like Ralts, but now, understanding that Dragon Maija has been shadowing him and coveting the king of Carp's sustenance, he suspects that the voice may very well belong to Dragon Maija. If that is indeed the case, does this imply that Dragon Maija possesses the ability to read minds? Zhao Fang increasingly appreciates the rarity of such a Pokémon, one capable of communicating with its trainer. It is truly angelic in nature. Yet, it appears that capturing it might be beyond his reach. Must he resort to bribery? He rummages through his backpack, finding sufficient Pokémon food for the King of Carp for 3 days, but with Dragon Maija in the equation, he feels a twinge of anxiety. Money may not buy everything, but its absence is still keenly felt. Determined, Zhao Fang clenches his fists. He resolves to secure Dragon Maija's trust through its appetite, devising a strategy to capture this precious quasi-divine beast. He reminisces about his past experience of feeding stray cats in his neighborhood. Initially, those stray felines were filled with wariness. Even when enticed by the delightful aroma of cat food, they remained vigilant and suspicious of him. However, as Zhao Fang consistently returned at the same time and placed to feed them, the strays began to shed their reluctance, even approaching him with tails held high, and would not resist when he picked them up to carry them home. Though it is certain that the Dratini is not a stray cat, this method should prove effective. Moreover, Zhao Fang is quite confident that as long as Dratini is not foolish, it will recognize the value of the food he offers. However, he feels an odd sense of discomfort. His actions seem peculiar, akin to a candy vendor enticing a young girl with a lollipop. The mention of the candy vendor evokes a familiar voice, prompting Zhao Fang to pause and glance around his tent. Through the window, he catches sight of Dratini's yellow eyes. Upon observing it up close, Zhao Fang confirms that this Dratini is indeed a shiny Pokémon, its light blue hue strikingly distinct from the ordinary Dratini. Yet, upon making eye contact, Dratini swiftly retreats, moving with such speed that Zhao Fang barely has time to react. Truly, it lives up to its reputation as a swift, near-divine beast. Zhao Fang shakes his head in awe at Dratini's astonishing speed, pondering that perhaps he should rename it Blue Flash. However, he muses that if he were to successfully capture it, and its speed continued to improve, the name Blue Flash would be fitting. Chapter 13. Team Aqua and Junsha. Although Zhao Fang is eager to throw a Pokeball and capture this powerful near-divine beast, he must first head towards Orange Blossom City, as his funds have run dry. Pokémon food and berries require money, and given the standards for 2 Pokémon, his current supply would last only a day and a half. Within that time, he must cultivate enough trust with Dratini to ensure it willingly submits to him. A daunting task indeed. Therefore, Zhao Fang's immediate priority is not to prepare Pokémon food to lure Dratini, but to devise a means of earning money to purchase additional supplies. After swiftly packing his belongings, Zhao Fang slings his backpack over his shoulder and continues on his journey with Magikarp in tow. Although he cannot see Dratini at present, he has an inkling that it is hiding somewhere nearby, observing him. He wonders whether Dratini would dare enter Orange Blossom City. If not, he would have to venture out daily to prepare Pokémon food for it. As Zhao Fang walks further, he spots a tall building, a sign that he is not far from Orange Blossom City. At that moment, he notices 2 men confronting a woman in a blue hat, directing their Pokémon against her. Team Aqua, how dare you harm so many Pokémon? Though he is still some distance away, it is clear that this woman must be Miss Junsha, likely Junsha Ling, as previously mentioned by Joy. Before Junsha Ling stood a formidable-looking corgi. Though it had yet to evolve into a swift hound, its robust physique radiated an undeniable aura of strength. Do not obstruct our path. The leading man glared furiously at the Junsha family. The Water Fleet and the Junsha family were sworn enemies, destined to clash upon encountering each other. Either they would vanquish Junsha or be captured by her. The organization would not intervene for such insignificant individuals. If they were indeed apprehended by the Junsha family, prison would be their sole fate. With this thought in mind, the man commanded his Pokémon to launch an assault. Lobster Soldier, use Bubble Beam to attack the Corgi. He was acutely aware of the Corgi's attributes. Should the Lobster Soldier's attack prove effective, the Corgi, no matter how fierce, would sustain injuries, thus increasing their chances of escape. Dream on. The Alliance's prison shall be your destination. The Corgi skillfully evaded the attack with a quick flash, then counterattacked the nearby anemone jellyfish. Hawlucha, come forth to assist me. Confronted by two Pokémon standing before her, Junsha Ling decisively produced all her Pokeballs. Battling in the wild differed significantly from duels against trainers. Facing these nefarious organizations required a concerted effort, unleashing all her Pokémon in one go, lest she be outnumbered. Though Junsha Ling harbored great confidence in her Corgi, she opted for an all-out approach to expedite the resolution of the conflict and avert any unforeseen incidents. As the Pokeballs glowed, 4 Pokémon materialized before her, a Hawlucha, a Talonflame, a Gardevoir, and the Corgi, forming a formidable quartet. Aishu quickly summoned that creature. The burly man, feeling the pressure of facing 4 powerful Pokémon, grew anxious. I understand, Aishu replied, gazing solemnly at Junsha Ling. He was merely a civilian trainer, having joined the water fleet due to his impoverished background, which afforded him his initial Pokémon, an anemone jellyfish, followed by a lobster soldier. Even with his companions, they possessed only 4 Pokémon, making it nearly impossible to contend with the formidable Junsha Ling. Fortunately, he had borrowed a Pokémon from the organization, granting him a modicum of confidence. Please, I entrust you with this, he called, releasing a massive Sharpedo from its Pokeball, its fierce expression causing Zhao Fang to intake a sharp breath. Upon realizing they were engaged in battle, Zhao Fang swiftly concealed himself nearby. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Recklessly intervening could result in being taken hostage by the water fleet as leverage against Junsha Ling. Thus he prudently concealed himself behind a nearby tree to avoid complicating matters for her. Zhao Fang never anticipated that the members of the water fleet would possess such formidable Pokémon as the Gyarados. While Gyarados may not be considered an exceptionally rare Pokémon, it is nonetheless an evolved form, and its presence within the water fleet should not be overly abundant. Even within the game, it is typically the later stage members of the water fleet who would deploy such a creature. The sight of Gyarados did not bode well for Junsha Ling, as this water and dark-type Pokémon posed a significant challenge. It bore a stark contrast to the other Pokémon these two individuals possessed, indicating a disparity in their cultivation levels. Gyarados was a powerful contender, capable of rivaling her own Houndoom, and even held an advantage in terms of type effectiveness. Junsha wondered if her Houndoom could withstand an encounter with this Gyarados. Gyarados, use Crunch, commanded the opponent. The lobster Pokémon ensnared the opposing Machoke, while Ash remained composed, assessing the battlefield. The Machoke's psychic-type nature made it a prime target for Gyarados' dark-type attacks, ensuring an efficient elimination. However, it was imperative that other Pokémon restrain the Machoke to prevent it from retaliating against Gyarados. In an instant, the battle intensified. Although Junsha's 4 Pokémon were quite competent, facing 5 adversaries, one of which was a powerful Gyarados, proved to be a daunting task. Moreover, the nefarious water fleet frequently directed their Pokémon to assault Junsha herself. The brutality of the battle was palpable. Zhao Fang licked his lips. His eyes widened in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. In the game, there is no provision for attacking the trainer directly. However, this battle was characterized by such audacity. Zhao Fang stroked his chin, recognizing himself as a legitimate league trainer. Although he lacked a Pokédex, he was a figure of integrity, and the current predicament required him to choose a side without hesitation. The question was, how could he assist? Chapter 14. Magikarp. Have you ever been struck by a fishtail? Zhao Fang mused that even if Magikarp were to leap into the fray, it would likely be dispatched in an instant. Observing the fierce clash between Junsha and the water fleet, he felt a headache coming on. He contemplated whether he should return to seek assistance from Nurse Joy. After all, her Pokémon could offer support to Junsha. However, the distance he had traveled rendered it impractical. By the time he returned and brought Nurse Joy back, Junsha would likely have already succumbed to defeat. What a wretched group of individuals. Pidgeot, use Wing Attack to strike those 2 men, Junsha commanded, deftly dodging the toxic spikes launched by the anemone jellyfish, as she issued directives to her Pokémon. Yet, Pidgeot's Wing Attack was intercepted by the lobster Pokémon, leading to an ongoing exchange of attacks between the two sides. Unfortunately, Junsha found herself gradually losing ground. The formidable Gyarados, with its unique skin texture, has inflicted wounds upon some of Junsh's Pokémon during their assault. Moreover, it frequently attempts to launch attacks on the unsuspecting Gyarados. Indeed, I could take a leaf out of that book. Although Magikarp may falter in striking other Pokémon, it should prove effective against humans. Upon observing the duo from Team Aqua positioned behind their Pokémon, Zhao Fang's eyes sparkled with realization. It was the battle between Team Aqua and Junsha that had imparted upon him this strategy, directly assaulting the opposing trainer, thereby rendering them incapable of issuing commands to their Pokémon, which would ultimately lead to the Pokémon's decline. Zhao Fang did not believe that the Pokémon belonging to the Team Aqua duo possessed the autonomy to devise strategies. After all, it is human intellect and the bond with Pokémon that maintain the trainer's dominance in the Pokémon world. A Pokémon nurtured by a trainer often surpasses its wild counterparts, which is one of the reasons wild Pokémon are inclined to submit to human capture. Zhao Fang quietly lay down on the grass, which emitted a rather unpleasant odor, a consequence of autumn. Leaves had fallen from the branches and decayed in the soil, creating an unpleasant scent. However, in order to remain undetected by the Team Aqua duo, he persevered through the foul smell, crawling forward. After a while, he parted the bushes and glanced around, realizing he had reached the heart of the battlefield. A short distance ahead would lead him to the rear of the Team Aqua duo. Alas, if only he possessed the ability to teleport or had swifter speed. He could resolve this predicament more rapidly. Zhao Fang quickened his crawling pace, having just witnessed Miss Junsha seemingly struggling, her herdier severely injured. When he finally reached the back, he beheld Miss Junsha guarded by her 4 Pokémon, who were defending her from incoming attacks. Silently, Zhao Fang retrieved a Pokeball and released Magikarp. "Do you see those 2 up ahead?" he whispered to Magikarp. "Use Water Splash to accelerate, then deliver a tackle to that man's head." He pointed discreetly at the man wielding Gyarados. If he could take down one man first, the other would be easier to handle. He merely needed to strike before the other Pokémon could react. Nonetheless, plans often succumb to unforeseen changes. To mitigate any potential complications, Zhao Fang also produced an item from his backpack, gripping it tightly in hand. "Now, Magikarp, go," he urged softly, tightening his grip. Magikarp promptly slapped its tail, executing the Water Splash move, which accelerated its charge towards the man named Ashu. What was that? As Ashu heard a sound, he turned his head to the side, only to be met by the sight of an orange-red Kingler, wriggling its tail before launching its body directly into his face. Having been preoccupied with the battlefield, Ashu's reaction came too late, leaving him no time to evade the impending impact. What on earth? How did this Kingler appear? The burly man nearby was equally dumbfounded. He had never anticipated such an occurrence. Following the successful strike of the Kingler, Ashu instinctively leaned back. Yet, given that they were not in a water environment, and with the Kingler's form still present, the collision, though disorienting, did not render him unconscious. This creature is a Gyarados. Ashu had no time to ponder the sudden appearance of the Kingler assaulting his face. He noticed that the Kingler was poised to continue its attack. The Gyarados patiently awaited orders amidst the fray, but instead of receiving further commands, it heard a crisp sound. Confused, the Gyarados turned to see its temporary trainer struck on the head with a dark object by a person, subsequently collapsing to the ground, rendered incapable of battle. Phew! Thank goodness for the Kingler. Quickly, Zhao Fang wiped the sweat from his brow and issued a command. He had not forgotten the burly man before him. However, the time it took Zhao Fang to charge forward had allowed the burly man to react swiftly, dodging the Kingler's assault and stepping onto the creature's body. Yet, the burly man evidently overlooked the fact that he was facing more than just the Kingler. As he lifted his head, he saw Zhao Fang raising the object in his hand and bringing it down with force. A frying pan? The burly man endured the brunt of Zhao Fang's basic attack, though the latter's physique lacked sufficient strength to knock him out. "Interesting, lad. You dare to strike me with a frying pan?" the burly man sneered, kicking the Kingler aside before advancing towards Zhao Fang with clenched fists. Although the 10-kilogram weight was considerable, it posed little challenge for him. As he regularly lifted dumbbells weighing 25 kilograms, Zhao Fang watched the approaching giant with trepidation. If it came to a real fight, a few punches from this man would likely leave him on the ground. What should I do? As the burly man drew closer, Zhao Fang tightened his grip on the frying pan, realizing he had no choice but to take a stand, hoping the Kingler would be all right. Casting a worried glance at the Kingler, he suddenly caught sight of a flash of blue in his peripheral vision. Chapter 15. Unexpected Windfall. What was that? Zhao Fang turned his head in confusion, only to find that the previously menacing burly man was now sprawled on the ground, 2 claw marks marring his face as if he had been attacked by some unseen force. Zhao Fang glanced around, seeing nothing of note. Although Miss Junsha had managed to defeat 2 agate jellyfish by taking advantage of the trainer's fall, she still appeared to be contending with the Sharpedo and the lobster minions, leaving little opportunity for her to assist him. Could it be a Dragapult? A fleeting thought crossed Zhao Fang's mind. That faint shade of blue now reminded him of the shimmering Dragapult he had previously encountered. However, this was not the time for such reflections. He swiftly ran to the side of his Kingler, gently touching its body. Externally, the Kingler showed no significant changes. It could still bounce around, albeit with less vigor than before. Zhao Fang promptly retrieved a bottle of healing spray, applying it to the Kingler's surface. As the spray permeated its shell, the Kingler's color began to improve noticeably. Unlike in games, where Pokémon's health points are directly restored, the healing spray in reality primarily serves to mend wounds and accelerate recovery, with effects varying according to the Pokémon's constitution. You've worked hard, Kingler. I'll prepare a sumptuous feast for you later, Zhao Fang said, relieved as he observed the Kingler's gradual recovery. He then returned it to its Pokeball. Surveying his surroundings once more, Zhao Fang found no trace of Dragapult, yet the recent move had undoubtedly been its aid. He whispered a quiet thank you before turning his attention back to Miss Junsha. Machoke, use Cross Chop. Talonflame, employ Wing Attack. Miss Junsha swiftly issued her commands. Upon hearing her orders, Machoke let out a mighty roar, raising its arms to deliver a powerful cross chop upon the Sharpedo. Due to the Sharpedo's ability, Machoke's hands were soon lacerated by its tough skin, but the effectiveness of fighting-type moves against dark types was evident. The Sharpedo, reeling from the devastating blow, could not retaliate in time, and was soon struck repeatedly by Talonflame's wing attacks. With a final roll of its eyes, the Sharpedo collapsed, losing its ability to battle. As the Sharpedo fell, the remaining lobster minions were swiftly defeated, toppling to the ground as well. Miss Junsha then turned her gaze to Zhao Fang. Thank you, young trainer, she said, retrieving healing spray from her pocket to tend to her Pokemon's wounds while expressing her gratitude. Despite being engaged in battle, she had witnessed Zhao Fang's efforts in subduing the 2 Team Aqua members. Without his assistance, Miss Junsha would have faced a far more challenging situation. The combat prowess of Pokemon guided by trainers was vastly superior to those left uncommanded. It was nothing, Miss Junsha. I learned from Nurse Joy that you were here, Zhao Fang replied, waving his hand dismissively. He felt a pang of foolishness. He should have seized the opportunity to scavenge the belongings of the defeated foes, while Miss Junsha was preoccupied with the Sharpedo. What a miscalculation. Do you have a Pokédex? Miss Junsha meticulously bandaged the wounds on Katie's dog, and then turned her gaze towards Zhao Fang. Oh, a Pokédex? She inquired. No, I am merely a common trainer, Zhao Fang replied, momentarily taken aback before shaking his head. The Pokédex, a coveted item that every protagonist possesses in games, is not easily acquired in the real world. In fact, possessing a Pokédex symbolizes a trainer's strength and status. Much like how Miss Junsha's doubts about Ash dissipated upon seeing his Pokédex in the anime. The conveniences afforded by having a Pokédex are numerous. Most healing services at the Pokémon Center are complimentary, merchandise is discounted, and one can seek assistance from nearby trainers. Moreover, Zhao Fang had heard from Xiao Yao that Pokédex holders have a dedicated communication group for sharing battle experiences. So how does one acquire a Pokédex? It is quite simple. Either a Pokémon professor bestows it upon you, or you are the offspring of a gym leader or a champion. Understanding this, Miss Junsha glanced at the 2 Aqua Team members lying beside Zhao Fang, her brow furrowing. Normally, she would apprehend these 2 rascals and conduct a thorough investigation, confiscating their belongings for the public good. However, she was also aware of the hardships faced by common trainers. Could you accompany me to the Orange City Security Office? I have a matter to discuss with you, Miss Junsha said, flashing a charming smile. Zhao Fang was slightly bewildered, but he nodded. After all, he was headed to Orange City as well, so he might as well report to the security office first. Following that, Zhao Fang accompanied Miss Junsha to Orange City. However, before entering the security office, she took him to the Pokémon Center, where she contacted Nurse Joy and had all her Pokémon treated. Now, please accompany me, Miss Junsha said, smiling contentedly as she watched her Pokémon being taken into the treatment room, then turning her attention back to Zhao Fang. Upon returning to the security office with the 2 Aqua Team members in tow, Miss Junsha instructed Zhao Fang to take a seat and wait for her while she led the Aqua members into the interrogation room. Shortly thereafter, Miss Junsha emerged, handing Zhao Fang a brown paper bag. The total value of their belongings amounts to 4,300 Alliance coins, along with a bounty from a merchant from the Galar region. This is your reward, she announced, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. She had resolved beforehand that rules are rules, As a member of the Junsha family, it was her duty to adhere to them. All confiscated goods must be accounted for. But she could privately reward the common trainer who had been of such great assistance to her. I truly appreciate this, Zhao Fang exclaimed joyfully as he accepted the bag, noting its considerable heft. This would certainly alleviate his pressing concerns. The merchant had placed a bounty of 10,000 alliance coins on these two individuals. However, since no stolen goods were found on them, he could only offer Zhao Fang 5,000 alliance coins. Miss Junsha explained patiently. Zhao Fang nodded. 5,000 alliance coins was indeed a sum of money. For him, receiving 9,300 alliance coins was nothing short of a windfall. However, what Miss Junsha had conveyed also sparked some thoughts within Zhao Fang. The merchants from the Galar region, coupled with the stolen goods he had lost in the water fleet. Was the stolen goods related to Dragonite? Chapter 16, Roger. The Galar merchant. A merchant from the Galar region? This certainly elucidated why Dragonite, which typically resided in the Galar region, would find its way here. Sitting on a bench in the park, Zhao Fang pondered the matters Miss Junsha had just shared with him. Previously, he had been puzzled as to why he encountered Pokémon from the Galar region in the Funyuan region. But considering the merchant's report and the two members of the water fleet, he began to surmise the underlying reasons. Perhaps that Dragonite belonged to that merchant. Yet, it remained unclear whether the merchant intended to sell it or had other plans. As Zhao Fang's mind wandered, he noticed a man in a suit standing before him. Raising his gaze, he felt as though he were looking at a figure from a science fiction film. However, this so-called Terminator stepped aside, making way for a rather portly middle-aged gentleman who greeted Zhao Fang with a warm smile. Hello, young trainer. I am Roger from the Galar region. The bounty you just received was issued by me. May I inquire about a matter? Roger said cheerfully. Sure. What is it? Zhao Fang replied, momentarily taken aback, his expression turning to one of confusion. Yet at that moment, he began to contemplate what business this Galar merchant might have with him. I see. I just learned from the security bureau that you bravely assisted Miss Junsha in defeating those two scoundrels from the water fleet. I would like to ask if you happen to see a Pokeball that looks like this, Roger said with a smile, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket that bore an image of a Pokeball. This particular Pokeball appeared quite luxurious, its deep purple hue resembling that of a Master Ball. Zhao Fang shook his head, as he had not even had the chance to search the belongings of those two individuals. Roger nodded and then retrieved a card embossed with the Alliance emblem from his pocket, extending it toward Zhao Fang. This is a token of my gratitude. Thank you very much for helping me defeat those rascals. It contains 5,000 Alliance coins, and you can use it with a simple swipe. Please, do accept it. Roger regarded Zhao Fang with a gentle expression, reminiscent of a benevolent Buddha. Zhao Fang accepted the card, his expression somewhat peculiar, yet he nodded in appreciation. Watching as Roger departed the park with his bodyguard. How wonderful it is to have money. Zhao Fang gazed at the shimmering card in his hand, a hint of disdain curling his lips into a cold smile. As he grasped the card, his intuition was instantly triggered. The words "a card concealing a tracking and eavesdropping device" leapt into his mind. Moreover, the fact that the other party had managed to obtain his information from the police department left him perplexed regarding how Roger had accomplished this. Zhao Fang now understood that he was likely under suspicion from a merchant in the Galar region, who presumed that the elusive Dragon Maija, which the water fleet had failed to locate, was in his possession. Thus, he had sent him a card embedded with these two devices. Nevertheless, the sum of 5,000 Alliance coins was still significant. Zhao Fang resolved to use this card to purchase some Pokémon food and essential items. Upon arriving at the Pokémon shop, he swiftly selected a myriad of diverse Pokémon treats. However, as his backpack was merely an ordinary one, he refrained from acquiring too many items, knowing it would be cumbersome to carry them all. Sir, your total comes to 3,271 Alliance coins, the shopkeeper politely informed him. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang produced his crystal card and handed it to the gentleman. After scanning the card, the shopkeeper's expression shifted to one of discomfort. Excuse me, sir, but this card has a daily limit of only 1,000 Alliance coins. Observing the shopkeeper's dilemma, Zhao Fang smirked. That rotund individual was indeed more cunning than he appeared. The deliberate establishment of such a daily cap seemed intended to compel Zhao Fang to return over the course of 5 days, and he even suspected that the limit might decrease further thereafter. Then please process 1,000 Alliance coins for now. I will cover the remainder, Zhao Fang replied, extracting his savings from his pocket. The items he purchased primarily consisted of basic Pokémon food and healing items, perfectly aligning with what a common trainer would buy. To avoid drawing the attention of the rotund man, he intentionally selected treats that catered to the taste of Magikarp. After securing his desired provisions, Zhao Fang departed from the shop, only to be followed shortly by two men clad in black suits who entered moments later. "Boss, that impoverished fellow just bought these items in the shop." A sensuous woman lounged provocatively against Roger, deliberately arching her back to reveal a note sandwiched between her. "You're quite the player," Roger remarked with a smug smile, extending his hand without a care for the bodyguard standing nearby, and retrieved the note for inspection. "TCH, does it seem like a penniless wretch overheard something of merit?" Roger scowled, discarding the paper onto the floor. The purchased items were utterly mundane, lacking any peculiarities. Those destitute individuals simply relished such purchases. "No, boss," the lead bodyguard immediately shook his head. He had been listening intently, but had only overheard Zhao Fang discussing his purchases and lamenting the fortune of the wealthy. Roger narrowed his eyes, his fingers instinctively tapping rhythmically upon the table. Upon his arrival from the Galar region, Roger harbored not only the intention to forge alliances with local merchants, but also a significant objective, to seek out the esteemed leader of the Elite Four, Adu, accompanied by the rare, shiny Dragapult. Adu, a prominent member of a dragon tamer lineage, could provide invaluable assistance to Roger's endeavors in the Kanto region if he could win his favor. Thus, to ingratiate himself with this dragon-type sovereign, Roger invested heavily in acquiring the coveted shiny Dragapult from Pokémon hunters in Galar. However, during a leisurely outing, he was unexpectedly robbed by two scoundrels from Team Aqua. While it remained uncertain whether that insolent rascal had indeed seized his precious gift, Roger's demeanor darkened with a fierce glint in his eyes as he instructed his associates to maintain surveillance. He had recently received intel from the Security Bureau indicating that one of the Team Aqua members had claimed the stolen items were still in his possession before losing consciousness. Although the truth of this claim was dubious, the only individuals to have interacted with them were Zhao Fang and Junsha Ling. Yet, with Junsha Ling being a member of the Junsha family, Roger could not afford to make any accusations without solid evidence. It was prudent to target the vulnerable first. Chapter 17. A visit to Master Qianli, an ordinary braised pork dish that, when consumed, can enhance a Pokémon's base stats by 0. For contemplating the braised pork before him, Zhao Fang meticulously recorded the combination in his notebook, as he endeavored to discover how various berries could be paired to augment base stats. Thus far, his experiments had yielded a maximum fluctuation between 0.10 and 0.09 base stats, with the latter requiring an impressive 7 berries to achieve such a result. It appeared he would need to procure higher quality berries for future attempts. Presently, Zhao Fang could only access common berries, such as those that alleviated paralysis. While there were more sophisticated options available in Changhua City, their exorbitant prices posed a significant barrier. He noted that a Misty Berry was priced at an astounding 1,000 Alliance coins. Nevertheless, Zhao Fang resolved to purchase it the following day using the card provided by Roger, as he still had 4,000 Alliance coins available, which afforded him some flexibility. As he gazed out at the darkening sky, Zhao Fang's expression soured at the sight of the card in his hand. He had initially planned to depart from Changhua City that very evening, with the intention of feeding Dragapult Pokémon food to nurture their bond. Zhao Fang was confident that this magical Pokémon food would surely entice Dragapult's appetite, ensuring a smooth capture. However, the unexpected presence of Roger, a merchant capable of eavesdropping and tracking, had disrupted his plans. Zhao Fang was acutely aware that such a merchant would undoubtedly dispatch individuals to monitor his movements once he left Changhua City. "Magikarp, your performance today has been commendable. You have truly earned your keep. Please indulge yourself." Zhao Fang gently caressed the body of his beloved Kingler. Despite the modest price of this inn, it surprisingly boasted a bathtub. While the water here could hardly compare to the refreshing streams or the vast ocean, it was certainly preferable to bouncing around on the floor. Kingler buried its head in a hearty feast of braised pork, relishing the delectable Pokémon cuisine that seemed to invigorate its strength. Patiently, Zhao Fang awaited the moment Kingler finished every last morsel before he collected the empty plate, washed it clean, and stowed it away in his backpack. Earlier that day, Zhao Fang had spotted a newly released backpack in the store, designed by the Alliance, which purportedly drew inspiration from the spatial deity Palkia's abilities. It could compress lifeless items, allowing one to carry the equivalent of 3 or 4 backpacks. However, given its steep price, Zhao Fang mused that even if he possessed 10 of Roger's crystal cards, acquiring such a high-tech marvel would remain beyond his reach. "Ashu, why did you pass the buck to that guy?" In a holding cell at the security department, a burly man, still bearing scratches on his head, inquired of his companion as he sat on the ground. Of course, it was to ensure he wouldn't have an easy time, Ashu replied, his expression dark as he sat, utterly astonished that he had been bested by a mere child. It would have been one thing to lose to a formidable trainer, but to be knocked out by a frying pan was beyond humiliation. This thought soured his demeanor, a deliberate pretense he maintained after regaining consciousness and assessing the situation. Ashu was acutely aware of the nature of these individuals. After all, the precious Pokémon that had gone missing was not in his possession, and there were only 2 witnesses to the incident. By framing the narrative in this way, he could create unnecessary trouble for others. TSK. Just as I expected from you. However, it seems we might be waiting quite a while before we are released. The burly man wore a look of despondency, recalling how Junsha had mentioned that their crimes would likely lead them to a labor camp on Prison Island. Ashu sat in silence, having not divulged the details of this incident to anyone else in the organization. Given that both of them were mere low-tier members, it was unlikely anyone would come to their aid. A dream shattered into nothingness. He shook his head, gazing at the moon beyond the bars with a hint of melancholy. The following morning, when Zhao Fang awoke, he yawned and strolled over to the door, only to find a strand of hair lying on the floor, which brought a smile to his face. The night before, he had cleverly wedged a hair in the door to prevent it from opening without his knowledge, a little trick he had learned online before his journey. To his delight, it had proven effective. I'm so tired, but today I can also use 1,000 alliance coins. How wonderful. Zhao Fang deliberately picked up the card equipped with a listening device. He was certain that the individual who had entered his room the previous night was undoubtedly one of Roger's subordinates. If they found nothing of interest, they would likely soon abandon their suspicions of him. Today, Zhao Fang resolved to take his Magikarp to engage in battles with several trainers, determined to exhaust the funds on his card. Once the card issues were resolved, he could finally nurture a relationship with Alolan Exeggutor. This thought lifted his spirits considerably. After hastily completing his morning routine, he released Magikarp and began preparing breakfast for it. Although Zhao Fang had been a recluse in his previous life, he possessed the ability to cook. After all, avoiding takeout allowed him to save considerable amounts of money for game cards and collectibles. Thus, with this frugal mindset, his culinary skills had improved quite well. While he may not have reached the level of a master chef, he was certainly capable of preparing ordinary home-cooked meals. Before long, Zhao Fang placed a serving of noodles before Magikarp. Come on, Magikarp, eat your breakfast quickly. We need to find some trainers to battle and enhance your strength, he said with a cheerful smile, gently patting Magikarp. Once Magikarp had finished the meal that could enhance its base stats by 2 points, Zhao Fang stored it back in its Pokeball, slinging his bag over his shoulder as he departed from the inn. The innkeeper regarded Zhao Fang with a sincere smile, and Zhao Fang returned the gesture, though he harbored some suspicion that the proprietor might have been bribed by Roger. Nevertheless, it mattered little, for Zhao Fang had already devised his plans. Let us go, Magikarp. We shall visit Mr. Qianli's gym. Zhao Fang tightened his backpack and made his way towards the normal-type gym in Changhua City. He was exceedingly curious about Mr. Qianli, especially since his initial Pokémon, Magikarp, had been captured with Mr. Qianli's assistance. Out of both sentiment and reason, a visit was warranted, despite the fact that Mr. Qianli might not recognize him as an ordinary citizen from Wubei Town. Chapter 18. Battle with Junsha Ling. Upon arriving at the normal-type gym in Changhua City, Zhao Fang did not even need to inquire with passers-by. He immediately spotted the gym, which boasted a remarkably unique design. At that moment, several trainers were congregated outside, awaiting their turn to challenge the gym. Zhao Fang even noticed 2 flamboyantly dressed trainers accompanied by a Blaziken, an excellent choice for battling a normal-type gym. Nodding to himself, he observed that most of the trainers challenging the normal-type gym were accompanied by fighting-type Pokémon, and he even spotted a female trainer standing beside a Machoke. In stark contrast, the challengers at the normal-type gym appeared to lack any novice trainers. Are you here to challenge the normal-type gym? As Zhao Fang contemplated whether to join the queue behind the trainers, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he found Miss Junsha Ling, whom he had met just the day prior, standing right behind him. No, I only possess a Kingler. How could I possibly stand a chance against the esteemed Master Qianli? I merely wished to meet him due to certain matters. Zhao Fang hastily waved his hand, dismissing the notion with a chuckle. Despite the fact that his Kingler boasted slightly elevated stats compared to its peers, the prospect of challenging a normal-type gym was still daunting. That is fortunate. Master Qianli's normal-type gym is only open to those who have acquired 5 badges. I recommend that you first consider challenging the rock-type gym. However, during this endeavor, it would be prudent to capture another Pokémon, Junsha Ling enthusiastically suggested, her demeanor bright and inviting. Zhao Fang nodded, contemplating the idea of capturing another Pokémon. Otherwise, he would be left waiting for his Kingler to evolve into a Gyarados, which posed the question of how long that would take. as the conditions for evolution remained uncertain even in this world. The earliest research conducted by Professor Oki indicated that a Kingler's evolution was linked to its anger levels. Achieving a state of extreme fury could enhance the probability of transforming into a Gyarados, thus marking a significant metamorphosis in its life cycle. Yet, even in nature, among the vast population of Kinglers, only a select few managed to evolve into Gyarados. Miss Junsha, by the way, do you know Xiao Wang? Zhao Fang inquired curiously, glancing at Junsha Ling. He was not referring to the female protagonist from the Diamond and Pearl series, but rather the Xiao Wang who battled the protagonist in Ruby and Sapphire. Xiao Wang, are you referring to that shy and introverted one? Junsha Ling paused briefly, then asked. Yes, the one residing in Changhua City, Zhao Fang confirmed with a nod. Intrigued by the Xiao Wang, who could catch a waltz right at the beginning. That's him. He lives just over there. Junsha Ling pointed to a house adjacent to the normal-type gym. Indeed. After expressing his gratitude to Junsha Ling, Zhao Fang resumed his position at the end of the queue. He intended to visit Master Qianli, yet without queuing, he feared being mistaken for a trainer attempting to cut in line. Although he had only recently arrived in this world, Zhao Fang had already grown accustomed to the personalities of its inhabitants. Trainers tended to resolve conflicts through battles, often resorting to combat at the slightest provocation, which was quite daunting. Hey, Zhao Fang, would you like to have a battle with me? Junsha Ling proposed with a smile, uttering a rather alarming statement. Huh. I could never defeat you, Miss Junsha. Zhao Fang stared at her in disbelief, the absurdity of the suggestion sinking in. There was no way he could best Junsha Ling. The Pokémon she had revealed the previous day were far beyond his current capabilities. Even if his Kingler were to charge at them, it remained uncertain whether it could inflict any damage. I would never dare to use those Pokémon against you. Just yesterday, I captured 2 lackluster members of Team Aqua. Consequently, my sister gifted me a new Pokémon, one that has only been born for a month. Junsha Ling gently touched her nose and retrieved a Pokeball from her waist. To Zhao Fang's astonishment, a Squirtle appeared at her side. Zhao Fang gazed at Junsha Ling with an odd expression. She truly is affluent, casually producing one of the starter Pokémon. Although Squirtle is one of the original starter Pokémon, it possesses commendable strength, and its final evolution, Blastoise, can still undergo further evolution. Even disregarding Squirtle's evolutionary forms, it could certainly hold its own against a Magikarp. However, considering that this Squirtle is still a mere baby, Zhao Fang nodded in acknowledgement. A month-old Pokémon already possesses rudimentary combat abilities, and with skilled training, it could even learn moves such as Bubble. Upon seeing Zhao Fang's agreement, Junsha Ling joyfully pulled him towards the trainer battle zone in Orange Blossom City. Zhao Fang, I shall impart some knowledge about Pokémon to you. Observing Junsha Ling's spirited demeanor, Zhao Fang raised an eyebrow, curious if she intended to use this opportunity to reciprocate the assistance he provided her the previous day through the sharing of knowledge. Come forth, Magikarp. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang released his Magikarp, unwilling to miss this opportunity to enhance its practical experience. Squirtle, it is your turn to shine. Junsha Ling sent Squirtle into the arena. Upon its entry, Squirtle immediately let out a couple of enthusiastic cries, displaying an abundance of energy. Squirtle, retract into your shell to bolster your defense. Junsha Ling recalled yesterday's Magikarp vividly, and given that Magikarp can only learn the move Tackle before evolution, Squirtle's use of Withdraw was undeniably prudent. Zhao Fang felt a bit exasperated. After all, this was a starter Pokémon, and it was quite cautious to enhance its defense while facing off against a Magikarp. Magikarp, accelerate with Tackle, then seize the opportunity to strike Squirtle. Zhao Fang issued his command, though Magikarp's offensive options were rather limited, revolving around a handful of moves. Magikarp swiftly thrashed its tail, executing Splash and charging towards Squirtle. Zhao Fang was somewhat taken aback. It seemed that Magikarp's speed had improved significantly. Squirtle, withdraw into your shell and do not grant it the chance to attack. Junsha Ling immediately commanded, as Magikarp collided with Squirtle's shell. Chapter 19. The obsession with the head. Although Magikarp's tackle struck Squirtle's shell, it still inflicted some damage. After all, with sufficient force, one could inflict harm even through a shell. However, judging by Squirtle's demeanor, this minor damage was inconsequential to it. Squirtle, continue to retract into your shell to enhance your defense. Junsha Ling observed keenly. Although Squirtle was a recently hatched Pokémon, once its defense stat was fortified 6 times, even if it stood still to be rammed by Magikarp, the latter would find it arduous to defeat Squirtle effortlessly. Do not grant it further opportunities to bolster its defenses. Magikarp executed a tackle against Squirtle, rendering it unable to unleash its moves. Zhao Fang swiftly issued commands. now comprehending Jun Ling's intent to allow him to experience the essence of battling against a rock-type gym. In reality, rock-type Pokémon are inherently known for their formidable defenses. Thus, the notion that a typical tackle might affect them is utterly absurd. One might even say Magikarp could end up injured from such an encounter. Upon hearing Zhao Fang's command, Magikarp promptly executed the tackle. Due to its proximity to Squirtle, the latter's retraction into its shell was rendered ineffective. After all, this is reality, and the opponent would not foolishly permit repeated successful fortifications. However, the point of impact for Magikarp's tackle was peculiar. Zhao Fang noticed that after Magikarp performed a water splash, it inadvertently struck Squirtle squarely in the face with its tail. While this seemed somewhat humiliating, effectiveness is the ultimate measure of success. Squirtle, unleash Water Gun to push Magikarp back. Jun Ling, observing her Squirtle being struck, felt no disquiet. Compared to the combat methods employed by the nefarious members of the evil organizations she had encountered, this was remarkably clean. The most grievous injury her herdier had suffered was when apprehending a member of the Lava team, where it was bitten on its vulnerable spot by the opposing Mytena. Indeed, that was a critical hit, nearly causing her herdier unbearable agony. Magikarp, quickly evade. Zhao Fang shouted the classic command. However, due to the recent attack on Squirtle, Magikarp was too close and consequently was struck by Squirtle's water gun. Although it failed to inflict significant damage, the force nonetheless pushed Magikarp back a little. Magikarp, continue to tackle. Zhao Fang, the repeat command machine, issued yet another directive. Magikarp immediately executed Water Splash to close the distance, intending to tackle once more. Yet, due to insufficient control over the Water Splash, Magikarp inadvertently darted behind Squirtle, fortuitously evading its attack. Subsequently, Magikarp performed another tackle, colliding once more with Squirtle's head. Observing this scene, Zhao Fang found himself lost in contemplation, questioning whether his Magikarp had developed an unusual fascination with head-butting following yesterday's events. Why does it target the head twice in a row? I concede. Just as Zhao Fang was about to continue directing Magikarp, Jun Ling raised her hand in surrender, leaving Zhao Fang momentarily stunned. Miss Jun, your Pokémon has not yet lost its fighting capability, has it? Zhao Fang inquired, bewildered, as he gazed at the still vibrant Squirtle. Subsequently, he was met with Miss Jun's piercing glare, which caused Zhao Fang's pace to falter. Newly hatched Pokémon should not engage in battles for extended periods prior to entering their growth stage, as it could adversely affect their potential. Squirtle still required 2 months to fully transition out of its infancy. After giving Zhao Fang a disapproving look, Miss Jun patiently elucidated the intricacies of Pokémon battles and training. Zhao Fang nodded thoughtfully, realizing that unlike in games where one could hastily challenge the Elite Four right after hatching, such tactics were impractical in reality. Miss Jun continued to impart a wealth of knowledge regarding Pokémon combat and development, even providing Zhao Fang with a piece of paper. Overwhelmed with confusion, Zhao Fang accepted it, discovering it to be a Pokémon feeding guide. He pondered the rationale behind Miss Jun's gesture. As one might know, nourishment for Pokémon holds immense significance. A quality meal not only satiates, but can also enhance a Pokémon's developmental progress. This recipe was obtained from my sister, specifically for water-type Pokémon. While it may not be exceptional, it is indeed precious. Make sure to memorize it and then dispose of it, she explained, discerning Zhao Fang's bewilderment. In an instant, Zhao Fang grasped her intent. The disparity in strength among Pokémon nurtured by different trainers stemmed not only from the Pokémon's innate qualities and the trainer's prowess, but also from the resources available. Thank you so much, Zhao Fang expressed, nodding appreciatively after reviewing the recipe. This seemingly simple guide represented Zhao Fang's most significant gain from Miss Jun, effectively settling the debt of gratitude he owed her. Once Zhao Fang confirmed he had memorized the recipe, Miss Jun incinerated the paper with a flame from her hounddom. Eagerly, Zhao Fang rushed to the store to procure the ingredients listed in the recipe, returning to his inn to embark on the endeavor of crafting this unique Pokémon food. To validate his suspicions, he resolved to create 2 portions. 1 portion of standard water-type Pokémon food, regular consumption of which can enhance a Pokémon's special attack EVs. Remarkable, Zhao Fang exclaimed, feigning astonishment as he gazed at the crystalline card set aside. In truth, he felt a tinge of disappointment. He had anticipated producing superior Pokémon food, yet found himself with something rather ordinary. Although the recipe promised an increase in effort values over time, it paled in comparison to the utility of his own concoctions. Following this, Zhao Fang decided to experiment further by incorporating berries into the mix, striving to create food that would augment base stats. A portion of subpar Pokémon food. Upon reading the notation, Zhao Fang pinched the bridge of his nose, realizing his endeavor had failed. The food derived from the recipe necessitated strict adherence to the guidelines. The addition of berries proved futile and counterproductive. With a sigh, he proceeded to prepare a dish of stir-fried meat with Kingler, subsequently storing the surplus Pokémon food in a box. Though this item holds little value for Kingler, perhaps it could be offered to the wild Pokémon, although the less desirable portion should be discarded. Zhao Fang then retrieved a mist lotus fruit, a delicacy priced at 1,000 alliance coins, stirring a mix of anticipation and regret within him. After all, it is indeed a hefty sum. Chapter 20. Dispel Roger's doubts. Sighing, he decided to put it away for now. After all, Kingler had already eaten, and he still needed to pay a visit to Mr. Qianli. Zhao Fang knew he would eventually make use of the mist lotus fruit, but that would have to wait until the afternoon. He had already contemplated the dish he would prepare with this exquisite fruit. Upon his return to the normal-type gym, Zhao Fang noticed a boy with light green hair peering eagerly through the window of the adjacent house. As soon as the boy caught Zhao Fang's gaze, he swiftly retreated, even drawing the curtain shut. That must be Xiao Guang, Zhao Fang surmised, for the distinctive hair color was quite memorable. Zhao Fang had a strong suspicion that this Xiao Guang possessed psychic abilities, similar to trainers like Naji. As it was difficult to explain how Xiao Guang garnered the affection of Ralts so effortlessly and excelled in the psychic-type arena. Although curious about whether Xiao Guang was indeed a psychic, Zhao Fang had no intention of inquiring directly. According to the game's lore, Xiao Guang would only bravely step forward to challenge the gym leader and capture his initial Pokémon once Yuju arrived in the town of Weibo. Excuse me, are you here to challenge the gym? Once Zhao Fang finally entered the normal-type gym, he was greeted by a charming young lady who regarded him with a gentle smile. Oh, no, I'm Zhao Fang from Weibo town. I've come to visit Uncle Qianli. He quickly gestured, realizing the absurdity of his intentions. Master Qianli? I'm afraid he is out attending to some matters assigned by the League and won't return until next week, the young lady replied, shaking her head apologetically. Zhao Fang felt no disappointment. Gym leaders do not simply wait in their gyms for challengers. They have their own responsibilities and often partake in missions assigned by the League, including rescue operations, which is entirely normal. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fang exited the normal-type gym. Since his attempt to visit Mr. Qianli had failed, his immediate focus shifted to addressing the issue with Roger. If he could not dispel Roger's suspicions, it would be exceedingly difficult for Zhao Fang to cultivate a bond with Dragapult. To alleviate Roger's doubts, Zhao Fang resolved to remain diligent and straightforward for a few days. He subsequently spent 3 days in Changhua City, during which he found a job at a CAF, earning 260 alliance coins over that period. A fair income for an ordinary individual. During these 3 days, Zhao Fang completely exhausted the crystal card that Roger had given him, purchasing a Wulian fruit each day. The effects of this fruit were remarkable. The rib soup he prepared with it could enhance the base stats of his Kingler by 1 point, a significant increase indeed. Meanwhile, Zhao Fang's bedroom had been rummaged through 3 times, yet he feigned ignorance throughout. Zhao Fang, here is your wage for today. Do you intend to continue working tomorrow? The CAF owner held Zhao Fang in high regard. Had Zhao Fang not aspired to become a trainer, the owner would have gladly welcomed him as a permanent employee, nurturing his potential to perhaps become a barista. No, Boss Connor, I've saved up some money during this period and plan to continue my travels. I wish to challenge the Rock-type gym in Karnas City. Zhao Fang cheerfully declined the owner's offer. The CAF, a hub of conversation, revealed some intriguing news to Zhao Fang during his shift today. A wealthy Galar merchant had departed from Changhua City that very morning. However, rather than resigning on the spot, Zhao Fang patiently completed his shift before deciding to pursue his journey. He had discarded the crystal card, as it was now devoid of funds, and it seemed the merchant had left behind a contingency plan regarding him. Yesterday afternoon, while entertaining guests, Zhao Fang had attended to a rather alluring woman who was pleased with his service. She had generously gifted him a delightful trinket as a tip. Upon receiving the trinket, Zhao Fang realized that the merchant's suspicions about him were not yet dispelled, for the trinket concealed a listening and tracking device. He even began to suspect that those discussing Roger's departure from Changhua City in the CF might be Roger's spies, prompting him to bide his time until tomorrow. Where had Roger gone? In a luxurious automobile outside Changhua City, he reclined in his seat, stifling a yawn. Boss, he returned to the hotel and hasn't moved since. A bodyguard promptly responded to Roger's inquiry. Humph, it seems this brat has indeed failed to acquire my belongings from those 2 Team Aqua miscreants, Roger said, irritably pressing his cigarette into the leather seat, leaving a large burn mark. Our informant mentioned overhearing those 2 say they were deliberately trying to annoy others, the bodyguard replied. His head bowed respectfully, not wishing to experience the sting of a burning cigarette. Those two think they can toy with me, do they? They've cost me tens of millions of Alliance coins. I hear they're heading to Prison Island? Tell that man working at Prison Island that I want to see their names on next month's list of untimely deaths. Roger clenched his fists in fury. After all, that was a staggering sum of money. Moreover, these two individuals have mislaid the precious Dragonite. He now must spend money to procure another Dragon-type Pokémon from the Galar region. One wonders if an ordinary Dragonite will suffice to satisfy that fellow. Adieu. Let us not squander any more time on that miser. Roger retrieved a cigar from his pocket, unwilling to waste further moments in this dismal place. The Kanto region is of paramount importance at present. The following morning, Zhao Fang feigned an accidental drop of the ornament into the water, for he had no intention of retaining it. Otherwise, how could he embark on his travels? Perhaps he should simply apply for a travel livestream instead. Additionally, the hair he had wedged in the doorframe remained intact, leading Zhao Fang to believe that Roger had indeed relinquished his surveillance. Nevertheless, out of an abundance of caution, Zhao Fang patiently departed from the inn, waiting several hours before confirming that the other party had likely given up on his suspicions. He couldn't help but wonder if Dragonite was still out there. Zhao Fang mused, his greatest concern being that Dragonite might be captured by someone else in the wild, which would undoubtedly bring him to tears. Chapter 21. No problem cannot be resolved by a hot pot. Zhao Fang soon departed from Changhua City, heading directly towards Canaz City. However, after leaving Changhua City, he circumvented the area before arriving at the road leading from Gourmet Town back to Changhua City, all to avoid being followed by that merchant named Roger. By midday, Zhao Fang glanced at his watch and retrieved camping supplies from his backpack to set up a tent by the roadside. With a feeling of trepidation, he prepared 2 servings of Pokémon food. One was boiled meat slices for his Magikarp, while the other was sweet and sour pork for Dragonite. These dishes were crafted according to the principles of Huaxia cuisine, though the addition of berries altered the overall flavor slightly, yet they remained edible. Both servings of Pokémon food, containing the same berries, would enhance the 3 base stats. Magikarp, come out for a meal. Zhao Fang released his Magikarp from its Pokeball. Despite his efforts to evade wild Pokémon along the way, he had still been ambushed by a few Pidgeys and Caterpies. Fortunately, being at the forest's edge, there were no excessively strong wild Pokémon, and Zhao Fang easily commanded Magikarp to resolve the skirmish. However, observing Magikarp devouring its meal with gusto, Zhao Fang's expression turned somewhat nuanced. During his earlier battle with Miss Junsha that morning, Zhao Fang had noticed a peculiar obsession of Magikarp's towards its head, an obsession that was quite profound indeed. As the battle with the Pokémon unfolded, the Kingler displayed an intense focus, repeatedly ramming into the heads of its adversaries. One unfortunate Caterpie was sent tumbling to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Zhao Fang surmised that this was likely a result of a critical hit. He couldn't help but imagine how formidable the Kingler would become once it evolved into a Gyarados. Gently caressing the scales of the Kingler, he sighed in admiration. The thought of a Gyarados unleashing its massive jaws to crush the heads of opposing Pokémon was indeed a terrifying prospect. While Zhao Fang observed the Kingler enjoying its meal, he became aware of a rustling sound behind him. Turning around, he discovered that another plate had been completely emptied, devoid of any Pokémon food. There's more in the afternoon. Remember to come back for a meal, and be careful not to get hurt, Zhao Fang chuckled, pleased to see that the Dratini had not departed from the area. This was truly wonderful news. Zhao Fang felt no urgency. His past experiences with stray cats had taught him that forming a bond with these wary creatures required considerable time and patience. Sometimes, even a slight advance towards them would cause them to flee in panic. Thus, he was prepared for a prolonged endeavor, hoping that the delectable Huaxia cuisine he prepared would sufficiently entice the Dratini, thereby hastening the time it would take to befriend it. Zhao Fang believed that in order to challenge the rock-type gym, he would need to rely on the Dratini's capabilities. Unless the Kingler underwent extensive training or evolved into a Gyarados, it would face considerable difficulty in tackling the rock-type gym. Fortunately, he had stocked up on ample Pokémon food and berries, estimating that he could remain in this location for about 4.5 days. Zhao Fang settled into a campsite, exhibiting remarkable patience. Aside from meal times, he diligently trained and battled with the Kingler. Due to the Kingler's limited move set, their training primarily revolved around the techniques of splash and tackle. Zhao Fang's objective for the Kingler was to master the art of swift movement through splash, enabling it to gradually deplete the endurance of opposing Pokémon, even if its damage output was lacking. During this period, Zhao Fang encountered a few trainers traveling from Gourmet Town to Changhua City. However, only 3 or 4 of them were of comparable skill to him. Leveraging the Kingler's adept use of tackle and the underestimation from their opponents, he triumphed over 7 Pokémon. Conversely, he faced several formidable trainers who appeared to be hastening towards Changhua City, clearly intending to challenge the normal-type gym. Ultimately, Zhao Fang felt that his greatest achievement during this time was the Dratini finally deigning to appear before him, lowering its head to leisurely consume the Pokémon food he had laid out. It was during the evening of the 3rd day while preparing dinner that Zhao Fang made a dish of sweet and sour ribs for Dulong Messiah. Just as he expected it to be quickly devoured as before, he noticed a pale blue figure slipping through the tent entrance. The slender form, triangular head, and yellow eyes unmistakably revealed its identity. Upon seeing Zhao Fang, Dulong Messiah remained cautiously observant until he took a step back, after which it gradually approached, delicately nibbling at the Pokémon food. At that moment, Zhao Fang observed that while Dulong Messiah ate, the appendage resembling a tail swayed back and forth. However, every now and then, Dulong Messiah would lift its head to scrutinize the surroundings, only resuming its meal once it confirmed that Zhao Fang remained completely still. In the subsequent meals, Dulong Messiah consistently appeared punctually, sometimes even showing up early, gazing at Zhao Fang with anticipation. Zhao Fang attempted to approach Dulong Messiah for interaction, but as soon as he drew within 5 steps, Dulong Messiah would anxiously attempt to flee. Today marked the final meal. He had exhausted all his Pokémon food. On the afternoon of the 4th day, after preparing dinner for Magikarp and Dulong Messiah, Zhao Fang propped his chin and spoke to Dulong Messiah. The swaying tail of Dulong Messiah came to an abrupt halt, and it raised its head to gaze at Zhao Fang, its yellow eyes reflecting an inscrutable thought. "Would you like to travel with me, Dulong Messiah?" Zhao Fang asked nervously, aware that he had no means to capture Dulong Messiah through battle. After a brief pause, Dulong Messiah shook its head. As expected, Zhao Fang sighed inwardly. He genuinely cherished Dulong Messiah, regardless of its strength, as it had been a key Pokémon he nurtured in Sword and Shield. "If you travel with me, I promise to prepare a variety of delicious hot pots for you every day. Have you ever tried them? Those steaming bowls topped with chili, bursting with flavor. Especially with the tripe, it's simply exquisite." Zhao Fang chuckled bitterly, reminiscing about the Chongqing hot pot he once savored. While lost in thought, he suddenly noticed a paw appearing before him. Chapter 22, Dulong Messiah the Foodie. Zhao Fang was momentarily perplexed upon seeing the paw, although it was somewhat translucent. He could clearly discern it belonged to Dulong Messiah. Confused, he looked up and saw that Dulong Messiah, who had been eating Pokémon food moments ago, had somehow floated right in front of him, urgently extending its paw while emitting a series of gurgling sounds. "Are you willing to travel with me now?" Zhao Fang looked at Dulong Messiah with a glimmer of joy. In the depths of Zhao Fang's mind, an unexpected voice emerged. However, this time, he was not startled. He understood that this was the essence of Dulong Messiah's abilities. Although the reason remained elusive, it appeared that Dulong Messiah possessed the capacity to engage in a mental dialogue with him, albeit often expressing itself in an ambiguous manner. "Would you travel with me? If you do, I will prepare delectable meals for you every day," Zhao Fang mused, a thought flickering through his mind as he added this enticing proposition. Dulong Messiah hesitated momentarily before the words hot pot resonated again in Zhao Fang's consciousness. "Goodness!" Zhao Fang exclaimed. "How much does Dulong Messiah yearn for hot pot? If you accompany me on my journey, I shall cook hot pot for you. What do you say?" He gingerly touched the Pokeball at his waist and inquired softly. Dulong Messiah immediately nodded, and Zhao Fang could even see something akin to saliva dripping from its mouth. He was tempted to ask, "Is that the legendary dragon's saliva?" Yet, in this moment, Zhao Fang's heart brimmed with joy. While the fact that Dulong Messiah was lured by hot pot left him both amused and bewildered, he realized he finally had the opportunity to capture this precious Pokémon. With Dulong Messiah by his side, he felt confident that he could immerse this dragon-type Pokémon in the rich and profound culinary delights of Huaxia, ensuring that even with varied dishes, Dulong Messiah would never grow weary of the flavors. "Now, I shall take out the Pokeball. If you wish to travel with me, you must enter it," Zhao Fang declared, retrieving a Pokeball from his side. Dulong Messiah showed no immediate reaction, but suddenly darted backward, causing Zhao Fang's heart to drop. Was he unable to capture it? However, Zhao Fang's expression soon morphed into one of disbelief as he watched Dulong Messiah swiftly rush toward the unfinished plate of Pokémon food. It devoured it in a single gulp, then contentedly patted its belly before drifting back to Zhao Fang. "Do not resist. I shall prepare a hot pot for you, one that is fragrant and spicy," Zhao Fang reassured, as he produced the Pokeball and pressed the button, tossing it in front of Dulong Messiah. The Pokeball emitted a beam of light, drawing Dulong Messiah inside. and when it landed on the ground, Zhao Fang anxiously watched as the ball did not shake, but illuminated the success light almost instantly. Goodness, was that a critical capture? Zhao Fang exclaimed, somewhat astonished by how swiftly it had occurred. Yet, almost immediately, an overwhelming sense of joy surged through him. This was the first time he had captured a Pokémon through his own efforts, and remarkably, it was a highly prized quasi-divine Pokémon. Alolan Exeggutor, I shall rely on you from now on, Zhao Fang said with a radiant smile as he grasped the Pokeball. True to his word, he swiftly released Alolan Exeggutor and, with the scant Pokémon food remaining, prepared a hot pot, placing Magikarp beside it. The phrase "a common hot pot" materialized before Zhao Fang's eyes. Indeed, it required some berries. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he reluctantly extracted his last misty berry from his backpack, tearing its skin before tossing it into the pot. Just this one would suffice. The misty berry paired with other berries would still yield an increase in base stats of 1. Zhao Fang nodded, satisfied. But the next challenge lay in teaching them how to enjoy hot pot. Eating hot pot was certainly different from consuming other Pokémon food, unlike sweet and sour pork, which could be devoured with abandon. Hot pot necessitated the use of utensils. Fortunately, Alolan Exeggutor, with its claws capable of slight shape manipulation, had an advantage. But Magikarp was a different story. Observing Magikarp's futile attempts to leap and grasp chopsticks, Zhao Fang sighed and approached, personally skewering a slice of meat, briefly cooking it in the pot before offering it to Magikarp's mouth. I might as well change my title to chef and waiter, Zhao Fang chuckled, shaking his head in amusement. While other trainers cultivated their Pokémon, engaged in battles, and challenged legendary creatures, Zhao Fang found himself preparing meals and feeding his Pokémon. Alolan Exeggutor expertly maneuvered its chopsticks. For it, using them was no challenge. Yet, watching Zhao Fang personally feed Magikarp, it couldn't help but glance enviously at the fish. How unfortunate it was to lack hands, as such delectable food was consumed so slowly. Once Magikarp and Alolan Exeggutor finished all the Pokémon food, Zhao Fang tidied up his tent and cooking utensils, intending to return them to their Pokeballs. Magikarp obediently complied, while Alolan Exeggutor stubbornly coiled around Zhao Fang's neck, resembling a scarf, refusing to return to its Pokeball. Remember to remain invisible, or it could lead to unwanted attention, Zhao Fang remarked with a hint of exasperation. Unable to force Alolan Exeggutor inside, he merely explained the situation. With a cheerful cry, Alolan Exeggutor suddenly vanished from sight. However, the sensation around Zhao Fang's neck indicated that his Alolan Exeggutor still clung there, albeit invisibly, a distinct advantage of ghost-type Pokémon, convenient for travel. Zhao Fang certainly did not wish to emulate Ji by releasing Pikachu. The distinctive coloration and appearance of the Dragonite have certainly piqued the interest of Roger and his companions. Chapter 23, Xiaoguang and the Beginner's Quest. Zhao Fang has returned to Changhua City once again, this time to replenish his supply of Pokémon food. The food has been running low, especially with the recent addition of Dragonite to his team, which has effectively doubled the consumption rate. Were it not for the reward from assisting Miss Junsha in capturing a Pokémon, Zhao Fang would likely be grappling with the prospect of finding work or accepting quests. As Zhao Fang stepped into Changhua City, he felt a tightening sensation around his neck. He quickly reached out to stroke Dragonite, offering it some comfort, as it seemed to harbor a fear of human cities, likely instigated by Roger or the two members of Team Aqua. First, Zhao Fang took his Magikarp to the Pokémon Center for treatment. Although it had not sustained significant injuries during its battles in the wild, and he had already administered some healing items, a thorough treatment was essential to prevent any lingering ailments that could hinder Magikarp's future development. Excuse me, Miss Joy, are there any tasks available for me? Zhao Fang inquired while awaiting Magikarp's treatment. How many badges do you have? What is your primary Pokémon? Miss Joy asked kindly, her warm smile alleviating Zhao Fang's anxiety somewhat. Well, I am just a novice traveler. I don't have any badges yet, and my primary Pokémon is Magikarp, Zhao Fang replied, feeling a bit embarrassed as he disclosed his information. Miss Joy's expression remained unchanged. The Joy family, primarily composed of healing practitioners, are known for their kindness. And given her extensive experience at the Pokémon Center, she has encountered trainers of all kinds. In that case, I can recommend some beginner tasks suitable for you. Currently, these 3 are appropriate, she said, as she pressed a few buttons on the nearby machine, causing a list of tasks to appear. Help Grandma Rashi find her cat. A Pokeball fell into the water. Please help me find it. A balloon stuck in a tree. Only these 3 tasks were available. Zhao Fang was particularly drawn to the task involving the Pokeball that had fallen into the water, as retrieving items from water would be a simple task for Magikarp. He pressed his finger on it, revealing more detailed information. A Pokeball fell into the water. Please help me find it. Task Issuer. Task Description. My Pokeball fell into the water near the normal type gym, and it is my only Pokeball. Please help me. The task requires a Pokemon of the water type or psychic type with a reward of 40 Alliance coins. However, there appears to be no handling fee, and it remains unclear whether it has already been deducted or if the minimal reward for novice tasks has rendered the Alliance indifferent to collection. May I accept this task? Zhao Fang inquired. Certainly, please deposit a guarantee of 20 Alliance coins, which will be refunded upon completion of the task. Ms. Joy nodded in agreement. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang paid the 20 Alliance coins as a guarantee and departed the Pokemon Center with the healed Magikarp in hand. He proceeded directly towards the water area adjacent to the Orange Flower City gym. Despite the passage of a few days, a queue still formed in front of the gym, indicating that Mr. Qianli's establishment remained exceedingly popular. After all, one could only challenge the Hoenn League upon collecting all gym badges. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of envy. Yet he knew he was not yet qualified to challenge the gym, so he quietly walked to the water's edge and released Magikarp. Magikarp, dive down and see if there are any Pokeballs. If you find one, please bring it back, Zhao Fang instructed, and Magikarp submerged into the depths. Next to the Orange Flower City gym lay a small lake, which, though modest in size, Zhao Fang estimated to cover at least 100 square meters. He wondered how long it would take Magikarp to search. To his surprise, it was not long before Magikarp resurfaced, balancing a Pokeball atop its head. Although soaked, it appeared to be functional. The efficacy of Pokeballs is notably robust, unless subjected to an immense impact or forcibly escaped from by a Pokemon. Ordinary water exposure does not damage them. Having retrieved the task item, Zhao Fang returned to the Pokemon Center, submitted the Pokeball, and received his reward. With only 2 novice tasks remaining, Zhao Fang, motivated by the prospect of earning some spending money, accepted both. The task involving a balloon stuck in a tree was straightforward. Seizing an opportune moment when no one was around, he directed his Dragonite to retrieve the balloon, garnering a modest reward of 30 Alliance coins. Conversely, the task of finding a cat consumed a considerable amount of time. Eventually, he stumbled upon a cat named Xiaoju nestled in the bushes of a residential home. What a rotund little creature you are, Xiaoju, Zhao Fang remarked, bemused by the sight of the plump, orange feline. He pondered approaching the homeowner to request permission to hold the cat when he noticed a pair of eyes peering at him from the window. Startled, he observed the owner swiftly retreat, yet he caught a glimpse of their light green hair. Xiaoguang, Zhao Fang exclaimed, surprised. He had been so engrossed in his search for the cat that he had not realized he had wandered to the back of Xiaoguang's home. As if he had heard Zhao Fang's voice, Xiaoguang cautiously poked his head out, gripping the edge of the window with both hands, revealing half of his face. Hello, I am Zhao Fang from Weibai Town. May I trouble you to let me in to catch a cat? This is a task I have accepted. Zhao Fang noticed Xiaoguang's silence, feeling a bit awkward, yet he expressed his request. Xiaoguang quietly regarded Zhao Fang, and after listening to his words, he withdrew his head, disappearing from sight. Just when Zhao Fang pondered whether Xiaoguang was merely shy, he heard the sound of the front door opening, and a robust man stepped out. Ah, you must be Zhao Fang. Xiaoguang just informed me. Please come in. The man greeted him with a hearty laugh and led Zhao Fang into the small courtyard. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Fang used his Kingler to block the retreat of the orange cat, and to ensure the cat wouldn't escape, he discreetly sent out his Dragonite to keep an eye on it. As Zhao Fang approached to pick up the cat, he noticed Xiaoguang, once again peeking through the window, seemingly unaware of Zhao Fang's gaze. However, upon realizing he was being watched, Xiaoguang blushed and quickly retreated. Chapter 24. Crimson. Women only hinder the speed of my Pokemon training. Observing the flustered Xiaoguang, Zhao Fang felt somewhat speechless, almost mistaking him for a girl. Although he knew from the game that Xiaoguang was initially a shy and introverted type, he didn't expect him to be this reserved. Nevertheless, Zhao Fang smiled and nodded toward the window before calling out to the orange cat and moving closer to pick it up and place it in the cat carrier. Phew, that went well, no issues. Watching the orange cat obediently enter the carrier, Zhao Fang sighed in relief, having worried that the cat might lash out at him in excitement. A scratch from a cat could be quite painful. Come back, Kingler. Zhao Fang retrieved the Pokeball, recalling Kingler. Meanwhile, Dragonite reattached itself invisibly around his neck. Turning to leave, Zhao Fang considered that this was someone else's home and lingering too long would be inappropriate. However, just as he turned, he spotted Xiaoguang once again peering through the window, his eyes fixated on him. Thank you very much for your assistance, Zhao Fang said, scratching his head before deciding to express his gratitude. After thanking him, Zhao Fang noticed Xiaoguang's face redden once more before he retreated. A peculiar feeling washed over Zhao Fang, akin to confessing feelings to a girl, yet the dilemma was that Xiao Guang was male. Shaking his head, he dismissed the odd thoughts from his mind and stepped outside. Just as he moved, he saw Xiao Guang once again watching him from the window. Zhao Fang offered a polite smile and continued on his way. "Excuse me, may I ask what that Pokémon around your neck is?" As Zhao Fang continued on his path, he suddenly heard the voice of Xiao Guang. Startled, he turned his head and saw Xiao Guang peering through the window, his head poking out to ask a question. Zhao Fang's first reaction was to wonder why Xiao Guang's hair was so long. He had not noticed it outside, likely obstructed by the window. His second thought was how Xiao Guang could see the invisible Dragonite resting around his neck. He remembered that Dragonite was supposed to be cloaked from sight. His third realization was the surprising melodious quality of Xiao Guang's voice. "Can you see it?" Xiao Guang asked, his cheeks reddening as he looked at the dazed Zhao Fang. "Can you really see it?" Zhao Fang inquired, astonished. "Yes, I've read many Pokémon books and guides, but this is the first time I've seen one," Xiao Guang replied. As Zhao Fang observed Xiao Guang, his voice grew softer. Had it not been for the prevailing quiet, Zhao Fang would have struggled to discern what he was saying. Zhao Fang gently touched his Dragonite, never having considered that it could be seen in its invisible state by another. It seemed Xiao Guang possessed some extraordinary ability. After all, how could an ordinary person perceive an invisible Pokémon? Xiao Guang was not a humanoid Pokémon, so it was unlikely he could use any special techniques. "May I touch it?" Xiao Guang asked cautiously. I need to ask first," Zhao Fang nodded. If Dragonite was unwilling, he would not agree to Xiao Guang's request. "Dragonite, do you want him to touch you?" Zhao Fang inquired. Dragonite let out a call and nodded its head, which astonished Zhao Fang even further. He recalled that throughout their journey, Dragonite had often tightened its grip around his neck whenever someone approached, clearly indicating its timid nature. Yet, unexpectedly, it was willing to be touched by Xiao Guang upon their first encounter, leaving Zhao Fang genuinely surprised. After receiving Zhao Fang's approval, Xiao Guang joyfully retreated his head and cautiously opened the side door, stepping out with care. However, just as he extended one leg out, he hesitated and withdrew. His face flushed as he looked at Zhao Fang, his eyes glimmering with anticipation and longing. Zhao Fang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, now questioning Xiao Guang's gender, as he appeared increasingly adorable. Understanding Xiao Guang's intent, Zhao Fang approached, only to notice more peculiarities. Firstly, Xiao Guang's skin, perhaps a result of prolonged indoor living, was exceptionally fair, one might say as tender and white as spring onions. Additionally, a delightful fragrance wafted from him, subtle yet refreshing. The closer Zhao Fang got, the more he noticed the gentle contours of Xiao Guang's face. Little Guang did not ponder too much. He merely extended his hand in delight and gently patted Alolan Exeggutor's head. However, as soon as his fingers brushed against the creature's head, he recoiled like a startled rabbit. Observing that Alolan Exeggutor showed no adverse reaction, he mustered his courage and touched it again. "So adorable," he expressed, his face radiating happiness. Zhao Fang, at a loss for words, could only nod in agreement. After allowing Little Guang to pet Alolan Exeggutor once more, Zhao Fang led the creature away, as he had a mission to complete. This particular plump orange creature would earn him 60 alliance coins. "Are you going on a journey?" Little Guang inquired before Zhao Fang departed. "Yes, next I intend to challenge the gym in Canas City," Zhao Fang affirmed, acknowledging that, more importantly, he needed to observe Alolan Exeggutor's current skills and devise a training plan. "Thank you for letting me touch the Pokémon. It's my first encounter with one," Little Guang shyly remarked, retreating his head slightly. Zhao Fang took a deep breath and returned to the Pokémon Center to submit his task. "Miss Joy, do you know Little Guang?" Zhao Fang asked curiously, having previously assumed Little Guang was male, but feeling that something was amiss today. "Of course. She's a very cute and shy girl. She even came to the Pokémon Center to secretly observe the Pokémon," Miss Joy replied cheerfully, while Zhao Fang's heart surged with a tumult of emotions. "She truly is a girl." Zhao Fang's expression grew peculiar. Looking ahead, he mused that in a year or two, Yushu would indeed be fortunate to have a beautiful neighbor and a formidable rival, unlike Qi, who was perpetually embroiled in conflict with Kingolf. What does this mean? Will women merely impede my Pokémon training progress? Zhao Fang pondered, recalling how Qi had indeed become stronger in his rival battles against Kingolf. Chapter 25. Alolan Exeggutor's first battle. Subsequently, Zhao Fang intended to pay a visit to Mr. Qianli, having learned during his last attempt that he would need to wait a week. To his surprise, upon finally making his way inside after queuing, he discovered that Director Qianli was still absent. "Young lad, if you wish to see him, you'll have to wait until the week after next. Today, Director Qianli is attending an alliance conference regarding the matter of Sacred Fire Mountain, the attendant explained apologetically. In truth, had Zhao Fang arrived a bit earlier, he might have encountered Director Qianli, who had just departed on his large bird. Ah, very well. Then I shall embark on my journey, Zhao Fang replied nonchalantly. He felt no particular need to converse with Mr. Qianli, as engaging with strangers was not his forte. Nonetheless, the attendant's mention of Sacred Fire Mountain piqued Zhao Fang's curiosity, prompting him to reflect quietly. What lies atop the sacred mountain, aside from the ghostly Pokémon? The most crucial secret pertains to the red and blue orbs, which hold the power to control the ancient deities, Kyogre and Groudon. However, the term control is merely a belief held by the Pokémon League. From Zhao Fang's perspective, the primary function of these orbs is to awaken Groudon and Kyogre from their slumber and grant them the ability to revert to their primal forms. Yet, there are also claims suggesting that the leaders of the Magma and Aqua teams are malevolent individuals, thus unable to exert control over these legendary beings. This, of course, is merely a construct of the game. The reality remains unknown to Zhao Fang. What he can ascertain, however, is that those nefarious organizations, despite the setbacks inflicted by Yushu, managed to achieve their sinister goals. Were it not for the intervention of Rayquaza descending from the ozone layer, the Hoenn region would likely have faced great calamity. The might of the legendary beasts is indeed formidable, Zhao Fang mused, when he felt the gentle nudge of his Dragapult against his chin. Chuckling softly, he reflected that he now possessed both Dragapult and Magikarp. Under the influence of his golden finger, it seemed plausible that both would evolve into powerful Pokémon in the future. Following the resolution of matters in Orange City, Zhao Fang intended to depart, traversing the path toward Orange Forest and subsequently reaching Slowpoke City. He held a particular curiosity for the uniquely designed mansion there and planned to explore whether it housed Pokémon suitable for training Dragapult. Upon leaving Orange City, he stepped onto Route 104, where the vast ocean sprawled in the distance. Staring at the expansive sea, Zhao Fang found himself momentarily lost in thought. Having grown up in an inland region, he had never truly beheld the ocean until now, and the sight stirred an indescribable feeling within him. Though captivated by the vastness of the sea, he felt no urgency to rush to the shore. Instead, he ventured into the nearby forest, intent on locating a wild Pokémon to test Dragapult's skills. Otherwise, he would be at a loss during future battles. Unlike in the games, where capturing a Pokémon grants immediate knowledge of its skills, discerning the abilities of his Pokémon quickly is also a crucial aspect of a trainer's education. Zhao Fang, having perused the beginner's guide for trainers, was well aware of this. Before long, he spotted his target, a normal and flying-type Taillow. This Pokémon fit his requirements perfectly, as its normal-type moves could not harm ghost types, and Taillow had a limited array of flying moves prior to its evolution, making it ideal for Dragapult's training. Crouching down, Zhao Fang observed the Taillow pecking at the grass and gently patted Dragapult, which hung around his neck. Dragapult, unleash your most powerful attack on Taillow, Zhao Fang whispered. In reality, battles between trainers and wild Pokémon, unless aimed at capture, permit ambushes like the one executed by Zhao Fang. Of course, one could also ambush and then attempt to capture, though such tactics may diminish the wild Pokémon's trust, leading to disobedience and other complications. Upon hearing Zhao Fang's command, the Dracozolt swiftly slid down from his neck. Almost instantly, Zhao Fang perceived a flash of light as Dracozolt dashed forward with remarkable speed, its hands shimmering with dark energy. In a swift motion, Dracozolt struck, leaving a scar on the body of the Skarmory. An ambush, indeed, Zhao Fang mused, stroking his chin. This maneuver was executed with exceptional speed and appeared to be a dark-type move. Given its execution, Zhao Fang identified it as the move ambush. After being attacked by Dracozolt, Skarmory squawked in protest and immediately flapped its wings, attempting to take flight. Dracozolt, do not allow it to ascend, Zhao Fang commanded urgently. While Dracozolt possessed the ability to fly, it was still somewhat inferior compared to true flying-type Pokémon. Dracozolt, it called out, causing Skarmory, who had just prepared to take off, to shudder. Although it sustained no damage, its flight was abruptly interrupted. Fear, Zhao Fang felt a surge of delight. Dracozolt truly lived up to its reputation as a formidable quasi-legendary Pokémon, boasting impressive skills. However, he remained curious about what other abilities Dracozolt might possess. Realizing that the unfamiliar Pokémon before it was determined to stand its ground, Skarmory turned and fixed its gaze intently on Dracozolt, then charged forward at great speed. Dodge its quick attack, Zhao Fang shouted, recognizing the move. Despite Dracozolt being a ghost-type Pokémon, Zhao Fang wished to avoid it developing a lackadaisical attitude towards evading attacks. To his surprise, Dracozolt's speed and evasion was significantly reduced, seemingly teasing Skarmory, which left Zhao Fang somewhat exasperated. It appeared this little creature was rather proud. However, to his astonishment, Skarmory's quick attack collided directly with Dracozolt, sending it tumbling backward. The Intimidate ability? Zhao Fang was taken aback, realizing how unfortunate Dracozolt was to encounter a Skarmory with such an ability. Intimidate, while not particularly unique, allowed normal and fighting-type moves to affect Ghost-type Pokémon. Chapter 26. Curse. Zhao Fang glanced at Dracozolt, recognizing that this little one had likely never faced adversity before. It was the first time in its Pokémon life being struck by a normal-type move, leaving the dragon looking somewhat dazed. However, while Dratini was lost in thought, Swellow was far from idle. For wild Pokémon, battles are a matter of rendering the opponent utterly incapacitated. One can never be certain if a last-ditch effort will be made before the end. This was a lesson imparted by Swellow's father, a robust Swanna, who bore a scar by his beak, a remnant of a fierce encounter with a Caterpie that had nearly cost him his life. Since then, he had always emphasized the importance of eradicating threats completely, insisting that no Caterpie should be allowed to remain alive to pose a future danger. Dratini, Zhao Fang exclaimed upon noticing the glowing orbs surrounding Swellow, disregarding any need for Dratini to reflect on its actions. Use Scare to interrupt Swellow's charge. He issued the command with urgency. Should Swellow successfully gather its energy, a well-aimed strike could leave Dratini severely harmed. Dratini, snapping out of its daze, instinctively unleashed Scare, successfully interrupting Swellow's build-up, which allowed Zhao Fang to breathe a sigh of relief. Had Swellow completed its charge, Dratini would have to tread carefully, though Swellow was momentarily halted. It showed no signs of retreat, swiftly advancing towards Dratini, its beak shimmering with a pale blue light as it executed Peck. Quick evade. Zhao Fang's order propelled Dratini to utilize its speed advantage, deftly sidestepping Swellow's attack. However, Zhao Fang soon perceived something amiss with Dratini's demeanor. Perhaps it was the shock of being struck by a normal-type move for the first time, but Dratini appeared to be seething with anger. Before Zhao Fang could issue further instructions, a sinister-looking spike materialized before Dratini, exuding a foul aura. Stop! Now is not the time for curse. Zhao Fang exclaimed in a panic, having not anticipated that Dratini had already mastered such a perilous move. Curse, a formidable skill for Ghost-type Pokémon, entails sacrificing half of one's own vitality to inflict continuous damage upon the opponent unless they switch out. While the mechanics were clear in games, the real-world implications remained uncertain for Zhao Fang. He recalled a Pokédex entry noting that Curse could significantly affect the user, even if they were a Ghost type. Dratini's eyes turned crimson, its mind consumed by the shame of being struck by a normal-type move, disregarding Zhao Fang's commands entirely. If you use Curse again, you won't get any hot pot, Zhao Fang declared, wielding his trump card. In response, Dratini shuddered, and the impending curse was immediately dispelled. Immediately, Dulong Messia dashed towards Zhao Fang, continuously rubbing against him while emitting a series of murmurs. Zhao Fang rolled his eyes, realizing that this creature was indeed a glutton, completely oblivious to the ongoing battle. Observing the proud bird, Aogu Yin, unleashing its pecking technique once more, Zhao Fang suddenly conceived a notion. Dulong, if you defeat Aogu Yin now, I shall prepare a delectable treat for you. He attempted to entice it. Dulong Messia instantly perked up, then turned to face the oncoming Aogu Yin, charging forward at great speed and sinking its teeth into the bird's head. Zhao Fang winced at the sight of Dulong Messia with its head pierced by the bird's beak, pondering if his quasi-divine beast had been somewhat reckless. However, that move should have shattered the beak, right? Dulong Messia released its grip, and Aogu Yin collapsed to the ground, eyes rolled back, devoid of combat capability. Impressive, Dulong Messia. Come here, let me apply some healing spray. Zhao Fang praised Dulong Messia before cradling it in his arms, administering the healing spray, and also applying a bit to Aogu Yin. If left unattended, this Aogu Yin would likely fall prey to some earthy canines or similar Pokémon. Cautiously eyeing Aogu Yin, Zhao Fang departed with Dulong Messia. Though he had not fully explored all the skills Dulong Messia possessed, he was already exceedingly satisfied with the skills it had acquired thus far. Frighten, Shatter, Ambush, and a Curse. These were all remarkable abilities. However, it was best to refrain from using the Curse skill if possible, as Zhao Fang did not wish for Dulong Messia to sustain severe injuries. Yet, despite having tested most of the skills, Zhao Fang faced another dilemma regarding the color of Dulong Messia. Although the Hoenn region lacked such a Pokémon, there would inevitably be individuals from the Galar region or learned Pokémon researchers who could identify this rare creature. A shiny Pokémon was a rarity, akin to the wild white lions of his past life, holding immense research value. In battles, While others might admire Dulong Messia, the reaction would not be overly exaggerated. However, if they recognized it as a shiny Pokémon, the reaction would be profound. Dulong, can you change colors? Zhao Fang inquired, gazing at the Dulong Messia draped around his neck. Dulong? Dulong Messia responded with a puzzled sound. Then its body flickered a few times before returning from its invisible state. Zhao Fang felt somewhat speechless. Was returning to its normal form considered a color change? Should he consult Dr. Takanokawa? He hesitated while retrieving an old mobile phone from his pocket. He acquired this mobile phone from his frugal father, yet Zhao Fang was not particularly familiar with Dr. Takanashi. Their interactions were limited to a few casual encounters while playing with Xiao Yao, merely exchanging greetings and addressing him as uncle. Wait, Xiao Yao? Zhao Fang paused for a moment, glancing at Doryu Messia, before ultimately deciding to reach out to Xiao Yao. Dr. Takanashi's character was indeed trustworthy, akin to Professor Okido. He was a person of impeccable integrity. If he could not place his faith in him, Zhao Fang pondered, whom could he trust? Chapter 27. The Arrival of Dr. Takanashi. Zhao Fang retrieved his antiquated mobile phone, which bore a resemblance to a basic communication device, often referred to as Wee or a Little Smart. It lacked any modern applications. Its sole functions were making calls and sending messages. Nonetheless, this simplicity resonated with the fundamental purpose of a mobile phone. Yet, Zhao Fang found it rather inconvenient, likely due to his accustomed use of a smartphone. He was not entirely adept with such a device. However, accustomed or not, he had no choice but to proceed, so he powered on the phone and dialed a number. Hello, Zhao Fang. What can I do for you? Xiao Yao's voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Yao, I have a few inquiries for Dr. Takanashi. Are you free? Zhao Fang inquired straightforwardly. They had developed a friendship, and knowing Xiao Yao's character, he was certain she would not decline his request. What is up? I'm out in the wild helping my dad gather information on Pokémon. Xiao Yao's tone was composed, and if it weren't for the sounds of a Torchic in the background, Zhao Fang might have assumed she was at home. Well, I've captured a Pokémon, but it's rather unique. Its coloration is atypical. I was hoping to ask Dr. Takanashi if there's a way to make it resemble a normal Pokémon. Zhao Fang articulated clearly to prevent any potential misunderstandings. A unique Pokémon? An unusual color? A shiny Pokémon, perhaps? My goodness, Zhao Fang, you are incredibly lucky. Where are you? Xiao Yao's excitement was palpable. I'm on Route 104, right next to Orange City. Zhao Fang scratched his head in thought. Hang tight. I'll speak with Dad right away, Xiao Yao exclaimed before swiftly ending the call. Zhao Fang wore a puzzled expression. But now he could only wait for Xiao Yao to converse with Dr. Takanashi. He decided to set up camp and released his Magikarp, continuing to train its splash and tackle moves, while Doryu Messia remained calmly coiled around Zhao Fang's neck, showing no inclination to move. As for training Doryu Messia, Zhao Fang had yet to devise a strategy. However, he was aware of how Doryu Messia had gained prominence in his previous life as a near deity. Currently, Zhao Fang intended to diligently enhance Doryu Messia's speed, believing that in the realm of martial prowess, swiftness was paramount. Zhao Fang aspired to make Doryu Messia his foremost speed attacker. As Zhao Fang pondered how to cultivate the Dragapult, a melodious bird call reached his ears. Instinctively, he looked up to see an armored bird descending from the heavens. Before the bird had even landed, he spotted Xiao Yao excitedly waving at him. And atop the armored bird was a middle-aged gentleman with a mustache, whom Zhao Fang immediately recognized as Dr. Tadayuki. Xiao Yao, Dr. Tadayuki, Zhao Fang exclaimed, rising to his feet, astonished that Dr. Tadayuki had arrived so swiftly. He had anticipated that the doctor would return to the research facility in Weibai Town. Oh, Zhao Fang, your journey seems to be going splendidly. Where's your Pokémon? Dr. Tadayuki inquired, allowing the armored bird to stand aside. Warding off other wild Pokémon while he eagerly rubbed his hands together, his gaze fixed on Zhao Fang. Come forth, Dragapult, Zhao Fang called, gesturing to his neck. And with his words, Dragapult obediently emerged from its cloaked state. Dr. Tadayuki paused, taken aback by the sight of the Pokémon before him. He had never encountered such a creature in the Hoenn region. Xiao Yao's eyes widened in astonishment, but in the next moment, she produced a Pokédex and aimed it at Dragapult. Unable to identify, database mismatch, the device announced. Xiao Yao, your Pokédex hasn't been upgraded yet, so it's unable to recognize it, Dr. Tadayuki said excitedly, pulling out his own Pokédex to scan Dragapult. While he had a general idea of the Pokémon's identity, he sought confirmation. Dragapult, a Pokémon from the Galar region, possesses ghost and dragon attributes. While individually weak, it collaborates with its partners to train and evolves to become stronger. As the Pokédex relayed this information, Dr. Tadayuki's excitement intensified. His gaze was so fervent that Dragapult instinctively shrank back behind Zhao Fang, who found himself somewhat speechless at Dr. Tadayuki's almost obsessive enthusiasm. How remarkable! A Dragapult from the Galar region, and it's shiny. Dr. Tadayuki gulped, clearly astonished. As a Dragon-type Pokémon and a powerful quasi-legendary, Dragapult was already exceedingly rare. Yet, given Dr. Tadayuki's stature, finding one for research purposes would have been feasible. However, this was a shiny variant, elevating its rarity to unprecedented heights. Zhao Fang, you are truly impressive. To have captured such a Pokémon, Xiao Yao exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, followed by a joyful smile as she approached Zhao Fang. Observing his daughter so animatedly conversing with Zhao Fang, Dr. Tadayuki felt an inexplicable pang, akin to witnessing one's prized cabbage being devoured by a pig. Cough, Zhao Fang. I have heard that you seek a method to restore Dratini's coloration to its original state. Am I correct? Dr. Takanokawa silently approached, pulling Xiao Yao behind him. Indeed, Dr. Takanokawa, as you are aware, the rarity of shiny Pokémon is quite significant. I wish to continue my journey. However, if others discern that this is a shiny Pokémon, it would pose considerable difficulties. Zhao Fang nodded earnestly, recognizing that this concern was the crux of his appeal to Dr. Takanokawa. Observing Zhao Fang, Dr. Takanokawa felt an intensified sense of peculiarity. Initially, he had not recognized Zhao Fang, but upon noticing his precious daughter frequently conversing with this young man, he began to pay attention. To his astonishment, it had escalated to the exchange of phone numbers. The more he pondered, the more he suspected that Zhao Fang had taken an interest in his beloved daughter. Goodness, is he now attempting to win her over with rare Pokémon? If this continues, who knows, a confession, romance, marriage, and children might soon follow. Dr. Takanokawa, perceiving Zhao Fang's gaze, cautiously inquired, isn't it a bit premature to address me as father? You little rascal, aspiring to marry my daughter? You are not yet worthy. Dr. Takanokawa exclaimed suddenly. Chapter 28. A transaction. Zhao Fang slowly typed out a question mark. He did not perceive himself as problematic. Rather, he found Dr. Takanokawa's reasoning perplexing. Hadn't they just been discussing Pokémon? How had the conversation shifted to him calling the man father and marrying Xiao Yao? Father. Xiao Yao indignantly pinched her father's side, demonstrating a surprisingly adept technique, likely learned from her mother. Dr. Takanokawa, jolted back to reality, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. While his daughter did seem to share a certain closeness with this young man, surely it was nothing too serious. After all, they were merely two children. Clearing his throat, he apologized. I seem to have digressed. You were saying you want Dratini to appear less like a shiny Pokémon, correct? As Dr. Takanokawa spoke of his expertise, his demeanor transformed, exuding a newfound confidence. Yes, indeed, Zhao Fang nodded, feigning ignorance of Dr. Takanokawa's contorted expression. Xiao Yao was still fuming, and Dr. Takanokawa's face was as sour as a bitter melon, unable to address his daughter's ire, especially after his earlier misstep. Dr. Takanokawa cleared his throat once more, prompting Xiao Yao to finally lower her hands. He then retrieved a box from behind him. Generally speaking, if one wishes to conceal a dragon-type Pokémon's shiny status, applying this biological coating suffices, and it is quite affordable. Only 50,000 alliance coins for the complete set. He stated nonchalantly. However, Zhao Fang felt a twitch in his eyelids. 50,000 alliance coins? He couldn't even muster such a sum if he were to sell himself. Certainly, your Pokémon possesses the ghost attribute, rendering biological coatings ineffective. Therefore, it must consume this substance, which will alter its hue to match that of what it ingests. This process is required once a month, with each capsule priced at approximately 100,000 alliance coins. Dr. Oda calmly retrieved a small vial from his backpack, containing an assortment of tiny capsules. Zhao Fang gazed at them with intense interest. This was truly a marvel of technology. Mastering such technology allows one to sell each capsule for 100,000, compelling trainers to make a purchase. Failing to do so would leave them vulnerable to others eyeing their Pokémon. Were Zhao Fang to possess the strength of a gym leader, this concern would be moot. However, he currently does not, making the acquisition of these capsules imperative. Without them, nurturing Dolong Maija would be futile, relegating it to a lifetime of wild battles. Yet, the reality diverges from the realm of games. Defeating wild Pokémon yields experience points, while only battling formidable Pokémon belonging to trainers can enhance a Pokémon's strength. Thus, Dolong Maija must inevitably take to the field. Zhao Fang also harbored no desire for such a powerful quasi-divine beast to merely serve as a decorative Pokémon in his care. Dr. Oda, might I inquire about the possibility of a loan? Zhao Fang asked with a wry smile, aware of the exorbitant cost of 100,000 Alliance coins monthly. Alas, I do not offer loan services, Dr. Oda replied, but I can propose a trade. I will provide you with a Pokédex, and in exchange, you will assist me by collecting information on Pokémon during your journey and periodically allow me to conduct checkups on Alolan Exeggutor. In return, I will furnish you with these capsules at no cost. Initially, Dr. Oda shook his head, but then, with a smile, presented his suggestion. Zhao Fang was taken aback, staring at Dr. Oda in astonishment. This was not merely a trade, but an extraordinary boon. Is that truly possible? He asked, elated. With a Pokédex in hand, he would become one of its holders, gaining access to numerous conveniences. Indeed, though my checkups may involve some complexities, Dr. Oda nodded. To him, 100,000 Alliance coins was a trivial amount, particularly since the capsules were originally co-invented with Professor Oak. Unfortunately, they regretted the invention afterward, as trainers in need could not afford them, while those who could afford them had no need for them. After all, would a wealthy, powerful trainer be concerned about others coveting their Pokémon? Ridiculous. Those who dared to reach for them would likely find their hands severed. Moreover, setting aside the relationship between Zhao Fang and Xiao Yao, Zhao Fang's ability to capture a powerful quasi-divine beast suggested promising future accomplishments. Dr. Oda was curious to see which Pokémon Zhao Fang would capture in the future. Absolutely. Zhao Fang replied with resolute enthusiasm. Not only would he save the hefty sum, but the mere possession of the Pokédex was worth it. He would gladly spend a week at the laboratory with Alolan Exeggutor, regardless of any checkups required. After reaching an agreement with Dr. Oda, Zhao Fang boarded Dr. Oda's large Pidgeot and flew back to Basin. Upon disembarking, Zhao Fang found his legs utterly weak. He had previously been unaware of his acrophobia, but now it was evident, and it seemed to be rather severe. Zhao Fang, are you afraid of heights? Xiao Yao inquired, stifling her laughter as she observed Zhao Fang's trembling legs. However, the shaking of her shoulders revealed her struggle to contain her amusement. A little, I suppose. Zhao Fang replied with an awkward smile. To be honest, unless one has experience riding a Pokémon, it is difficult to comprehend Zhao Fang's feelings, being on such a diminutive creature that swayed precariously, giving the impression of an imminent fall. It's all right. Such things get easier with time, Xiao Yao reassured him, patting him on the shoulder with a knowing expression. As they chatted, Zhao Fang followed Dr. Oda to the laboratory, where he released Duraludon. Initially, Duraludon appeared reluctant, exuding an attitude of defiance as if to say it would rather leap off and be defeated by a common-type Pokémon than comply. However, upon Zhao Fang's promise of a hot pot and barbecue after the tasks were completed, Duraludon immediately became enthusiastic. Watching Duraludon undergo various tests, Zhao Fang stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat bored and contemplating whether to return home. Zhao Fang, look. These are the skills Duraludon currently possesses, Xiao Yao exclaimed, joyfully presenting a piece of paper. Instantly invigorated, Zhao Fang focused his attention. After entering the research facility, he had asked Dr. Oda to examine Duraludon's skill set, and now he finally had results. Let me see, he said as he took the paper. He noted the 4 skills he had already discovered, along with Thunder Wave and Shadow Clone. These were within his expectations. But the next skill surprised him. Dragon Tail? Zhao Fang had not anticipated that Duraludon had already mastered this technique. Chapter 29. Parent's Dragon Tail, one of the Dragon-type moves in the games, has the effect of forcibly switching the opponent's Pokémon. However, Zhao Fang was uncertain about its real-world application. He remembered, during his prior examination of Duraludon's skill set, that it had used the Dark-type move, Night Slash, which had the highest attack power. Although the base damage of Dragon Tail might indeed be lower than Night Slash, under the influence of same-type attack bonus, it would not be insignificant. Therefore, he was puzzled as to why Duraludon had not utilized Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang, are you planning to go home for a visit? Xiao Yao naturally settled beside him, extending a can of beverage towards him. I suppose so. After all, I've been away for several days, Zhao Fang nodded. Even if he did not share a profound bond with his adoptive parents, having inherited someone else's body, it was indeed time to pay them a visit. Zhao Fang gazed at the can in his hand, a beverage renowned in the Fanyuan region, akin to the stature of Coca-Cola in a past life. This particular drink bore an orange flavor, and Zhao Fang had tasted it once. A single can cost 2 Alliance coins. You shouldn't take my father's words too seriously. People can be like that sometimes, Xiao Yao said, her tone laced with a hint of anxiety. Confused, Zhao Fang turned his head, only to notice that Xiao Yao's face had flushed crimson, evidently troubled by Dr. Tianjuan's earlier remark about marrying her. I certainly did not take it to heart. Dr. Tianjuan must have misunderstood, Zhao Fang chuckled, nodding in agreement. After exchanging a few more words with Xiao Yao, he departed from the research lab, Clutching the Pokédex, Zhao Fang felt quite elated. Although this Pokédex was not the advanced version featuring Rotom, it offered a more gratifying user experience. Despite its limitations, merely identifying Pokémon and housing a built-in communication software, it was still a Pokédex. Holders of such devices were relatively rare within the Pokémon League, typically endorsed by official channels, thus regarded as trustworthy trainers. Had he possessed a Pokémon Pokédex previously, Zhao Fang mused that Miss Junche's attitude towards him might have differed. Upon opening the door to his home, Zhao Fang was met with the sight of his adoptive parents seated at the dining table. His mother turned to him, her initial confusion quickly transforming into delight as she rushed over and enveloped him in an embrace. His father, who often remarked on the astonishing power of science, though less exuberant, displayed a contented smile. Have you faced enough hardships outside? I told you, the path of a trainer is not an easy one. Perhaps you should find a job in Weiba town, his father stated calmly while continuing to peruse the newspaper. His mother shot a disapproving glance at her husband, who seemed to undermine their son's confidence. Don't worry, dear. Being a trainer is inherently challenging, especially with your unreliable father having given you a Magikarp. If you still wish to travel, your mother will support you. She consoled Zhao Fang with a heart full of concern. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. He had specifically brought the Pokédex in hopes of showcasing his current achievements to his parents, yet they seemed oblivious, assuming he had abandoned his journey. Mom, Dad, I haven't given up on traveling. I have gained Dr. Tianjuan's recognition and obtained a Pokédex. I merely returned to Weiba town to sort out a few matters before continuing my gym challenges, Zhao Fang exclaimed, rolling his eyes. Look at this child, so ambitious. Even after setbacks, he still hopes to achieve a Pokédex? His mother finally caught the key term, causing the newspaper in his father's hands to tumble to the floor. After explaining excitedly to his now animated parents for quite some time, Zhao Fang finally settled down to enjoy a meal. However, he sensed that something was amiss with their emotions this time. Before embarking on his journey with Pokémon for the first time, Zhao Fang's parents bore the apprehensive demeanor of watching a petulant child contemplating running away from home. Now, however, they stood by, witnessing their grown son prepare to move out for work. His mother, with tears glistening in her eyes, embraced Zhao Fang and wept for a considerable time, while his father, standing alongside, exhibited reddened eyes. Observing the sorrow etched on his parents' faces, Zhao Fang felt a warmth blossom within him. He had previously struggled to acknowledge their bond. But at that moment, he finally embraced the essence of familial love. When Zhao Fang returned to the ZHAO'S Research Institute, his backpack was laden with an assortment of items, even 3 sets of clothing, which made him feel as though he were carrying an additional 15 kilograms. He chuckled to himself, recalling moments when he thought this was merely a lark. Looking at the money he held, he found himself in a state of bemusement. Once his parents recognized his earnest intent to commence his journey, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Although his father remained taciturn, he retrieved their savings from the safe before Zhao Fang's departure, presenting him with a substantial sum of 10,000 Alliance coins. While it may not seem considerable, this amount was sufficient to sustain a family of 3 in Weibazen for over a year without worry. Zhao Fang had already mapped out the expenditure for this money, primarily to purchase food for his Magikarp and Dragapult, and he also needed to acquire another Pokeball. Although he was uncertain about which Pokemon he might encounter, he did not wish to find himself without the means to capture a beloved one in the future. Upon entering the research room once more, Zhao Fang noticed Dr. Zhao deeply engrossed in a stack of papers, his brow furrowed in concern. This sight instantly filled Zhao Fang with trepidation. Could there be an issue with his Dragapult? Hastily, he approached and peered over the doctor's shoulder, only to be met with a series of lists and academic jargon that eluded his understanding. Dr. Zhao, may I inquire if there is a problem? Zhao Fang asked, his anxiety palpable. Zhao Fang, it's nothing to worry about. Your Dragapult is in excellent health. The doctor replied, though he soon added the classic caveat. However, the abrupt shift in tone set off alarm bells in Zhao Fang's mind. However, what? He pressed, his concern escalating. Dragapult, a Pokémon from the Galar region, typically requires interaction and training with other Dragapults before it can evolve, Dr. Zhao stated, casting a knowing glance at Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback. According to the doctor, he would need to seek out other Dragapults? Chapter 30. The evolution of Dragapult. Zhao Fang had not previously contemplated the intricacies surrounding Dragapult's evolution. In his subconscious, he had believed that once his Dragapult reached a certain threshold, it could autonomously evolve into Dragapult and subsequently into the formidable Dragapult. However, he had overlooked a crucial detail. This was reality, not a game. In the realm of Pokémon, the evolution of Dracozalt merely requires the fulfillment of certain levels, However, the reality of its evolution is strikingly different. As you are aware, Dracozolt is a Pokémon native to the Galar region, and in its initial stages, it is rather frail. It is only through rigorous training alongside its companions that the most formidable Dracozolt can evolve into Dracovish. Those Dracozolt that have trained alongside it will subsequently rely on Dracovish for sustenance. When Dracovish evolves into Dracozolt, the accompanying Dracozolt will find its place within the launch mechanism atop its head, transforming into a weapon and shield for Dracovish. Dr. Otamaki patiently elucidated this process. Zhao Fang, feeling somewhat overwhelmed, grasped the implications of Dr. Otamaki's explanation. In essence, for Dracozolt to achieve evolution, it is conservatively estimated that an additional Dracozolt must join Zhao Fang's team, alongside meeting specific conditions to evolve into Dracovish. Furthermore, to attain Dracovish's final form, 2 Dracozolt may be required. The dilemma lies in the fact that this rare Pokémon is virtually absent outside the Galar region, and it is rather implausible for Zhao Fang to embark on a journey to Galar. Challenging the champion, Dondi, is hardly a feasible option. Moreover, even if Zhao Fang wished to travel there, financial constraints pose a significant barrier, as the costs of traveling to Galar by ship or plane can be quite exorbitant. Observing Zhao Fang's despondent expression, Dr. Otamaki gently patted his shoulder, leaving behind a comprehensive summary before taking his leave. This matter was beyond his jurisdiction, and ultimately, the resolution of Pokémon and trainer affairs rests with them alone. Taking one step at a time, Zhao Fang caressed the Dracozolt that had once again coiled around his neck. He found himself at a loss for solutions, so he decided to continue his journey with Dracozolt by his side. Perhaps once he has collected all the badges from the Hoenn region, he might contemplate a visit to the Galar region. Yet, it is also possible that unforeseen opportunities may arise along the way. Dr. Otamaki presented Zhao Fang with a vial containing a dozen or so color-altering granules, all of a matching hue. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang administered one to Dracozolt, restoring its coloration to a more typical appearance. Yet, the issue of strength remained. Observing Dracozolt, who had expelled several mouthfuls of foam due to the medication, Zhao Fang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he remained confident that with continued training, both Magikarp and Dracozolt would inevitably evolve into formidable Pokémon. Zhao Fang requested Xiao Yao to escort him to Orange Blossom City. Riding atop Dr. Otamaki's Corviknight, Xiao Yao effortlessly transported him there, although Zhao Fang felt somewhat unsteady. This time, the journey was significantly more comfortable. After exchanging Pokémon Pokédex contact information with Xiao Yao, Zhao Fang prepared to set off but chose to stay at an inn for the night, considering the time of day. Zhao Fang's aspirations remained firmly fixed on the rock-type gym in Canas City, and he also yearned to explore the various cutting-edge technologies of the Devon Corporation. He wondered if he might encounter the Hoenn champion, Steven, once again. The following day, after procuring the necessary Pokémon food and berries, Zhao Fang resumed his journey. In preparation for his venture into the Orange Blossom Forest, he also acquired some antidotes and paralysis cures, for it would be quite troublesome to be poisoned by those pesky bug-type Pokémon. Dratini, use Dragon Tail to strike. Zhao Fang commanded swiftly as he faced the Sandshrew before him. Dratini executed the move, its tail crashing against the Sandshrew's body. But Zhao Fang soon realized why Dratini was reluctant to utilize Dragon Tail. Being a ghost-type Pokémon, Dratini's tail appeared rather diminutive, and the attack merely caused the Sandshrew to sway slightly. Seizing the opportunity, the Sandshrew retaliated with a bite, nearly catching Dratini. After defeating the Sandshrew with a swift thunderbolt, Zhao Fang cradled Dratini once more, contemplating the creature's future development. Initially, he envisioned Dratini as a high-attack, high-speed assassin, for its agility was indeed commendable. However, after witnessing Dratini's lackluster performance with Dragon Tail today, Zhao Fang felt compelled to enhance this move. Otherwise, it would remain ineffective in battle. Dratini, your Dragon Tail needs training, he remarked, gently patting Dratini's head as it emitted a soft whimper. I understand your Dragon Tail is currently weak, but look at Gyarados. With a single iron tail, it can topple a robotic foe. With consistent practice, you too shall achieve greatness. After offering some encouragement, Zhao Fang acknowledged that while Dratini alone seemed fairly weak, it was still stronger than Magikarp. Following this battle, he resolved to have Dratini practice Dragon Tail more vigorously, aiming to integrate it into its regular skill set, thereby increasing their chances against the rock-type gym in Canas City. As he continued on his path, Zhao Fang spotted a quaint wooden cabin in the distance, adorned with a sign. Given its location and the boat docked nearby, he recognized it as the abode of Old Man Hachi. If I recall correctly, in the game, Old Man Hachi's Wingull was kidnapped by the Aqua Team. However, Since Yushu has yet to arrive in Unwhite Town, it should be safe for now. Observing the distant cabin, Zhao Fang had no inclination to disturb him. Although Hachi was a formidable sailor, Zhao Fang was not yet inclined to challenge the fighting-type gym. His focus remained on the rock-type gym in Canas City. Yet, prior to that, he needed to bolster the strengths of Dratini and Magikarp. After defeating 2 passing bug-catching youths along the way, he finally reached the entrance of the Orange Blossom Forest. It certainly appears vast. He marveled at the lush greenery before him. While he could have entered from other locations, the risks would have been significantly higher. It was best to traverse the path established by the League to avoid encountering formidable wild Pokémon. Moreover, Zhao Fang had heard a rumor that in the heart of the Orange Blossom Forest, there exists a mysterious lake, at the center of which lies a small patch of land, rich with verdant vegetation, inhabited by the deity of the forest, Shalebi. Chapter 31, Shalebi and Trico Shalebi, as it is officially known, is often referred to as Shira by many Pokémon players. This Pokémon, reminiscent of a green onion, is undeniably one of the few legendary creatures from the earlier generations of the games. In addition to being the guardian of the forest, Shalebi is said to possess the ability to traverse through time and space, a notion that can be quite daunting for when matters of time and space are involved. The implications are anything but trivial and can indeed leave one feeling quite disoriented. However, Zhao Fang harbored no such apprehensions. Shalebi was a distant concept for him. Should he ever encounter Shalebi, it would likely be akin to Ash meeting Ho-Oh, a mere stroke of fortunate luck. The entrance to the Orange Blossom Forest differed from that depicted in the games. Here, it featured a shop. The first thing Zhao Fang noticed was the map of the forest, priced at 20 Alliance coins. This was undoubtedly a necessity, for wandering aimlessly in the forest would be quite troublesome. Upon presenting his Pokédex, the shopkeeper's initially frosty demeanor transformed into one of warmth, even gracing Zhao Fang with a fleeting smile. Young trainer, there are certain areas in the Orange Blossom Forest that you must absolutely avoid. It is advisable to adhere to the route outlined on the map. However, if you possess 5 badges, I can provide you with a more unique map, the shopkeeper said, the corners of his mouth twitching upwards. Yet, Zhao Fang couldn't shake the feeling that the shopkeeper's smile seemed somewhat forced. Thank you, Zhao Fang replied politely, bowing slightly, acknowledging the shopkeeper's good intentions. After acquiring the map, he stepped into the Orange Blossom Forest. Upon entering, Zhao Fang's first impression was that the air felt entirely different. It was much more refreshing, and he could even catch the scent of blooming flowers. Nearby, he spotted several bug-type Pokémon flitting about in the grass. He even caught sight of Beedrill, though these Beedrill appeared to have learned their lesson, showing no inclination to approach the main path. While many perceive Beedrill as a weak Pokémon, there are indeed some exceptional individuals, such as Giovanni from Team Rocket, whose Beedrill possessed champion-level prowess. Thus, it can be rightly said that there are no worthless Pokémon, only inept trainers. As Zhao Fang ventured deeper into the woods, he glanced at the map. The Orange Blossom Forest map indicated a route that would swiftly lead him to the exit and onward to Canas City, while other areas were marked with ominous warnings. Of course, a map is merely a guide. Should a trainer wish to explore perilous regions, no one would deter them. Each year, the Alliance discovers victims from the forest and other forbidden places. It seems that bug-type and grass-type Pokémon abound in this locale. Zhao Fang journeyed along the path, encountering primarily bug-type Pokémon, with the occasional fleeting glimpse of a grass-type. However, the sole creature that piqued his interest was a single trumpet flower. Disappointingly, throughout his trek, he had yet to encounter a trainer or even a soul, for it was unlikely that anyone would be idly standing by the roadside, clutching a Pokeball in anticipation of a battle. Should he consider honing the resilience of his Magikarp against impactful strikes? As he observed the occasional rustling of a walking grass, which would peek out and then retreat, he found himself lost in contemplation. He recalled a moment from a Pokémon episode, though he could not remember which one, where a Pokémon unexpectedly withstood an attack from a type it was weak against, seizing the opportunity to deliver a painful lesson to its adversary. This inspired Zhao Fang to ponder whether he should fortify his Magikarp's endurance against type disadvantageous attacks before its evolution. Magikarp, a water-type Pokémon, found itself amidst grass types. Yet these creatures did not align with Zhao Fang's expectations. After all, once Magikarp evolved into Gyarados, grass types would no longer pose a threat, while electric-type moves would inflict quadruple damage, an alarming prospect. If only Dragapult could wield electric-type moves, Zhao Fang mused. He refrained from deploying Dragapult, as these Pokémon seemed insufficient for a proper practice session. With no trainers in sight, Dragapult revealed its head, its small yellow eyes filled with confusion. Just as Zhao Fang contemplated engaging Dragapult in conversation, A peculiar sound emanated from the nearby woods. He promptly patted Dragapult's head, rendering it invisible, while he gripped Magikarp's Pokeball, vigilantly scanning the grass ahead. After a brief rustle, a Trico emerged from the foliage, locking eyes with Zhao Fang in a moment of mutual surprise. "Trico?" Zhao Fang gasped, while the Trico, startled, leapt aside as if it had encountered a ghost. Trico, a rare and formidable member of the Hoenn region's starter trio, was the coveted initial Pokémon for many trainers. And Zhao Fang had not anticipated an encounter in this location. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang issued a command. Despite his curiosity about how a Trico found its way into the orange flower forest, he knew he must capture this extraordinary Pokémon. "Dragapult, use Dragon Tail," he called, his hand brushing against the Pokeball. Given Magikarp's water-type nature, it would be at a disadvantage against the grass-type Trico, and with the element of surprise. Zhao Fang had no time to summon Magikarp. Thus, he directed Dragapult to engage directly. With a cheerful cry, Dragapult swiftly executed the Dragon Tail move. But before it could strike Trico, it collided with an unseen object. A regal lizard king emerged, casting a dispassionate glance at the Dragonite that had collided with its leg. Before shifting its gaze to the nearby wood gecko, its expression softening considerably. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of apprehension. He was not foolish. And it was clear that the elder of the wood gecko had arrived. While he could still contend with the wood gecko, facing the lizard king was a different matter altogether. Such a notion was a mere folly. "Dragonite, return." Zhao Fang called back the creature, sheltering it behind him. Lacking the ability to communicate with Pokémon, he found himself uncertain whether the lizard king would hold him and Dragonite accountable for the attack on its offspring. Nonetheless, he did not wish for Dragonite to confront such a formidable adversary. Fortunately, the lizard king appeared indifferent to Dragonite, coiling its tail around the wood gecko before disregarding Zhao Fang entirely and retreating into the woods, vanishing from his sight in an instant. What a perilous encounter. Zhao Fang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, overwhelmed by the lizard king's imposing presence. Chapter 32. Do not recklessly pick up items by the roadside, Kingler. "Do you know what day it is today?" Zhao Fang inquired, seated within the confines of his makeshift tent, engrossed in culinary endeavors. Kingler, unable to articulate a response, merely hopped about, its leaps growing increasingly lofty. Although Zhao Fang possessed the ability to prepare dishes that enhanced the Pokémon's attributes, he could not discern where the augmented stats were allocated, leaving him somewhat in the dark regarding the growth of his two Pokémon's strengths. It must be the Mid-Autumn Festival, he mused, gazing skyward. The sun had yet to set, yet Zhao Fang felt as if he could already envision the luminous moon. Since his arrival in this world, he had quietly begun to calculate the lunar calendar. The method of timekeeping in the Pokémon realm bore some similarities to the Gregorian calendar. However, due to the impending arrival of the Ghost Festival before his transmigration, he had retained some knowledge of the lunar calendar. After his arrival, he had aligned the lunar dates with the calendar, which had earned him a scolding from his mother. Zhao Fang planned to fashion the meals for Kingler and Dragonite into mooncake shapes, although he lacked flour and an oven. Crafting food into the likeness of mooncakes was not particularly labor-intensive. 2 ordinary rice burgers. Consumption will increase base stats by 0. 3. The familiar phrase caught his attention. He placed the prepared rice burgers before Kingler and Dragonite, then retrieved a sandwich from his backpack, his own lunch. While he could have purchased some decent portable food, Zhao Fang opted for the simpler sandwich, prioritizing the growth of Dragonite and Kingler, intending to enhance his own meals once his finances improved. As Zhao Fang nibbled on his sandwich, he perused the map before him. Although it merely depicted a handful of routes, it was relatively comprehensive, likely designed to prevent overly curious trainers from losing their way. Soon, Zhao Fang's gaze fell upon the island at the center of Orange Blossom Forest. "I should be here." He indicated a location on the map, a spot easily recognizable at the first bend. However, the distance to the island was quite considerable. Zhao Fang furrowed his brow. Judging by the scale on the map and the path he had just traversed, it would take him a day or two to reach the island. Of course, Zhao Fang had no intention of venturing to the island in search of Shalabi, given his current strength. Even encountering a few formidable wild Pokémon along the way would likely lead to his defeat, let alone reaching the island itself. His actual motivation for seeking the island was the mansion that lingered in his memory, situated not far from the lake. This abode was a haven for ghost-type Pokémon and the very place Zhao Fang intended to train his Dragonair. "That won't do," Zhao Fang sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. It seemed he would have to abandon the idea of visiting the mansion, especially considering the perilous warning marked on the map. "Very well. If we cannot go, we shall not go. Dragonair, once you've finished your meal, we will seek out wild Pokémon for training." "Magikarp." Today your training objectives remain splash and tackle. Reflecting on the situation, Zhao Fang realized there were currently no suitable training options for Magikarp. He could only hope that after feasting on these exquisite dishes, Magikarp would evolve sooner rather than later. After arranging for Magikarp's training, Zhao Fang sought out a wild Caterpie nearby and sent Dragonair into action. He aimed to enhance Dragonair's speed. Players of the game are aware that Pokémon possess not only base stats, but also individual values, commonly referred to as IVs. Hatching a perfect 6'4" Pokémon is the aspiration of many players. Of course, individual values are of great significance, and meticulous trainers determine which IVs should be maximized based on a Pokémon's role and type. In the real world, Zhao Fang recognized that these so-called individual values translated to nurturing. The better the nurturing, the stronger the Pokémon. Take Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion, for instance. Her Garchomp is a splendidly raised Pokémon. Dragonair, your objective is to provoke this Caterpie and continuously evade its attacks, Zhao Fang commanded. Dragonair lazily floated over, nonchalantly circling the Caterpie, narrowly dodging its assaults time and again. Zhao Fang felt as though he would be overwhelmed with exasperation if he were in an animated series. Dragonair, if you continue to train with such indifference, I shall withhold your dinner. Zhao Fang unleashed his ultimatum. In an instant, the Dratini shuddered, and its training attitude visibly elevated to an entirely new level. This left Zhao Fang somewhat speechless. Indeed, this Dratini was quite the glutton. But such a trait proved advantageous for training purposes. After tormenting the Caterpie to the point of exhaustion, Zhao Fang finally released it, satisfied. The Dratini displayed impressive evasion skills against such Pokémon, yet this approach yielded little in terms of training effectiveness. Therefore, Zhao Fang planned to summon a Magikarp shortly, intending to gather 3 Caterpies and Weedles to engage in a coordinated attack on the Dratini. With this thought in mind, he put away the Magikarp and turned to see the Dratini emerging from the bushes. The Dratini emitted a pleasing sound, and Zhao Fang noticed it was clutching something peculiar in its claws. What could that be? He gazed curiously at the object. Could it be something the Dratini had just unearthed? A familiar psychic resonance of power enveloped him. Power? Zhao Fang felt increasingly perplexed, yet he called the Dratini over. As it approached, the object in its grasp became more conspicuous. Upon closer inspection, Zhao Fang realized it was a ring, marred by a noticeable chip, suggesting that something had once adorned it, but had since fallen away, leaving behind a piece that resembled silver. You, much like those Western dragons, seem to have a fondness for shiny trinkets, Zhao Fang remarked, resigned as he accepted the ring from the Dratini's claws. This ring contains a special power. It appears capable of teleportation. As soon as he grasped it, Zhao Fang was met with this message. What? He paused, startled. Teleportation? In a flash of light, Zhao Fang and the Dratini vanished from their location. Chapter 33. Escape Room. Who am I? Where am I? What am I meant to do? Zhao Fang pondered as he surveyed the completely unfamiliar surroundings. Moments earlier, the Dratini had discovered an antiquated ring and joyfully presented it to him. To his astonishment, the moment he grasped the ring, he was teleported to this strange chamber. The room was thick with dust and appeared to be a bedroom, as evidenced by the presence of a bed and a wardrobe, and it seemed to belong to a female, given the ornate vanity in the center. The design was rather peculiar. Zhao Fang stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced at the ring in his hand. It remained in his possession. Yet no matter how he held it, it refused to respond. This left Zhao Fang in a state of mild annoyance. If he could converse with the ring, he would surely chide it. You had the ability to bring me here. Why not find a way to get me out? However, after attempting to bite and pull with his hands, Zhao Fang was left with no choice but to concede. Though he could not comprehend why the ring could only be put on and not removed, he found himself devoid of alternative solutions and thus relied solely on his own strength. Rather than hastily exiting the room, Zhao Fang took his time to observe his surroundings, feeling as though he were engaged in a game of escape room, gathering clues that could lead to his escape. The room was shrouded in dust, evidently untouched for an extended period. Resisting the urge to sneeze, Zhao Fang conducted a thorough search and unearthed 3 potentially useful items: a cracked mirror, a pink notebook, and a peculiar component that felt like the soft body of a doll, though he could not locate its head or limbs. Strangely, none of these items activated the golden finger he possessed. As for the notebook, could it possibly be a diary? Who writes diaries in this day and age? He took out a piece of paper to wipe the notebook, causing even the dust to elicit a sneeze from Duolong Meisha. Upon opening the notebook, Zhao Fang was taken aback. I wish for my parents to die. The first page was filled with these words, the handwriting transitioning from neat to frenzied. From the script alone, Zhao Fang could almost envision a person in a state of hysteria. Additionally, alongside the morbid phrase, large curses and expressions of resentment were inscribed. Instinctively, Zhao Fang patted Duolong Meixiao's head. If he could still touch his Pokémon, he might have doubted whether he had inadvertently crossed into the realm of a cursed narrative, anticipating a bloodied Kayako to descend from above. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Fang turned to the second page, which bore nothing but blank sheets, and soon discovered that the pages preceding the first had seemingly been torn away. This was increasingly resembling an escape room game. He tucked the notebook into his pocket, along with the mirror and the doll-like body part. Although he was uncertain of their utility, he pondered the possibility of them serving a purpose upon his exit. What if he needed to collect the doll's head and body to summon it and achieve victory? With this thought in mind, Zhao Fang pushed open the closed door and stepped out. Upon exiting, he confirmed he was still in the Pokémon world. As he beheld a photograph on the wall ahead, a little girl embracing a Marill, beaming with joy. It possessed an artistic flair. Observing the graffiti on Meryl's face, Zhao Fang remarked that the red paint used was so excessive that one might suspect the creature was afflicted by some bizarre ailment, bleeding from all orifices. Zhao Fang surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a corridor. Strangely, this corridor was remarkably pristine, standing in stark contrast to the room he had just exited. The layout of the corridor was quite intriguing, with two rooms situated at its far end. As Zhao Fang prepared to approach the room on the left, he suddenly noticed Duolong Meixia descending from his neck, emanating a dark luminescence from its claws. In the next moment, it slashed at the air before it. With a hiss, a Ghastly materialized from the atmosphere. Ghastly. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback, but then he recalled his original objective, the mysterious mansion. Could this be the place? Before he could ponder further, the Ghastly lunged at Duolong Meixia, its hands glowing with a purplish-black aura. Duolong Meixia, evade its shadow punch. Zhao Fang recognized the move and swiftly issued the command. Now was not the time for contemplation. He needed to deal with the Ghastly before him. Ghastly, being the evolved form of Ghost-type Pokémon, was relatively formidable. Nonetheless, Zhao Fang felt he could still put up a fight. Had a Gengar stood before him, he would have surely grabbed Duolong Meixia and made a hasty retreat, simultaneously pressing the emergency button on his Pokédex. Indeed, the Pokédex was equipped with such a feature. Pressing it would summon nearby trainers unless one found themselves in an unusual location, which was why Zhao Fang remained relatively composed. True to its reputation as a speedy Pokémon, Duolong Meixia narrowly evaded the Ghastly's attack just as it was about to strike. Seize this opportunity and use ambush, Zhao Fang exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with renewed determination. As Duolong Meixia's claws shimmered with dark energy, just as it prepared to unleash its assault, the Ghastly suddenly accelerated, dodging the attack. In a swift turn, its eyes glowed ominously, and its body seemed to swell momentarily. In the next heartbeat, Duolong Meixia emitted a pained cry and collapsed to the ground. Seeing his injured companion incapacitated, Zhao Fang wasted no time and immediately recalled Duolong Meixia into its Pokeball before releasing Magikarp. However, he was acutely aware that, given its current skill set, the Water-type Magikarp would be incapable of inflicting damage upon Ghastly. He needed time to devise a strategy for this predicament. The Ghastly, with an eerie chuckle, regarded the flopping Magikarp with an air of mockery, as if toying with its prey. Wait, Dust? A thought struck Zhao Fang. Chapter 34. The Battle with Ghastly Magikarp. Use Splash and Tackle, Zhao Fang commanded, simultaneously glancing towards the nearby door. Though aware of the futility of the impact, Magikarp obediently followed its trainer's command, executing a splash attack by slapping its tail against the ground and leaping towards Gengar. However, it passed straight through Gengar without effect. The ghostly creature's laughter grew louder, its mouth appearing increasingly sinister and terrifying. Yet, it refrained from attacking Magikarp and Zhao Fang, adopting an air of indifference towards them. Zhao Fang understood that Gengar was toying with its prey, akin to how certain felines would slowly play with much weaker quarry before delivering the final blow. Despite recognizing Gengar's demeanor, Zhao Fang felt no anger. Rather, he sighed with relief. As long as Gengar did not strike immediately, there remained a chance for success in his plan. Magikarp, continue using Tackle. Although relieved internally, Zhao Fang feigned a sense of urgency, issuing commands in a seemingly frantic manner. Akin to a bewildered trainer, Gengar's laughter grew even more boisterous as it continued to mock Magikarp, allowing it to turn its body repeatedly. Zhao Fang observed closely, noting that each time, Magikarp aimed for Gengar's head. This left him somewhat speechless. Even in the midst of battle, Magikarp remained fixated on targeting the head. With each successive collision, Gengar discovered a new tactic, drifting into the wall and revealing only its head, prompting Magikarp to crash into the wall, inflicting harm upon itself. While Gengar erupted in raucous laughter. During this process, Zhao Fang gradually shifted his position. Magikarp seized the opportunity. Deliver the final blow to that creature. Upon hearing Zhao Fang's command, Magikarp, bearing numerous wounds, charged forward once more, rushing towards Gengar's taunting gaze. However, before it could collide with the wall, a burst of light enveloped it, drawing it into the Pokeball. Gengar, momentarily bewildered, lifted its head to find a closed door. Realizing that both Magikarp and the human had vanished. After a brief moment of confusion, it emitted a furious cry, charging toward the door with a swirling mass of dark purple energy gathering in its hands. Yet, before it could reach the door, it halted, casting a resentful gaze at it for an extended period before gradually dissipating into the air. It appeared that the gamble had paid off. Sitting amidst the dust on the ground, Zhao Fang exhaled deeply. The fact that Gengar had yet to enter indicated that his suspicions were correct. Previously, upon opening the door, he had found it peculiar that the room was filled with dust while the outside remained pristine. Initially, he had wondered whether he had inadvertently entered someone else's home, sealed off and neglected. However, after encountering Gengar and engaging in battle, Zhao Fang deduced that this must be the old mansion. Yet, he pondered, why was this room, where the ghostly Pokémon resided, so dusty while the other areas remained clean? At that moment, Zhao Fang harbored a bold hypothesis. These ghostly Pokémon, for reasons unknown, were unable to enter this place. Thus, he summoned his Magikarp, persistently employing its tackle move to lower the guard of Gengar. If Gengar had managed to utilize its ominous gaze, it would have spelled trouble. Fortunately, Gengar indeed grew complacent, allowing Zhao Fang to escape unscathed. Once assured that Gengar had not followed him in, Zhao Fang released his grip from the distress signal button. "Thank you, Magikarp," he murmured, releasing both Magikarp and Dragapult. With a tender touch, he caressed Magikarp, whose body bore numerous scars from the collisions against the walls. He then applied some healing spray. Magikarp remained silent, merely bouncing quietly, though Zhao Fang perceived an increasing vigor in its leaps. "Dragapult, you two have endured much. That attack must have been Shadow Sneak," Zhao Fang said, cradling Dragapult with concern while administering healing spray. After the battle, Zhao Fang deduced that the significant blow Gengar had dealt to Dragapult was indeed from Shadow Sneak, a move that typically inflicts damage based on levels in the game, yet seemed to have altered in reality. Dragapult let out a weak cry. Zhao Fang sighed, realizing he had no effective solutions at hand. He could only allow Dragapult to rest while contemplating their next steps, once both Magikarp and Dragapult regained their strength. However, a troubling dilemma loomed. While he and Dragapult had been teleported here, their tent and Pokémon provisions remained outside. Zhao Fang's backpack contained only healing sprays and antidotes, insufficient for prolonged survival. Should he press the distress signal now? "Dragapult, do you think there might be a hidden passage in this room?" Zhao Fang inquired, observing Dragapult's wounds slowly healing. Dragapult lifted its head, producing a sound of confusion. "Is there another way to exit aside from this door?" Zhao Fang clarified. Dragapult gazed towards the window. Zhao Fang shook his head. He had just inspected it and found only endless darkness outside, rendering visibility impossible. He had no idea which floor he was on, and if it were the third or fourth, jumping down could result in severe injury. Such perilous actions were best avoided. Upon seeing Zhao Fang's shake of the head, Dragapult floated upward, gliding around the room. Zhao Fang held Magikarp closely, quietly observing Dragapult, knowing it grasped his intent. Dragapult emerged excitedly from behind the dressing table, letting out a delighted cry. Zhao Fang was somewhat taken aback, but approached nonetheless. Watching as Dragapult burrowed beneath the carpet under the dressing table, revealing only its head to him. "Is it here?" Zhao Fang reached out to touch it. The carpet was covered in dust, yet Zhao Fang managed to find a seam. Although the carpet appeared unblemished, it was actually comprised of distinct segments. Upon lifting the carpet, Zhao Fang discovered a trapdoor. He pondered for a moment before shaking his head. He resolved to wait until both Kingler and Dragonair had fully recovered before venturing down to investigate. Should he encounter other ghost-type Pokémon during his descent, he would decisively press the emergency button. If not, he hoped that within lay a means of escape from the mansion. Chapter 35. Have you ever seen a Gengar larger than a dining table? Zhao Fang exhibited remarkable patience, likely honed from his past experiences of waiting for game releases. Now, faced with the injuries of Kingler and Dragonair, he remained composed. He patiently awaited until Kingler's wounds had completely healed, and until Dragonair had circled around his neck once more, before finally unveiling the carpet and pulling open the concealed door. As he opened the trapdoor, Zhao Fang was met with a lengthy staircase, spiraling downwards into the abyss, its depths obscured from view. However, he had no choice. Exiting now would likely provoke Ghastly to emerge and confront him. Zhao Fang was acutely aware that Ghastly, having once been caught off guard, would certainly be on high alert this time. Truth be told, Zhao Fang would prefer to battle Pokémon rather than face human antagonists. A confrontation with Pokémon was manageable. At worst, his team might be incapacitated and endure a brief torment from Ghastly until rescue arrived. However, encounters with human villains posed a far more perilous challenge. After his arrival in this world, he had witnessed on television how the Junsha family had dismantled an organ trafficking ring, which preyed on ordinary individuals or trainers lacking strength, treating them like livestock until they were needed for organ transplants. Nevertheless, he reasoned that such a place was likely devoid of human presence. Zhao Fang swallowed hard and began to feel his way down the wall. Lacking a flashlight and with neither Kingler nor Dragonair capable of illuminating the darkness, he could initially discern the path ahead, but soon found himself navigating blindly. After an indeterminate period of wandering, Zhao Fang finally felt solid ground beneath his feet. He extended his hand, groping until he found a doorknob. However, rather than immediately turning it, he pressed his ear against the door to listen. Silence enveloped him. Only then did he gently twist the doorknob. Light flooded in from outside. Though not particularly bright, it was a stark contrast to the impenetrable darkness of the passageway. Akin to paradise. Zhao Fang cautiously opened the door a crack, peering through, only to quickly shut it again. What on earth was that? He felt his heart racing, as if it had soared to the heavens in that fleeting moment. As Zhao Fang cautiously opened the door, he took a moment to survey the environment of the room. It was a remarkably clean and orderly dining area, equipped with a refrigerator, tables, chairs, and a kitchen knife, among other items. However, what instantly captivated Zhao Fang's attention was the enormous figure sprawled across the central dining table. It was a Jengar, a rather disproportionately large one, whose robust form and the spectral energy radiating from it made even Dragapult quiver in fear, compelling it to retreat into Zhao Fang's Pokeball. Zhao Fang felt a surge of frustration. Even if he had found Jengar leisurely wandering within, he would not have been overly surprised, as at least Jengar might have posed a slight challenge. Yet, upon witnessing the colossal Jengar, any notion of resistance evaporated. The disparity was staggering. Compared to the giant Jengar, Dragapult appeared as vulnerable as an infant placed in a boxing ring against an 80-kilogram champion. One could easily believe this was a prehistoric, gigantic Jengar, leading Zhao Fang to wonder if he had somehow been transported to the Galar region, where such a phenomenon could be attributed to Dynamaxing. Doubts clouded his mind, yet the sight of the retreating Dragapult confirmed the reality of the situation. There, on the dining table, lay a tremendously large Jengar. Zhao Fang felt a wave of indecision wash over him. While the upper room offered safety, he could not remain there indefinitely. The Jengar was a formidable adversary, and confronting it was far beyond his capabilities. Even if Magikarp were to evolve into Gyarados, the odds of survival were non-existent. Resolving to ascend, Zhao Fang cautiously felt the wall as he made his way up. He decided to test the abilities of the Jengar. At least it was a foe he could contend with, unlike the Jengar whose mere presence seemed to spell instant defeat. This time, he was more attentive as he climbed, counting the steps quietly to gauge their number and estimate the height. 76, 77, he murmured, a habit he had cultivated over time, believing it would enhance his counting accuracy. Enough counting, young one. There are a total of 106 steps, a chilling voice echoed, causing Zhao Fang to yelp in terror and leap forward, instinctively bracing against the wall while glancing back. Two enormous, crimson eyes gleamed ominously in the darkness. As he beheld them, his heart raced with trepidation. Was this not the very Jengar he feared? TSK, what are you so afraid of, young lad? A sudden radiance burst forth, and before Zhao Fang appeared the imposing figure of a Jengar, its hands emanating an aura akin to a miniature sun, radiating an endless brilliance. Zhao Fang swallowed hard. To claim he felt unafraid would be utterly disingenuous. The sheer size of the Jengar was daunting, and under the dazzling light, he could discern the purplish-black mist seeping from its form, a vivid manifestation of its potent, ghostly energy. This Jengar was undeniably formidable, both in stature and strength. Esteemed Jengar, is there something you require of me? After a moment of panic, Zhao Fang regained his composure. The Jengar posed no immediate threat. Otherwise, it would not have engaged him in conversation. A mere shadow punch could have easily rendered Zhao Fang incapacitated. You possess a ring that belongs to me. Return it, and I shall grant you passage. The Jengar made no attempt to mask its intentions as it extended its hand. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang produced the ring. cradling it in both hands as he presented it to the Jengar. The creature's hand was vast, dwarfing the small ring, yet its expression was one of deep focus, as if it were handling a treasured artifact. Return the notebook, mirror, and doll you took from the room. They do not belong to you, for reasons unknown. A hint of sorrow tinged the Jengar's tone. Understood. Zhao Fang dared not voice any dissent. His only desire was to escape this place. Chapter 36. The Jengar's desires. With the Jengar's radiant prowess guiding him, Zhao Fang found his pace considerably quickened, and the number of steps became irrelevant. As he glanced back at the Jengar, a multitude of thoughts swirled in his mind. He recalled the peculiar room, the photograph taken outside, the image of the little girl clutching a Maril, and the enigma surrounding the origins of ghost-type Pokémon. Even in modern times, not a single Pokémon professor could confidently assert knowledge of how ghost-type Pokémon come into existence. These mysterious beings were perpetually shrouded in an enigmatic veil, eluding comprehension. The breeding of ghost-type Pokémon posed further questions. How do they mate? How are their eggs produced? If the eggs are inherently ghost-type, why must they undergo incubation? And upon hatching, why do they resemble ordinary Pokémon offspring, requiring a larval stage? These inquiries, akin to a ceaseless barrage of whys, plagued countless Pokémon scholars. Yet, Zhao Fang's contemplation was not so expansive. His current thoughts revolved around whether this Jengar bore any connection to the little girl, or if perhaps the Jengar was the girl herself, or even Maril. In his mind, he had already penned a heart-wrenching, million-word novel titled The Years I Spent with Maril. Although Zhao Fang was filled with curiosity, he felt no inclination to inquire further. Such matters were not suited for questioning. He was also apprehensive that should he dare to ask, Gung Gui, with a mournful expression, might respond with a foreboding remark like, "You know too much," which could bring calamity upon him. "Lord Gung Gui, are you going up?" Zhao Fang had already arrived at the concealed door, ready to push it open. "No, I will wait for you at the entrance," Gung Gui replied before vanishing into the wall. Zhao Fang exhaled in relief, and then pushed open the hidden door, ascending to the room shrouded in dust. Upon returning to this room, he felt his heartbeat return to its normal rhythm. Earlier, walking alongside Gung Gui felt akin to accompanying a Siberian tiger. The weight of pressure was overwhelming. Once he placed his belongings down, he believed he could leave. With Gung Gui's formidable strength, he likely would not go back on his word. Zhao Fang deliberately spoke in a steady tone as he returned the mirror, notebook, and doll to their original location. After taking a few deep breaths, he finally opened the door, only to find Gung Gui standing outside, gazing at a painting on the wall. "Lord Gung Gui," Zhao Fang greeted politely with a bow. Just as he stepped out, the door slammed shut behind him, and the ghost, Shirtu, was seething at the entrance, ready to pounce had Gung Gui not been present. "Let us proceed. You have fulfilled your promise, and I shall honor mine." Gung Gui calmly turned around and led Zhao Fang forward. Throughout their journey, silence enveloped them. Zhao Fang remained quiet, and so did Gung Gui. However, the pressure on Zhao Fang escalated as they descended 3 flights of stairs, surrounded by a multitude of ghostly Pokémon, from Shirtu to Gaisu, and even the ominous Yekai Moli, as well as a crystal lamp fire spirit. All exuded an air of danger, their gazes brimming with avarice. Had Gung Gui not been there, they would have undoubtedly surged forth. "You are unfortunate to have been brought here by this ring. Do not return without the strength of the Elite Four, for here, freedom of passage is unattainable." Gung Gui escorted Zhao Fang to the main entrance. Upon stepping outside, Zhao Fang realized he had indeed emerged at the mansion. "Are you referring to the Elite Four member, Furong?" Zhao Fang inquired, somewhat astonished. Among the Elite Four of the Hoenn region, the ghost-type master Furong most aligned with Gung Gui's description. "Oh, do you know Furong?" Gung Gui regarded Zhao Fang with a hint of curiosity. "Well, even without the strength of the Elite Four, possessing 6 badges allows you to roam the first floor." Gung Gui continued, his gaze somewhat puzzled. Zhao Fang offered an awkward smile. He had yet to acquire even the first badge. "Given your pitiable strength, if left to your own devices, you would likely be hunted down by the butterfly Pokémon upon your exit. Allow me to hypnotize one for you." As Gung Gui spoke, he glanced around cautiously, and without any apparent movement, a majestic King Yan descended gracefully, obediently positioning itself before Zhao Fang. "Thank you immensely, Lord Gung Gui." Although Zhao Fang was acknowledged as feeble, he bore no objections. It was, after all, the unvarnished truth. He was indeed quite weak at present. "Should you encounter a purple-black gemstone shaped like this in the future, please bring it back to me, and I shall reward you beyond your wildest imaginings." Just as Zhao Fang mounted the King Yan, preparing to depart, Gung Gui unexpectedly uttered this, conjuring a gemstone through his ghostly attributes. "Excellent. Watching Zhao Fang soar away on the King Yan, Gungui stood in a daze at the entrance of the mansion for a time before turning slowly to return indoors. With Gungui's retreat, the mansion's door once again closed, awaiting the arrival of trainers with sufficient prowess. The King Yan flew swiftly, and along the journey, it seemed that due to Gungui's lingering aura, Zhao Fang encountered no other flying Pokémon. Even when he occasionally spotted a few Butterfree, they fled in a panic before he could approach. Having ridden flying Pokémon twice, Zhao Fang had gained some experience in commanding them to descend. Upon sighting his campsite, he issued a command for the King Yan to lower him down. As Zhao Fang dismounted, the King Yan instantly regained its senses, gazing at him in terror before flapping its wings and taking flight. What astonishing abilities! Zhao Fang marveled at the King Yan, which chose the precise moment after his landing for the hypnosis effect to dissipate. He found it hard to believe this was unintentional on Gungui's part. Back in his tent, Zhao Fang felt significantly more at ease, no longer worried about being pursued by a mischievous Ghastly. Seeing a Caterpie by the roadside brought him a sense of familiarity. He was certain he would return to that mansion, not for any particular reason, but rather because of the disheveled encounter he had experienced today. Additionally, he was curious about what reward Gungui would offer if he did indeed come across the coveted gemstone. If Gungui were to join his team, it would be a source of great amusement. Even though Zhao Fang currently lacked clarity on the nature of powerful Pokémon, Gungui was undoubtedly at least of Elite Four caliber. Chapter 37. Iron-Headed Baby. However, the probability of such an event was rather slim, especially since Zhao Fang had yet to even catch a glimpse of the gemstone. Speculating about rewards at this stage felt as absurd as greeting a girl and immediately pondering what to name their future children. Thanks to Gungui's assistance in returning him, Zhao Fang had saved a considerable amount of travel time. However, the sky had darkened, prompting him to prioritize dinner for his Magikarp and Dragapult. He rummaged through his backpack within the tent and, retrieving some Pokémon food, prepared 2 simple stir-fries for Magikarp and Dragapult. A simple stir-fried meat dish, upon consumption, can enhance one's species value. Observing the familiar text box, Zhao Fang retrieved his notebook and diligently recorded today's berry combinations. His notebook already contained numerous pairing methods, among which the most potent was the elusive Misty Berry, a fruit of considerable expense. Just one of these could elevate a species value by a point. Zhao Fang pondered that, should his extraordinary abilities indeed facilitate such effortless breakthroughs, both the Magikarp and the Dragonite could easily surpass the threshold of 600 species value. Of course, this was contingent upon the veracity of his unique advantage. Yet, there was something amiss with Magikarp. Zhao Fang observed his faithful companion, who was busily consuming Pokémon food, stroking his chin in contemplation. Previously, Magikarp would sway its tail from side to side during mealtime, but today, it was rhythmically slapping its tail against the ground, raising clouds of dust in the tent. Zhao Fang, deeply concerned for his longtime partner, had no intention of abandoning Magikarp in favor of Dragonite, despite the latter's arrival. He was a person of sentiment, and after some reflection, he surmised that Magikarp was likely distressed over the encounter with Ghastly. Time and again, it had exerted itself fully, yet could not inflict any harm on its opponent. Such a setback was indeed profound. Are you troubled by the previous incident with Ghastly? Zhao Fang inquired, gently touching Magikarp's scales. Though Magikarp could not speak, it responded with 2 more vigorous slaps of its tail against the ground. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to your training. Once you evolve into a formidable Magikarp, I will return with you and teach that Ghastly a lesson. Zhao Fang tenderly caressed Magikarp's body. Even if Magikarp could not evolve into Gyarados, he would nurture it with care. Once Magikarp's species value reached 600, even without evolving, its sheer force from tackles and splashes would far surpass its current capabilities. Dragonite. It had already finished its meal, as it always did, being the first to do so. Now it coiled around Zhao Fang's neck, curiously observing Magikarp. Magikarp remained silent, its tail continuing its powerful strikes against the ground. Zhao Fang had experienced camping, having spent many nights outdoors since embarking on his journey in this world. Yet camping in the forest was an entirely different affair. He would light a lantern at night, which attracted light-seeking insects. While these pests were bothersome, they also drew in some Pokémon. Isn't that a Kakuna? Zhao Fang mused, gazing at the Kakuna before him, perplexed as to how a creature that typically remained still had found its way here. However, the Metapod Pokémon is not a cause for concern. After all, even if it were to rest against its tent, nothing would happen. This creature predominantly employs the moves Harden and Harden, occasionally utilizing the String Shot and Tackle it mastered during its Caterpie days. Perhaps due to its sheltered state within the cocoon, the Metapod appears unaffected by the peculiar scent of the surrounding terrain, lying quietly at the periphery of the light. Well, time for a nap, Zhao Fang yawned. Just as he was about to turn and enter the tent, he caught a glimpse of an orange figure darting past, followed by a commotion outside. Zhao Fang, momentarily stunned, turned his head and saw his Kingler, which had been practicing water gun and tackle inside the tent, had collided with the Metapod, sending it rolling several times while emitting an angry sound. Frowning, Zhao Fang found himself discontented with disobedient Pokémon, as they often pose a headache for trainers. Yet, observing the vacant expression in Kingler's eyes and the injury on its forehead, he realized that it had charged with all its might. While Zhao Fang pondered, the Metapod emitted a string shot from its mouth. Kingler, use water gun to evade, then follow up with tackle. Although lost in thought, Zhao Fang swiftly issued the command upon witnessing the scene. Kingler slammed its tail against the ground, causing a muffled thud as the grass beneath it trembled, then swiftly darted forward, evading the string shot. In midair, it expertly executed tackle, striking the Metapod's head and producing another dull thud. Zhao Fang covered his face. Kingler seemed to be developing a tendency towards head-butting foes. Previously, it merely used its body to ram into others, but now it had taken to head-butting directly. Zhao Fang speculated whether, back at the mansion, Kingler had been frustrated by its failure to strike the Jengar and had decided to learn the headbutt technique on its own. True to its name, the Metapod exhibited remarkable resilience. Inflicting substantial damage with ordinary physical attacks proved somewhat challenging. Zhao Fang noted that after the collision, the Metapod curled up slightly, and a glimmer of defensive energy flashed by. Kingler, continue with tackle. Don't allow it to use Harden, Zhao Fang hastily commanded, observing the Metapod preparing to employ Harden once more. With a determined cry, Kingler unleashed water gun again, crashing its head against the Metapod. Zhao Fang watched the Metapod. Its eyes rolled back and motionless on the ground, then glanced at Kingler, whose scales bore the marks of the encounter, utterly at a loss for words. Why not just use your body to collide? Zhao Fang chuckled in exasperation, cradling Kingler in his arms and reaching into his backpack for healing ointment. However, before he could apply the remedy, he noticed a Metapod rolling out from the nearby forest, igniting Kingler's excitement once more. Very well, use tackle. Chapter 38. A different kind of trainer battle. Yawning and feeling quite fatigued, Zhao Fang emerged from his tent the following morning, bearing the weight of dark circles beneath his eyes as if he had been laboring for several consecutive days. The previous night, for reasons unbeknownst to him, his Magikarp had been fervently engaging in head-on collisions with the Metapods and Kakunas, leaving Zhao Fang quite concerned that the vigorous encounters might result in a concussion for his Pokémon. After Magikarp had rendered several of its opponents dazed, Zhao Fang had no choice but to return it to its Pokeball, fearing continued collisions would only exacerbate the situation. Upon awakening, Zhao Fang was relieved to find that all the Kakunas and Metapods had vacated the vicinity. Had they remained, it was likely that Magikarp would have been eager to resume its training after breakfast. After preparing a meal for both Magikarp and Dratini that would enhance their base stats, Zhao Fang attended to his morning routine and then settled for a simple sandwich for his own breakfast. Look at you, Magikarp, despite a night of rest. You still bear injuries on your head. Just wait while I apply some ointment, Zhao Fang said, shaking his head in resignation as he retrieved a bottle of healing salve. It was unnecessary to use the entire contents unless Magikarp sported numerous wounds, and after applying the ointment, the injury on its forehead began to fade gradually. Next, Zhao Fang tidied his tent, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and set off with Magikarp and Dratini in tow. While flying over the forest on his Swellow the previous day, Zhao Fang had caught a glimpse of the surroundings, a sight that swiftly quenched his desire to explore further. Butterfree and Beedrill flitted about, and occasionally he spotted the silhouette of a Swellow. However, what astonished him most was the presence of a Pelipper, an unusual sight in the forest. Hey, that handsome guy over there, are you a trainer too? As Zhao Fang ambled along, taking in the environment, he was greeted by the voice of a young lady. Raising his gaze, he saw a girl dressed in a sundress and adorned with a sun hat, her face alight with delight as she regarded him. Ah, yes, I am a trainer, Zhao Fang replied, noting the Pokeball clipped to her waist, indicating that she too was a trainer. He anticipated the ensuing exchange, likely an invitation to battle. Care for a match? The wager kind, she proposed, her cheerful demeanor causing Zhao Fang's eyes to narrow with intrigue. Trainer battles were commonplace. Zhao Fang had engaged in numerous encounters previously. However, such battles typically lacked any financial stakes. Unlike the games where defeating an opponent yielded monetary rewards, even challenging the Elite Four bore no financial gain, as such a situation would undoubtedly lead to chaos. In contrast, battles with wagers were distinctly different, as they involved a genuine thrill of competition. Rest assured, my Pokémon comprise these three. Defeating one will earn you 100 league coins, 2 will yield 1,000, and vanquishing all 3 grants a staggering 10,000. The lady, seemingly accustomed to indecisive challengers, cheerfully released her Pokeballs, revealing her 3 Pokémon before Zhao Fang, a Caterpie, a Houndoom, and a Lotad. Zhao Fang chuckled. Judging solely by the types of Pokémon, the lady appeared to be a worthy opponent. However, his keen eye caught the hidden Everstone on the Lotad, indicating its potential to evolve into a Lombra at any moment. This likely bolstered the lady's confidence, as in a regular trainer battle, if one side evolves during combat, the other cannot interrupt, lest they attract the league's scrutiny. Of course, such restrictions do not apply when battling organizations like Team Magma or Team Aqua. Apologies. I have matters to attend to. Zhao Fang waved dismissively. In a standard battle, he would not refuse even a Lombra, but the stakes were different when money was involved. After uttering this, he began to walk away, only to find his path obstructed by the 3 Pokémon, with the Houndoom baring its teeth. So, it seems I have no choice but to battle you? Zhao Fang squinted at the lady. Oh, how could that be? But since you haven't defeated a single one, you'll need to leave behind 10,000 league coins as a fee for my trouble. Observing the subtle smile on her lips, Zhao Fang couldn't help but grin back. Such antics were unlikely to be orchestrated by her alone, prompting him to remain vigilant for potential accomplices lurking nearby. Very well, let us engage in battle. However, I shall provide my Pokémon with some orange berries. Is that acceptable? Zhao Fang cheerfully set down his bag. That is certainly not permitted. A barrage of bubbles erupted from afar, interrupting his gesture. Zhao Fang glared angrily at the source, but nonetheless retrieved a Pokeball from his waist. His expression one of indignation. Then let the battle commence. You shall go first, Houndoom. The lady called forth her 2 Pokémon and sent out the Houndoom. Zhao Fang stared conflictedly at the Houndoom, hesitating before slapping his thigh decisively. Magikarp, I implore you. As Zhao Fang released his Magikarp, the lady burst into laughter. But her gaze soon turned calculating as she scrutinized the possessions Zhao Fang carried, contemplating how to relieve this impoverished youth of his belongings. What a dull battle this is. Such a feeble Pokémon does not even merit my attention. Houndoom, use Bite to conclude this fight. The lady yawned and waved her hand dismissively. Zhao Fang remained unfazed. He felt the tremors in his legs, realizing there was no turning back now. Magikarp, showcase your training. With a swift motion of Zhao Fang's hand, the Kingler leapt into the air, sending a splash of water before darting aside to evade the bite of the hyena. In the next moment, the Kingler twisted its body and executed a collision move. Is that all you've got? The lady, though astonished by the agility of the Kingler, remained unfazed. In the blink of an eye, the Kingler's head collided with the hyena's, producing a dull thud. The hyena swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, feeling as if the world around it was spinning. The Kingler, too, was not unscathed, but it appeared to be less affected than its opponent. Kingler, pursue and do not allow your foe a moment's respite. Use the collision, Zhao Fang commanded decisively. Chapter 39. The defeated Kingler Hyena. Dodge quickly, the lady urgently commanded. But the hyena, still dazed, perceived everything as a whirlwind and could not evade the imminent collision from the Kingler. Another dull thud echoed, and this time, the hyena could not rise again. It simply wished to lie quietly on the ground, as standing up felt unbearable amidst the dizzying sensations. It seems I have triumphed, Zhao Fang remarked with a smile, having dispatched the first opponent. However, he felt no pride, for had the lady not underestimated him, the path to victory might have been fraught with complications. The lady cast a glum glance at Zhao Fang, then glanced at the second Pokeball in his arms. Gritting her teeth, she sent forth her next Pokémon. Lotad, put an end to this farce. Following her trainer's command, Lotad entered the arena, while the hyena was recalled. Zhao Fang observed Lotad with caution. It posed a formidable challenge for Kingler, being of both grass and water types. Kingler, can you still fight? Zhao Fang inquired softly, looking at his Pokémon. Despite the injuries on its head, Kingler bravely tapped the ground with its tail. After a moment of silence, Zhao Fang contemplated that as a trainer, he should ideally switch out Kingler when facing a type disadvantage. However, he had witnessed Kingler's resilience and determination, and he suspected that substituting it now would displease Kingler. Then I entrust you with this, Kingler, Zhao Fang said, gently patting Kingler before turning his gaze toward Lotad. Kingler possessed an advantage in that it had not mastered any water-type moves and only knew the standard collision move. This meant he did not need to worry about ineffective attacks, but if Lotad's grass-type moves hit Kingler, it could spell trouble. Zhao Fang recalled that Lotad was capable of using the grass-type move Absorb. As anticipated, the lady immediately commanded Lotad to use Absorb. thus commencing the next phase of their battle. Although the base damage of the Absorb move is rather modest, it is, after all, a Grass-type attack. And when it strikes Magikarp, it can be quite lethal. Magikarp, quickly use Splash. Zhao Fang commanded simultaneously as his opponent spoke. The Absorb move is avoidable, albeit with some difficulty, due to its rapid execution. Had Zhao Fang not issued his command while the opponent was speaking, it is likely that Magikarp would have suffered the brunt of the attack. However, despite evading the Absorb attack, Magikarp found itself unable to gain momentum in midair and could only rely on Zhao Fang's prior training to use Tackle to forcibly alter its descent. Huh, did you think I didn't notice your previous attack? Lileep, dodge its attack and then use Absorb. The beauty scoffed disdainfully, believing the same move would not work twice. Magikarp's Tackle missed, and this time, with no means of evasion, it was hit squarely by Lileep's Absorb, causing its energy to plummet instantly. Magikarp. Zhao Fang watched anxiously as the helpless creature lay immobile, clenching his fists, wondering when assistance would arrive. It's futile, little one. Allow me to teach you a lesson. Grass-type moves are super effective against water types, the beauty declared triumphantly, feigning a teacherly demeanor. Zhao Fang was infuriated by her pretentiousness. Yet he soon noticed a flicker of movement from Magikarp's tail. Magikarp, use Tackle. Zhao Fang shouted loudly. What? The beauty turned in astonishment, only to witness Magikarp, which should have been drained of its strength, launching another Tackle, striking Lileep squarely in the head. However, this last act drained Magikarp of all its combatability, leaving it motionless on the ground, while Lileep, too, felt the impact, reminiscent of the earlier strike on the Sandshrew. Fortunately, Magikarp had merely exhausted its remaining stamina, rendering the damage from this tackle minimal. Yet, the beauty's expression soured. She had been bested by a mere Magikarp, and even received a parting blow. Though she did not witness it, she knew her comrades were likely laughing heartily at her expense. Oof, use Rain Dance, she commanded angrily, glaring at Zhao Fang as she recalled Magikarp and directed Lileep. Zhao Fang was taken aback. He had not anticipated that her Lileep possessed the Rain Dance ability. Such weather moves, like Rain Dance and Sunny Day, are typically reserved for Pokémon with exceptional talent in the real world. However, observing the small rain cloud forming above Lileep's head, Zhao Fang felt considerably more at ease. Despite Lileep's potential, it paled in comparison to the rain clouds that could envelop the entire Hoenn region, such as those from Kyogre. Rain Dish ability, I see, Zhao Fang murmured quietly, watching Lileep gradually recover under the rain. Little one, send out your second Pokémon. The beautiful woman let out a cold laugh, unconvinced that Zhao Fang, a mere trainer, possessed any formidable Pokémon. I have already dispatched mine. Zhao Fang shrugged nonchalantly. What? The woman was momentarily taken aback, only to soon witness the lantern emit a cry of distress, revealing several claw marks upon its body. Before it stood an oddly shaped Pokémon that materialized from thin air. The woman's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of the Pokémon, followed by a surge of elation. She had not anticipated reeling in such a treasure. Although the species of the Pokémon before her was indiscernible, it was evident that it was no ordinary creature, especially given its recent ethereal appearance. This was undoubtedly a ghost-type Pokémon. Haha, you truly are impressive, young one. Should you lose, do hand over this Pokémon to your elder sister, she exclaimed joyfully, her gaze fixed on Dragapult, a premonition of great fortune filling her spirit. As for the possibility of defeat, the woman had not even considered it. Even if her Pokémon were vanquished, she had two companions, one of whom possessed a formidable Zubat. Is that so? We'll see after you face me. Dragapult, use Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang swiftly issued his command, while the woman was filled with glee, nearly beside herself with laughter. After all, this was a Dragon-type Pokémon. Sharpedo, what do you think of that trainer's prowess? In the woods, a golden-haired woman smiled as she stroked the powerful figure standing beside her. Chapter 40. The light of evolution. Zhao Fang remained oblivious to the eyes watching him. He was entirely focused on his opponent. It was undeniable that Lantern was indeed the mainstay Pokémon of the woman before him, despite Dragapult's remarkable speed and the rapid execution of Dragon Tail. Lantern adeptly evaded the attack. Lantern, use Scare. Though the woman was unaware of the exact nature of Dragapult, she reasoned that if it was a ghost type, then employing ghost type moves would surely be effective. After all, ghost types excel against their own kind. Dragapult, use Ambush. Zhao Fang heard the command issued by his opponent. Most Pokémon trainers relied on vocal commands to direct their Pokémon, making it easy for others to discern the moves being employed. Zhao Fang particularly favored such opponents. Psychic trainers posed a greater challenge, as they could communicate telepathically with their Pokémon, making it so that no words were necessary. only the execution of attacks and evasions. A truly formidable tactic. In an instant, Dragapult transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards Lantern at breakneck speed, its hands aglow with a dark luminescence. Striking before Lantern could unleash its own move. Lantern let out a mournful cry. Dragapult's speed was overwhelming, and the effective ambush had accelerated Dragapult's assault. TSK. The beautiful young woman furrowed her brow, lamenting the relentless speed of the Dragonite, which was far too overwhelming. Before she could even finish unleashing her own skills, it charged at her, landing several blows to her face, leaving her in a state of helplessness. Was she to allow her Lotad to evolve? Her expression soured. She knew that her Lotad was capable of evolving into Lombra at any moment. However, she had once heard from a senior that the more energy a Pokémon accumulates before evolution, the faster it grows afterwards. Although she lacked a water stone, it was something she could purchase with money. Thus, she had long desired for her Lotad to amass sufficient foundation before evolving into Lombra. Yet, witnessing the current predicament, she realized that if she did not allow her Lotad to evolve, it would be impossible to capture this precious Pokémon relying solely on it. As for the Caterpie, she shook her head. She had merely captured and trained it casually for a few days to catch some trainers off guard. Even if she shamelessly sent out the Caterpie, it would not alter the situation. Attacking the opposing trainer directly was of an entirely different nature. Unless absolutely necessary, she was unwilling to face the consequences of being hunted by Junsha. This was akin to the distinction between a seductive trap and a home invasion. The judgments differed greatly. Lotad, remove your Everstone and showcase our prowess. The woman, now in a state of urgency as Lotad took another hit from the Dragonite's tail, decided it was time for evolution to secure a better share of the spoils. In response, Lotad promptly removed its diminutive Everstone necklace, and a blinding white light enveloped it, marking a transformative moment in the life of a Pokémon, a spectacular miracle of evolution. You wouldn't dare attack an evolving Pokémon, would you, little brother? The woman remarked, yet Zhao Fang noticed the Caterpie standing in front of the radiant light of evolution. He shrugged. Should he truly intervene, the opponent would likely summon their allies. As the light of evolution dissipated, Lotad had significantly grown in size and strength, now standing before Zhao Fang and Dragonite as Lombra. With this evolution, Lombra's stats had been elevated, transforming it into a formidable adversary compared to its previous form. Lombra, use Scare, the woman hastily commanded, not having the time to test the new skill set post-evolution. With its increased speed, Lombra swiftly executed Scare, causing its body to swell slightly. Before Dragonite could advance, it was struck as if by lightning, momentarily frozen in place. Dragonite, use Quick Attack. Zhao Fang remained unfazed. While Scare was indeed a ghost-type move, its damage was minimal. It was unlikely that Scare could defeat the opposing Pokémon, as repeated use might lead to failure, given that the adversary's Pokémon had already lost its fear. Utilize the Super Absorb to confront the adversary. The command from the lady has arrived, and Zhao Fang is somewhat astonished. He never anticipated that the Shroomish would employ such a technique. Quick evade, Zhao Fang urgently instructed, even if a Volt Tackle struck the opponent. Succumbing to a Super Absorb would undoubtedly be a significant loss. Duraludon hastily interrupted its move, executing a swift pivot just in time to avoid the Shroomish's Super Absorb. What a nuisance. Shroomish, unleash your newly mastered ultimate ability. The lady cast an irritated glance at Zhao Fang, pondering how this seemingly young individual possessed such seasoned battle experience. Duraludon, keep an eye on the opponent's moves. Zhao Fang was at a loss. Without knowing what the Pokémon had in store, he felt helpless. The Shroomish charged toward Duraludon, its hands emanating a dark aura, indicating a Dark-type move. Although unaware of the specifics of the opponent's Dark-type technique, Zhao Fang knew that if Duraludon were to take the brunt of the attack, it would not fare well. Dodge its assault and circle around for a surprise attack, Zhao Fang commanded swiftly. However, having just executed the Volt Tackle, Duraludon was too close to the Shroomish. Despite its efforts to evade, it was still struck on the edge of its body. Duraludon let out a mournful cry. The double damage from the Dark-type move was indeed detrimental. Duraludon, Zhao Fang shouted anxiously. Shroomish, continue with that move and finish this battle. The lady was exhilarated. If she could defeat this Pokémon, she could extort money from it. And then the Water Stone would be within her grasp. A glint of malice flashed in the Shroomish's eyes as it surged forward, enveloped in dark light, toward the injured Duraludon. With a clang, the Shroomish looked up in astonishment to see a towering figure gazing down upon it. An expression of amusement and disdain in its eyes, as if to imply that the little one had not eaten well. Salamence, Zhao Fang gasped. immediately recognizing the formidable Pokémon's true identity. Chapter 41. Scholar Alolan Salamence, a powerful dragon and ground-type Pokémon, is regarded as a quasi-deity among Pokémon. Merely gazing at this Salamence, Zhao Fang felt an overwhelming aura. With his current team composition, he was utterly incapable of confronting it. The mere thought of inflicting any damage on this Salamence seemed miraculous. What is the origin of this Salamence? Is it a companion of this woman? Friend or foe? Zhao Fang's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. If it were an enemy, he would undoubtedly be in dire straits, even though he had pressed the emergency button. Whether the approaching Pokédex holder could deal with this Salamence remained uncertain. Who goes there? The beautiful woman took a step back in terror, fully aware of her own circumstances. Although her companion was a formidable trainer, his ace Pokémon was merely a Zubat. How had this fierce Garchomp managed to approach? It would be unwise to resort to heavy-handed measures, especially considering the illegal nature of their battle. A languid voice interrupted her thoughts, and soon Zhao Fang and the woman beheld a golden-haired figure emerging from the nearby woods, a woman of statuesque elegance, clad in black attire. Despite the absence of a distinctive headpiece, the combination of her presence and the Garchomp allowed Zhao Fang to swiftly discern her identity. A sigh of relief escaped Zhao Fang's throat, while he was uncertain as to why this individual had appeared in the Fengyuan region. He was certain she was not an adversary, and thus felt a sense of safety. Who are you? The woman asked, her eyes wide with fear. She was no fool. Her companion had yet to appear, indicating he had likely encountered peril. Just how powerful was this trainer to render her ally completely voiceless? Me? Just a passing Pokémon scholar specializing in legendary creatures. You may call me Scholar Alolan. Alolan smiled gently. Her demeanor warmed despite her icy beauty. Zhao Fang rolled his eyes inwardly. She might as well have introduced herself as the champion Cynthia from the Sinnoh region. Nevertheless, he wisely refrained from exposing her identity, suspecting that Alolan was merely a pseudonym. The woman quaked in fear, her legs trembling, while her Lotad exhibited no desire to fight, instead collapsing to the ground. Meanwhile, her Nincada contemplated fleeing. Oh, your Nincada wishes to abandon ship? It seems your training has been rather lackluster, Alolan observed, her expression a mix of amusement and scrutiny, causing Zhao Fang to shiver involuntarily. Dragonite drifted gracefully before Zhao Fang. I apologize for your distress. You've endured quite a lot. Zhao Fang murmured as he affectionately stroked Dragonite's head, diligently tending to his Pokémon's wounds. As for the woman, with Alolan present, there was no chance of her escaping. Despite Garchomp's ground attributes, it could easily overpower any flying Pokémon. A champion was not to be underestimated, just as Zhao Fang had anticipated. The trainer who had challenged him appeared dejected, tying her own feet with a rope and slumping to the ground, her eyes vacant. While this line of work could yield quick profits, it also bore significant risks. If apprehended by the Junsha family, years in prison would be inevitable, especially if her past transgressions were unearthed. Thinking of this, the woman glared at Zhao Fang with gritted teeth, blaming him for her predicament. If it weren't for this troublesome child, she would have long fled with her earnings, avoiding capture by such a powerful trainer. Thank you, Scholar Alolan. Although Zhao Fang was aware of Sharona's true identity, to directly expose her would be a foolish act. Therefore, he sincerely expressed his gratitude to her. It's nothing. We are both holders of the Pokédex, so it is only natural for us to assist one another. Sharona's stern visage softened slightly in Zhao Fang's presence. This young lad possessed remarkable combat talent and a genuine affection for his Pokémon, particularly that unique Magikarp. Sharona had encountered numerous Magikarp before, yet none were as distinct as Zhao Fang's, and she admired its unwavering spirit. A Pokédex holder? How could I have overlooked that? The beautiful woman was taken aback. She had naturally overheard Sharona's words. Upon reflection, it became clear why Zhao Fang had not touched his bag but had instead slapped his thigh. He must have pressed the distress button then. Regret consumed her. Had she known he was a Pokédex holder, she would have summoned her companions immediately to seize Zhao Fang's Pokémon with ruthless intent. Was Scholar Alolan here to investigate Shalebi? Zhao Fang paid little attention to the woman's musings. A criminal soon to be taken away by Junsha was hardly worthy of his concern. Sharona, a champion of Sinnoh, possessed a profound interest in mythology and history beyond her champion status. Upon seeing her, Zhao Fang recalled the legend of Shalebi from the Orange Forest. Oh, I didn't expect you to know. Indeed, I have come to investigate the rumors surrounding Shalebi, hoping for a chance to meet this forest deity that traverses time and space. Sharona nodded with a smile. If she did not deliberately showcase her champion demeanor, she could easily be mistaken for a scholar. Since this legend is quite famous, I have learned a bit about it, Zhao Fang replied cheerfully. Your Pokémon is Dragapult from the Galar region, isn't it? Sharona inquired, glancing at the Dragapult perched curiously around Zhao Fang's neck. Yes, I managed to capture it by chance, and it was through Dragapult that I obtained the Pokédex. Zhao Fang affirmed with a nod. Sharona found nothing peculiar about that. The evolution conditions for Dragapult are quite stringent. I believe you should travel to the Galar region to find its kin and increase your chances of evolution. Of course, the airfare is rather expensive, Sharona remarked casually, pausing slightly when mentioning the airfare. Zhao Fang couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. That airfare must be referring to Champion Dan, the immensely powerful champion. It appeared that champions in this world did indeed communicate with one another, though he was uncertain of the specifics, perhaps through the Pokédex? Chapter 42. Exiting the Orange Forest. The airfare is too costly. I cannot afford it at the moment. So I plan to collect the badges here and participate in the Hoenn League. Zhao Fang smiled wryly and shook his head. He understood well that if Alolan Exeggutor wished to evolve, the most effective method would be to find companions to train with. Such a process would undoubtedly simplify evolution. However, Zhao Fang found himself devoid of such conditions at present. Shalona nodded knowingly, aware of the struggles faced by ordinary trainers. It seemed that Zhao Fang's family was enduring hardships, and given that the Galar region was separated by several others, the cost of airfare was indeed exorbitant. The Hoenn League? That sounds promising. I have heard that this year's Hoenn League will feature some formidable challengers. If you manage to clinch the championship, you could then attempt the Master Challenge. Shalona reassured Zhao Fang with a smile. Were it not for Zhao Fang's demonstrated resolve during battle, she might not have engaged in such lengthy conversation. Zhao Fang sheepishly scratched his head. As for his current capabilities, he was uncertain whether he could even pass the initial gym challenge, let alone the Hoenn League. If only Magikarp could evolve into Gyarados, there might be a glimmer of hope. Without that evolution, he could only rely on Alolan Exeggutor and gradually hone its skills. Yet, along this journey, he had not encountered any Pokémon that truly captivated him. Although he could easily capture a Water-type or Grass-type Pokémon to deal with the gym and later replace it, he was reluctant to do so. Zhao Fang preferred to traverse the road to victory with a meticulously crafted team, capturing Pokémon primarily to enrich his Pokédex. After exchanging a few more words with Shalona, Miss Junxiao approached and escorted away the three criminals. Thank you ever so much, Scholar Zhulan. Zhao Fang expressed his gratitude politely to Shalona. Although he had already thanked her, he felt it necessary to convey his appreciation once more as they were parting ways. Not at all. It was but a small effort on my part. I hope to see you in this year's Hoenn League. Shalona replied with a smile as she bid farewell to Zhao Fang. They did not exchange contact information, despite Zhao Fang's potential. The Pokémon world was replete with promising trainers. After parting ways with Shalona, Zhao Fang continued on his journey. He first ensured that Magikarp and Alolan Exeggutor were thoroughly healed before embarking on his training regimen. During his recent battle with that gambling beauty, Zhao Fang had identified several areas for improvement regarding both Magikarp and Alolan Exeggutor. Magikarp's situation was the most straightforward, given its limited moves. Zhao Fang could only deepen its understanding of Splash and Tackle. If it could master the move Flail, it would add another dimension to its battle strategy. Nonetheless, the most crucial aspect for Magikarp remained its evolution. Only through evolving could it truly leap across the Dragon Gate, completing its metamorphosis. Magikarp, I hope you can repeatedly utilize Splash during your training, using it to execute aerial maneuvers, Zhao Fang explained while preparing Pokémon food for lunch. However, as he observed Magikarp continuously head-butting a rock, he felt an overwhelming sense of frustration brewing within him. The King of Carp cannot articulate words. Although Dragon Menace possesses certain telepathic and empathic abilities, its communications are limited to single characters or words. Zhao Fang had inquired of Dragon Menace regarding the thoughts of the King of Carp, and the response was merely the term strength. Surely, such an elevation in base stats cannot be solely attributed to physical attack? Zhao Fang's expression was somewhat peculiar. Once the meal was prepared, he served the Pokémon food to the King of Carp, but it appeared that Dragon Menace had specific preferences for the dish, desiring it to resemble a hot pot, a nuance Zhao Fang comprehended only after several exchanges. Dragon, I hope you continue to hone your Dragon Tail. It is an exceptionally potent offensive skill against certain types of Pokémon, Zhao Fang remarked while stirring the hot pot. Dragon Menace emitted a playful sound, eagerly circling the pot, causing Zhao Fang to feel slightly dizzy. If only a device could be developed to assess Pokémon base stats, he mused, gnawing on a discounted sandwich from his convenience store. Despite the remarkable abilities bestowed upon Zhao Fang, he remained unable to ascertain the base stats of Pokémon, leaving him perplexed about where the augmented stats were allocated. Subsequently, Zhao Fang spent a full 3 days navigating through Orange Blossom Forest, a region that would typically require only a few minutes in the game, yet in reality, it was dauntingly vast. Glancing at the map, he estimated that a thorough exploration of Orange Blossom Forest would take approximately a month. Along the way, he encountered a couple of trainers. After sending out the King of Carp and Dragon Messiah, he effortlessly defeated them. However, the King of Carp remained steadfast in its approach, persistently using its head to ram into other Pokémon. Indeed, a true hard-headed creature. Zhao Fang surmised that if this continued, the King of Carp's skull would become significantly more durable, based on the performance of the King of Carp and Dragon Messiah. Zhao Fang made subtle adjustments to their training regimen. During this period, he encountered numerous wild Pokémon, but none captivated him quite like the Trico, which seemed perpetually lost. While Zhao Fang was dining and setting up camp, the Trico appeared once more, engaging in a curious stare-off with him. Zhao Fang, however, chose to remain composed, offering a friendly smile, as Lizard King stood just behind the Trico. Upon exiting Orange Blossom Forest, Zhao Fang was greeted by a body of water, along with a flower shop adjacent to a lake. He recognized that shop. Typically, players could acquire a watering can there, but the reality of it remained uncertain. Zhao Fang intended to seek out a fishing trainer for a battle and to discuss the evolution conditions of the King of Carp. Yet, he soon perceived something amiss. As the road ahead was congested with people, Zhao Fang noticed numerous individuals sporting Pokeballs at their waists. These were all trainers. What was going on? Was there an event? Zhao Fang found himself momentarily bewildered. Hello, may I inquire why so many trainers have gathered here? Is there a special event? Zhao Fang approached a nearby trainer and asked, Are you unaware? It is said that a red Gyarados has been discovered here. The young trainer replied, his expression reminiscent of that of an astonished primitive man. Zhao Fang paused for a moment, only then realizing why there were so few people in the Orange Forest. Chapter 43, Canaz City awaits snowfall. A red Gyarados. This is no ordinary shiny Pokémon. Within the game's narrative, it holds unique significance, even possessing a one-time capture limitation, which incited players to resort to desperate measures should they fail to capture it, never to encounter it again. Furthermore, the individual values and characteristics of the red Gyarados are exceptionally rare, though that is merely a concept confined to the game. Zhao Fang was still uncertain about the reality of the situation. However, upon hearing the news of the red Gyarados, Zhao Fang felt a spark of curiosity. After all, it is an exceedingly rare shiny Pokémon, and humans are inherently curious beings. Thus, it is hardly surprising that an abundance of trainers congregated in this aquatic locale beneath Canaz City. Peering into the water, Zhao Fang exclaimed in astonishment. The surface was teeming with trainers surfing atop their Pokémon, while the shoreline was dotted with those wielding fishing rods. Yet, the most captivating figure was one brandishing a golden fishing rod. Zhao Fang recognized it as an award exclusively granted to the champion of a fishing tournament. It seemed that the news of the red Gyarados had not only attracted trainers, but also the champion of the fishing tournament. He wondered if a certain Dodrio might make an appearance. Amused, Zhao Fang stood by, observing the spectacle. Yet, upon further reflection, he acknowledged that this was, after all, the Hoenn region. For a Dodrio of such stature, traversing to the league would pose a considerable challenge, as one would typically need to apply for permission to leave the league. Dear trainers, please do not crowd too closely. The news of the red Gyarados is merely a rumor. Miss Junsha shouted repeatedly into a megaphone while riding her motorcycle, though her efforts yielded little effect. This likely stemmed from a psychological tendency. When the officials declare something as mere hearsay, it only heightens the public's suspicion that there is indeed something concealed beneath the surface. Why else would the authorities choose to phrase it that way? Zhao Fang was not one to fall into such thinking. Upon hearing Miss Junsha's announcement, he resolved to depart for Canaz City. On one hand, he trusted the official statement, and on the other, even if the red Gyarados did indeed appear, he lacked the strength to capture it, leaving him to wait for future opportunities. Thus, with a calm demeanor, Zhao Fang shouldered his backpack and proceeded forward. To reach Canaz City, he needed to cross the bridge spanning the middle of this body of water. Otherwise, he would have to rely on a Pokémon capable of surfing to ferry him across. Having walked but a short distance, he felt his Pokédex vibrate. A message had arrived. Zhao Fang retrieved it to find a message from Xiao Yao inquiring about the red Gyarados. The official sources have dismissed it as mere rumor. So why do you still believe it? Zhao Fang, exasperated, rested his chin on his hand, gazing at the screen of the Pokédex. However, there are many people. Moreover, it is a red Gyarados. Don't you wish to take a look? If you do see it, Zhao Fang, please ensure you collect some data with the Pokédex. Xiao Yao was seated on her living room floor, clutching a plush Torchic, her face alight with excitement. Yes, yes, young lady. Is there anything else you require? Zhao Fang shook his head in amusement. Indeed, as the daughter of Dr. Tianwan, she possessed a unique enthusiasm for Pokémon. Humph. I heard from Dad that Kazna is about to experience a snowfall. Do check if there are any ice-type Pokémon around. Xiao Yao rolled on the floor with her Torchic plush, then looked up at Zhao Fang with wide, sparkling eyes. Zhao Fang nodded. Is it really going to snow in Kazna City? That is quite intriguing news, as snowfall often brings forth some ice-type Pokémon wandering about. Although they may not be particularly formidable, encountering a snowy child would be rather delightful. Zhao Fang did not have a strong desire to capture a snowy child. He merely wished to experiment with strategies for his Dragapult against ice-type Pokémon. In battles prior to the Fairy-type's introduction, the Dragon-type Pokémon often found themselves at a disadvantage against Dragon and Ice types. Furthermore, if his Dragon-type Pokémon also possessed flying attributes, Ice-type moves would inflict quadruple damage. While Zhao Fang did not aspire to become a master of countering opposing types, he also wished for his Pokémon to be adept in facing their weaknesses, as that is essential for becoming a Pokémon trainer of distinction. After Zhao Fang put away the Pokédex, he noticed a boy wearing a hat, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at him. Excuse me, do you need something? Zhao Fang, observing the boy's eager expression, glanced at Miss Jun Xia, who was patrolling nearby and calling out to passers-by. Are you the Pokédex holder? The boy's eyes sparkled with a different kind of enthusiasm. Yes, I am the Pokédex holder, Zhao Fang replied, puzzled, still trying to grasp the boy's intent. Please, battle with me, the young boy exclaimed, revealing 3 Pokéballs from his waist. Zhao Fang raised an eyebrow. It seemed that trainers in this Pokémon world were all too eager for battles. Very well. However, Zhao Fang did not decline. He was curious to see how Gyarados and Dragapult had fared in their training over the past 3 days. Once Zhao Fang agreed to the battle, the young boy unleashed his Pokeball. Let's go, Oddish. An Oddish landed on the ground. Oddish, you say? Gyarados, it's your turn. Zhao Fang assessed the Oddish before him. It appeared to have been poorly raised, looking as frail as its wild counterparts. The boy stared at Zhao Fang's Gyarados, momentarily taken aback, then pouted, assuming Zhao Fang looked down upon him. In truth, Zhao Fang had no such intentions. He merely wished to test the efficacy of Kingler's Water Splash. Vine Whip, use Absorb on Kingler. The boy commanded, his face flushed with determination. Yet, despite employing the same move, the boy's execution of Absorb paled in comparison to that of the previously encountered Lotus Leaf boy. The energy orbs were diminutive, allowing Kingler to effortlessly evade the attack with a Water Splash, subsequently colliding with Vine Whip, rendering it incapable of continuing the battle. Zhao Fang immediately relinquished any thoughts of contesting. As he discerned the boy's glaring inadequacy, it was evident that he couldn't even replace Kingler. As Zhao Fang had anticipated, the boy exhausted his trio of Pokémon, all of which were Grass-type, including a Lotus Leaf boy, yet all were being thoroughly outmatched by Kingler. These inadequately trained Pokémon were utterly impotent against Kingler's might. Only the Lotus Leaf boy managed to withstand Kingler's onslaught, inflicting a modicum of trouble with its Absorb. Chapter 44. The Battle Hotel. After effortlessly defeating the young trainer, Zhao Fang offered gentle words of consolation, recognizing the boy's affection for his Pokémon. He then resumed his journey, the encounter providing him with a clearer understanding of his own capabilities. In Zhao Fang's estimation, he could easily overcome trainers of similar novice status, provided their Pokémon were not particularly well-trained or formidable. However, he acknowledged that he had a considerable distance to traverse before he could contend with more powerful trainers. Kingler, would you like to explore the depths below? Zhao Fang mused as he passed a serene lake. Rumor had it that a red Gyarados had been sighted here. Although this was not the Lake of Rage, should a Gyarados truly exist, allowing Kingler to dive and experience this environment might catalyze its evolution. If Kingler were to evolve, Zhao Fang would gain a significant advantage in battling the Rock-type gym. Kingler's tail flicked excitedly. Having spent time together, Zhao Fang had come to understand his Pokémon. Despite its somewhat dull demeanor, Kingler was capable of expressing its emotions, indicating a desire to explore. Very well, let us take a look. If anything arises, come back swiftly. Zhao Fang was not overly concerned about Kingler encountering Gyarados. Rather, he worried about the potential threat posed by other wild Pokémon. It was known that certain carnivorous creatures might prey on Kingler, although such encounters were contingent upon hunger and the absence of other food sources. After all, few would desire to consume a Kingler, which was more bone than meat. Zhao Fang waited on the bridge for a while until the Kingler emerged. He promptly recalled it into its Pokeball, and judging by the Kingler's demeanor, it seemed there had been little success during its foray into the water. The elusive red Gyarados had yet to make an appearance amidst the throngs of eager seekers, lending credence to the notion that its existence might merely be a rumor. Zhao Fang even speculated that perhaps a Gyarados had surfaced while inadvertently entangled in a red plastic bag, leading to the misunderstanding of its identity. Upon realizing the Kingler had yielded no results, Zhao Fang abandoned any thoughts of lingering in the area and swiftly made his way toward Canaz City. Fortunately, despite the vastness of the waters, the presence of a bridge facilitated his journey, albeit the crowds were somewhat overwhelming. By the time Zhao Fang navigated through the throng and arrived in Canaz City, twilight had enveloped the landscape. The rock-type gym, he mused, gazing at the distant, illuminated structure. He exhaled deeply, reflecting on his journey from obtaining the Kingler to capturing the Dragonite, while also contending with Roger's cunning and the nefarious forces of gambling. At last, he had reached his first minor objective, the rock-type gym. He was aware that the gym leader, Cuckoo, was indeed confirmed. Yet he also understood that with no badges to his name, his challenge would likely be limited to facing mere apprentices. Cuckoo typically dealt with trainers of considerable skill, or those who had already acquired other badges before daring to confront her. Not every young trainer embarked from Baijin with the intention of initially challenging the rock-type gym. Zhao Fang recognized that trainers from Green Ridge City often prioritized battles against the psychic-type gym, although they too faced apprentices, a flexible policy instituted by the league. The normal-type gym was a notable exception. Its leader, Mr. Qianli, seemed entirely oblivious to the concept of flexible policy, routinely crushing those trainers who lacked sufficient strength, leading Zhao Fang's father to repeatedly express his concerns regarding Mr. Qianli's standing with the league inspectors. One should not underestimate the Sloth King, despite its lazy nature. Its impressive base stat total of 670 rendered it quite formidable. In terms of raw stats, even demigods would find themselves overshadowed by the Sloth King. Zhao Fang held no particular animosity toward Mr. Qianli, for the league had mandated that trainers possess 4 or more badges before challenging him, leaving the organization at an impasse regarding Mr. Qianli's strictness. Upon entering Canaz City, Zhao Fang soon discerned a notable distinction. This city was even larger than Orange Blossom City, primarily due to the presence of the largest corporation in the Hoenn region, Devon Corporation, a paragon of high technology. The son of the Devon Corporation CEO was none other than the reigning champion of the Hoenn region, Wallace. At present, Wallace had yet to relinquish his title in favor of his friend, Mikoli. Before embarking on his journey from Baijin, Zhao Fang had encountered Mr. Wallace, whose serene Metagross had instilled within him a profound sense of pressure. However, these matters seem rather distant from Zhao Fang at present. Upon arriving in the city of Canaz, Zhao Fang first visited the Pokémon Center to treat his Magikarp and Dragonair. Miss Joy, though somewhat surprised upon seeing Dragonair, silently completed the treatment. Subsequently, Zhao Fang intended to find a hotel, but soon realized a pressing issue, likely due to the rumors surrounding the red Gyarados. Nearly all inns were fully booked. Even offering double the price yielded no available rooms. Zhao Fang inwardly rolled his eyes, suspecting that the innkeepers might have orchestrated this situation. With little choice remaining, he resolved to purchase some Pokémon food and camp outdoors. Just as he was about to venture into the wilderness, he noticed a rather upscale hotel with a sign out front. A battle hotel, perhaps? It appeared one could secure a room through Pokémon battles. Zhao Fang examined the sign, which detailed the process. If one possessed sufficient skill, they could even occupy the luxurious champion suite. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Fang entered the battle hotel, curious to discover the various rooms and the trainers residing within. The lobby was bustling with trainers gathered around several machines. Zhao Fang found a relatively quiet spot and queued up. After a brief wait, it was his turn. The machine resembled those from his previous life, displaying room numbers and current occupant information. Challengers could select a green room for battle. Red rooms were off limits for challenges. Zhao Fang noted that the champion suite was occupied by a trainer boasting 7 gym badges, with a primary Pokémon of Swampert and another of Lizardon. Though other Pokémon were not displayed, there was one challenger, but this was not Zhao Fang's target. He focused instead on those without gym badges. Those lacking badges were housed in very ordinary single rooms. After a quick assessment, Zhao Fang selected a trainer whose primary Pokémon was Onix, eager to test the defensive capabilities of Rock-type Pokémon. Chapter 45. The Resilient Fighter and the Stubborn Opponent. Having chosen his opponent, Zhao Fang was swiftly escorted by the hotel staff to a specially designated room, where his challenger, a muscular man, was already waiting. Now, the battle would determine the fate of tonight's lodging. The battle would adhere to the league tournament rules, allowing each Pokémon to utilize only 4 skills. Since the challenger had only 2 Pokémon, The gentleman could similarly bring forth just two. The staff member, clad in the hotel uniform, introduced the rules with great professionalism, while the challenger readily produced two Pokeballs from his waist. However, Zhao Fang remained unaware of the Pokémon the man had chosen. Although the battle list at the hotel displays the opponent's primary Pokémon, it only reveals the main contender, leaving the other Pokémon shrouded in mystery. Thus, Zhao Fang was only aware of the opposing golem while remaining uncertain about the rest. Haha, young man, I assure you, I will not go easy on you. Finding a room these days is no easy feat, chuckled the robust man, exuding an amiable demeanor. Zhao Fang nodded in agreement. Indeed, accommodations were scarce. Had he not stumbled upon this battle hotel, he would not have entertained the idea of participating. Now, he could only await the Pokémon that this sturdy opponent would deploy while secretly strategizing his own approach. Let the battle commence, announced the staff as they observed the silence between the two competitors, subsequently retreating to the sidelines, armed with a device to record the unfolding events. Then it shall be you, Geodude. The burly man promptly released a Pokeball, summoning a Geodude onto the field. Magikarp, I entrust you with this. Zhao Fang hurled his own Pokeball. Upon seeing Magikarp, the opponent could not help but chuckle, while the staff remained composed, attentively monitoring the situation. Magikarp, a commendable Pokémon, particularly with its water type. However, prior to its evolution, it cannot learn water type moves. This battle is mine, the man declared, invigorated. Geodude, utilize Rock Throw. Magikarp, swiftly employ Splash to evade and maneuver around the opponent. Zhao Fang commanded, and Magikarp adeptly executed Splash, evading Geodude's Rock Throw. Is there such a technique? The burly man looked momentarily astonished. It matters not. Geodude, use Mud Slap. Following the man's directive, Geodude scooped up mud from the ground and flung it around. Mud Slap, a ground-type move, reduces the effectiveness of electric-type attacks, but it is relatively lackluster, considering ground-type Pokémon are inherently immune to electric moves. In a double battle, employing Mud Slap is a rather disadvantageous choice, unless the opposing team is electric-type. Zhao Fang was slightly perplexed. He did not quite grasp the intent behind the use of Mud Slap. However, he soon observed that as Geodude executed the move, the entire arena became muddy, consequently hindering Magikarp's agility in using Splash. So this is its effect? Zhao Fang marveled at the burly man. This fellow possessed quite the crafty strategy. Although Zhao Fang had begun to comprehend the opponent's tactic, it was now impossible to prevent Geodude from using Mud Slap, as the terrain had transformed from smooth ground to a quagmire. Now that your speed is hindered, do not blame me, Geodude bellowed, charging directly at Magikarp. Zhao Fang gritted his teeth as he watched Kingler struggle to execute Water Splash in the muddy terrain. Yet the move proved ineffective, as the mire offered no leverage, thwarting any hopes of swift movement. Kingler, use Tackle. You cannot succumb like this, Zhao Fang commanded, unwilling to stand idly by and witness the loss of his Pokémon's fighting spirit. Kingler complied, launching itself toward the opposing Geodude with its head aimed directly at its foes. The two accelerating Pokémon collided with a resounding impact. There was no dust cloud. After the collision, Geodude rolled back twice before nonchalantly regaining its footing, while Kingler's head was stained with blood. Kingler, can you still fight? Zhao Fang, seeing the blood trickling from Kingler's head, clenched his teeth in concern. Duraludin perched on Zhao Fang's shoulder, gazing anxiously at the leader of the team. Normal-type moves typically yield minimal effect against Rock-type Pokémon, and Kingler's persistent headbutts only exacerbated its injuries. With a resolute flick of its tail, Kingler managed to bounce again. Albeit feebly, Zhao Fang understood Kingler's intent. Thus he withdrew the Pokeball from his waist, relinquishing the thought of recalling it just yet. What a remarkable Kingler! The burly opponent exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he clapped his hands in delight before issuing a command. Geodude, respect your adversary and use Tackle. Kingler, Tackle. Zhao Fang gritted his teeth and shouted his command. As the trainers issued their orders, both Pokémon charged at each other once more. This time, there was no miracle. Kingler's scales burst open like a vibrant blossom, and it collapsed into the mud, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Conversely, Geodude stood unfazed. Thank you, Kingler. Now, let us see Duraludin's prowess. Zhao Fang quickly scooped Kingler into his arms, disregarding the mud caking its body, and hastily retrieved a potion from his pocket, applying it to Kingler's wounds. Young man, send out your next Pokémon. The burly opponent's earlier ease vanished, his expression turning serious. I have already sent out Duraludin. Zhao Fang shouted to the arena, and with his voice, Duraludin materialized from its cloaked state, its gaze piercing as it fixed upon Geodude. This was a formal battle. and Ghost-type Pokémon must reveal themselves. Otherwise, in an illicit wager, Zhao Fang could have allowed Duraludon to launch a surprise attack. Oh, an unfamiliar Pokémon. Is it Ghost-type or possessing the Levitate ability? The burly man scrutinized Duraludon, having never encountered such a creature. Geodude, use Rock Slide. Chapter 46, The Emergence of Onix. Duraludon. Use Ambush. Zhao Fang swiftly issued commands, launching a surprise attack that allowed Duolongmesia to strike first when the opponent executed an offensive move, thereby enhancing its speed. Before the Rock Slide from the small fist stone could descend, Duolongmesia, its claws aglow with dark energy, raked its talons across the small fist stone, leaving a profound mark. The eyes of the Magikarp, filled with a dazed expression, observed the unfolding battle, its forehead wounded and throbbing with pain. Yet it had no intention of retreating into its Pokeball, choosing instead to watch quietly. This speed poses quite the challenge. Small fist stone, utilize Rock Polish. The burly trainer stroked his chin, expressing his disdain for speed-oriented Pokémon that wielded their swiftness with impunity. Thus, he contemplated employing Mudslap to shape the terrain and restrain their speed. However, before a Pokémon capable of floating in the air like Duolongmesia, the muddy ground became an impediment rather than a hindrance. Do not grant it an opportunity. Duolongmesia, unleash Frighten. Zhao Fang discerned the opponent's intentions. Rock Polish could significantly augment the speed of Rock-type Pokémon, and if the small fist stone caught up, Duolongmesia would find itself in a precarious position. Duolongmesia fixed its gaze upon the small fist stone, and in the next moment, the small fist stone, engaged in Rock Polish, shuddered, its preparation interrupted. Now's the time. Approach swiftly and execute Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang issued another command, though he remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on the small fist stone and its trainer. Since its entry, the small fist stone had employed Tackle, Rock Slide, Rock Polish, and Mudslap. Logically, it could not utilize any other moves. However, Zhao Fang was concerned that the burly trainer might possess a solution. Dragon type? Small fist stone, employ Rock Slide. The burly trainer appeared somewhat surprised, yet felt he had no better options. Among the 4 techniques used, only Rock Slide might yield results, as it was evident that the opponent was a Ghost-type Pokémon. Typically, Duolongmesia would find it difficult to evade such Rock Slides, yet Zhao Fang had meticulously trained Duolongmesia's speed, allowing it to deftly evade the assault. Delivering a swift strike to the small fist stone's face with its tail, Zhao Fang instinctively covered his face, questioning whether Duolongmesia had been influenced by the Magikarp, as it seemed to mimic the Magikarp's tendency to strike others with fervor. The burly trainer furrowed his brow. The opponent was too agile, making it difficult for the Rock Slide to achieve any effect. Rock Polish. The burly trainer commanded once more. Continue with Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang also issued his command, and Duolongmesia adeptly closed in, delivering another tail strike aimed squarely at the small fist stone's face. Now, small fist stone, deploy Rock Slide. The burly trainer rapidly commanded, prompting the small fist stone to disrupt its skill execution and instead utilize Rock Slide. Though Dragapult yearned to evade the confrontation, the Dragon Tail had already been unleashed, striking the face of the small Hitmonchan. Simultaneously, falling rocks cascaded from above, landing upon both Hitmonchan and Dragapult. Zhao Fang felt a sense of helplessness. This burly man appeared far from an ordinary trainer. How could a typical trainer possess such extensive battle experience? It was remarkable that he could devise a strategy to use rocks to lure Zhao Fang into a trap, resulting in mutual destruction. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted upon Hitmonchan by the rock-type attack was minimal, while Dragapult bore the brunt of the assault. Dodge quickly, Zhao Fang commanded, and Dragapult swiftly sidestepped the attack, though it bore some scars upon halting. Continue with Rock Polish, the burly man ordered once more. Zhao Fang felt a tinge of resignation. The opponent was clearly indicating that Zhao Fang had 2 choices: either rush in to interrupt or watch as Hitmonchan's speed was enhanced, yet charging in could result in injury. Dragapult, use Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang commanded again, and without hesitation, Dragapult surged forward, delivering another strike to Hitmonchan's face. Rock Slide. Indeed, the burly man employed this move as well. Dragapult, use Phantom Force and evade its attack. Zhao Fang seemed to have anticipated his opponent's intentions. As Dragapult executed Dragon Tail, Zhao Fang issued the command. With the invocation of his command, a dark aura enveloped Dragapult, augmenting its speed through the effects of Phantom Force. It swiftly retreated to avoid the Rock Slide, then lunged forward to scratch Hitmonchan's face once more. Following these successive strikes, Hitmonchan emitted a cry of defeat, losing its fighting capability. Spectacular, truly spectacular. Your Pokémon possesses remarkable speed. The burly man clapped his hands while addressing Zhao Fang as he recalled Hitmonchan. Thank you for your compliment. Hitmonchan was indeed a formidable opponent. Zhao Fang replied with a nod of gravity. He remained vigilant, pondering who his opponent's next Pokémon might be. In his mind, the likelihood was that it would be Onix. Yet, the battle was far from over. To secure victory, one must hold a resolve as steadfast as stone. Come forth, Onix, reveal your form. The burly man bellowed, tossing out his final Pokémon, which indeed turned out to be Onix. However, upon witnessing the magnificently cultivated Onix before him, Zhao Fang could not help but swallow hard. This creature appeared overwhelmingly large. With its massive body and colossal rocky head, just gazing at this Onix instilled a sense of intimidation within Zhao Fang due to its sheer size. Thus far, Dragapult had utilized Phantom Force and Dragon Tail, leaving one skill still available for use. Zhao Fang surmised that defeating this opponent would hinge largely upon luck, and he remained oblivious to the 4 moves his adversary would employ. Onix, use Sandstorm, commanded the burly man, as a whirlwind of sand began to swirl around Onix. Dragapult, use Phantom Force. Zhao Fang issued a directive, intending to reserve the final skill pool for observation before its deployment. Dulong Messia attempted to use Scare. Yet the effect proved ineffective, as the Onix entirely disregarded the attack. The sandstorm had already been unleashed, mercilessly assailing Dulong Messia's form and impairing its visibility. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of frustration. Such a mentally resilient Pokémon could indeed ignore the effects of Scare and Surprise Attack. Rock Polish, a calm voice resonated. Chapter 47. Defeat and camping. Zhao Fang found himself at a loss. The Onix had replicated its previous strategy flawlessly, compelling Dulong Messia to engage in close combat. Should Dulong Messia refrain from closing in, it would witness the Onix using Rock Polish to enhance its speed. However, if it did approach, Zhao Fang was uncertain what moves the Onix had prepared to counter Dulong Messia. What to do? The turmoil within Zhao Fang deepened as he regarded Dulong Messia. Unsure of how to proceed, the sandstorm raged on, showing no signs of abating, and Dulong Messia would continuously suffer damage from it. This predicament dictated that Zhao Fang could not afford to delay. Prolonged hesitation would surely lead to his defeat. Currently, Dulong Messia's available skill set limited its ability to inflict significant harm on the Onix, leaving only the ghostly forbidden move, Curse, as an option. Curse holds the potential to reverse the tide of battle, yet it also inflicts considerable damage upon Dulong Messia itself. Moreover, for Ghost-type Pokémon, using Curse is fraught with difficulty, typically reserved for dire circumstances. Thus, Zhao Fang's remaining choices dwindled to Shadow Clone, Thunderbolt, and Bite. Dulong Messia, employ Shadow Clone. Ultimately, Zhao Fang refrained from commanding the use of Curse and instead opted for Shadow Clone. Enduring the pain wrought by the sandstorm, Dulong Messia executed Shadow Clone, resulting in the appearance of an additional Dulong Messia. This encapsulated the essence of Shadow Clone. Formidable Pokémon can utilize it up to 6 times, summoning 7 versions of themselves to evade enemy attacks. Yet Dulong Messia could only employ it once, as its current prowess was insufficient. Continue with Rock Polish. The burly man remained unfazed. 2 Dulong Messias, even if they charged at him, were not a match for his Pokémon. He was merely pressuring Zhao Fang to make a decisive move. Zhao Fang felt cornered. He had no knowledge of how many times the Onix could use Rock Polish. If it truly heightened its speed, Zhao Fang would have no choice but to concede. Dulong Messia, charge in and use Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang decided to take a chance. Failure was certain if he did not attempt, yet success, albeit slim, was still a possibility. Indeed, are you coming in? The burly man exclaimed. Onix, seize the opportunity and use Sand Tomb to ensnare your opponent. His hearty laughter echoed, sending a chill through Zhao Fang's heart, prompting him to swiftly command Dulong Messia to evade the impending attack. Amidst the raging sandstorm, the speed of Dragapult was significantly hampered. While Onix had successfully polished its rocky exterior, thereby enhancing its own velocity. Almost immediately after Dragapult's tail struck Onix, a whirlwind of sand enveloped both Dragapults. Zhao Fang gritted his teeth, realizing that he had no effective means of escape at this moment. He could only urge Dragapult to attempt a surprise attack and utilize Shadow Clone. Seizing this invaluable opportunity, Onix, unleash your ultimate move, Dragon Breath, and bring this battle to its conclusion. The muscular man waved his hand dramatically, and Zhao Fang's heart sank. This Onix could wield a Dragon-type move? Quick, evade! Zhao Fang exclaimed anxiously. Dragapult, a Pokémon of Ghost and Dragon types, would suffer tremendously from a Dragon Breath attack. However, encased within the swirling sands and affected by the quagmire. Dragapult found itself utterly incapable of evasion. Despite its earnest effort to deploy Shadow Clone, it could not escape the grasp of the sandy abyss. As dragon breath brewed within Onyx's maw, it struck the ensnared Dragapult with unrelenting force. Both of the Challenger S Pokémon succumbed to exhaustion, leading to the Challenger S defeat. The staff member, also the referee, quickly assessed the situation at hand. Zhao Fang, disregarding the implications of his defeat, rushed onto the field and recalled Dragapult into its Pokeball. "Young man, your Pokémon are truly impressive. Had you not challenged me today, you surely would have secured a room." The burly man laughed heartily. "But where has that little brat gone?" As the man reveled in his triumph, he opened his eyes only to discover that Zhao Fang had already vanished. The challenger had exited, presumably heading to the Pokémon Center. The referee, perceiving the burly man's confusion, offered an explanation. "Humph, he certainly ran off in a hurry. Only a trainer who genuinely cares for their Pokémon deserves the title." The man scoffed, his previous bravado dissipating instantly. Zhao Fang, however, had no time to ponder the burly man's sentiments. Though he sensed something amiss about him, his foremost priority was to hasten to the Pokémon Center to heal his two Pokémon. "Your Pokémon have been fully healed," Miss Joy said with a warm smile as she handed the Pokeballs back to Zhao Fang. "I am immensely grateful." Zhao Fang exhaled in relief. He had been concerned about Dragapult's injuries, especially since Dragon-type moves could be quite troublesome to treat. "Greetings. Due to the use of special medications in this treatment, a fee is required. However, since you are a Pokédex holder, your payment will be." But before she could finish, Zhao Fang's expression turned sour, resembling that of a bitter melon. He now harbors doubts about whether Miss Joy possesses some formidable psychic Pokémon. The price she charged was neither excessive nor insufficient. It precisely drained Zhao Fang's remaining funds. Were it not for his prior purchase of Pokémon food and supplementary supplies upon entering Karnas City, his Magikarp would likely be facing starvation. Ah, money, what a splendid commodity it is. As Zhao Fang exited the Pokémon Center and gazed up at the starry sky, he let out a resigned sigh. At this point, he could not even afford to stay at an inn. He would have to make do by camping near the lake. With his backpack slung over his shoulder, Zhao Fang made his way to the familiar lakeside. The area was bustling with people, tents pitched one after another, and numerous anglers attempting to catch fish. It was evident that the presence of the red Gyarados still stirred some intrigue among them. Zhao Fang chose to ignore them, but with so many around, he had no choice but to walk a considerable distance along the lake's edge before finally setting up his tent in a secluded corner. The chill in the air was palpable, but he brushed it aside. "Magikarp, go ahead and swim freely for a bit while I prepare dinner for you," he said, rubbing his arms before releasing the Magikarp from its confines. Although he had a small water basin for his water-type Pokémon, nothing compared to the natural waters that served as their true habitat. Chapter 48. The transformation of Magikarp Dratini, like a mischievous little sprite, coiled around Zhao Fang's neck and gazed at him with its large, twinkling eyes. "Please, I'm not withholding your food. It just needs a moment," he replied, exasperated. He suspected that this Dratini must have been a Snorlax in a past life, given its insatiable enthusiasm for food. He pondered whether a Pokémon's weight could change. If he were to end up nurturing a Dratini that grew as rotund as a Snorlax, he would be at a loss for how to handle it. Dratini continued to whine, drool escaping its mouth, leaving Zhao Fang momentarily stunned. He initially intended to prepare a hot pot for Dratini, and fortuitously, he had purchased 2 chickens from the Pokémon food supply today. After some contemplation, he decided to make Beggar's Chicken instead. Though the chicken was still buried in the ground, and the lotus leaves were collected by Magikarp from the lake. Once Magikarp entered the lake, it joyfully swam about. Zhao Fang felt a surge of happiness. Training was essential, but balance was equally important. However, when he glanced back, he was greeted by the sight of another Magikarp floating lifelessly on the surface, its eyes rolling back. It became clear that his Magikarp had again taken to practicing its headbutt move. Zhao Fang sighed in resignation. No matter what, his Magikarp simply refused to listen. After colliding with a Geodude earlier, it had healed, only to resume its reckless headbutting. Nurse Joy had tactfully suggested that Magikarp might be experiencing some mild concussion symptoms. "Magikarp, it's time to come up for dinner," Zhao Fang called out, glancing at the time, realizing it was nearly time for the Beggar's Chicken to be ready. Then, turning his head, he unearthed the Beggar's Chicken from the earth, revealing the lotus leaves above it. An enticing aroma wafted forth, prompting Alolan Exeggutor to emit a sound reminiscent of a purring kitten. If Alolan Exeggutor's telepathic abilities were slightly stronger, it was likely that Zhao Fang would be besieged by her affectionate antics. "Go on, enjoy, this is solely for you." Zhao Fang glanced at the text box. noting that these two beggars' chickens could enhance the racial value by 0.4. He paid no mind to Alolan Exeggutor, who had already pounced on the chicken, and turned to offer the remaining beggar's chicken to King Carp. However, upon turning around, he found no sign of King Carp. King Carp? Zhao Fang furrowed his brow. Although King Carp trained diligently, he was also obedient. It was unusual for him to be absent now. The lake was tranquil, devoid of any presence. And due to its remote location, there were few trainers around. King Carp. Zhao Fang grew anxious. Could it be that King Carp had encountered trouble in the lake? Yet, that seemed improbable. Wild Pokémon typically maintained their territories. Generally, weaker Pokémon lingered near the shore, while the resource-rich depths housed the more formidable ones. This was also why it was easier to catch King Carp near the lake's edge in earlier stages. After calling out several times with no response, he abandoned the notion and hurried to Alolan Exeggutor's side, scooping her up as she gnawed on a chicken wing. Alolan Exeggutor looked back at Zhao Fang with a puzzled expression. If it were any other Pokémon, she would have already swatted them away with her tail. Quickly dive into the water and see where King Carp is. If you encounter any powerful Pokémon, come back immediately. Zhao Fang carried Alolan Exeggutor to the water's edge. He had just attempted to recall King Carp with a Pokeball, but it proved futile, as he could not see King Carp. Alolan Exeggutor nodded solemnly and plunged into the water. Zhao Fang anxiously paced along the lakeshore, feeling as though he had waited an eternity, even though only 2 minutes had elapsed on his phone. After what felt like an additional 3 minutes, just as Zhao Fang contemplated diving in himself, Alolan Exeggutor resurfaced, cradling a King Carp in her arms. Alolan, King Carp. What transpired? Zhao Fang hurriedly accepted King Carp from her. Alolan Exeggutor circled around Zhao Fang, who could only discern the sound of in her vocalizations, unsure of what she was conveying. Cradling King Carp, Zhao Fang turned him over twice. It seemed he had fainted. Yet there were no visible injuries, just an inability to awaken him. However, Zhao Fang soon noticed an unusual mark on King Carp's forehead, a spot that had frequently encountered obstacles, now appearing bruised and red. He quickly retrieved some healing ointment and applied it, which proved effective, though the redness persisted. Zhao Fang was perplexed. He reached out to touch the shimmering scales on the forehead of his Kingler, only to discover that the hue of the scales seemed inherently red. What could this mean? Zhao Fang paused for a moment, then gently caressed the scale again, ultimately placing his hand atop it, confirming it was indeed part of the Kingler. Suddenly, a message appeared before him, a scale imbued with fury. Zhao Fang's mouth fell agape. Could it be that there was truly a crimson Gyarados lurking in this lake? Or perhaps, by sheer happenstance, his Kingler was on the verge of evolving? This was perplexing. Zhao Fang had only heard tales of Pokémon that were born shiny. Yet he had never witnessed one transforming into a shiny form later on, as if it had consumed a rare fruit to turn pink. Hastily, Zhao Fang recalled the Kingler into its Pokeball, holding it with anticipation to see if any changes would manifest. A fortuitous Kingler, perhaps evolution is imminent. Indeed, the evaluation shifted. After a moment of silence, Zhao Fang contemplated the situation, although he was uncertain about what had transpired. It seemed that his Kingler had encountered a stroke of good fortune. Nonetheless, this was a matter that could benefit from the insights of a professional. With that thought, he decided to contact Xiaoyao via the Pokédex. While he also had Dr. Tianjuan's contact information, reaching out to Xiaoyao first seemed prudent. What? You mean to say your Kingler has sprouted a crimson scale on its head? The screen of the Pokédex displayed Dr. Tianjuan's wide-eyed astonishment as he gazed at Zhao Fang incredulously. Yes, precisely. I found the Kingler after diving deeper, just as I described, Zhao Fang explained, releasing the Kingler from its confinement, which remained in a state of unconsciousness. Remarkable. That color is unmistakably characteristic of a shiny Gyarados, Dr. Tianjuan remarked in awe, while Xiaoyao looked at Zhao Fang with a bewildered expression. She hadn't anticipated that her former classmate, after such a brief span of time, would encounter such peculiar phenomena. Now, even his Kingler had taken on an unusual aspect. However, she pondered what form the Kingler would assume upon evolution. Chapter 49. The Overconfident Dragonite Goodness. Kingler. What on earth did you encounter beneath the waters? Zhao Fang mused, gently stroking the Kingler's head. After confirming with Dr. Tianjuan, it was evident that the emergence of crimson scales on the Kingler's head was an exceedingly rare occurrence. After all, in the realm of Pokémon, the only creature known to possess such scales was the unique, shiny Gyarados. According to Dr. Tianjuan, the Gyarados from the Lake of Fury had already been captured by one of the Elite Four, Edu. This revelation elicited a strange expression from Zhao Fang. Indeed, it was no surprise that Edu had captured such a unique Pokémon. Zhao Fang recalled how this individual frequently proclaimed himself the Dragon Master. Yet the Pokémon he showcased were predominantly Gyarados and Aerodactyl. Nevertheless, Zhao Fang found himself in agreement with Adu's assertion, the Gyarados, being such a majestic and formidable Pokémon, surely deserved the Dragon-type classification. After all, had he not seen Gyarados capable of learning Dragon-type moves, such as Dragon Rage? Upon encountering the official proclamation that the 7-star bird is classified as a dragon, Zhao Fang held his breath in disbelief. After all, the 7-star bird possesses a certain uniqueness. However, when he saw that the official sources also deemed the Alolan Exeggutor a dragon, he could no longer contain his incredulity. That elongated, giraffe-like creature is considered a dragon? Charizard undoubtedly resembles one far more closely. Shaking his head, Zhao Fang cast aside the tumult of thoughts swirling in his mind. He gazed upon the still unconscious Magikarp, gently stroking its vibrant orange body, and let out a sigh. Dr. Odenkawa, preoccupied with various matters, was unable to assess the condition of Zhao Fang's Magikarp. Nevertheless, Dr. Odenkawa had mentioned that upon awakening from its stupor, some transformations might occur. Yet, the question remained, when would it awaken? Having no prior experience with such matters, Dr. Odenkawa could not provide a definitive answer, leaving Zhao Fang to await in silence. Would he have to rely on Dragapult for the Rock-type gym? Zhao Fang pondered, realizing that Dragapult could indeed contend with the Rock-type gym, as its moves would inflict full damage upon Rock and Ground-type Pokémon. However, recalling the previous efforts of Magikarp, relentlessly ramming its head against rocks in training, Zhao Fang felt that without Magikarp, the challenge of the Rock-type gym would be incomplete. It reminded him of his past experiences in the Ruby and Sapphire games. Defeating the champion without Gardevoir felt like a loss of something essential. Yet, considering such matters now seemed premature, Zhao Fang resolved to rest first and reassess the situation in the morning, perhaps visiting the Pokémon Center to consult Nurse Joy. Dragapult, have you overindulged today? He mused, stroking Dragapult's head. Due to Magikarp's inability to eat, both of the Chinchou had ended up in Dragapult's belly, leaving it quite stuffed. Dragapult languished in the tent, displaying no desire to move. Zhao Fang chuckled and shook his head before placing Magikarp into a small pool, then zipped up the tent flap and crawled into his sleeping bag. The following morning, upon waking, Zhao Fang hurriedly checked on Magikarp. It remained motionless in the pool, though the crimson scales on its forehead had grown even more vibrant. After recalling Magikarp into its Pokeball and inspecting it, he noted that there had been no change in its evaluation. As Zhao Fang was examining Magikarp, Dragapult wrapped itself around his neck, emitting a sweet, plaintive cry. Exasperated, Zhao Fang playfully flicked Dragapult's head. You little glutton, just wait, I shall prepare breakfast for you. With that, he released Magikarp and gathered ingredients before stepping out of the tent. Within the confines of the tent, Dolong Maija gazed at the comatose King Carp submerged in the pool, a mischievous glimmer flashing in her eyes. With a sly grin, she crept closer to the King Carp and silently extended her claw. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fang, who was preoccupied with chopping ingredients for breakfast, Dolong Maija's antics went unnoticed. He had decided to prepare a simple bowl of noodles for the morning repast. With Yangchun noodles being an excellent choice, he merely needed to add some tree fruit to the broth later. This tree fruit seems a bit dirty. I'll wash it, Zhao Fang remarked, glancing at the pot of water that had just begun to boil before turning to rinse the fruit. Upon completing the washing of the tree fruit and turning back, Zhao Fang was met with the sight of Dolong Maija holding the King Carp, drifting out of the tent, adorned with various doodles in black ink, including a crown upon its forehead. When Dolong Maija noticed Zhao Fang's gaze, she bashfully returned the King Carp to its original spot. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. How had he failed to recognize Dolong Maija's playful nature before? He shook his head and resumed preparing breakfast. As he placed the noodles into the pot, a delightful aroma wafted into the tent, causing Dolong Maija to swallow several times in anticipation. Casting a glance at the still unconscious King Carp, Dolong Maija's eyes sparkled with mischief as she placed her hand upon its head, repetitively whispering, "Your breakfast is mine. The delicious food is mine. Dolong, it's time for breakfast," Zhao Fang announced, entering with 2 bowls of noodles that promised to enhance the species value of Pokémon 02. Dolong Maija promptly dashed over, scooping up 1 bowl and racing to the King Carp, devouring it voraciously while purposefully making noise. Zhao Fang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. Yet he approached the King Carp with his bowl of noodles, gazing down at the unconscious creature with a heavy heart. Alas, it seems King Carp cannot partake today, Dolong. This bowl is yours. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of resignation. Once his culinary creations were tasted by Pokémon, they became nearly irresistible, for they would soon realize not only the deliciousness, but also the substantial benefits to their health. Before capturing Dolong Maija, King Carp had insisted on eating until its belly was round every single day. Dolong Maija was overjoyed, consuming her meal with great enthusiasm while circling around the King Carp. She even utilized her psychic abilities to transmit the experience of enjoying breakfast to him. Gradually, Zhao Fang noticed a droplet of something at the corners of King Carp's mouth. Dolong Maija contentedly set down her bowl and triumphantly raised her hand, indicating that she could still enjoy another serving. But it would be King Carp's. Dolong Maija had never felt such elation. The emotions of joy and pride surged into King Carp's mind, and suddenly, Zhao Fang observed the King Carp's tail twitching. Chapter 50. The Miracle of Life. Evolve. Zhao Fang widened his eyes, doubting whether he was experiencing an illusion. However, he soon realized that it was indeed no mirage. The body of the Kingler began to stir. As its movements intensified, a dazzling white light gradually emanated from the Kingler. Zhao Fang recognized this light. Having witnessed it during his battle with that woman, her little servant had removed the immutable stone, transforming into a hooded figure, radiating that same evolutionary glow. Kingler! Zhao Fang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. In what seemed like a response to his anticipation, the brilliant light enveloped the Kingler entirely. Duolong Meishia, filled with trepidation, recoiled and hid behind Zhao Fang, sensing an ominous foreboding. The evolutionary light, as Zhao Fang's adoptive father had once remarked, was the most magnificent sight in the world. A miracle of life. At that time, Zhao Fang had not fully grasped its significance. He thought that evolution merely entailed reaching a certain level to emit light and transform into the next form. What was so magnificent about that? Yet, at this moment, gazing at the resplendent evolutionary light, a surge of inexplicable excitement coursed through Zhao Fang's heart. It was a feeling unique to nurturing one's own Pokémon. Clenching his fists and calming his breath, he observed the radiant orb before him, and as the light reached its zenith, he instinctively shut his eyes. When he reopened them, he was met with the sight of a gaping maw directly before his head, causing him to shudder involuntarily. However, the ferocious Dragonite soon lowered its head, affectionately nuzzling Zhao Fang's face, while its fierce gaze fixated on Duolong Meishia behind him. The foul odor emanating from the Dragonite replaced all his previous joy with concern. Does Dragonite need to brush its teeth? If so, what sort of toothbrush should be purchased? How about toothpaste? These thoughts consumed Zhao Fang's mind. Duolong Meishia quickly pleaded for mercy, unable to fathom that the Kingler, previously unconscious, had evolved so abruptly. Moreover, it appeared significantly larger post-evolution. Roar! Dragonite emitted a deep growl, prompting Zhao Fang to cover his nose and then raise his hand to press against Dragonite's mouth. All right, Dragonite, it's time to eat. Stop roaring for now. Zhao Fang felt overwhelmed. He had only just discovered that Dragonite had bad breath. Glimpsing the distressed expression of Dragonite, Zhao Fang nearly burst into laughter. The seemingly fearsome Dragonite could display such a pitiful demeanor, evoking a sense of unexpected charm. Observing the Dragonite's forehead, he noted the absence of the red scale, prompting a suspicion in his mind. Could it be that the Scale of Fury had granted the Kingler the ability to evolve? Perhaps it was a one-time use item? Dragonite shot a menacing glare at Duolong Meishia, and a terrifying dark visage appeared behind its head. Duolong Meishia trembled, experiencing a noticeable decrease in speed. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. It seemed Dragonite had mastered the art of making faces. I had once contemplated whether you would evolve during battle, perhaps in moments of dire straits, where you might transform in a fit of fury to prevent my defeat. Zhao Fang gently caressed the sleek, cool body of the Gyarados, which was undoubtedly refreshing on a hot day. He had never anticipated that the evolution of the Magikarp would be so extraordinary. However, upon witnessing the trembling Dragapult, he recalled the various movements of Dragapult from before, leading him to surmise that the evolution of Magikarp might be somewhat linked to Dragapult. Observing Gyarados' reactions towards Dragapult, Zhao Fang sensed that the creature's anger was likely directed more towards its companion. While Gyarados was feeding, Zhao Fang circled around it and noticed a uniquely shaped scale beneath its neck. While the other scales appeared perfectly normal, this particular one seemed to protrude. Curiously, he reached out to touch it, only to feel Gyarados momentarily stiffen before swiftly turning its head towards him. Upon recognizing Zhao Fang, Gyarados resumed its meal, though that peculiar scale quivered slightly, revealing another scale beneath it, this one of vivid crimson. Zhao Fang placed his hand upon it, eager to validate his hypothesis. The scale infused with fury had remained unchanged in its description. Zhao Fang could only momentarily suppress his curiosity. The evolution of Gyarados remained a scientific enigma, and he was not a scholar in that domain. Yet for him, the successful evolution of Magikarp was nothing short of miraculous. Gyarados, Let us venture forth to explore your abilities. Zhao Fang patted Gyarados, eager to swiftly comprehend the skills it had acquired. As soon as Gyarados finished its meal, Zhao Fang took it outside to test its current abilities against a wild Pokémon. There is something amiss with this skill, Zhao Fang remarked, glancing at the recorded moves with a slight headache. The techniques Gyarados had mastered were largely similar to those of an ordinary Gyarados. But there was one move that completely took him by surprise. Moreover, the ability did not seem to be intimidate after Gyarados defeated a Rockruff. A radiant glow of enhanced attack emanated from its body. Regardless, he was confident about securing victory in the upcoming Rock-type gym. Zhao Fang observed the imposing Gyarados and glanced at the grounded Rockruff, who lay still in fear, a satisfied smile gracing his face. His combat prowess had dramatically improved since before. If, with Gyarados and Dragapult, he still could not triumph over the Rock-type gym, he would consider abandoning his journey. Returning home to cultivate sweet potatoes while awaiting Xiaoyao and Yushu to save the Hoenn region, Zhao Fang withdrew Gyarados into its Pokeball, eager to assess its current evaluation. A remarkably gifted Gyarados possesses untapped potential. What does this imply? Is it referring to its base stats or evolution? Zhao Fang furrowed his brow. Although this newfound ability was advantageous, its lack of explanation was rather vexing. After a moment of contemplation, he relinquished his concerns and began to pack his bag, setting off towards Canaz City with Gyarados and Dragonite. He was determined to secure his first gym badge, though he pondered the nature of the opponents he might encounter. A flicker of anticipation stirred within him, yet the thought of Gyarados' peculiar moves cast an odd expression upon his face. Nonetheless, this could serve to broaden Gyarados' tactical options. Chapter 51. Apprentice of the Rock Gym. Hello. Are you here to challenge the Rock Gym? In the Rock Gym of Canaz City, Zhao Fang encountered a cheerful young lady, a member of the gym staff. A legitimate gym is, in fact, far more expansive than one might envision. In addition to the gym leader, there are elite trainers, regular trainers, and apprentices, along with staff members responsible for various administrative tasks. Yes, I wish to challenge the Rock Gym, Zhao Fang affirmed with a nod, presenting his trainer card, which he had obtained upon registration in Gyum Town. Very well, allow me to verify this. The staff member responded with a sweet smile reminiscent of a commercial greeting, though Zhao Fang remained unperturbed, patiently awaiting her confirmation. The staff member inserted Zhao Fang's trainer card into a machine, which promptly displayed the information from his previous registration, along with details about his Pokémon. This data would assist the staff in determining the appropriate trainers to face him. Greetings. As this is your first gym challenge, please take this token and proceed to Battle Arena number 9 in 5 minutes, she said kindly. Having interacted with countless trainers, the staff were accustomed to assigning gym apprentices to those without badges who were embarking on their inaugural challenges. Unbeknownst to Zhao Fang, he assumed he would be up against trainers subordinate to the gym leader, as, in the game, most gym trainers shared similar Pokémon, aside from the leader. After receiving the card marked Beginner number 9, Zhao Fang swiftly located the designated room, a small space presumably intended for just enough combatants. Perhaps this was a means of providing newcomers some psychological reassurance? Zhao Fang observed his surroundings, noting various slogans adorned on the walls, such as trust in your Pokémon and fight with all your might, and failure is the mother of success. Although trainers do not incur any fees when challenging a gym, should they falter, they must pay a gym guidance fee, without which they cannot attempt another challenge at that gym. Zhao Fang surveyed his surroundings, noting the several screens in the dojo's hall, displaying elite-level battle scenes. Naturally, if there were no elite battles or contests with the dojo master at that moment, the screens would showcase lower-tier matches instead. After patiently waiting for 5 minutes, he finally observed the door to room 9 swing open, prompting him to hastily enter. Upon stepping inside, Zhao Fang immediately discerned that the room was indeed quite diminutive, devoid of spectators or any other individuals, save for a trainer clad in rock-type dojo attire and an official from the league, standard protocol for league battles. The match would adhere to the league competition format, where triumph was achieved by vanquishing all of the opponent's Pokémon. Each Pokémon was permitted to utilize only 4 skills, and the use of recovery items during the match was strictly forbidden. The referee, with an exceedingly serious demeanor, articulated these rules before stepping aside, poised to document the proceedings. I am an apprentice of the Rock-type dojo, and I shall fight with all my might. Geodude, go. The boy in the dojo attire fixed a determined gaze on Zhao Fang, retrieving a Pokeball from his belt and tossing it onto the battlefield. Zhao Fang scratched his head, realizing that this Geodude appeared considerably less formidable than the one he had encountered the previous day. However, he was now torn about which Pokémon to deploy. Although Gyarados, being a water and flying-type Pokémon, would sustain double damage from rock attacks. It was nonetheless an evolved Pokémon, and defeating such a weaker opponent should be a breeze. Thus, he opted for Dragapult. It's decided, Zhao Fang proclaimed as he released his Pokeball, summoning Dragapult to the arena. What Pokémon is this? The dojo apprentice furrowed his brow in confusion, having never encountered such a creature. Even the referee exhibited a look of astonishment. Never mind. Geodude, use Rock Throw. The apprentice, dismissing his moment of bewilderment, commanded his Pokémon. Dragapult, use Phantom Force, Zhao Fang instructed, intending to exploit the opponent's attack to gain a speed advantage. Dragapult did not disappoint. It dashed forward with remarkable speed, evading Geodude's assault and landing a claw strike across Geodude's face. Zhao Fang felt a slight movement from the Pokeballs at his waist and smiled, affectionately patting the ball. Hold on a moment. I'll call on you soon, he reassured, glancing at the opposing Geodude. Just the previous day, Magikarp had been left battered and bruised before Geodude, so it was understandable that Gyarados would be eager to enter the fray. Yet, in this instance, Geodude was simply no match for Dragapult. Geodude, use Magnitude. The apprentice gritted his teeth, glaring at Dragapult. Dragapult was indeed affected by the attack, though the tremor felt rather minor, which was to be expected given Geodude's limited strength. Dragapult, unleash Scare followed by Dragon Tail. Zhao Fang glanced at Dragon Messiah, noting its comfort, and commanded it to subdue the small fist stone. In an instant, a powerful tail swipe landed squarely on the small fist stone's face. The next moment, the small fist stone collapsed to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Zhao Fang smacked his lips in dismay at the fragility of this small fist stone, in comparison to the one belonging to the elderly man from yesterday. It was a stark contrast. With the small fist stone out of commission, the referee announced the need for the next Pokémon to be sent forth. Following the referee's inspection, the apprentice withdrew the defeated creature. Alas, small fist stone, I counted on you. Yet another small fist stone emerged, leaving Zhao Fang feeling exasperated. Was it fitting to say that this apprentice only possessed such commonplace rock-type Pokémon? Dragon, return. Zhao Fang also recalled Dragon Messiah, having gauged his opponent's strength. Meanwhile, the Pokeball at his waist quivered, revealing the impatience of his Gyarados. Dragon Messiah fluttered back to him, coiling around his neck, while the referee cast a glance, but remained silent, as substitutions were permitted during the match. Now it's your turn. Zhao Fang grasped his final Pokeball and hurled it onto the battlefield. With a thunderous roar, a colossal Gyarados materialized above the arena, causing the small fist stone before it to tremble in fear. The Gyarados bore a menacing gaze, as if it harbored a grudge. The apprentice of the Gyarados gym wore a bewildered expression, wishing to inquire of the staff whether this was truly the newcomer with only a Magikarp. Gyarados, use Iron Head. Zhao Fang disregarded the apprentice's emotions entirely, issuing his command with confidence. In response, Gyarados roared fiercely, a metallic sheen enveloping its head before it charged forward, crashing into the small fist stone's face. Zhao Fang covered his face, realizing that even after evolving from Magikarp, Gyarados retained an alarming fascination with striking others. What perplexed him further was that this evolved form had somehow acquired the steel-type move, Iron Head. Small fist stone. The apprentice cried out in anguish. Witnessing the near destruction of the small fist stone's face, Zhao Fang awkwardly scratched his nose, acknowledging the overwhelming power of Gyarados. The steel-type Iron Head proved remarkably effective against the small fist stone, causing fissures to appear in the rocks adorning its cranium, ultimately leading to its incapacitation. As the referee announced the small fist stone's defeat, he cast a surprised glance at Gyarados, having just seen a glimmer indicating an increase in its attack power. Though he had not heard Zhao Fang issue any prior commands. I concede, the apprentice declared, recalling the small fist stone. Faced with the intimidating Gyarados and its cavernous maw, he felt tears welling up. Was he truly expected to send out yet another small fist stone to face this formidable opponent? The Gyarados should truly be entrusted to more formidable trainers. Why should an apprentice endure such suffering? Due to the gym apprentice's concession, the challenger emerged victorious in this battle. The referee nodded in agreement, recognizing that against such a Gyarados, the Geodude was rather inadequate. Perhaps its evolved form, Graveler, could withstand a blow. Zhao Fang, bewildered, accepted the gym badge reluctantly offered by the apprentice. Is this how one acquires a badge? Wasn't it supposed to involve a grueling struggle followed by a resurgence to earn it? Zhao Fang had mentally prepared himself for a prolonged battle. Yet upon glancing at the clock, he realized that less than 5 minutes had elapsed. Zhao Fang, as you have triumphed over the rock-type gym, your trainer card requires an update, the referee remarked, casting a deep gaze at Zhao Fang. He found the man quite intimidating. Despite possessing such a powerful Pokémon as Gyarados and another he had never seen, the card still registered a Magikarp. Such cunning. Zhao Fang, utterly perplexed, nodded and handed over his trainer card. After some adjustments, his information was updated. And it was at that moment the referee also noted the name of the second Pokémon. Once Zhao Fang departed the gym, in the gym leader's chamber, a girl sat in her chair, exuding a sense of helplessness. Father, I've told you countless times that there are no trainers challenging with Magikarp and Dragonite. Please, spare me from this daily torment. Diyuan sighed, gazing at her father across the table. Haha, my dear girl, when has your father ever lacked discernment? That young man is quite formidable. If you underestimate him, you may indeed face defeat. The burly man seated opposite Diyuan chuckled with pride. Had Zhao Fang been present, he would have recognized this individual as the trainer he challenged the previous day. But I truly don't have any. An apprentice conceded? Diyuan exclaimed, raising her hands in exasperation. However, she soon spotted a new message. It's not uncommon for trainers in the gym to be defeated, yet conceding is rare. Diyuan had repeatedly instructed her gym trainers that the rock-type gym must possess unwavering resolve. Thus, battles often continue until the last Pokémon falls. With a stern expression, Diyuan opened the message. If there were any discrepancies in the battle, she would address them seriously. She soon reviewed the battle record and the referee's judgment. Oh, Dragonite. Isn't that the obnoxious kid from yesterday? Ah, his Magikarp has evolved into Gyarados. And he used Iron Head? The burly man leaned closer, astonished by the information displayed in his daughter's Pokédex. Gyarados, is it? Quite intriguing. Had I known, I would have sent Xiao Tuo instead. Diyuan's expression softened slightly. Indeed. Against Gyarados, an apprentice-level trainer would struggle, and considering the opponent's commendable strength, conceding was understandable. Haha, are you referring to that newly promoted elite? I believe he may not be able to triumph either. The robust man recalled the Kingler from yesterday, whose head was bloodied and bruised. That indomitable spirit, even in the face of his daughter, would render victory a formidable challenge unless Diyuan deployed her main forces and utilized a flexible lineup. Diyuan nodded noncommittally. Her father's prowess was indeed formidable. Since he had expressed this opinion, it was likely that the trainer named Zhao Fang possessed considerable skill, though it was perplexing why only a single Kingler was registered on his card. With this thought, Diyuan tentatively searched for Zhao Fang's name in the Pokédex, only to be unexpectedly surprised to find it. The Pokédex holder was still battling at a novice difficulty. The staff's training surely required enhancement. Frustrated, Diyuan slapped the table. Surely, a Pokédex holder should at least contend at the elite level? Diyuan has sent me a friend request? Zhao Fang, seated in the Pokémon Center, gazed at his Pokédex in astonishment. He had not anticipated receiving a friend request from Diyuan following the rock-type gym. Was she planning to assist in avenging her apprentice's defeat? Though curious, Zhao Fang promptly accepted the request. It was indeed a fortunate opportunity to befriend a prominent gym leader, as he recognized the adage that more friends lead to more pathways. Diyuan's avatar resembled the rock-type gym badge, highly distinguishable. Just as Zhao Fang pondered what greeting to send, he noticed a message from Diyuan. Shall we battle? Indeed, quite Pokémon-like. It seemed she was eager for a confrontation. Could she not phrase it differently? Zhao Fang shook his head in bemusement. Why did these trainers constantly think about battling? He had no intention of accepting, as he had already secured the badge and planned to visit the Devon Corporation next. If you lose, there's no need to pay the gym guidance fee. But should you win, I can provide you with information regarding fossils. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Zhao Fang typed this out, but upon seeing the message, he silently deleted it. All right. Diyuan smiled with satisfaction at Zhao Fang's message. Chapter 53, The Mighty North Knows. Fossils are a truly remarkable type of stone in the Pokémon world. After testing certain fossils, they can be taken to the Devon Corporation for revival, resurrecting ancient Pokémon such as Kabuto and Lileep, with others like the Ice Dragon to follow. These fossils are rare and hard to come by. Encountering one does not guarantee revival, as the number of revivable fossils remains limited. Regardless, Diyuan's mention of fossils stirred a profound excitement within Zhao Fang. Even if this fossil is not one that can resurrect life, Zhao Fang can still earn a considerable profit merely through its intrinsic characteristics. For instance, selling this fossil to the renowned stone collector, De Wu, from the Fangyuan region could resolve Zhao Fang's financial concerns for a significant period. Should this fossil prove to be exceptionally rare, it could afford him a life free from financial worries for over a decade. At the very least, it would provide him with sufficient resources to nurture his Gyarados and Dragapult. Thus, after departing from the rock-type gym for a while, Zhao Fang returned, contemplating the kind of team Duquai would employ to battle against him. In the Pokémon Sapphire series, Duquai faced trainers with Geodude and Shroomish. However, this was reality, and Zhao Fang was uncertain whether she would utilize different Pokémon. He recalled that in the comics, Duquai had once summoned Geodude's evolution, Graveler. Regardless, he decided to give it his all. Standing before the gym, he took a deep breath and stepped inside. As he entered, Zhao Fang spotted a familiar figure, the same uncle he had encountered at the hotel the previous day, standing beside Duquai, the gym leader. "I told you that this kid would come, didn't I?" The uncle exclaimed cheerfully upon seeing Zhao Fang. Feeling a bit awkward, Zhao Fang smiled sheepishly, unsure of the relationship between the two. But it was evident that the uncle knew Duquai. Wielding a Pokédex, yet opting to challenge at the beginner level, you little fox. Duquai remarked upon noticing Zhao Fang, her expression not particularly pleasant, emanating a sense of irritation. "My apologies. I had no idea the Pokédex could be utilized in such a setting," Zhao Fang said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Genuinely unaware that Pokédex holders enjoyed certain privileges when challenging gyms. "Who issued your Pokédex?" Duquai inquired, observing Zhao Fang's embarrassed demeanor. "Dr. Otomaki." Zhao Fang replied with a nervous chuckle. "Dr. Otomaki? That's quite rare. Even if a Pokédex holder fails in a gym challenge, they aren't required to pay a fee. My father has been rambling about you all day, mentioning that your Pokémon possess a strong will. Now, let me see if your Pokémon truly exhibit the steadfast determination of rock." Duquai explained, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, with a resolute glint in her eyes. Ultimately, it all boiled down to a battle. Zhao Fang rolled his eyes inwardly. It seemed that for trainers, communication primarily revolved around battling. Disagreements often led to challenges. A thought best kept unspoken. Who knew how Duquai might react if provoked into unleashing her strongest Pokémon? Zhao Fang then awkwardly greeted the uncle before following Duquai into a rather unadorned battle room. There were no referees present, and just as Zhao Fang began to ponder this, the uncle approached. "Let me take on the role of the referee for this match. This battle will adhere to the league's competitive format, featuring a restriction of 4 skills. Given that Zhao's side possesses only 2 Pokémon, ZHAO'S, you two may utilize only 2 Pokémon." The uncle cleared his throat, his gaze turning notably serious, and his tone became exceedingly earnest. "The advantage of elemental attributes does not guarantee invincibility. Let this truth be your lesson." Once in battle mode, ZHAO'S demeanor also shifted to one of seriousness, and she promptly released a Pokémon onto the field, Chao Baby. Zhao narrowed his eyes. Chao Baby, a rock-type Pokémon, possesses the capacity to learn electric-type moves, which inflict quadruple damage upon Gyarados, making it a formidable counter. Of course, Gyarados can also counter Chao Baby with its water type. "Malamar, I entrust this to you," Zhao said, stroking his neck as Malamar emitted a cheerful cry and soared into the arena. The master of reverse attributes might take a cue from a certain super rookie who, during their challenge against ZHAO'S, managed to topple her with an electric-type Pikachu. However, karma intervened, as the super rookie's Greninja later fell to the flames of a fire-type Charizard. Yet, this does not imply that Zhao aspires to become a master of reverse attributes, especially when facing the gym leader ZHAO'S. Exercising caution is of utmost importance. "Malamar, employ Thunder Wave to paralyze the opponent," ZHAO'S swiftly commanded, having gathered intelligence on Zhao's Pokémon. "Quick, evade Malamar. Execute a dive attack." Zhao also issued his command. After several battles, Malamar had become increasingly adept at executing dive, its hands glowing with dark energy as it swiftly lunged at Chao Baby, deftly avoiding the Thunder Wave. The uncle observed this scene, shaking his head in silence, foreseeing that this young man was in for a challenge. Zhao cautiously scrutinized ZHAO'S. Her father was the uncle from yesterday, who had inflicted considerable damage on Malamar with his rock slide technique, and Zhao feared ZHAO'S might employ a similar strategy. Daring to engage my Chao Baby up close. Chao Baby, teach him a profound lesson. Use Flash Cannon. ZHAO'S appeared utterly unfazed by Malamar's assault, commanding Chao Baby to unleash Flash Cannon directly at the advancing Malamar. "Quick, evade." Zhao realized something was amiss and hastily issued a command, but it was in vain. Malamar, having drawn too close to Chao Baby, seemed to be affected by some unseen force, rendering it unable to evade the attack. And it took the full brunt of Flash Cannon's strike. While Flash Cannon is a move of considerable power, its accuracy remains commendable. However, Malamar's proximity to Chao Baby made evasion exceedingly difficult. "Malamar," Zhao shouted in concern as he beheld his fallen Pokémon. He had not anticipated Chao Baby's immediate use of Flash Cannon, nor could he fathom why Malamar failed to evade. Could it be the influence of a magnetic field? Dragonite has lost its fighting capability. Please replace it with the next Pokémon. The elder quickly assessed Dragonite's injuries and then shook his head at Zhao Fang. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Fang recalled Dragonite, leaving him with only Gyarados. Chapter 54, Dialga. I implore you, Gyarados, for Dragonite has already succumbed to defeat. Zhao Fang tightly gripped the Pokeball in his hand and hurled it forward with force, summoning Gyarados above the battlefield. With a mighty roar, Gyarados continued the battle. Gyarados, a formidable Pokémon indeed, but against my Bastiodon, you shall not gain the upper hand. Bastiodon, employ Thunder Wave. Cuckoo marveled at the sight of Gyarados. This creature appeared robust, undoubtedly possessing considerable strength. Gyarados, evade the Thunder Wave, then unleash Water Pulse. Zhao Fang commanded, recalling the previous misfortune of Dragonite. Bastiodon surely possessed a unique ability to disrupt the surrounding magnetic field, which had led to Dragonite's disruption. A deep blue light coalesced in Gyarados' mouth, and a jet of water surged forth, racing towards Bastiodon. Being a rock-type Pokémon, Bastiodon would undoubtedly suffer significant damage from Water Pulse. Excellent. Seize this opportunity and retaliate with Thunderbolt. Zhao Fang was taken aback by Cuckoo's decision not to evade but instead to command Bastiodon to unleash Thunderbolt. Oh no, Gyarados. Cease the release of Water Pulse immediately. Zhao Fang swiftly realized Cuckoo's intentions. If Gyarados maintained its Water Pulse, Thunderbolt would inevitably strike it, leading to grave injury. Zhao Fang had not anticipated that Cuckoo was aware of such a tactic. Interrupted? Such a pity. Bastiodon, employ Rock Slide. Cuckoo remained unfazed, issuing further commands. Had Thunderbolt connected? Even if Gyarados remained in battle, it would pose no threat. At Cuckoo's command, Bastiodon lifted nearby rocks and hurled them towards Gyarados. Gyarados, evade the falling rocks and unleash Dragon Rage. Zhao Fang commanded, as a ball of light gathered in Gyarados' mouth before being expelled. This alone cannot defeat me. Bastiodon, strike Gyarados with Thunderbolt. Cuckoo displayed no intent to evade, allowing Gyarados' Dragon Rage to collide with Bastiodon. As smoke erupted, a Thunderbolt swiftly followed. But Gyarados managed to twist its body and evade the strike. As the smoke cleared, revealing Bastiodon unscathed, Zhao Fang felt a twinge of frustration. This rock-type Pokémon had truly exceptional defensive capabilities. Without utilizing moves of superior effectiveness, achieving victory would indeed be a considerable challenge. However, the Gyarados currently possesses only the Water Pulse as its water-type move. The Cuckoo's North Nose clearly belongs to an electric type that strikes back fiercely. Zhao Fang hesitated to gamble on whether Gyarados could withstand a single electric attack. He needed to devise a strategy. Gyarados, do you remember the technique from yesterday? Use Aqua Jet to swiftly close the distance to the enemy. Zhao Fang grit his teeth as he issued the command. Once Water Pulse was unleashed, it would result in mutual destruction, which Zhao Fang was unwilling to risk, thus opting for a different approach. Cuckoo raised an eyebrow. Aqua Jet? The referee, observing from the sidelines, chuckled, having witnessed Gyarados' Aqua Jet before when it was still a Magikarp, which had forced out one of its moves. Now, North Nose lacked effective means of restriction, leaving its fate in Cuckoo's judgment. Gyarados roared, its tail striking the ground with tremendous force, propelling its body across the battlefield at a speed that left Cuckoo agape in astonishment. To achieve such an effect without utilizing a flying move was remarkable. Seize the opportunity. Gyarados, use Iron Head. Zhao Fang commanded with a sweeping gesture. Gyarados charged forward at great speed, its head shimmering with a metallic sheen. Iron Head, have you not learned from your previous lesson? Use Thunder Cannon, North Nose. Cuckoo's eyes flashed with disappointment as she observed Gyarados barreling towards them. She had initially thought the trainer of this Pokémon was formidable, only to find otherwise. I am well aware, but I have greater faith in my Pokémon. Gyarados, showcase the fruits of your hard work. Zhao Fang clenched his fist, knowing that this Gyarados, nourished on food that enhanced its base stats, was entirely different from the ordinary ones. As Gyarados approached North Nose, its speed began to wane, just as North Nose fired its Thunder Cannon. At the moment of impending impact, Gyarados struck the ground forcefully with its tail, the impact so intense that its tail fin sustained damage. Yet, with this force, Gyarados evaded the Thunder Cannon and collided headfirst into North Nose's prominent snout. For North Nose, its nose was a vital organ, essential for sensing magnetic and electric forces. After enduring the steel-type damage from Iron Head, North Nose was in dire straits. North Nose attempted to raise its short arms to touch its nose, only to realize they were too short, followed swiftly by a wave of severe dizziness. Before Cuckoo could issue another command, North Nose collapsed to the ground, motionless. North Nose has lost its ability to battle. Please switch to your next Pokémon, Cuckoo. The referee rushed forward, conducted a brief examination, and then cheerfully announced the outcome. Observing the imposing Gyarados and its confident roars, the referee gave Zhao Fang a thumbs up with a warm smile. The young man is quite impressive, having managed to defeat the Pokémon my daughter trained, the boastful Chow baby. This cheeky girl incessantly praises her Chow baby's prowess. But now she shall learn what true strength means. Uncle Zhao Fang, filled with mirth, wishes for the Gyarados to cover his mouth with its tail, as he notices the scowl on Dujuan's face. Overconfidence can indeed be a formidable force. My father holds you in high regard, Zhao Fang. Dujuan enunciated Zhao Fang's name with deliberate precision, causing him to swallow nervously. This truly feels like an unwarranted calamity. Now allow me to showcase my strength, Dialga. You shall be my choice. Dujuan suddenly threw forth a master ball. What? Zhao Fang was taken aback, questioning whether he had somehow crossed into a different realm. Did Dujuan genuinely summon Dialga? Was this a divine battle? Shouldn't he start with a Rayquaza? However, he soon realized that the figure on the battlefield was not Dialga, but rather a weary-looking Onix. Observing the Onix's forlorn expression, Zhao Fang felt a pang of sympathy, lamenting that it was mistakenly referred to as Dialga by Dujuan. Yet, he was quickly enveloped by a profound sense of pressure. It is essential to note that Onix is entirely distinct from Geodude. Chapter 55, A Fleeting Inspiration. Onix. The evolved form of Geodude, while not yet at its final evolution, Steelix, possesses formidable strength. Geodude typically weighs a mere 20 kilograms, while the evolved Onix boasts a weight of 105 kilograms and a height of 1 meter, exuding a powerful presence. Zhao Fang could only take comfort in the fact that this Onix appeared in its standard form, rather than its Alolan variant. Were it the Alolan form, Zhao Fang might have considered conceding, as the Alolan Onix is an electric-type Pokémon. Wait, Alolan? Zhao Fang suddenly found himself lost in thought. A flicker of inspiration flashing through his mind, yet he struggled to grasp it. Dujuan had intended to command Onix to attack, but upon observing Zhao Fang's furrowed brow, she hesitated. As a gym leader, she understood that trainers sometimes experience unique insights, and if captured, such moments could lead to significant growth in power. Dujuan refrained from interrupting this rare moment of inspiration. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Fang found that the spark of insight was as elusive as a Dragonite using agility. Eventually, he resigned himself to abandoning the train of thought and lifted his head. Are we ready to battle? After being momentarily sidelined, Dujuan had calmed considerably, her previous anger dissipated. Yes, Zhao Fang nodded, deciding to cast aside any lingering thoughts of inspiration. What he needed now was to give his all for victory. Therefore, Onix, unleash Sandstorm. At Dujuan's command, Onix raised its arms, and a swirling tempest of sand enveloped the arena. Do not allow him to utilize Sandstorm smoothly. Gyarados, unleash Water Pulse. Zhao Fang also issued commands. As a ground rock-type Pokémon, Golem would undoubtedly suffer severe damage from Water Pulse. However, Golem managed to complete the Sandstorm first, and the swirling sands obscured its presence entirely. The water column from Water Pulse surged toward the edge of the battlefield, and Zhao Fang felt a sinking sensation in his heart as the attack missed. Is it due to the sand availability? Zhao Fang squinted at the tumultuous sands, feeling a wave of melancholy. The continuous damage from the sandstorm and the obscured visibility placed Gyarados in a precarious situation, should the opponent choose to attack Gyarados now. Zhao Fang was unsure how it could evade Golem's assault. Golem, strike the enemy with rollout. The voice of Dujuan echoed once more. Zhao Fang strained his eyes, searching through the sandstorm, yet Golem remained elusive. Gyarados, execute Aqua Jet to move swiftly, was the only command Zhao Fang could muster. In response to his directive, Gyarados launched into Aqua Jet, dodging amidst the winds and sands. However, the swirling sands obstructed Gyarados' vision, preventing it from discerning Golem's form. In an instant, a mass of rolling rocks collided with Gyarados, leaving it battered and bruised, while Golem once again vanished into the storm. Zhao Fang clenched his teeth, observing the dire state of the battlefield. With the constraints of the league competition, Gyarados was limited to 4 moves. It had already employed Iron Head, Aqua Jet, Dragon Rage, and Water Pulse, leaving no room for further maneuvers. He resolved to remember this lesson for the future. Yet, at present, he had to devise a strategy to address the predicament facing Gyarados. It was crucial to note that the damage from rollout would escalate with each successive use, potentially rendering Gyarados incapable of continuing the fight. The referee, with a serious demeanor, surveyed the scene. Dujuan's tactic had indeed cornered Gyarados. While Gyarados possessed a type advantage over Golem, effective strategy could turn the tide even in a disadvantageous matchup. Golem, continue using rollout. Yuan commanded once more. As the sandstorm continued to rage, Zhao Fang gritted his teeth, utterly unaware of Golem's whereabouts. Gyarados, utilize Aqua Jet to keep moving, and when the opponent reveals themselves, employ Iron Head, was his only recourse. Although Golem's rollout was not particularly swift, its suddenness rendered it unpredictable. There would be no time to use Water Pulse again, and the outcome would hinge on the effectiveness of Iron Head. A glimmer of appreciation flickered in Yuan's eyes. Indeed, this approach was optimal. Relying on luck to strike Golem would be utterly fanciful. It was far wiser to seize the opportunity presented by the uninterrupted rollout and conclude the battle decisively with Iron Head. Roar! The fierce Gyarados let out a thunderous roar, continuously employing Waterfall to shift its position while scanning for the presence of the rolling Onix. In the next instant, it spotted a boulder tumbling towards it. Without a moment's hesitation, Gyarados unleashed a headbutt, crashing its head against Onix with a resounding thud. The impact disrupted Onix's rolling motion, causing it to wobble momentarily before regaining its balance, while Gyarados sustained a painful blow to its head. With eyes wide open, Gyarados bellowed in defiance. What remarkable determination! But how many more hits can you endure? Allow me to witness your resolve. Cuckoo expressed her surprise, but soon her voice resonated with fervor. Onix, continue rolling. Once again, Onix barreled into the sandstorm. Gyarados, use headbutt. Zhao Fang clenched his fists tightly, now left to hope that Gyarados could withstand the onslaught. Amidst the swirling sandstorm, a dull thud echoed as Gyarados collided with Onix once more, blood trickling from Gyarados' head onto Onix's face. As both trainers issued their commands once again, a third muffled sound reverberated through the tempest. Following this impact, the raging sandstorm began to subside, revealing both Pokémon once more before Zhao Fang. Onix bore visible cracks on its face, having sustained damage from the steel type's double effectiveness, while Gyarados lay collapsed on the ground, bloodied and defeated. Gyarados has lost its fighting capability. Cuckoo emerges victorious, the referee announced bluntly. You did your best, Gyarados, Zhao Fang said, gently stroking the creature before returning it to its Pokeball. Sighing as he glanced at Cuckoo, Zhao Fang acknowledged that although his strength had improved, facing the gym leader's strongest Pokémon remained a formidable challenge. Today, Cuckoo had shown leniency, refraining from employing other techniques. Chapter 56. The Phantom Tower in the Volcanic Ash. I still lost, Zhao Fang lamented, sitting on the battlefield and scratching his head in frustration. It's nothing to be ashamed of, kid. Cuckoo deployed one of her strongest Pokémon, and that Onix has been nurtured for quite some time, the referee remarked, patting Zhao Fang on the shoulder. Zhao Fang nodded, recognizing that Onix was indeed a formidable Pokémon, yet it still paled in comparison to the prowess of his opponent. The thought of his defeat weighed heavily on him. Having lost meant forfeiting the rewards of victory. You and your Pokémon possess impressive resolve. Consider this a victory for you, Cuckoo stated as she approached, having just healed her Pokémon, while Zhao Fang's Pokémon had received treatment as well. Dratini hung around Zhao Fang's neck. Surprised, Zhao Fang gazed at Cuckoo, realizing that he had not expected this to be counted as a victory. Could it be that hope still lingered for that elusive news? Regarding that fossil, it was a serendipitous discovery. You must be aware of the mountain adjacent to our city of Canaz. The Cuckoo sat beside Zhao Fang, appearing much like an ordinary girl from the neighborhood after concluding her battle. Zhao Fang nodded, fully aware of the mountain, behind which a tunnel, named the Karu Green Tunnel, is to be constructed. The protagonist of the game is tasked with opening this tunnel to acquire a secret machine. Though its current state remains a mystery, our city of Canaz is preparing to establish a passageway to the town of Green Shade on the other side of the mountain. The Alliance sent me to conduct an inspection, and one day, after completing my survey and preparing to return, I noticed a faintly visible tower amidst the swirling volcanic ash. Driven by curiosity, I ventured inside, where the Pokémon were not particularly formidable. The Cuckoo appeared somewhat entranced, perhaps reminiscing about that day. Eventually, I ascended to the summit of the tower, where I discovered 2 fossils. However, before I could seize them, the tower began to tremble, and I found myself back at the entrance, with the tower having vanished entirely. The Cuckoo shrugged nonchalantly. Zhao Fang maintained an outward calm, yet internally, a tempest raged. The Cuckoo's account sounded eerily reminiscent of the Mirage Tower in the desert. In the Gem series, players might encounter a tower in a desert region, necessitating a climb to the top, where 2 fossils await. Upon retrieving either, the Mirage Tower disappears. Zhao Fang recalled that one of the fossils in the game was that of Cradle Lily, while the other belonged to Scyther. However, the conundrum lies in the fact that the Mirage Tower is supposed to only appear in desert areas. Why, then, did the Cuckoo encounter it on a nearby mountain, particularly amidst volcanic ash? This is the map I sketched afterwards. I visited the location numerous times, yet the tower eluded me. Perhaps a sign that it was not meant for me. Thus, it remains to be seen if you possess the fortune to discover it. The cuckoo casually retrieved a cloth from her pocket, revealing a rough route map. I am truly grateful. Zhao Fang clenched his fists, determined to explore the tower, eager to uncover the nature of the fossil within. Given your current prowess, entering that tower should pose no challenge. It is home to several ground-type Pokémon, which should be manageable for your Gyarados. The cuckoo assessed Zhao Fang before summing up. After bidding farewell to the cuckoo and the loquacious uncle, Zhao Fang sat on a bench, excitement coursing through him as he contemplated his future endeavors. Initially, he had planned to find a way to visit Battletown and challenge the fighting gym there for his second badge. However, his objective had shifted. He now yearned to investigate the Mirage Tower, which he had never heard of in his past life. He was intrigued by the connection between the Mirage Tower amidst the volcanic ash and that which resided in the desert. If I am to embark on this journey, I must first prepare at least 15 days' worth of sustenance, along with protective gear, for volcanic ash is not something one can inhale, and I also require healing supplies. Zhao Fang gazed at his empty wallet, lost in contemplation. If he wished to visit the elusive Mirage Tower, he needed to earn a substantial sum of money. Otherwise, he would be unable to sustain his expedition, and he had no idea how long he might wait to behold the tower. Thus, Zhao Fang returned once more to the Pokémon Center and sought out the task board in Canaz City. With a Pokédex in hand, badges earned, and a Gyarados at his side, he found a plethora of tasks available to him. Zhao Fang was not particularly picky. Canaz City was bustling with activity, attracting many novice trainers eager to challenge the Rock Gym, which expedited the task acquisition process. Under the guidance of the staff, he managed to secure several high-reward assignments, such as the elite beginner task titled Assist Me in defeating the ruffians at my family's fishery, which offered over 1,000 Alliance coins. Over the course of 5 days, Zhao Fang, alongside his Gyarados and Dragapult, relentlessly completed tasks throughout Canaz City. To maximize his earnings, he even accepted numerous beginner tasks. At night, he resided in the Battle Hotel, where defeating 3 challengers each evening allowed him to continue his stay free of charge, a most convenient arrangement. Although he had taken on many assignments, he intended to pursue more until the staff gently informed him that accepting further tasks would leave no opportunities for other novice trainers. Reluctantly, Zhao Fang ceased his endeavors. With over 8,000 Alliance coins, he deemed it sufficient, provided he practiced frugality, especially considering Gyarados' unique dietary needs. Upon checking his account balance, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction, yet he saw no better alternatives. The 8,000 coins, coupled with his previous savings, would indeed sustain him for 2 weeks. Nevertheless, during this time, what weighed most on Zhao Fang's mind, aside from fossils, was the dietary issue concerning Gyarados. Previously, the Pokémon food he crafted enhanced the base stats by 0.3, but now, changes had ensued. A serving of ordinary sweet and sour ribs will increase Gyarados' base stats by 0.001, while Dragapult will see an increase of 0.2. The rate of Gyarados' stat enhancement had become restricted, a phenomenon that surfaced after his battle with Cuckoo, leading Zhao Fang to speculate whether it was related to Pokémon evolution. A mere 0.001 is still an increase, and thus, it is a step in the right direction. Now, it was time to venture forth to witness the wondrous Mirage Tower. Standing at the entrance of the shop, he stretched lazily. Once again, he found himself in a state of financial scarcity. Chapter 57, Journey to Chimney Mountain. The mountain range between Canaz City and Greenshade Town is also part of Chimney Mountain. Greenshade Town is renowned for its refreshing breezes, which prevent volcanic ash from settling here, making it an ideal place for health and wellness. However, if Zhao Fang wishes to reach Greenshade Town, he must traverse a considerable distance, potentially passing through territories inhabited by formidable Pokémon. Thus, Zhao Fang had no intention of recklessly venturing forth. Instead, he planned to follow the map provided by Cuckoo and head towards the location of the Phantom Tower, which Cuckoo had last seen, hoping to catch a glimpse of that mysterious and enigmatic structure. This mountain is truly immense, Zhao Fang remarked, gazing at the towering peaks before him. In the game, it did not seem so imposing, but in reality, the height of this mountain was awe-inspiring. With a distant smoking volcano visible on the horizon, it is said that within Chimney Mountain lies a slumbering ancient deity, a certain creature often persecuted due to its inability to fly. Tightening the straps of his backpack, Zhao Fang consulted his map and began to make his way down a narrow path. Throughout his journey, he encountered only a few trainers, with no other souls in sight, likely due to the fact that the construction of the Kalu Tunnel had yet to commence. The location of the Phantom Tower should be subject to change. which perhaps explained why Cuckoo had failed to locate it previously. As Zhao Fang climbed the mountain path, he pondered this question. He had often wondered why such a powerful trainer as Cuckoo could not find the Phantom Tower. It could either be due to its erratic appearance or some unknown restriction. The worst-case scenario might be that the Phantom Tower could only be accessed once. Observing a Rattata scurrying past, Zhao Fang let out a long sigh. It must be said that the difficulty of the mountain path is no exaggeration. After a short while, Zhao Fang felt more fatigued than he usually would after traversing a much longer distance. However, the crisp mountain air enveloped him in a sense of comfort. After walking for some time, he finally arrived at the campsite he had chosen for the day, beside a small lake. This was the location marked on Cuckoo's map, featuring a small body of water with a large tree at its center, exuding an air of mystery. Zhao Fang paid little heed to the tree and quickly set up camp by the lakeside. He released his Gyarados and Dragonite. Gyarados, why don't you go play underwater? But be careful not to engage in any fights with other Pokémon, Zhao Fang cautioned. He was less concerned about Dragonite, but Gyarados had a rather unique temperament. Having become somewhat ferocious after its evolution, often seeking out wild Pokémon to practice its Iron Head move. With a mighty roar, Gyarados dove into the water. Dragonite, please gather some branches for me. We shall indulge in a barbecue today, Zhao Fang instructed, intending to savor grilled delicacies. While he would naturally prepare a toasted sandwich for himself, it is undeniable that Zhao Fang has been earning money at a commendable pace lately. However, the predicament lies in the fact that after evolving, the Gyarados has transformed into an insatiable glutton, making the challenge of caring for these two creatures nearly as daunting as nurturing a Snorlax. Zhao Fang initially believed he could improve his living conditions, only to find himself in a state of discontent. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind him. Turning around, he witnessed a Kingler being forcefully propelled out of the water by the Gyarados, which flailed its claws frantically in midair. Before the Kingler could mount any form of resistance, the Gyarados soared upwards again, crashing the creature back into the depths with a decisive blow. Why don't you use Iron Head? Zhao Fang exclaimed in frustration. The Gyarados consistently neglects to employ its Iron Head technique during training, opting instead to ram its own head into opponents. Much of Zhao Fang's medicinal supplies have been depleted, treating the Gyarados' forehead. Nevertheless, there is a silver lining. The Gyarados' skull is gradually hardening, leading Zhao Fang to believe that it may achieve similar results even without utilizing Iron Head in the future. If only the Dragonite were as worry-free, he sighed, observing the Gyarados reveling in its playtime with the Kingler. Just then, the Dragonite emerged from the forest, clutching several branches. But what caught Zhao Fang's attention was the small object it carried in its mouth. What have you found this time? He inquired, his curiosity piqued. He held a vivid recollection of the Dragonite's past antics, which had previously led him into a precarious situation within the Orange Forest. The Dragonite dashed over, dropping the firewood onto the ground, and promptly spat out the object, revealing a small trinket that gleamed under the sunlight. Cautiously, Zhao Fang reached out to touch it, relieved to find no notifications or prompts appearing, which eased his apprehension. He then gathered the firewood, set a fire, and placed a makeshift barbecue rack over it. Skewering pieces of meat and fruit, the Pokémon World's version of a delightful feast. As the aroma of grilled meat and seasoning wafted through the air, the Gyarados ceased its antics with the Kingler, emerging from the water to reveal its imposing head, patiently awaiting its share of the delectable food. The Dragonite, in a frenzy of excitement, danced around the barbecue, drooling in anticipation. Zhao Fang suspected it might be marking its territory, but the enticing scent attracted not only his two Pokémon, but also some unexpected guests. Amidst the cacophony, Zhao Fang noticed branches flying out from the nearby woods, hurtling towards him. Thankfully, he had been alert to the sounds beforehand. Otherwise, he might have been struck by the incoming debris. Gyarados, come here, Zhao Fang called as he stepped back, eager to uncover the identity of the intruders. The Gyarados promptly flew to Zhao Fang's side, gazing ahead as a group of 4 white-furred monkeys with red tufts atop their heads emerged from the foliage. Are those Bounsweet? Zhao Fang thought, feeling a headache coming on. The characteristics of this Pokémon were all too evident. He immediately recognized them as the evolved form of Slaking. The hyperactive monkey, an evolutionary form of the slothful elder, embodies an astonishing lack of lethargy, instead exhibiting an exuberant zeal. Many have mused about the prospect of possessing a tireless dynamo. Such a creature could indeed rival the might of legendary beings. Roar. In the face of the ferocious Gyarados, these hyperactive monkeys displayed no trepidation, with the leader emitting an excited howl. Gyarados, employ a whirlwind to assail your adversary. Dragapult, unleash a surprise attack on the foe at the forefront. Zhao Fang issued the command, noting that the 4 hyperactive monkeys appeared disinclined to engage in polite conversation. Chapter 58, The Surfing Snorlax. Following Zhao Fang's directive, Gyarados opened its massive jaws, unleashing a gale that swept through the air. However, the leading hyperactive monkey deftly evaded the oncoming whirlwind, excitedly extending its claws, which grazed Dragapult. Confused, Dragapult gazed at the claw that had passed through its form, then glanced back at the hyperactive monkey. Yet, Dragapult had not forgotten its skills. Its hands shimmered with dark energy as it executed a surprise attack, striking the opponent squarely in the face. Roar! The assaulted hyperactive monkey emitted a cry of pain. Recoiling slightly while warily observing Dragapult, its eyes beginning to glimmer with a peculiar intensity. Detect. Dragapult, do not afford it the opportunity to use Detect. Interrupt it with a tail whip. Zhao Fang discerned the technique employed by the hyperactive monkey. Should Detect succeed, it would enable the monkey to counterattack Dragapult. Just as Dragapult's tail struck the hyperactive monkey's face, Gyarados collided headfirst with another monkey attempting to use Detect, sending it reeling to the ground. Excellent. Press the advantage. Gyarados. Employ Iron Head for a continued assault. Zhao Fang expressed his satisfaction, recognizing Gyarados as the strongest contender among his limited roster of Pokémon. This arrangement afforded Dragapult ample time for growth, prompting Zhao Fang to consider strategies for its development. With Gyarados' head colliding with a hyperactive monkey, the remaining trio quickly retreated with frantic cries. Zhao Fang inspected his Pokémon's injuries. Aside from some swelling on Gyarados' forehead, there were no significant issues. You two are something else. Hurry and eat. The wind is rising. Zhao Fang chuckled, affectionately patting his 2 Pokémon before encouraging them to finish their meals promptly. As Gyarados and the others completed their Pokémon food, Zhao Fang prepared to indulge in his grilled sandwich when a tremendous roar erupted nearby. He hastily turned to investigate, only to witness a colossal splash erupting from the opposite side of the lake, along with the sight of a massive creature gliding through the water. In a flurry, Zhao Fang retrieved his Pokédex, aiming it at the aquatic silhouette before him. Snorlax, the dozing Pokémon, listened attentively to the sound emanating from the Pokédex. Zhao Fang blinked, then scrutinized the creature in the lake. If he wasn't mistaken, this Snorlax was surfing? He swallowed hard, activating the recording function of his Pokédex while hastily packing his campsite. Before Snorlax could arrive, he quickly stowed away his Gyarados and fled with his Dragapult. A surfing Snorlax, and it appeared to be quite large. Zhao Fang was uncertain of its intentions and certainly did not wish to be driven back to Canalave City before even reaching the Mirage Tower. After a minute of Zhao Fang's retreat, Snorlax crawled ashore, its squinty eyes gazing curiously at the empty campsite. Its nose twitched as it scratched its belly in confusion. Where had everyone gone? Unbeknownst to Zhao Fang, Snorlax was puzzled, while he himself was traversing the path with his backpack and Pokédex in hand. The Pokédex not only allowed for basic Pokémon identification, but also facilitated communication with others, even in groups. However, these features were still rudimentary, far from the advancements of his previous life. Thus, he promptly sent the recent recording to Professor Oda. Before long, Professor Oda responded. A surfing Snorlax? How remarkable. Zhao Fang, are you interested in selling this information? Contemplating the message, Zhao Fang wondered if news of rare Pokémon could indeed be sold. Is it possible to sell? He inquired back. Of course. I know a trainer who has a particular fondness for Snorlax. If you are willing, send me the location of your encounter, and I will inquire about the price. Professor Oda's enthusiasm was palpable. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang shared the coordinates. It was evident that this so-called information pertained to the sale of the location of encountered Pokémon, allowing interested Pokédex holders to purchase the information in hopes of capturing their desired Pokémon. This information sold for 800 League coins. I will transfer it to your account now, Professor Oda continued. By the way, the League is currently convening a conference, and I suspect that the battle rules will soon be revised. Do keep an eye out for updates. Zhao Fang expressed his gratitude and then put away the Pokédex. As for the impending changes to the League's battle regulations, he felt indifferent. He had already ventured deep into the mountains, arriving at a place shrouded in volcanic ash. Is this volcanic ash? He mused, brushing the soot off his shoulder, which crumbled into gray powder. Zhao Fang retrieved a breathing mask from his backpack and donned it. Prolonged exposure to volcanic ash could lead to respiratory ailments. This mask was rather expensive, costing 200 League coins. He had felt a pang of regret upon purchasing it. Such a sum could have procured multiple lumberry, but for the sake of his health, Zhao Fang silently accepted the expense. As the volcanic ash drifted through the air, Zhao Fang caught glimpses of various Pokémon, though their attributes gradually shifted predominantly towards ground and fire types. A sense of anticipation welled within him. He yearned to encounter his beloved Pokémon. He recalled that within the game, there existed an item to collect volcanic ash, which could be utilized to forge glass, yet Zhao Fang had no intention of gathering it, opting instead to hasten his pace. As he ascended further, the volcanic ash transformed from a sporadic fall to a dense shower, almost reminiscent of rain. His timid Dragapult retreated into its Pokeball, as it was displeased with the environment. A timid Dragapult, its evolution path fraught with challenges, this was Zhao Fang's assessment of his companion. Rubbing his head in contemplation, he acknowledged the difficulties surrounding Dragapult's evolution. However, he had no alternative solutions at hand and could only hope that after participating in the Hoenn League, he would embark on a journey to the Galar region in search of Dragapult's evolution method. That evening, Zhao Fang pitched camp beneath the volcanic ash. According to the map provided by Cuckoo, he was to arrive at the site where Cuckoo had previously spotted the Phantom Tower the following day. The mere thought stirred a hint of anxiety within him. He could only wish to avoid encountering overly powerful Pokémon. Otherwise, the path to acquiring fossils might prove perilous. After sprinkling powder to deter wild Pokémon from approaching, he retreated into his tent and secured the entrance. Chapter 59. Charmeleon. This terrain was indeed treacherous. Observing the fallen Magcargo before him, Zhao Fang felt a tinge of helplessness. As he drew closer to the location marked by Cuckoo, the density of Pokémon increased, with a myriad of fire and ground types scurrying about. Since setting out that morning, Zhao Fang had defeated 10 wild Pokémon he encountered. Fortunately, these Pokémon were largely at the mercy of his Gyarados, making the battles manageable, albeit the sheer number of them was overwhelming. The omnipresent volcanic ash and rising temperatures rendered even Dragapult unable to endure, compelling it to retreat into its Pokeball. Zhao Fang was also drenched in sweat, experiencing a sensation akin to a sauna, and he understood the reason for the elevated temperature. With so many fire-type Pokémon around, it was only natural for the heat to be intense. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous fire-type Pokémon, yet one in particular caught his attention, a burning bug Pokémon. Its evolution, the Infernape Moth, was quite impressive. But the bug Pokémon darted away too swiftly for Zhao Fang to pursue. Before he could even think to follow, it vanished into the underbrush. Once he found a suitable spot to set up his tent, he finally arrived at the location marked by Cuckoo. According to the map, Cuckoo had previously seen the peculiar tower atop the hillside ahead. Peering through his breathing mask, he observed the hillside shrouded in volcanic ash, devoid of any structures. All he could do was tend to his Pokémon. It's quite warm, isn't it, Gyarados and Dragapult? Within the confines of the tent, Zhao Fang finally had the opportunity to remove his breathing mask. The Dragonite lay listlessly on the ground, cradling a small piece of ice that Zhao Fang had procured from a shop. In the sweltering heat, the ice had dwindled to this meager remnant. The Gyarados, on the other hand, appeared unfazed. Its massive form sprawled partially outside the tent, lazily reclining on the ground, as if impervious to the oppressive temperature. Observing the wound on Gyarados' forehead, Zhao Fang retrieved some ointment and applied it gently. Gyarados had a penchant for headbutting others, a tendency Zhao Fang suspected stemmed from its time as a Magikarp. While this behavior yielded effective results, as a collision to the head would undoubtedly affect the opponent, Zhao Fang pondered the potential difficulties Gyarados might encounter when faced with Pokémon possessing particularly hard heads. A delicate cry pierced the air, momentarily startling Zhao Fang. He glanced outside and spotted a golden-hued Pokémon comfortably perched at the tip of Gyarados' tail, relishing the cool breeze generated by its swaying appendage. A Charmander? Zhao Fang marveled at the sight. It was the sole Charmander he had encountered since ascending the mountain. However, he refrained from taking immediate action, remaining vigilant as he scanned the surroundings. He recalled a previous encounter in the Orange Forest with a Trico, whose parent had been lurking nearby. Zhao Fang harbored concerns that this Charmander might be in a similar predicament. As he continued observing, Zhao Fang discerned no signs of a Charmeleon or Charizard, which ignited a spark of hope within him. This was indeed a Charmander, a creature capable of evolving into a Charizard, one that Zhao Fang held in high regard. Excited by this rare encounter, he resolved to attempt capturing the Charmander. Gyarados, there's a Charmander behind your tail. Use Iron Head, but be gentle, Zhao Fang whispered to Gyarados, though he had clearly overlooked one crucial detail. Gyarados was currently in a rather violent mood. Thus, upon hearing Zhao Fang's command, Gyarados slammed its tail down with considerable force, sending the small Pokémon soaring through the air. In an instant, the Iron Head attack collided with the Charmander's head just as it was preparing to flee. Observing the Charmander, now dazed and on the ground with a bruised head, Zhao Fang felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. His Gyarados seemed to become overly exuberant at the mere suggestion of colliding with other Pokémon. As if under the influence of a stimulant, Zhao Fang procured a Pokeball, but the Charmander was now too weak to resist, making it an opportune moment for capture. He decisively threw the Pokeball, which emitted a radiant glow. However, before it could reach the Charmander, a voice erupted from the side. Attempting to capture another's Pokémon is utterly outrageous. Magikarp, unleash Flamethrower. A pillar of fire surged forward, incinerating Zhao Fang's Pokeball to ashes. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback. However, he certainly heard the other person's words. So, this little Charmeleon belonged to someone else? Just as Zhao Fang was feeling a pang of regret for his Pokeball, a figure emerged from the side, a girl with vibrant red hair, tied into a single ponytail, glaring at him with evident anger. "Ah, my apologies. I mistakenly thought this wild Charmeleon was unclaimed." Zhao Fang chuckled awkwardly, noticing that the girl's hair color seemed somewhat familiar. "Really? Do you think I would believe such a feeble lie?" The girl eyed Zhao Fang warily, glancing at her Gyarados for reassurance. "Actually, I am a Pokédex holder. Here is my Pokédex, and I am friends with Cuckoo, the rock-type gym leader of Kansas City." Zhao Fang produced his Pokédex, attempting to bolster his credibility with a touch of embellishment. Upon seeing the Pokédex, the girl visibly relaxed. When she heard the name Cuckoo, her expression softened even further. Nevertheless, she remained cautious, retrieving her own Pokédex, tapping a few buttons, and after examining Zhao Fang closely, she finally relaxed completely. "My Charmeleon is a new addition to my team. I'm training it here at Chimney Mountain. My name is Aisha, a fire-type trainer from Fuyan Town. And Cuckoo is my good friend." Aisha extended her hand confidently. Zhao Fang instantly understood. No wonder her hair color seemed so distinctive. Though he hadn't recognized her at first because Aisha had not styled her hair as it would be in later years. "Hello, my name is Zhao Fang, a trainer from way by town. I have come here to train my Pokémon," he replied with a smile, shaking her hand in return. "Humph. You're actually here to investigate the illusion tower in the volcanic ash, aren't you?" Aisha playfully winked, cradling her Charmeleon and applying some ointment to its wounds. Zhao Fang felt a bit embarrassed. He hadn't anticipated that Aisha was aware of this matter. "Oh, you know about it too?" he asked awkwardly while sitting in the tent, glancing at Aisha, who was still holding her Charmeleon. "Of course. Cuckoo mentioned it to me long ago. However, I've gone up with her several times to investigate, but we never encountered that strange tower," Aisha responded with enthusiasm. She had a bright, cheerful smile. Yet the Charmeleon in her arms occasionally made faces at Zhao Fang and Gyarados, which nearly made him burst into laughter. "I also battled Cuckoo and received this map from her," Zhao Fang said, pulling out the map from his pocket. Since Aisha was already informed, there was no need for secrecy. Aisha leaned in to take a look, then proudly pointed at a section of the mountain range. "I marked these locations." Aisha beamed with pride, and Zhao Fang seized the opportunity to inquire about the tower amidst the volcanic ash. According to Aisha, Zhao Fang has indeed contributed to clarifying the matter. In truth, within the circles of Pokédex holders in several nearby towns, rumors of a tower amidst volcanic ash have circulated. They even organized a significant investigation, stationing researchers and scientists in the area for over half a month. Yet no one encountered that peculiar tower. Consequently, as time passed, trainers gradually lost interest. After all, while the tower was enigmatic, it held no value if one could not encounter it. Moreover, as Duan had mentioned, it merely contained 2 fossils. Thus, the tower amidst the volcanic ash transitioned from a highly sought-after mystery to an object of indifference. This development caused Zhao Fang some concern. He had only prepared provisions for 2 weeks. If he did not find anything within that time frame, he would have no choice but to descend the mountain, and he harbored little confidence in his luck. "Would you care for a battle?" Aisha inquired, her gaze intense. Zhao Fang shook his head with a mix of amusement and exasperation. "I would prefer not to descend again shortly after arriving. The path up is quite treacherous." He resolutely declined Aisha's challenge. Although Aisha, as a fire-type trainer, was at a disadvantage against the Gyarados, the world of Pokémon battles often saw unconventional matchups. Hadn't he witnessed how his friend G had once challenged Duan, allowing Pikachu to use electric-type moves against Geodude, resulting in Geodude sustaining injuries? Zhao Fang did not harbor a dislike for battles. On the contrary, engaging with formidable opponents could enhance his Pokémon's training, akin to leveling up. However, the thought of needing to return to Kansas City for healing after a single battle seemed a waste of time. Aisha appeared somewhat disappointed. She had recently consulted her close friend Duan, who had mentioned that Zhao Fang possessed an indomitable spirit and commendable strength, inciting Aisha's competitive spirit. However, If you become a gym leader in the future, I shall certainly challenge you, as I intend to participate in the upcoming Hoenn League, Zhao Fang said, raising his cup to take a sip of water. A gym leader? That seems far too distant. Come now, haha, my grandfather is still in excellent health. Aisha's expression betrayed a hint of panic, revealing that she was not yet prepared to assume the responsibilities of a gym leader. Zhao Fang chose not to pursue the topic further. For now, he and Aisha were merely acquaintances, not yet friends. Perhaps he would reassess her readiness when the time came to challenge the fire-type gym. Afterward, Zhao Fang conversed with Aisha a bit longer before seeing her off from the tent. Aisha intended to continue training her Pokémon, expressing her desire to expedite the evolution of her Magcargo into a Magmortar. Zhao Fang pondered whether Ash existed in this world. If not, could Aisha's Magcargo still evolve? Watching Aisha's departing figure, he contemplated this question but did not dwell on it for long, as his Dragamessi was already hungry, affectionately nuzzling against him. After the Pokémon finished their meal, Zhao Fang led them on a brief circuit around the vicinity. As dusk approached, he hurried back to his tent. Lying in his sleeping bag, Zhao Fang reflected on his earlier exploration of the area, during which he had encountered neither towering structures nor any clues. The surroundings were predominantly filled with volcanic ash and Pokémon, and he had yet to discover a single cave. Patience was essential. He could only hope to find something before their food supplies dwindled. Zhao Fang shook his head, realizing he had never truly anticipated discovering the tower on this very day. Thus, Zhao Fang spent a week searching this region, yet he remained without any leads. The frequent battles had significantly accelerated the consumption of food for both his Gyarados and Dragapult, leading him to surmise that he would need to descend the mountain in 2 days. It was a source of frustration. Despite his efforts to observe the area for the tower, he had only managed to steal short bouts of sleep, leaving him mentally fatigued. Moreover, a critical observation had arisen. Dragapult's food supplies were beginning to diminish in terms of stat increases, aligning it with Gyarados. This revelation compelled Zhao Fang to reconsider his previous hypothesis, indicating that the extent of stat augmentation was unrelated to evolution. He resolved to document this conjecture in his notebook, intending to compile detailed data when he commenced training a third Pokémon in the future. As the thought of descending the mountain in 2 days lingered in his mind, Zhao Fang found himself unusually restless, tossing and turning in his sleeping bag. Ultimately, he decided to emerge from his sleeping bag, seeking a moment of calm before attempting to sleep again. Casually glancing out of the tent window, he was taken aback by a towering, indistinct shadow not far from his campsite, something that had certainly not been there during the day. Quickly, Zhao Fang stowed his Pokeballs, donned his backpack, and hastily gathered his belongings before rushing outside. As he approached, the shadow revealed itself to be an ancient and peculiar tower. A surge of joy coursed through him. He had finally found it, the Illusion Tower. He hurried towards the entrance, which lacked a door, likely due to the passage of time. Noticing strange inscriptions adorning the sides of the entrance, Zhao Fang was unable to decipher them. They bore no resemblance to the writing of the Pokémon world. He retrieved his Pokédex to take a photograph and sketched a rough imitation before stepping inside. Chapter 61. The 5th level of the tower and the formidable foe within the illusory tower. The Pokémon predominantly featured are those of the ground type, such as the Pangoro and the Drapion. However, upon Zhao Fang's arrival in this tower shrouded in volcanic ash, he discovered that the Pokémon inhabiting it were primarily of the fire and ground types. As Zhao Fang ventured inside, he was greeted by the sight of 2 Magcargo entwined in a tender embrace. Observing them, Zhao Fang mused that this must be the process of wild Pokémon breeding. It had always puzzled him how different species of Pokémon could produce eggs, and the very mechanism of their hatching remained an enigma. It was only after watching a Pokémon breeding program that he learned how, when 2 Pokémon share mutual affection, an expert appears to expound upon various principles before an egg emerges, the intricate process being conveniently bypassed. Thus, Zhao Fang could only categorize Pokémon breeding as a miraculous aspect of nature. Disregarding the engrossed Magcargo, Zhao Fang deftly maneuvered to the side and retrieved an insect repellent spray from his backpack, applying it to himself. Although the spray provided temporary relief, it could not guarantee complete avoidance of all Pokémon. Nevertheless, it would save Zhao Fang considerable effort. He then proceeded towards the staircase of the tower. From the exterior, the number of levels in the tower was indiscernible. Dyuan had previously mentioned that the tower comprised 6 floors. The first level posed no obstacles for Zhao Fang, allowing him to ascend with ease. The same was true for the 2nd and 3rd levels, until he encountered a challenge on the 4th level. A colossal onyx loomed in the center of the tower, and Zhao Fang gulped nervously. Dyuan's father possessed an onyx as well, but this one appeared to be larger. Most notably, Zhao Fang noticed that the Onyx's gaze was fixed intently upon him, prompting him to grasp a Pokeball instinctively. Should the Onyx decide to attack, he would be compelled to retaliate. As Zhao Fang cautiously maneuvered along the adjacent corridor, he found that no matter where he moved, the Onyx's eyes remained locked onto him, amplifying his sense of pressure. Curiously, he observed that apart from this solitary Onyx, no other Pokémon were present on the 4th level. Just as confusion washed over him, he noticed 3 additional rocky heads emerge beside the Onyx, bringing the total to 4 Onyxes, all of which now scrutinized Zhao Fang. Was this a gathering of Onyxes? Zhao Fang felt a twinge of conflict within. Facing a single Onyx would have allowed him a chance to fend off its attack, yet 4 Onyxes posed a significant challenge. Unless they approached him one at a time, traversing past them would prove exceedingly difficult. Resolute, Zhao Fang decided that upon exiting the tower, he must swiftly capture his 3rd Pokémon. Otherwise, confronting an overwhelming number of Pokémon would become exceedingly troublesome. With a heart full of trepidation, Zhao Fang cautiously approached the stairway leading to the 4th floor. Although the colossal Onyxes were fixated on him, they surprisingly exhibited no intent to attack, leaving Zhao Fang somewhat perplexed. Nonetheless, the avoidance of conflict was a welcome occurrence, prompting him to hastily ascend the stairs. Upon reaching the top, Zhao Fang beheld a wooden door at the end of the stairwell, adorned with strange inscriptions that he could not decipher. He felt akin to an illiterate. Yet he recorded the peculiar phrase, ensuring he documented it on paper. However, once inside the towering structure, it seemed that his Pokédex had lost its connection to the outside world, rendering him unable to share the information with Dr. Zhao. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fang slowly pushed open the creaking wooden door, the sound echoing oddly in the stillness of the tower. Without hesitation, he stepped inside. As he crossed the threshold, he found himself in an unusual chamber, surrounded by shimmering crystals. Directly opposite him stood another wooden door, suggesting the stairway to the 6th floor lay in that direction. How eerily quiet it was. As Zhao Fang walked cautiously, he remained vigilant, concerned about encountering any Pokémon. Yet, as he traversed the room, silence enveloped him, allowing him to relax slightly. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the floor, causing Zhao Fang to spin around in alarm. He soon spotted a massive head emerging from a crevice in the rock, a gigantic Onyx with a body resembling solid ice, its head adorned with a sharp, protruding crest that sparkled with an otherworldly light. A crystal Onyx? Zhao Fang was taken aback. He had pondered the nature of the Pokémon inhabiting this place, but he never anticipated encountering a crystal Onyx within the 5th floor of the tower, once thought to be a rare variant of the Onyx. It was later revealed that the crystal Onyx was a distinct entity altogether, with its only appearance recorded in the animated series. Zhao Fang rubbed his forehead in frustration, unable to recall the precise plot of the animation, only remembering that the crystal Onyx did not exhibit ground-type attributes. Despite his attempts to recollect the details, Zhao Fang instinctively released his Pokeball, summoning his Gyarados. With a powerful roar, Gyarados glared fiercely at the crystal Onyx, the 2 titanic creatures standing face to face, blocking the path ahead. Clenching his fists, Zhao Fang had initially hoped to avoid battle upon entering, yet he found himself confronting a formidable opponent. As he retrieved his Pokédex to identify the Onyx before him, he issued a command to his Pokémon, Gyarados, unleash your dragon rage upon the enemy. Accompanied by Zhao Fang's command, Gyarados unleashed a sphere of energy infused with draconic power, which struck the crystal Onyx. However, the surface of the crystal Onyx remained completely unscathed. With a furious roar, the crystal Onyx summoned a cascade of falling rocks from above. Zhao Fang quickly instructed Gyarados to evade using Waterfall. Utilize Water Pulse, he commanded, and the Water Pulse surged directly towards the crystal Onyx. Did it have an effect? Zhao Fang cautiously scrutinized the unfolding situation, yet the crystal Onyx appeared entirely unfazed, charging directly at Gyarados to execute a tackle move. Was the crystal Onyx not vulnerable to water? A flicker of speculation crossed Zhao Fang's mind. Chapter 62. The Unknown Totem Onyx, a Pokémon of rock and ground types, is typically severely affected by water-type moves. Its evolved form, Steelix, although its rock typing transforms into steel, still possesses ground attributes that render it weak to water. Yet, the crystal Onyx before him seemed to lack any ground attributes entirely, presenting Zhao Fang with a perplexing challenge. He detested encountering Pokémon whose precise attributes remained ambiguous. Gyarados, execute Waterfall to swiftly approach your adversary. Then unleash a tornado to assault your foe. Zhao Fang observed the crystal Onyx, glancing at the Pokédex in his hand that remained incompletely identified, and continued issuing commands. Gyarados rapidly maneuvered across the battlefield using Waterfall, its roar accompanying a fierce tornado that struck the Crystal Onyx. Yet, the Crystal Onyx remained undeterred, barreling through the tornado and delivering a powerful tackle, although Gyarados narrowly evaded, causing the Crystal Onyx to crash into a nearby stone pillar. As the pillar collapsed with a resounding crash, Zhao Fang swallowed hard. The strength of this Crystal Onyx was formidable. Capturing it would be exhilarating, provided he could first subdue this troublesome adversary. Gyarados, use Waterfall to approach your opponent, then execute Iron Head. Zhao Fang clenched his fists, eager to discover whether Steel-type moves would prove effective. At the sound of Zhao Fang's command, Gyarados surged with excitement, rapidly striking the ground as a metallic sheen enveloped its head before charging towards the Crystal Onyx, which countered with tackle. The two colossal Pokémon collided head-on, and Zhao Fang distinctly heard the sound of metal clashing. Steel-type, was it? Zhao Fang felt a twinge of concern. He currently possessed no effective strategies against Steel-type Pokémon. While Steel-types are weak to fire, ground, and fighting moves, Zhao Fang had no Pokémon capable of executing those types of attacks at present. As he pondered how to defeat the Crystal Onyx, he suddenly noticed its mouth opening, revealing a swirling orb of icy blue light within. Zhao Fang momentarily froze, then immediately shouted, "Quick, evade!" Zhao Fang's shout prompted the Gyarados to swiftly lash its tail and sidestep, just enough to evade the frigid beam of ice. Observing the frost-covered stone pillar nearby, a peculiar conjecture flickered through Zhao Fang's mind. Could it be that this Crystal Onyx possesses an ice and steel typing? Such a combination of attributes was unfamiliar to him, and the unresponsive Pokédex left him uncertain of the accuracy of his hypothesis. Gyarados, keep moving, and then use Crunch. Zhao Fang commanded, resorting to the only move available. Although the Dark-type attack would not exploit any weaknesses, it at least would not result in a futile effort. With a fierce roar, Gyarados charged towards the Crystal Onyx, a surge of dark energy coiling in its jaws, before clamping down upon the creature's head. Zhao Fang keenly noted the emergence of tiny fissures upon the Onyx's cranium, indicating that the assault had indeed landed. However, the Crystal Onyx was no pushover. It retaliated with a rock slide that elicited anguished roars from Gyarados. Gyarados, move quickly. Seize the opportunity to use Crunch, then retreat immediately. Zhao Fang issued another command. He had attempted to release his Dragonite to assist Gyarados, yet a mysterious force within the arena seemed to bind his Pokeballs, restricting him to his lone Gyarados in battle. Thus, he relinquished the notion of a multi-Pokémon confrontation, placing all his hopes on Gyarados to vanquish the opponent. Following Zhao Fang's orders, Gyarados darted about, evading the Onyx's attacks before lunging forward to deliver another bite, swiftly retreating afterward. The effectiveness of this tactic became increasingly apparent, as the minor cracks on the Crystal Onyx had now widened significantly, visibly observable to the naked eye. Yet, watching Gyarados begin to pant heavily, Zhao Fang felt a pang of concern. While this strategy allowed Gyarados to dodge the Onyx's strikes, the rapid depletion of stamina posed an imminent threat. It would not be long before Gyarados could no longer evade. Suddenly, a chime echoed, momentarily stunning Zhao Fang. Could it be that he had acquired a system of his own? However, he quickly realized that it was merely the Pokédex identifying new information. He hastily retrieved the device for a closer look. Unknown totem, symbol of Pokémon, resembling ancient script. Zhao Fang was taken aback. He had just scanned the Crystal Onyx. Yet now the device was identifying an unknown totem. He surveyed the battlefield. Gyarados continued to leap and assault the Crystal Onyx, surrounded by resplendent crystals and stone pillars, with no sign of any unknown totem in sight. Bending down, he felt the earth and stones beneath him. As he contemplated the Pokédex, three hypotheses formed in his mind. First, the device might be malfunctioning. Second, it had inadvertently captured and recognized an unknown totem. Or third, perhaps, Gyarados. Flying to the edge of the arena, Zhao Fang commanded, unleash Water Pulse against the wall. Without hesitation, the Gyarados surged into the crevice between the stone pillars, directing its water pulse at the ancient wall before it. Zhao Fang fixed his gaze intently upon the wall, and indeed, he observed a mysterious ripple emanating from its surface, reminiscent of a stone cast into a tranquil pond. A smile crept across Zhao Fang's face. It seemed his conjecture was not in vain. Gyarados, employ Crunch on the wall before you. Following Zhao Fang's directive, Gyarados executed a powerful crunch, causing ripples to dance across the wall. It was as if it had bitten into a transparent rubbery substance, energy coiling within its jaws, yet unable to penetrate the elusive barrier. Roar! As Zhao Fang anxiously watched Gyarados, a furious roar erupted from the Crystal Onyx, causing his eyes to widen in astonishment. What the? Is this some kind of joke? Panic surged through Zhao Fang as he witnessed the crystal onyx evolving right before his eyes, its form transforming into that of a Steelix. However, it seemed the spectacle was not yet concluded. Just as Zhao Fang prepared to command Gyarados to exert its utmost effort, the crystal Steelix underwent yet another evolution. Yet, Steelix was already the final evolutionary stage of Onyx. Could this radiant transformation signify something beyond comprehension? Chapter 63. Assistance and Gratitude. Zhao Fang had never anticipated that the crystal Onyx could evolve, especially since it was a Pokémon exclusive to the animated series and absent from the games. Yet here it was, completing 2 evolutions before his very eyes, ultimately transforming into a Super Steelix, its entire form retaining a crystalline hue that bestowed upon it an exquisite allure. If such a Steelix truly exists, I need not worry about the training of Gyarados and the others, Zhao Fang mused, sighing at the sight of the Super Steelix. Revealing this extraordinary creature to Da Wu could likely yield a substantial fortune. However, Zhao Fang harbored doubts regarding the authenticity of the crystal onyx, stemming from the unknown totem he had just identified. The unknown totem, a unique Pokémon that, while generally unremarkable in the games, was sought after by many collectors due to its diverse types and limited appearances across generations. Notably, it did not exist in the Sword and Shield games. Yet, in the realm of reality, these unknown totems appeared to possess peculiar abilities. Zhao Fang now suspected that the crystal onyx was, in fact, an illusion conjured by the unknown totem, albeit with an inexplicable semblance of reality. Gyarados, channel all your strength and shatter this illusion, Zhao Fang commanded, as Gyarados once more opened its formidable jaws, executing another crunch against the ethereal membrane. The colossal steel serpent unfurled its immense maw, unleashing a surge of terrifying energy within. Zhao Fang recognized the technique, the destructive beam, an immensely powerful move, especially when wielded by the formidable steel serpent. Should the Gyarados be struck by this attack, it would surely sustain grievous injuries, the consequences of which were unfathomable to Zhao Fang. Gyarados, he exclaimed, clenching his fists in fervent hope, placing his faith solely in the creature. With a crisp crack, the magnificent steel serpent's form began to warp and twist as if afflicted by some interference, before vanishing entirely from Zhao Fang's sight. The once resplendent crystalline arena morphed into an unremarkable tower, its walls adorned with numerous enigmatic totems, which opened their eyes to gaze intently at Zhao Fang and the Gyarados before him. Indeed, it was as Zhao Fang suspected. He exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the ground, affectionately stroking the Gyarados' massive head. The crystal onyx was a formidable adversary, particularly for the Gyarados, whose current skills were rendered ineffective against it. Fortunately, Zhao Fang had uncovered a secret of the crystal onyx, cleverly navigating this challenge. Yet, the multitude of unknown totems surrounding him instilled a profound sense of pressure. The sheer number of psychic-type Pokémon was overwhelming, their eyes evoking a sense of claustrophobia in many. If all these totems were to attack simultaneously, Zhao Fang feared the consequences would be dire. Quickly regaining his footing, he applied healing ointment to the Gyarados and attentively surveyed the unknown totems. He soon noticed something peculiar. Although the totems were fixated on him, they exhibited no intent to attack. Instead, they appeared as if they were entrapped within the walls. Cautiously, Zhao Fang approached one particular totem, shaped peculiarly, its large eyes fixated upon him. Though he could not decipher the meaning of these totems, an inexplicable sense of pleading emanated from them. "Are you trapped here?" Zhao Fang inquired, extending a hand towards the totem. He wondered why one had never mentioned the crystal onyx or these enigmatic totems. What was the story behind this? The unknown totems remained mute and motionless, their gaze unwavering upon Zhao Fang. After a moment of hesitation, he reached out, making contact with the totem's surface, which was as cold as stone yet possessed a slight softness, reminiscent of taffy. With tentative determination, Zhao Fang began to pull the totem away from the wall, only to encounter immense resistance. It felt as though the totem and the wall were two powerful magnets, drawn together with unyielding force. "Gyarados, Dragonite, come forth and assist me." Zhao Fang gritted his teeth, hurling forth his Pokeball, straining with all his might to pull the totem free. Dolong Messia chirped lightly, placing her hands on Zhao Fang's shoulders, while the violent carp dragon gently clutched the hem of Zhao Fang's clothing with its mouth, straining to pull him back. However, the allure was overwhelming. Despite Zhao Fang's desperate attempts, he could only manage to draw back a mere 10 centimeters from the wall before he could pull no further. A peculiar buzzing sound filled the air, prompting Zhao Fang to open his eyes. He noticed a faint white glow emanating from the enigmatic totems surrounding him. coalescing into one concentrated light that gathered in the unknown totem held in his hand, significantly diminishing the gravitational pull. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Fang exerted all his strength to pull back once more, only to be met with a sudden recoil that sent him crashing to the ground. The impact, so painful it felt as though he might fracture his backside. Yet, disregarding his discomfort, Zhao Fang gazed ahead, and to his astonishment, the unknown totem had levitated into the air, completely liberated from the wall. The surrounding totems began to emit their own buzzing sounds, swiftly emerging from the wall and soaring about the 5th level of the tower. They radiated a white luminescence, akin to fireflies dancing in the night sky. A smile spread across Zhao Fang's face. His suspicions had indeed been validated. These unknown totems were trapped within the wall. Before he could rise to his feet, the ground beneath him began to tremble violently. The tower was on the verge of collapse. Violent Carp Dragon. Dolong Messiah. We must flee. Zhao Fang quickly summoned the Violent Carp Dragon to his side, intending to clasp it in his arms as he hurried away. Although fossils awaited him on the 6th level, the intensity of the tremors left him uncertain of what might occur if he ascended further. Just as he prepared to mount the Violent Carp Dragon, he witnessed the unknown totems swirling around him, forming an odd configuration reminiscent of a bizarre dance. In an instant, Zhao Fang found himself transported to a grassy field, with volcanic ash cascading from the sky and the familiar sight of his tent behind him. Had he been teleported? As he gazed at the vanished tower, a complex mix of emotions stirred within him. Had he truly failed to accomplish his objective? Yet, shortly thereafter, 2 fossils descended before Zhao Fang, and after a brief wink from the cluster of unknown totems, they vanished into the nocturnal shadows. Chapter 64. The Pokémon within the fossils seated in his tent. Zhao Fang stared at the 2 fossils before him, lost in thought. He had prepared himself for a fruitless return, yet unexpectedly, the unknown totems had aided him in retrieving the fossils. They appeared quite substantial, adorned with intricate patterns that Zhao Fang could not decipher, leaving him uncertain of the life forms they once belonged to. After his emergence from the tower, he received a message from Dr. Otakawa, who had sought the assistance of an old friend specializing in ancient civilizations, translating the words Zhao Fang had captured and subsequently relaying the findings to him. At the entrance of the towering structure, the inscription reads, "Young adventurers step into the Tower of Destiny, a test of compassion and will." Conversely, at the entrance to the 5th level, the wooden door bears the words, "Only formidable strength can conquer the tyrant." Is it truly only overwhelming power that can subdue a tyrant? What sort of Pokémon could this be? Could it be the tyrant Pokémon, the baby Tyrannosaurus? A flicker of speculation ignited within Zhao Fang, for the baby Tyrannosaurus emerges from fossils, and the evolved form, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, aptly embodies the title of tyrant. Yet, it is also plausible that this tyrant refers to the colossal crystal onyx within, as Zhao Fang had not glimpsed the inscription on the wooden door of the 6th level, leaving him with a tantalizing curiosity akin to a kitten's playful scratching at his heart. Zhao Fang placed his hands upon one of the fossils and soon beheld the information he yearned to discover. A fossil devoid of life. Perhaps it may serve as a collectible. As he absorbed the information before him, a wave of apprehension washed over him. This fossil lacked the potential for resurrection, compelling him to ponder the next fossil's merit. With a mixture of trepidation, he placed his hand upon the fossil before him, and the familiar text box reappeared. An ancient progeny of the tyrant, possessing unimaginable talents, awaits the opportunity for revival within the fossil. Zhao Fang's brow arched, and a surge of elation erupted within him. This was indeed a Pokémon capable of resurrection, and it was the offspring of a tyrant. Was this not a reference to the baby Tyrannosaurus? Just as Zhao Fang trembled with joy, another line of text suddenly appeared before him. If placed in ice and snow prior to revival, it seems that miraculous events may transpire. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback. This was the first instance in which 2 prompts had emerged from his golden finger. Even during his previous possession of the teleportation ring, such phenomena had not occurred. Ice and snow, you say? I recall Xiao Yao mentioning that Canas City was soon to be graced with snowfall. Zhao Fang furrowed his brow, casting his gaze towards the direction of Canas City. Since the day before yesterday, the skies above both Canas City and the mountaintop where Zhao Fang resided had been shrouded in thick clouds, indicating that a heavy snowfall was imminent. However, Zhao Fang's curiosity was piqued by what manner of Pokémon could warrant such an esteemed description. And why was it linked to ice and snow? Despite his perplexity, fatigue weighed heavily upon Zhao Fang. His mind had been overly concentrated, and he soon found himself ensconced in his sleeping bag, swiftly succumbing to slumber. The following morning, he tidied his campsite and, with his backpack in tow, set forth towards Canas City. Yet, throughout his journey, he found himself rubbing his temples, for he could not shake the peculiar dream he had experienced the night before, in which he became a member of an unknown totem, joyfully living alongside his companions. If I were a philosopher, I might ponder whether I dreamed of being a member of the unknown totem, or if the totem dreamed of being Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang chuckled softly. His spirits were remarkably high. The market now boasts both sellable fossils and those capable of revival. However, Zhao Fang remains unaware of their price. Hesitant to approach the Duan company directly for fear of potential complications, he ultimately decided to consult his Pokédex and send a message to Dr. Xiaotian. I must say, you lucky rascal, gaining access to ancient ruins. What did you encounter yesterday? Dr. Xiaotian, having already been briefed on Zhao Fang's recent adventure, regarded him with an expression akin to that of a dog trainer observing a wayward pet. Well, I stumbled upon a cluster of unknown totems, and they ended up presenting me with 2 fossils. Zhao Fang replied sheepishly, scratching his head as he recounted his findings. You reckless spendthrift. Did you not think to take a photograph? The arrangement of those unknown totems constitutes invaluable data, possibly shedding light on how ancient peoples harness their powers. Dr. Xiaotian's frustration was palpable, veins throbbing on his forehead. Had Zhao Fang not still been on the mountain, the doctor might have been tempted to deliver a reprimanding blow. Zhao Fang offered an awkward smile. At that moment, he had not considered such details, preoccupied instead with ensuring the totems remained unbound. Regarding the fossils, the Duan company in Canas is said to possess a machine that requires only final testing to revive the Pokémon within the fossils. I shall have Daigo contact you and assist. When it comes to fossils and stones, I am certainly no match for him, he added. After venting for a while, Dr. Xiaotian's demeanor softened somewhat. With a disapproving glare at Zhao Fang, he finally proposed a solution. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Fang's Pokédex chimed, and upon answering the video call, he was greeted by a trainer whose avatar resembled a stone. He quickly recognized Daigo's face. Oh, it's you. Where are you at present? Daigo inquired. Having recognized Zhao Fang from their previous encounter outside Basin. After Zhao Fang conveyed his location, Daigo ended the call. Moments later, an armored bird swooped down and landed before Zhao Fang. Greetings, Zhao Fang. Dr. Xiaotian has spoken highly of you. You are quite the formidable trainer. Despite being a champion, Daigo lacked any air of arrogance, instead exuding approachability. Mr. Daigo, you are my idol. My current abilities are rather insufficient, Zhao Fang replied, recalling the formidable Metagross he had previously encountered, which could easily overpower his 2 Pokémon. I trust Dr. Xiaotian's judgment. Where's that fossil? Daigo encouraged Zhao Fang before eagerly inquiring further. His enthusiasm for the topic was evident, as he had managed to maintain a lengthy conversation on it. Zhao Fang promptly opened his bag to show Daigo the fossil. Upon seeing it, Daigo immediately crouched down, his face lighting up with an almost fervent admiration. The way he caressed the fossil might have seemed more fitting had it been a beautiful woman instead. Chapter 65. The Ice and Snow Dragon. What a splendid fossil. Judging by its appearance, it must be a fossil of the cradle lily, indeed a rare find to witness such a well-preserved specimen. As for this one, it is also a fossil, yet I have not encountered this particular type before. It requires the expertise of more specialized researchers in my company for restoration and identification. Daigo, satisfied, set down the fossil in his hand, but hesitated when glancing at another fossil. Mr. Daigo is truly well informed. I cannot even discern the types of these fossils. Zhao Fang complimented him with a smile, yet refrained from mentioning that the cradle lily fossil lacked the capacity for revival, as he could not explain how he deduced that. These fossils of yours are quite remarkable. Dr. Otamaki mentioned you wish to explore their potential for revival? Daigo turned to Zhao Fang, his smile warm and gentle. Champion Daigo is, in fact, a very affable individual, albeit somewhat obsessive when it comes to stones. He even relinquished his championship title later on, believing that it hindered his stone excavation endeavors, passing the title to his friend, Mikoli. However, Mikoli is also quite formidable, being a skilled coordinator. The primary reason for Daigo's decision stems from the fact that even the Elite Four could not contend with Mikoli, which prompted the League to remain silent regarding Daigo's choice. Indeed, Mr. Daigo, I wish to attempt reviving these 2 fossils. If revival proves impossible, I would prefer to exchange the non-revivable fossils for resources to cultivate my Pokémon. Zhao Fang expressed delicately. I have heard of you from Dr. Otamaki. Come, let us return to the Devon Corporation. We need to allow the Research Institute to restore the Pokémon forms within these fossils and ascertain their potential for revival, Daigo nodded. Although he has grown up with a silver spoon, never encountering anything he could not afford, he empathizes with the struggles of common trainers. In the Hoenn League, those who reach the finals are often trainers of noble lineage, while common trainers seldom see anyone break through to the finals in a decade. Primarily due to a lack of sufficient funds and resources, Zhao Fang did not refuse, instead accompanying Daigo as he soared into the sky atop his skarmory. However, once airborne, Zhao Fang gripped tightly and felt his lips tremble, prompting a chuckle from Daigo. "Are you still afraid of heights?" Daigo inquired, smiling. "A bit." Zhao Fang swallowed hard and nodded. "This sensation is entirely different from flying in an airplane in my previous life." He felt as if he could plummet at any moment. His legs weak. "You will need to acclimate eventually. Your Gyarados is a flying-type Pokémon, after all. With time, you might ride your Gyarados to practice. Perhaps it will master the flying move sooner than expected." Daigo imparted a piece of wisdom. Zhao Fang nodded. If Gyarados could learn to fly, it would certainly ease his burdens. Moreover, being a water-type Pokémon, Gyarados would have no issues with surfing as well. The flight speed of the armored bird was remarkably swift, and before long, Zhao Fang had followed Dawu to the entrance of the Devon Company. Upon noticing the figure atop the armored bird, the security personnel at the gate refrained from approaching to inquire and instead respectfully saluted Dawu. Unperturbed by such formalities, Dawu dismounted from the armored bird and promptly stored it away, then hastily led Zhao Fang into the building of the Devon Company. As soon as they entered the building, Zhao Fang was enveloped by a nostalgic sensation. Reminiscent of his original world, the charming receptionist in black stockings, and the bustling crowd in the office area. However, these distractions were not Dawu's focus. He quickly guided Zhao Fang to a research laboratory where several individuals clad in white lab coats were present. "Do you have fossils? A rare fossil, perhaps?" The leader of the group, a middle-aged man, gazed at Dawu with astonishment. Upon receiving a confirmed response, the researchers approached with beaming smiles. One of them grasping Zhao Fang's hand and shaking it enthusiastically. "Oh my, how impressive! To encounter such a rare fossil, might I trouble you to show it to me?" The middle-aged man's eyes sparkled with the same excitement as Dawu's. Zhao Fang hastily presented the fossil, fearing that the man might succumb to the urge to touch it himself. "What a stunning fossil of the cradle lily! It is remarkably well-preserved and holds significant collectible value, though it appears to lack the capability for revival. What a pity." The man, clearly a professional, made his assessment after merely a gentle touch. Discerning that the cradle lily could not be resurrected, Dawu's expression fell into disappointment. Although he had a fondness for stones, he cherished even more the prospect of witnessing the Pokémon within the fossils awaken anew in this world. Zhao Fang mirrored his disappointment. Though he had long been aware of the situation, he still pretended to be oblivious. "This is indeed a rare fossil. I've collected many fossils from the Hoenn region, yet none resemble this type. I recall a senior from the Kalos region mentioning such a form." The man hesitated, glancing at another fossil, before rushing back to his computer, diligently operating it. Soon enough, he produced a document, rifling through it until he extracted a particular page. "This is it, the dazzling and beautiful ice dragon." The man was instantly invigorated, exclaiming that this was a significant discovery. "Are you certain you found it in the Hoenn region? Why would a Kalos Pokémon be discovered in Hoenn? This is an extraordinary find." His enthusiasm was palpable, as if he intended to drag Zhao Fang into writing a book. "Is it capable of revival?" Dawu's thoughts were not fixated on historical discoveries, but rather on this singular question. Moreover, the name Ice Dragon. Might this Pokémon possess both dragon and ice attributes? Yet, it seemed that Pokémon hatched from fossils typically bore rock attributes. Well, from its appearance, it might be plausible, but we must await the machine's examination for confirmation. The man gently touched the fossil in his hand, unable to ascertain its potential. Daigo cast a glance at Zhao Fang, who promptly expressed his lack of objections. Subsequently, the elder embraced Zhao Fang's fossil and approached an eccentric device, placing the fossil atop it. The apparatus's door sealed shut, and after approximately 10 minutes, a line of information materialized on the screen, accompanied by a depiction of a Pokémon. A cerulean creature stood proud on the display, alongside the inscription, "Strong life energy. Can be revived." Chapter 66, Continuous Dreams. Do you intend to revive it now? Such a beautiful and adorable Pokémon is indeed a rarity. Although he was already aware of the outcome, the sight of the charming ice dragon on the screen still left the elder entranced. "May I inquire how long the revival will take?" Zhao Fang remained unhurried. Recalling the words of his earlier insight, if the fossil were buried in the snow prior to revival, some miraculous event might transpire. Well, since this particular Pokémon has yet to be discovered in the Hoenn region, reviving it will necessitate a re-evaluation of data, which will likely require around 2 days. The elder reviewed the research materials in his hands before providing his response. Zhao Fang hesitated momentarily. 2 days for revival seemed quite lengthy. Nevertheless, he had no superior alternatives. Before proceeding, he resolved to heed the advice his insight had offered. Very well, but I may need to consult Dr. Oda before proceeding. So it will probably be a day or 2 before I bring it back for revival. Zhao Fang cheerfully invoked Dr. Oda's name. Though the elder was eager for a swift revival, he recognized that the fossil belonged to Zhao Fang, and with the son of the company president present, he could only acquiesce. Mr. Daigo, the cradle lily fossil cannot be revived. Do you know any collectors who cherish fossils? Once outside the laboratory, Zhao Fang broached this matter with Daigo. I have a particular fondness for them. If you are willing to sell me the cradle lily fossil, I can waive the revival fee and offer you 200,000 league coins. What do you think? Daigo had examined the cradle lily fossil multiple times before leaving the laboratory. Had it not been for Zhao Fang's presence, he would have already taken it to admire and play with thoroughly. I am immensely grateful. Zhao Fang beamed with joy. 200,000 league coins, in addition to the waived revival fee, constituted no trivial sum. With that amount, he could procure resources for nurturing his Gyarados. Before long, Zhao Fang stepped outside, holding a crystal card containing a deposit of 200,000 league coins, the password for which Daigo had also shared with him. However, that paled in comparison to the private contact information Daigo had provided. The personal contact of Champion Daigo is not something that common folk might know. With this connection, Zhao Fang could seek assistance from Champion Daigo should he encounter any troubles in the future. It is rather chilly. Zhao Fang shivered and rubbed his arms as snow began to descend gently. That night, Zhao Fang found lodging at the Battle Hotel. Despite possessing 200,000 alliance coins, he remained frugal. After defeating a trainer adorned with a single badge, he settled into a standard room, pulling the covers over himself and drifting into a deep slumber. The following morning, he awoke with a throbbing headache, having once again experienced a vivid dream. In this dream, he was an enigmatic totem, joyfully frolicking with companions until he was ensnared and pinned against a wall by an indistinct figure employing bizarre techniques. Could it be that he was destined to remain trapped against this wall? Dreaming the same sequence for 2 consecutive nights, with a coherent narrative, transcended mere dreaming for Zhao Fang. He pondered the unsettling possibility that he had tapped into the memories of an unknown totem, reliving its existence. However, the thought of the totem's subsequent fate brought anguish to his expression, for these totems had been imprisoned against the wall until he stumbled upon the tower and uncovered their plight, enabling their escape. Thus, Zhao Fang speculated that he might endure prolonged dreams of confinement, which felt less like slumber and more akin to torment. The snowfall was heavy. Observing the accumulation of snow outside his window, Zhao Fang's spirits lifted considerably. His earlier concern about the absence of snow had been alleviated. Once donned in winter attire, he shouldered his backpack and ventured outside, making his way to the outskirts of Canaz City. This path led to Chimney Mountain, a route he had traversed before, notable for its solitude. Upon arrival, he discovered a pristine layer of snow untouched by human presence. Zhao Fang hurried over, excavating a hole to deposit a fossil, subsequently covering it with snow. He then established a camp atop the fossil, requiring him to remain vigilant for a period. The blanket of snow rendered the duration of his wait uncertain, compelling him to occasionally dig and check. The ice dragon, if I recall correctly, is a rock and ice-type Pokémon. Why do I feel increasingly akin to some dodo bird? He mused humorously before retrieving hot pot utensils from his backpack, setting them up within the tent to commence cooking. From the morning, Dorong Meishia had clamored for hot pot, her persistent pleas having nearly rendered Zhao Fang deaf. Watching the lively Dorong Meishia dance joyfully around the bubbling pot, Zhao Fang felt a touch of exasperation. This little creature was vivaciously animated whenever mealtime approached. Glancing outside the tent, he felt the biting cold wind seeping through the gaps, prompting him to consider returning to Canaz City for a more insulated shelter. Otherwise, when winter truly set in, certain areas would become inaccessible. As Zhao Fang contemplated future matters, a figure suddenly appeared outside the tent, a snow spirit. He paused in surprise, only to see the snow spirit vanish moments later. Indeed, ice-type Pokémon were indeed emerging, though he already possessed one. Zhao Fang stifled a yawn before placing the neatly cut food into the hot pot, offering a pair of chopsticks to Dolan Misha. Earlier, he had contemplated taking advantage of the snowfall to capture a few ice-type Pokémon for training, but that notion had since dissipated. Gyarados, come and eat, he called, releasing the majestic creature. It was evident that Gyarados was far from fond of the snowy weather, as it let out a roar upon emerging. Hurry up and eat. It'll be over soon, Zhao Fang urged, presenting Gyarados with its meal. He had anticipated this need, and prepared a separate portion for the large Pokémon. After Gyarados finished a few bites, Zhao Fang returned it to its Pokeball and glanced at Alolan Misha, still savoring the hot pot. He dug through the snow to touch the fossil. The fossil, absorbing the power of ice and snow, seemed to undergo some marvelous transformation within. Reading these words, Zhao Fang sneezed. It seemed he would have to wait a while longer, though the duration of the wait remained uncertain. Chapter 67. Avalanche and Legendary Pokémon. Zhao Fang found himself quite bored. Snowy days rarely attracted trainers outdoors unless they specialized in ice types. Aside from the pristine blanket of white, he could only occasionally spot a few ice-type Pokémon darting past before vanishing into the depths of the snow. He had been camped in this location for 3 days now, occupying his time by occasionally touching the fossil each evening and remaining sheltered in his tent. Thankfully, he had stocked up on ample Pokémon food, eliminating the need to trek back to Canaz City. During this time, he had encountered a remarkably rare Pokémon, a Frostless. The moment it appeared, Zhao Fang wondered if he was hallucinating, as the evolution of Frostless was notoriously demanding. After confirming its presence, he pondered whether the Frostless was sent out by a trainer, but he soon lost interest in the matter. On the 4th day, uncertainty lingered. Rubbing his hands together for warmth, Zhao Fang excavated the snow to uncover his fossil, pressing his hand against it. The fossil, absorbing the energy of ice and snow, was on the verge of reaching its full potential. The message illuminated before him, filling Zhao Fang with joy. It seemed that soon, the absorption process would conclude, and he was curious about the changes the ice dragon fossil had undergone after being buried in the snow for so long. If the ice dragon could transition from a rock ice type to an ice dragon type, Zhao Fang would be overjoyed. Such a hybrid attribute was a privilege reserved for Pokémon of legendary status, like Kyurem. Under the influence of his extraordinary abilities, transforming the ice dragon into a unique version of Kyurem would not be out of reach. However, he dared not make any promises before the revival, as Pokémon resurrected from fossils typically retained a rock type, with exceptions being exceedingly rare. After burying the fossil once more, Zhao Fang opened his Pokémon Pokédex to peruse the message sent by Professor Oda. Following discussions regarding the league competition, the battle system had undergone modifications. While many aspects remained unchanged, the most significant alteration was the removal of the 4-move limit, allowing for free battles. This new system seemed more conducive to strategic play. Stroking his chin, Zhao Fang contemplated the implications of unrestricted moves, realizing that this meant his Gyarados could permanently utilize Hydro Pump. As Zhao Fang pondered the forthcoming battles, a sudden, thunderous roar resonated behind him, akin to a muffled thunderclap. He quickly turned to investigate the source of the sound, only to witness a colossal white wave hurtling down the hillside with overwhelming force. "My Gyarados!" Zhao Fang exclaimed, instantly recognizing the impending natural disaster, a snow avalanche. In a frantic effort, he released Gyarados onto the field while digging into the snow. The other items in his camp could be sacrificed, but the fossils were non-negotiable. Those could be replaced, but if the fossils were swept away, he feared they might be lost forever. Clutching the fossil tightly, Zhao Fang hastily mounted Gyarados, urging it to sprint toward the side of the avalanche, hoping that the descent would not be too swift. As he distanced himself slightly, the avalanche crashed down with tremendous force, engulfing his campsite and obliterating a vast expanse of trees. The avalanche's momentum dwindled upon reaching the base of the mountain, ultimately settling into a thick blanket on the ground. Goodness, such is the might of nature, Zhao Fang marveled, contemplating the formidable forces that could manipulate such power. How terrifying must those legendary Pokémon be? Gazing at the magnificent snow-capped mountains, he felt a profound sense of insignificance in the face of nature's grandeur. Yet, upon observing the substantial accumulation of snow before him, Zhao Fang leaped from Gyarados and carefully reburied the fossil, seizing the opportunity for it to absorb more energy, as he had noticed it had not fully absorbed its previous intake. Just as he finished burying the fossil and raised his head, he found himself locked in the gaze of icy blue eyes. Startled, he took a step back, and only then did he discern the full figure before him. The majestic aura and distinctive appearance instantly revealed the identity of the legendary creature, Articuno, one of the fabled 3 legendary birds. Zhao Fang stood frozen in awe, scarcely believing he was witnessing Articuno up close. His mind raced with myriad thoughts, yet before he could contemplate how to forge a bond with this mythical Pokémon, Articuno took flight, soaring into the sky. With each powerful flap of its wings, the swirling snow intensified around them. The legends are indeed true. Zhao Fang hurriedly retrieved his Pokédex, aiming it at Articuno to begin documenting this extraordinary encounter. The Articuno had just soared into the sky, vanishing from sight when the Pokédex chimed with a successful identification. This legendary Pokémon, Master of Ice, prompted Zhao Fang to ponder whether the snowfall in Canas City was a result of its presence, contemplating the formidable power possessed by one of the legendary birds. He could only imagine the sheer might that Groudon and Kyogre, even more powerful, must possess. Furthermore, if this world mirrored that of Alpha Sapphire, wherein Groudon and Kyogre had the ability to revert to their primal forms, the ensuing calamity could be catastrophic. Yet, Zhao Fang was left to wonder what purpose Articuno had in coming here. Casting a glance ahead, he noticed a small snow mound glowing with an icy blue radiance above the site where he had buried the fossil. This discovery took him by surprise. Momentarily taken aback, he rubbed his hands together for warmth. Although uncertain of Articuno's intentions, it appeared to be extending a small gesture of aid to the ice dragon. Zhao Fang decided to wait a while longer. As time passed, he found himself waiting for over an hour. Had he not been clad in thick clothing, he might have caught a chill. The glow of the snow mound began to fade, prompting him to hastily excavate the snow and feel the fossil beneath. A fossil infused with the power of ice and snow, patiently awaiting revival, read the inscription before him. A smile broke across Zhao Fang's face. The days of waiting had finally culminated in this moment. Now, he would soon welcome the third member of his team. Ice Dragon, I shall nurture you well, he declared, his heart brimming with joy as he caressed the fossil. Chapter 68. A rematch with Xiao Yao. Zhao Fang hurried back to Canas City. The snowfall there was minimal. The roads had been cleared, though the greenery alongside still bore remnants of snow. He observed several trainers allowing their Pokémon to frolic in the snow. However, Fire-type Pokémon seemed less fond of the wintry weather, shivering as they exhaled small flames to warm themselves. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang cradled his fossil and made his way to Devon Corporation. Fortunately, despite the late hour of 9 o'clock, many employees were still at work, allowing him to reach the research lab he had visited previously. Researcher, I am here to revive. He knocked on the door before stepping inside, only to be greeted by a familiar face. Xiao Yao. Zhao Fang's eyes widened in surprise. He had not known she was coming. My father asked me to observe the fossils he is studying. You needn't be so anxious, Xiao Yao replied, her tone slightly more emphatic when mentioning research, leaving Zhao Fang feeling a bit embarrassed. Previously, Zhao Fang sought to leverage a pretext to delay matters, as researchers are most inclined to trust one another. Consequently, he directly invoked Dr. Zhao, only to be surprised when Dr. Zhao sent Xiao Yao over instead. What about the researcher? Zhao Fang attempted to shift the conversation. He just stepped out to buy coffee, claiming he needed to wait for someone to return with fossils from my father, eager to commence his research on the ice and snow dragon fossils. Xiao Yao approached Zhao Fang leisurely, hands clasped behind her back, fixing her gaze upon him intently. She stood uncomfortably close, the faint fragrance emanating from her causing Zhao Fang to blush momentarily and step back. Ahem, speaking of which, I just encountered the legendary 3 sacred birds. Zhao Fang recalled an intriguing subject that would undoubtedly pique Xiao Yao's interest. Oh, really? I thought you might have run into Groudon. Xiao Yao responded with a skeptical expression, as if she found his claim hard to believe. Before Zhao Fang could present his Pokédex as evidence of his sighting, he noticed Xiao Yao retrieve a Pokéball from her waist, aiming it at him. I heard from my father that you have already acquired the rock badge. Let us have a battle. Xiao Yao's serious demeanor elicited a chuckle from Zhao Fang. Indeed, she was a true inhabitant of the Pokémon world. Are you certain you wish to battle here? Zhao Fang glanced around at the impressive scientific equipment surrounding them, fearing potential damage. Of course not. We'll battle outside later. Xiao Yao replied with a smile, playfully sticking her tongue out. Before Zhao Fang could respond, the researcher burst into the room, spilling coffee upon seeing Zhao Fang. Without hesitation, he rushed over, grasping Zhao Fang's hand and inquiring about the ice and snow dragon. Zhao Fang calmly withdrew his hand and indicated that they could commence the revival process. Instantly, the researcher transformed from a state of drowsiness to one brimming with energy. Are you all right, researcher? Perhaps you should rest for a while? Zhao Fang observed him closely, suspecting he might not have slept in 4 days. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. I'm quite alert now. I recently acquired some data from my senior in the Kalos region that can expedite the revival process. If you have no pressing matters, please step outside to avoid disrupting my work. Witnessing the researcher's swift transition into a focused state, Zhao Fang marveled once more at the extraordinary individuals inhabiting the Pokémon world, each one a remarkable talent, likely to wield Pokémon techniques in the future. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Fang followed Xiao Yao outside, who remained silent as she led him to a training facility, clearly determined to engage him in battle. Are you certain you want to fight me? Zhao Fang inquired, holding his Pokeball with a hint of reluctance. Absolutely. If you can earn a badge. Why shouldn't I? Xiaoyao declared, producing her Pokeball and tossing it onto the field, summoning a mighty Feraligatr before Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang chuckled. The Maitaiana was a nostalgic figure from his childhood. It was with this very Pokemon that he embarked on his journey to victory. Not to mention that his current Pokemon had a clear advantage over the Maitaiana. Now, it's up to you, Dragapult, he said, releasing the Pokemon that had been hibernating through the winter. He refrained from deploying his Gyarados, as doing so would render the battle far too simplistic. Gyarados was, after all, a formidable opponent that could easily overpower Maitaiana. Umph, you didn't send out Gyarados? Declared Xiaoyao, puffing her cheeks in indignation. She had heard from her father that Zhao Fang's Magikarp had evolved into a Gyarados, yet here he was, resorting to Dragapult to face her. Determined to teach Zhao Fang a lesson, she decided to unleash a fierce attack. Maitaiana, use Charge Beam. Observing the flames swirling around Maitaiana, Zhao Fang swiftly issued his command. The Charge Beam not only amplified Maitaiana's speed, but, with Dragapult employing Scare, the flames surrounding Maitaiana began to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao Fang commanded, Dragapult, use Dragon Tail to strike your opponent. Without hesitation, he pressed the attack, and before Xiaoyao could instruct Maitaiana to evade, it was struck by Dragapult's tail. While using Ambush would have been a reasonable choice, it proved somewhat inadequate against a fighting-type Pokemon like Maitaiana. Maitaiana, sand attack, then follow up with Peck. Following Xiaoyao's command, Maitaiana took a step back, kicking up dust to obscure its form. Zhao Fang chuckled, appreciating Xiaoyao's clever tactic. However, Dragapult, having endured sandstorms before, would not be fooled by mere dust. Close in on the enemy using Ambush. Then, Dragon Tail attack. Amidst the swirling dust, Dragapult charged forward at high speed, delivering another tail strike to Maitaiana's face, this time directly hitting its eye. Maitaiana let out a pained yelp and collapsed to the ground. Can you still continue? Zhao Fang asked Xiaoyao. Maitaiana, can you still fight? She inquired anxiously, watching her Pokemon. Yet, in a moment, Maitaiana rose again, flames blazing fiercely around it, an indication of its blaze ability. Chapter 69. Parting for 3 days. Fire-type Pokemon are immensely popular among many, partly due to the blaze ability, which allows them to unleash their full potential in dire situations. This courageous trait has garnered high praise for blaze-enabled Pokemon. Zhao Fang now found himself on the receiving end of the fierce eruption from a blaze Pokemon. Once Maitaiana activated its ability, it unleashed Charge Beam. Undeterred by Dragapult's scare, had Zhao Fang not quickly instructed Dragapult to evade, it might have fallen victim to the attack. Umph, your Dragonite speed is truly remarkable. Xiaoyao appeared somewhat displeased, as her attempts to strike had been futile, causing considerable frustration. Thank you for the compliment, Dragonite. Use a quick assault to close in on your opponent, then follow up with a Dragon Tail attack. Zhao Fang commanded with a smile, and Dragonite lunged forward. However, the enhanced speed of the Torchic allowed it to unleash a charged ember just as Dragonite's tail swung. The two Pokemon collided, and Dragonite let out a cry. Retreating several paces, Zhao Fang noticed a faint flame flickering on its body. Dragonite had sustained a burn. Dragonite, return. Zhao Fang decisively withdrew his Pokemon, applying burn ointment before retrieving his second Pokeball and tossing it onto the field. With a mighty roar, Gyarados emerged, its imposing size rendering Torchic akin to a stunted chick. Although Torchic had triggered its blaze ability, it found no opportunity to shine in the face of the type-advantaged Gyarados. Before it could charge forward, Zhao Fang struck with a water pulse, swiftly incapacitating Torchic. Do you have another Pokemon? Zhao Fang inquired, a satisfied smile gracing his lips as he beheld the empowered Gyarados. He was no longer the inexperienced novice he once was. As the saying goes, a scholar is worth a second look. After 3 days, previously bested by Xiaoyao, he had finally turned the tide. Humph. Xiaoyao, clutching her Pokeball, glared at Zhao Fang in frustration before turning on her heel and walking away, leaving Zhao Fang momentarily stunned. What have I done? He pondered, somewhat bewildered. But he quickly followed her to the Pokemon Center to heal his Pokemon. The waters adjacent to Canas City seemed devoid of people. Seated on a bench in the Pokemon Center, Zhao Fang engaged in casual conversation with Xiaoyao. It appeared that after an extended search, the crowd had begun to lose patience in their quest for the elusive, shiny Gyarados, with many departing, leaving only a handful of determined individuals lingering. Xiaoyao maintained a stoic silence, prompting Zhao Fang to scratch his head and retrieve his Pokédex, showing her the previously documented information. It really is Articuno. Xiaoyao gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Her voice was barely above a whisper, yet her eyes were wide with excitement. Indeed, did you think I was deceiving you? Zhao Fang replied. nodding vigorously. Although he had merely encountered Articuno, it was still a stroke of remarkable luck, for divine beasts are not easily found. Humph, father was right, Zhao Fang. You are indeed fortunate, Xiaoyao remarked with a tinge of envy, and inexplicably, a desire to embark on her own journey began to blossom within her. While assisting his father with Pokémon research is undeniably fascinating, Zhao Fang couldn't shake the feeling that embarking on a journey was far more enjoyable, especially with the myriad of peculiar incidents one could encounter. Hadn't he noticed that during his absence, Zhao Fang had stumbled upon a series of extraordinary events? By the way, Xiaoyao, do you happen to know anyone skilled in programming? Zhao Fang was surprised to learn that his experiences had inspired Xiaoyao to consider venturing out earlier than planned, prompting him to remember another matter of importance. Huh, programming? What do you mean by that? Xiaoyao asked, her confusion evident as she gazed at Zhao Fang, unsure why he broached such a topic. Well, I intend to develop a small software application to be installed on either a Pokédex or a mobile phone, but I lack programming skills. So I thought I might inquire, Zhao Fang explained, scratching his head. He had been contemplating why not to create a communication tool akin to WeChat in this world, followed by a variety of emoticons, which surely would find a market. After all, mobile games could also benefit from such advancements. Although 200,000 Alliance coins seemed substantial for Zhao Fang at present, Dragon-type Pokémon were known to be resource-rich, especially considering that Gyarados and Dragapult were both quite gluttonous. He was merely curious about the appetite of the Ice Dragon. Therefore, Zhao Fang realized he needed to find a stable source of income. Otherwise, any ambitions for advancement would be unattainable. I don't know many programming experts, but the Pokémon storage computer box was indeed developed by Sister Jinyume. Would you like her contact information? Xiaoyao pondered for a moment, resting her hand on her forehead before providing a name. Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback, but it seemed that Jinyume was indeed the administrator of the Pokémon boxes from the third generation, proudly claiming that she had researched and developed such technology. Thus, she could undoubtedly be considered an expert. However, would she find his proposal intriguing? Zhao Fang cast a glance at the computer in the Pokémon Center, which represented cutting-edge technology in the Pokémon world. Pokémon could be stored in computers through peculiar methods and even transmitted, which was nothing short of miraculous. Nevertheless, Zhao Fang needed to obtain Zhun Youmei's contact details, and with Xiao Yao's assistance, he managed to introduce himself and share his ideas. On the other side of the screen, Zhun Youmei was gently stroking the feathers of a Swablu, dressed in casual home attire, exuding the aura of an intellectual elder sister. Research is quite manageable, and there is hardly any development cost involved. After all, based on your description, this software doesn't seem to have overly complicated functionalities. However, how to promote, operate, and maintain it is a matter that cannot be resolved with just 200,000, Zhun Youmei stated directly after listening to Zhao Fang's thoughts. Zhao Fang paused, realizing the truth in her words. Launching such a product would indeed require promotion, and network maintenance would necessitate funds. The vastness of the Hoenn region made 200,000 seem like a mere drop in the ocean. However, I heard from Xiao Yao that you have connections with Champion Steven. Perhaps you could discuss this matter with him, Zhun Youmei suggested with a bright smile, illuminating a potential path forward for Zhao Fang. Chapter 70. Her azure eyes. If one were to identify the leading company within the entire Fanyuan region, it would undoubtedly be the Devon Company. While the organizers of the grand competition in Fanyuan possess considerable strength, they pale in comparison to Devon Company. In fact, many of the region's facilities are interconnected with Devon. The chair upon which Zhao Fang is seated is manufactured by Devon, a pioneering enterprise renowned for its advancements in high technology and its comprehensive development across various sectors. Should Zhao Fang aspire to swiftly promote a Pokémon-themed version of WeChat throughout Fanyuan, while also ensuring its maintenance and operation, Devon Company stands as the unequivocal choice. After expressing gratitude for Mayumi's suggestion, Zhao Fang hastily sent a message to Dou, articulating his ideas, the software's functionalities, and its market potential. He still retained a favorable impression with Dou, making it an opportune moment to discuss his proposal. Following the dispatch of his message, Zhao Fang entered a period of anxious anticipation, uncertain of when Dou might read it or if he would be intrigued by the concept. Furthermore, whether Dou would be willing to invest remained an open question. That evening, Zhao Fang received no notifications, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. Nevertheless, he proceeded to Devon Company, eager to check on the status of his fossil revival. Upon arriving at the entrance, he spotted Dou engaged in conversation with a formally attired gentleman from the Market Development Department. Zhao Fang, I reviewed your idea, but I must admit I am not well versed in this area. This is the general manager of our Market Development Department. You should discuss it with him, Dou said. patting Zhao Fang on the shoulder before departing with his backpack. Zhao Fang noticed that Dawu's bag contained a hammer and other tools, suggesting the champion was likely off to search for stones in the mountains again. Zhao Fang felt a surge of gratitude. He had initially feared that Dawu might dismiss his idea. Instead, he had called in a professional and even waited for Zhao Fang to arrive. Subsequently, Zhao Fang engaged in a lengthy discussion with the general manager in the conference room, ultimately determining that Devon Company would finance the venture while Zhao Fang would oversee the software development. After internal testing, they would proceed with promotion. Zhao Fang promptly reached out to Ms. Mayumi, who smiled and agreed, albeit after collecting 100,000 alliance coins as a development fee. Regarding the specific profit-sharing arrangement, the general manager had initially intended to offer Zhao Fang a direct payment. However, Zhao Fang indicated his preference for a 20% share of the software's profits. After some contemplation, the general manager conceded, reasoning that the software might not yield substantial profits, especially given Zhao Fang's connection with Dawu. Children will always be children. The general manager chuckled, shaking his head as Zhao Fang exited the conference room. He then delegated the matter to his subordinates, as he had numerous other pressing responsibilities to attend to. Zhao Fang remained oblivious to the general manager's assessment, even if he were to discover it. The prospect of receiving a 20% dividend would render him indifferent to others' opinions. Just consider the immense scale of WeChat in his previous life. Once integrated with WeChat Pay and other features, Zhao Fang's resources would indeed be abundant. However, the crux of the matter lies in one's capabilities. He lowered his gaze to caress the Pokeball at his waist. In this burgeoning industry, should he lack sufficient prowess, such dividends would likely slip through his fingers. Yet, if he were to attain the strength of a member of the Elite Four, those dividends could very well increase. Before long, Zhao Fang arrived at the research laboratory. He knocked gently on the door, but silence lingered within. After waiting a moment longer, he rapped twice more before cautiously pushing the door ajar. Inside, the researcher was peering intently at the machinery, his eyes bloodshot, while feverishly jotting down notes and mumbling to himself about the unexpected consumption of materials. "Hello?" Zhao Fang called softly. The researcher startled, turning to face him, and upon realizing it was Zhao Fang, he released his grip from the red button. "Didn't I say to return later?" The researcher grumbled. "It's already the next day, sir," Zhao Fang replied with a hint of exasperation. These individuals were truly engrossed in their research, oblivious to the passage of time. "Indeed, it is the next day. Your fossil is quite extraordinary. Typically, reviving a fossil requires minimal resources, but this time, the materials consumed could suffice for reviving 3 fossils." The researcher remarked, his expression a mix of astonishment and complexity as he regarded Zhao Fang. Previously, he had thought Dawu's business was thriving. Now, however, it appeared to be incurring losses, as the resources expended far exceeded 200,000 alliance coins. "Thank you for your hard work," Zhao Fang expressed earnestly. "All right, that's enough," the researcher replied dismissively, turning his attention back to the machine. As the red light transformed to green, the machine came to a halt. The researcher glanced at the display, exclaiming, "Good heavens, we've consumed 3.5 times the materials. This revival has indeed resulted in a significant loss." Zhao Fang felt a surge of anxiety, though he was not entirely cognizant of the resource expenditure. The creature awaiting him within the machine would soon be his next Pokémon. His grip tightened. "I need to record some information. Please wait a moment," the researcher said without haste, pressing a series of buttons. A torrent of data scrolled across the screen, and the silhouette of an ice dragon began to take shape. The researcher, while documenting, emitted sounds of surprise, igniting Zhao Fang's curiosity. In that moment, Zhao Fang felt akin to an illiterate. He recognized the individual characters, yet struggled to grasp their collective meaning. Zhao Fang, with an impatient demeanor, waited for quite some time. Just as he was on the verge of losing his patience, the researcher finally pressed the button, and the machine's door opened. Zhao Fang hurriedly approached it and beheld a pristine, white ice and snow dragon lying within. Its crown was equally white, and upon sensing a presence, the ice and snow dragon gradually opened its eyes, revealing a pair of azure orbs that fixed upon Zhao Fang's figure. A flash, Zhao Fang's heart raced with astonishment. Could this truly be the illustrious shining ice and snow dragon? The dragon lifted its graceful neck and called out to Zhao Fang, and as it rose, snowflakes inexplicably began to drift through the laboratory, quickly transforming into hail. "Quickly, retrieve her," the researcher shouted. Instinctively, Zhao Fang tossed out his Pokeball, and the ice and snow dragon was drawn inside. The ball tumbled on the ground a couple of times before the capture was successful, and the hail dissipated. Chapter 71. Sacred Fire. The power of ice and snow is exceptionally abundant. Its proud lineage is sealed beneath the rocks and requires the sacred flame to awaken its bloodline power, restoring the grandeur of the ice and snow tyrant. Zhao Fang stared blankly at the text before him, questioning the validity of his so-called golden finger, which seemed rather juvenile in its proclamations. Nonetheless, a flicker of joy surged within him. Interpreting the words of his golden finger, Zhao Fang surmised that this ice and snow dragon might possess a unique ability that required the activation of the sacred flame. The notion that its proud lineage was sealed within the rocks implied that if he were to locate the sacred flame, the ice and snow dragon could undergo a transformation from its rock type to another form. As a fossil Pokémon from the Kalos region, the ice and snow dragon had made appearances in the anime. However, its dual ice and rock typing rendered it vulnerable to numerous weaknesses, leading to its infrequent use in battles. Most trainers opted to evolve the ice and snow dragon for completion of their Pokédex, subsequently relegating it to the computer. However, if the ice and snow dragon could indeed transform from its rock and ice typing to a dragon and ice typing, akin to Kyurem, the implications would be extraordinary. Firstly, the ice and snow dragon would no longer exhibit quadruple weaknesses, significantly reducing its vulnerabilities. Furthermore, it could leverage its skills to strike against other Pokémon, marking it as a formidable contender. Additionally, with Zhao Fang's own golden finger capable of enhancing a Pokémon's base stats, one might as well rename the ice and snow dragon to Little Kyurem. Sacred Flame. Why does that sound so familiar? Zhao Fang pondered, stroking his chin. At this juncture, the most crucial task was to seek out that sacred flame. The sacred flame, the divine flame, the sacred divine fire? Zhao Fang's expression momentarily turned blank as he recalled the whereabouts of this enigmatic entity. His earliest encounter was with Pokémon Yellow, followed by playing Gold and Silver with his older brother, who chose Gold, while Zhao Fang opted for Silver. In Silver, the legendary Pokémon was Lugia, while in Gold, it was Ho-Oh, the exclusive Pokémon of the esteemed professor. Zhao Fang recalled that the Sacred Fire technique was an exclusive move of the legendary Ho-Oh. The mere thought of this filled him with a bittersweet melancholy. After all, it was Ho-Oh, a Pokémon of immense renown. One could hardly overlook the peculiar adventures that Ash had undergone to earn the title of Ho-Oh's chosen hero, ultimately leading him to encounter such a mythical creature. Unlike the Articuno, which was simply a rare Pokémon, Ho-Oh held the esteemed status of a divine beast, boasting an impressive base stat total exceeding 600. Although its low appearance rate often led fans to speculate that Ho-Oh was merely a figment of the camera's imagination, earning it the moniker of the cameraman's favorite. Zhao Fang recalled his previous encounter with Articuno and recognized that Ho-Oh was undoubtedly a formidable entity. In fact, none of the divine beasts within the Pokémon realm could be deemed simple. Their power was overwhelming to humanity. Nevertheless, some exceptionally skilled trainers could harness the might of these legendary beings. Zhao Fang found himself particularly intrigued by a certain green caterpie flitting about in the ozone layer. The prospect of capturing it was indeed tantalizing. However, to challenge the legendary Rayquaza, who could subdue both Groudon and Kyogre, would require a considerable journey ahead. Your ice dragon appears to be quite impressive. It must have the snow cloak ability, I presume? A cheerful researcher interrupted Zhao Fang's daydreams of capturing divine beasts. Thank you very much. If it weren't for scholars like you, I would still be uncertain about the revival of my ice dragon. Zhao Fang graciously expressed his gratitude. The researcher, unfazed, merely gestured for Zhao Fang to leave, as he needed to examine the collected data and investigate why an ice dragon had manifested in the Hoenn region. Given that such Pokémon typically hailed from the Kalos region, with his Pokeball in hand, Zhao Fang exited the Devon Corporation building. He did not rush to another location. Instead, he shouldered his newly purchased backpack and made his way to the outskirts of Slowpoke City. He needed to address the color of his ice dragon's body first. Being a white shiny ice dragon, it could attract unwanted attention if discovered by others. Until he secured his place among the league's top 4, Zhao Fang had to exercise utmost caution in concealing his Pokémon. Fortunately, Professor Otamaki had previously provided him with numerous dye balls. These items, while effective in altering the color of shiny Pokémon, served no other purpose. Yet, Zhao Fang often pondered whether they could also change the colors of ordinary Pokémon. If that were the case, nefarious organizations might soon take an interest. Before long, Zhao Fang set up camp at the site of the previous avalanche and retrieved his third Pokeball. Taking a deep breath, he tossed it onto the ground. Come forth, Ice Dragon, Zhao Fang proclaimed dramatically. In response to his call, the exquisite, snow-white ice dragon emerged onto the snowy terrain. Upon its arrival, the ice dragon let out a contented cry, causing an abundance of hail to cascade from the surrounding snowfall. Zhao Fang noted that the hailstones were gradually increasing in size. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Fang was filled with joy. Truly, this Pokémon was deserving of its reputation for possessing an extraordinary affinity for ice and snow. However, he remained curious about its skill set. Given that it was a snowy day, Ice-type Pokémon inherently received a boost in their abilities under such conditions. Thus, Zhao Fang resolved to take the Ice Dragon to a specialized laboratory for assessment, perhaps to Dr. Xiaoyan's lab. Knowing that the esteemed researcher would undoubtedly be intrigued by a shiny Ice Dragon. Ice Dragon, what moves do you possess? Zhao Fang inquired, gently caressing the creature's cold, yet smooth, satin-like body. The Ice Dragon tilted its head curiously at Zhao Fang before stepping forward and opening its mouth, releasing a gust of wind. Tiny ice shards materialized in the wake of the chilling breeze, and Zhao Fang immediately recognized this as the move Ice Wind. As Zhao Fang prepared to further test the Ice Dragon's skills, he noticed a snow child emerging from nearby, observing them with curiosity. A smile crept across Zhao Fang's face. It seemed serendipitous, as a perfect test subject had appeared. Ice Dragon, attack the snow child, he commanded without delay. The Ice Dragon gazed down proudly at the snow child and began to unleash a barrage of stones upon it. The snow child quickly rolled aside, letting out an indignant cry. Continue the assault. Zhao Fang noted the move Rock Slide, eager to discover more of his Ice Dragon's capabilities. Chapter 72, Groudon. Use Flamethrower. Rock Slide, Ice Wind, Ice Beam. Why did it keep cycling through these few moves? Zhao Fang pondered, glancing at the Ice Dragon. Although the Ice Dragon had been engaged with the snow child for some time, it felt as though it was holding back, almost toying with its opponent. On one occasion, despite a clear opportunity to strike with Rock Slide, the Ice Dragon had instead deflected the stones with Ice Beam, reminiscent of a cat playing with a mouse. The snow child appeared to sense the Ice Dragon's intentions, responding with an enraged roar. It conjured several ice blocks and hurled them toward the Ice Dragon's eyes. Unfazed, the Ice Dragon unleashed Ice Wind to disperse the projectiles, but soon realized the snow child was charging at it. Mouth Agape. Ice Dragon, evade and counterattack. No more playing around. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of anxiety, recognizing that such behavior could lead to dire consequences in a real battle. Yet, in the next moment, Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment as he observed the Ice Dragon gracefully sidestep the snow child's bite. With a fierce glare, the Ice Dragon roared, summoning a fierce blizzard that struck the snow child with tremendous force, inflicting damage. A blizzard? Zhao Fang quickly recorded this move, recognizing it as one of the most powerful abilities in the Ice-type arsenal. However, it was evident that using such a formidable move placed a considerable strain on the Ice Dragon. Thank you for your efforts, Ice Dragon. Zhao Fang intervened to halt the Ice and Snow Dragon's continued battle, gently caressing its neck, which elicited a delighted nuzzle from the creature. With a proud gait, the Ice and Snow Dragon sauntered away from the Snow Child, leaving Zhao Fang both amused and exasperated. One might indeed say that it is no surprise to see the offspring of the Ice and Snow Tyrant behaving so, though it remains a mystery as to what formidable entity could earn such a title. Zhao Fang did not hastily depart. Instead, he produced a healing salve to apply to the Snow Child. Although the Snow Child could recover gradually, Zhao Fang preferred to administer some treatment. He then fed a pill to the Ice and Snow Dragon, which caused its coloration to shift from white to a more typical pale blue. However, the Ice and Snow Dragon seemed displeased by this new hue, vocalizing its discontent until Zhao Fang patiently explained, calming it down at last. Could it be a special attack build? Sitting within the tent, Zhao Fang observed the Ice and Snow Dragon frolicking with the Dracozolt, lost in contemplation. The Ice and Snow Dragon predominantly exhibited special attack moves, while the Gyarados was undoubtedly a physical attacker. It would not be amiss for the Ice and Snow Dragon to pursue a special attack path, yet Zhao Fang was uncertain if it possessed other advantages. As far as he could ascertain, the Ice and Snow Dragon showcased impressive talent in Ice-type moves, although its Rock-type abilities appeared mediocre. However, without a systematic assessment, Zhao Fang remained unaware of any untested skills the Ice and Snow Dragon might possess, igniting an urge within him to swiftly return to Unbai Town and consult Dr. Xiaoxianjuan. Just as he contemplated retrieving his Pokédex to contact Dr. Xiaoxianjuan and Xiaoyao, he heard a rustling sound emanating from outside the tent. Quickly, Zhao Fang crouched by the window to peer outside, where he caught sight of a flicker of flame in the distance. Momentarily stunned, he promptly recalled the Ice and Snow Dragon into its Pokeball, tidied his tent, and slung his backpack over his shoulder, intending to investigate. Although the exact situation was unclear, there was a possibility that someone was in peril, After all, during such a fierce snowstorm, it was rare for fire-type Pokémon to be wandering about. With Dracozolt coiled around his neck, Zhao Fang swiftly made his way to the location of the firelight. Upon arrival, he immediately dropped to the ground, for he spotted a trainer ahead, clad in red attire, with a matching red scarf. The trainer's appearance unmistakably resembled that of the lava team. Crouched in the snow, Zhao Fang peered forward, soon spotting a Slugma standing before the lava team member, across from whom stood a very familiar figure. A Frostless? Zhao Fang felt a surge of surprise. While he could not ascertain if this was the same Frostless he had previously encountered, given the stringent evolution requirements of the species, it was highly probable that it was indeed the same one. Yet, Zhao Fang was puzzled as to why a member of the lava team would come here to confront a Frostless. The lava team's objectives centered around reviving Groudon and expanding the land. And a Pokémon of the ice and ghost type, like Frostless, surely did not align with their goals. Groudon, unleash Flamethrower. As Zhao Fang listened to the lava team member commanding his Slugma to unleash its moves, a complex expression crossed his face. Goodness, they've even summoned Groudon. This unexpectedly reminded him of Cuckoo, who had named her Geodude Terrakion. Suddenly, Zhao Fang felt a pang of inadequacy. Perhaps he should also refer to his Glacian as Kyurem. While these peculiar thoughts danced in his mind, the Slugma's fiery jets surged toward the Frostless. The Frostless swiftly evaded, yet still felt the scorching flames graze its body. Emitting a mournful cry, "No time to waste, I must contact Miss Junsha." Zhao Fang quickly retrieved his Pokédex and sent a distress signal to the nearby Officer Junsha. Before producing his second Pokéball, uncertain of what Pokémon the lava team member still had in reserve, Zhao Fang understood that his immediate task was to launch a surprise attack and secure a swift victory. "Gyarados, use Water Pulse," he commanded softly. The Gyarados opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of water that struck the Slugma. The Slugma, being 4 times weak to water, had no time to react and fell to the ground, incapacitated, even sliding slightly from the force of the water jet. "Who dares?" The lava team member glared furiously toward the source of the water. "To prevent the world from being destroyed, I'll reveal myself since you asked so sincerely. I am merely a passing trainer," Zhao Fang shouted, though secretly he recalled Gyarados, stealthily shifting his position. He was unsure if the lava team member had allies nearby. Recklessly exposing himself could lead to peril unless Daegu was by his side. For now, Zhao Fang preferred to bide his time, confident that when Officer Junsha arrived, this individual would have nowhere to flee. "Who dares to obstruct the lava team's endeavors? Do you not know that Chimney Rock is our territory?" The lava team member hastily withdrew his Slugma and threw out 2 Pokeballs, revealing a Zubat and a Houndour. Chapter 73. The hidden enemy. Zhao Fang beamed at the sight of this combination, delighted by the unexpected opportunity to train his Pokémon. A Houndour and a Zubat were perfect practice for Glacian and Dragapult. As for Gyarados, if it were to join the fray, there would likely be nothing left for it to battle, so it was better to have Gyarados observe from the sidelines. With this in mind, Zhao Fang took a Pokéball from his belt and released Glacian, gently patting her elongated neck. "Glacian, do you see that Zubat? I entrust it to you. Dispatch it with utmost haste, for we know not if reinforcements are on the way. Do not toy with your opponent." Zhao Fang imparted these serious instructions to Glacian, who proudly raised her head and let out a clear, crisp cry. "Dragapult, that Houndour shall be your adversary. Show me the fruits of your diligent training during this time." Zhao Fang gently touched the Dragomija around his neck before unleashing 2 Pokémon onto the battlefield. The first to emerge was the Ice Dragon, who, in the astonished and bewildered gaze of the lava team members, strolled forward with an air of regal nonchalance, akin to a monarch surveying their domain. This indifferent demeanor instantly ignited the ire of the lava team members. "Zubat, use Wing Attack on that arrogant creature. Houndoom, use Roar." The lava team members shouted through gritted teeth. Zubat flapped its wings, conjuring a fierce gust as it surged towards the Ice Dragon, while Houndoom let out a menacing howl. However, before Houndoom could complete its roar, it was struck by a swift tail swipe. Dragomija regarded its adversaries with a mocking glint, and the lava team members suddenly realized there was another Pokémon before them. Yet, before they could issue commands, the blue Pokémon unleashed an icy blue beam from its mouth, hurtling directly towards Zubat. Had it not been for Zubat's speed, it would have taken the full brunt of the attack, but even so, its wings were grazed, becoming coated in frost as it emitted a painful cry. "Ice-type Pokémon. Huh. Zubat, return. Deal with that Pokémon first." The lava team member seethed internally. Had it not been for his own Slugma being knocked down by a water jet earlier, he would have had no fear of this ice-type Pokémon. As Houndoom attempted to retaliate with a bite, Dragomija swiftly darted towards its foe, delivering another tail swipe to Houndoom's face. This time, however, Dragomisia deliberately aimed for Houndoom's eyes. Although it missed, the attempt left Houndoom in a rather disheveled state. Zhao Fang crouched in the snow, stroking his chin as he observed the lava team members, who were now like caged birds, unable to escape. However, he was perplexed. Despite the unfavorable circumstances, the lava team members showed no signs of fear or retreat. Did they possess a hidden card? Zhao Fang hesitated. He had never underestimated his opponents, for such folly often bore a steep price. The expression of this lava team member was unnaturally calm, devoid of any fear, suggesting either a hidden strategy or mere bluster. Yet, as he watched the ice dragon draw near and persistently assault Zubat, Zhao Fang sensed that the lava team member might still have a trick up his sleeve. Gyarados, use Water Pulse and hit that guy hard. Zhao Fang commanded as he summoned Gyarados. In outdoor battles, it was not uncommon for trainers to attack opposing trainers directly. Indeed, he had encountered such tactics when facing the Aqua Team members previously. Gyarados opened its maw wide, unleashing a powerful water pulse that struck the lava team member squarely, rendering him unconscious in one fell swoop. As the Bat Pokémon and the Hyena Dog realized their trainer was under attack, they emitted cries of indignation and retaliated with their own assaults, leaving several wounds on the ice dragon. Fortunately, lacking their trainer's guidance, the moves employed by the Bat Pokémon and the Hyena Dog were executed ineffectively, resulting in minimal damage to the ice dragon. In response, the ice dragon unleashed a blizzard, freezing the Bat Pokémon while the Hyena Dog succumbed to its inability to continue fighting. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into silence, with the trembling Snow Fairy keeping a vigilant gaze on the two formidable Pokémon before her. She wished to flee, but the ever-watchful Draconis remained fixed on her, thwarting her escape. Zhao Fang retrieved his Pokédex for a moment, noting that Miss Junsha was nearing their location, with approximately 3 minutes to spare. However, he did not rush to the exit. Instead, he summoned his two Pokémon to gather behind him while instructing the Gyarados to remain alert for any potential ambush. Thus, Zhao Fang lay low in the snow for a minute, contemplating whether he was being overly cautious, when he spotted two figures emerging from the bushes behind the members of the lava team, a middle-aged man with a red beard and a seemingly cold-hearted woman. Are the members who defeated us too afraid to show themselves? Seems like you're just another coward, the man jeered, observing Zhao Fang's concealed position with mockery. Maintaining an impassive demeanor, Zhao Fang remained still, resolute against the crude provocation. With two adversaries present, his priority was to safeguard the Snow Fairy from any potential threats while subtly shifting his position. Although unaware of the lava team's intentions regarding the Snow Fairy, Zhao Fang understood that he merely needed to disrupt their plans. The man, noticing the lack of movement from the snow-covered terrain, furrowed his brow. Initially, he believed he was dealing with a young trainer and was contemplating how to draw him out before seizing him with overwhelming force, intending to sell his Pokémon to fund their organization. However, he was taken aback by the trainer's caution. Charizard, use Earthquake at that location. The man commanded as he unleashed his Pokeball, summoning a robust Charizard that immediately radiated intense heat, melting the surrounding snow. The Charizard stomped its feet, causing the ground beneath Zhao Fang to tremble significantly. Yet, to the man's dismay, despite the execution of Earthquake, there was no response from the other side. Instead, a powerful jet of water erupted from a different direction, which the Charizard promptly countered with a flamethrower, successfully intercepting the water column. Chapter 74. Cadre of Flames. The collision of the water and fire produced a mist that began to condense in the frigid air. However, before it could fully coalesce, a Bat Pokémon pierced through the mist, darting towards Zhao Fang at high speed. Zhao Fang's pupils constricted as he commanded his Gyarados to unleash a water pulse, intending to shift the battlefield. However, he was taken aback by the rapid approach of the opposing Pokémon. Gyarados, stop it! Zhao Fang urgently called out. Gyarados leapt into action, its massive jaws snapping toward the foe, but the Zubat's agility was astonishing. It deftly evaded the attack, its wings grazing Gyarados and inflicting a wound. The Zubat charged towards Zhao Fang, its sharp fangs glinting ominously in his sight. Just as it was about to bite, a swift strike sent the Zubat tumbling through the air, regaining its balance after several somersaults. It was Dragapult that had intervened. Dragapult, it cried out in anger, seemingly intent on protecting its trainer, a most unforgivable act against its meal ticket. As Zhao Fang watched Dragapult deliver a powerful tail whip to the Zubat, he felt a wave of relief. Although the Zubat was remarkably swift, Dragapult, with its speed-oriented prowess, proved to be a worthy adversary. Looking up, he spotted a fiery Torkoal charging forward, accompanied by a Houndoom. 33. Zhao Fang pondered, bewildered by the unexpected strategy of his opponents. He had anticipated a numerical advantage. Flame. Are you certain we don't need to deploy additional Pokémon? Asked a cold woman tending to the injured members, her dissatisfaction palpable. With her Pokémon in the mix, she believed the opposing trainer would not endure for long. Moreover, the Frostless had taken advantage of the mist to escape, leaving her frustrated. This was a task assigned by the organization, and failure was not an option. Humph, do you doubt my strength? Flame, the man with a steely demeanor, gazed down at her, his icy glare compelling her to lower her head. With the woman silenced, Flame turned his attention forward, noting that the opposing trainer likely had only 3 Pokémon. Yet, out of caution, he clutched another Pokéball, indifferent to the fate of his defeated subordinate. The powerful Team Magma did not require the presence of the weak to fulfill the will of Leader Maxi. Just as Torkoal was about to close in on Zhao Fang, he observed that Torkoal, Houndoom, and the Zubat were all called back. The 2 Team Magma members hurriedly recalled their Pokémon and swiftly retreated with their injured ally, while the Frostless vanished without a trace. What just happened? Zhao Fang was momentarily stunned. He had been contemplating sending Gyarados to battle Torkoal and Ice Dragon against Houndoom, only to witness their rapid retreat. However, he soon heard the sound of motorcycles approaching from behind. Glancing back, he saw 2 Miss Junsha speeding toward him on their bikes. In an instant, Zhao Fang understood. It appeared that Team Magma members had fled upon learning of the arrival of Miss Junsha. The Lava Team and the Aqua Team, despite their continuous development, appear rather feeble when confronted with the formidable alliance. Hello, may I assist you? A motorcycle swiftly approached Zhao Fang, and 2 Junsha dismounted, accompanied by 2 swift canines that stood guard beside them, warily observing Zhao Fang. Indeed, I am Zhao Fang, the holder of the Pokédex. Upon seeing the Pokédex, the 2 Junsha relaxed somewhat, and the leading Junsha inquired why Zhao Fang had pressed the emergency assistance button. Zhao Fang recounted his discoveries and produced the evidence he had previously recorded. Upon viewing it, the leading Junsha's expression grew serious. She conferred with her fellow Junsha while holding the Pokédex. Curiously, Zhao Fang observed the 2 Junsha, who could easily be mistaken for twins, as he found it challenging to discern any differences between them. Meanwhile, the swift canines curiously examined the Ice Dragon beside Zhao Fang, playfully flicking their tongues, appearing quite adorable. Thank you immensely for your intelligence support. This man is wanted by the Alliance. He is a cadre of the Lava Team named Flame, and he is quite a dangerous individual. The Junsha's demeanor became increasingly courteous, recognizing that a capable Pokédex holder merits due respect. Zhao Fang shared his earlier findings, particularly emphasizing the Lava Team's members' intention to capture the Snow Maiden. He remained perplexed as to why they desired her capture. After hearing Zhao Fang's words, the 2 Junsha recorded this information, pledging to report it to the Alliance and Interpol upon their return. Subsequently, Zhao Fang, carrying his backpack, accompanied the 2 Junsha to search the area where Flame had recently been. However, the swift canines, after tracking a location, began to circle in frustration. It appears he has flown away, Junsha remarked, glancing at the footprints on the vacant ground and providing a straightforward answer. Zhao Fang nodded. In the world of Pokémon, escape is all too simple. Without prior arrangements, it is effortless for others on flying Pokémon to slip away. Then, Zhao Fang rode with Junsha on her motorcycle back to Kanas City, where he needed to file a report at the police station. By the time he finished, it was already mealtime. Zhao Fang directly headed to the Battle Hotel, defeated a host, and moved into their room, releasing his Pokémon. It's quite chilly today. Let's have hot pot, Zhao Fang decided swiftly. The Dragonair perked up instantly, while Gyarados seemed pleased as well. Only the Ice Dragon maintained an indifferent demeanor. However, as Zhao Fang prepared the hot pot, the Ice Dragon quietly approached him, the enticing aroma wafting through the air causing her to swallow repeatedly. Zhao Fang found this amusing. Yet despite her longing, the Ice Dragon held her head high with pride. A common hot pot, when consumed, can enhance the base stats of the Ice Dragon by 0.4. Observing the familiar text box, Zhao Fang retrieved his notebook and began to document the extent of the Ice Dragon's stat increase, eager to ascertain the threshold at which limitations would arise. Once he set down his pen, he picked up his chopsticks to feed the Gyarados, and after tending to it, he proceeded to nourish the Ice Dragon. Multilong Messia, witnessing her 2 companions who were inept with chopsticks, displayed a look of pride in her eyes. Zhao Fang felt akin to a caretaker. Indeed, tending to these creatures was quite a laborious task. Chapter 75. Eccentric Dreams and Observations. Xiao Yao, where are you? I wish to return to Weibai Town to have Dr. Tian Wan examine my Ice Dragon. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Fang managed to connect with Xiao Yao through the Pokédex and caught a glimpse of her brushing her teeth, seemingly in the restroom. "I'm at Huhu's house brushing my teeth. What is the matter with your ice dragon?" Xiao Yao inquired, curious as she spat the toothpaste into the sink. Scratching his head, Zhao Fang pondered that although the ice dragon was a Pokémon from the Kalos region, its data held little intrigue for Dr. Tianwan, who could effortlessly acquire all pertinent information if he so desired. "Well, my ice dragon is white, quite different from the ordinary ones." Zhao Fang chose to mention its shiny quality. Indeed, upon revealing that his ice dragon was shiny, Xiao Yao nearly pressed her face against the screen. "What? You've caught another shiny Pokémon?" Xiao Yao glared at Zhao Fang, her teeth clenched. Initially, she had thought Zhao Fang's luck was already remarkable, but she never anticipated it would reach such heights. After all, shiny Pokémon were not mere common finds. Yet, Zhao Fang had only been traveling for a month and had already encountered 2 shiny Pokémon. Were it not for Xiao Yao's knowledge of Zhao Fang's character, she might have suspected him of deliberately dyeing his Pokémon to deceive others. After confirming the authenticity of the shiny Pokémon, Xiao Yao exclaimed, "Wait for me," and hurried out in her slippers, neglecting to grab her Pokédex. Moments later, Dr. Tianwan's face appeared on the Pokédex screen. "Your luck is truly enviable. It seems bestowing you the Pokédex was a wise decision. However, it's too late today. The research lab has closed. Let us reconvene tomorrow morning. I'll come to Kanas City to meet you." Dr. Tianwan gazed at the ice dragon Zhao Fang had photographed, captivated by the research potential of shiny Pokémon, which scholarly discourse suggested were generally superior to their ordinary counterparts. Zhao Fang nodded fervently. On such a chilly night, the prospect of flying back to Wei Bai Town on a bird left him feeling that even if he weren't afraid of heights, he would succumb to exhaustion from the cold. For several nights, he had been plagued by dreams of transforming into an unknown totem, leaving him uncertain about when it would come to an end. The dream of the unknown totem had become unbearably tedious for Zhao Fang. For several consecutive days, he found himself trapped against a wall, enduring dark, sunless days that felt utterly tormenting. He could see nothing but an abyss of blackness, and had it not been for the distant eyes of other unknown totems, he might have doubted his own sight. The relentless repetition of such dreams instilled in him a sensation akin to incarceration. He had grown so bored that he started counting the eyes of the unknown totems. This led to a growing aversion to sleep, as he would linger in bed for an excruciatingly long time before finally succumbing to slumber. Alas, he dreaded the torment ahead. Lying on his bed, Zhao Fang resignedly closed his eyes. One must sleep, after all, and he had no intention of meeting an untimely demise. Once again in his dream, Zhao Fang opened his eyes to the same oppressive darkness, relieved only by the distant gaze of the other totemic eyes, assuring him he was not blind. Just as he began to contemplate the duration of his impending sleep, he was suddenly greeted by a glimmer of light. A group of individuals clad in gray robes entered, cradling a vibrant, multicolored stone while intoning an unfamiliar language. Zhao Fang had never heard such words before. He strained to comprehend, but could only discern a sound reminiscent of Neklo. What could that possibly mean? Despite his confusion, the presence of something new brought him a flicker of joy. The robed figures chanted loudly before kneeling, reverently kissing the stone in their possession before placing it upon the ground. Shortly thereafter, they dragged in several Pokémon, bound by chains. What manner of Pokémon were these? One bore a resemblance to a herdier. Observing the diverse forms of these creatures, Zhao Fang's expression turned perplexed. Many of these Pokémon were entirely unfamiliar, yet one, though oddly shaped, bore a shadow of the herdier, its long white fur obscuring its eyes. As Zhao Fang pondered the purpose of bringing these Pokémon forth, he was horrified to see the figures brandishing sharp knives. Unable to bear witness, he shut his eyes. But the anguished cries of the Pokémon reached his ears. After a moment, he opened his eyes to find the Pokémon had vanished, leaving behind a pool of blood that had been arranged into a grotesque pattern. Stifling his nausea and anger, Zhao Fang gazed at the design, though his position allowed him to see only a fragment of it. Then, the stone at the center began to absorb the blood, gradually levitating and changing hue to match that of the stone wall. It became embedded at the pinnacle of a tower, emanating an eerie luminescence. A sharp pain surged through Zhao Fang's forehead, as if a syringe were extracting his very essence. Beams of light converged from the unknown totem, channeling into the stone and releasing a kaleidoscope of brilliance. The radiant light illuminated the ground, transforming into a series of lifelike terrains, upon which numerous Pokémon were projected. The cloaked figures remained oblivious to their actions, as these apparitions vanished instantaneously, followed by the retreat of the gray-robed individuals. Subsequently, a prolonged darkness enveloped the scene. When Zhao Fang opened his eyes once more, it was already the following morning. Without a moment's hesitation, he he sprang from his bed, seizing pen and paper to illustrate the visions from his dream. Although some details eluded his memory, he managed to capture a general outline and resolved to consult Dr. Otani about his findings, pondering whether Dr. Otani recognized them. That dream, or rather, should it be termed a memory of the unknown totem? Zhao Fang had previously believed he was merely dreaming. However, dreams do not extend for such a duration. This was undoubtedly a memory of the enigmatic totem, though he remained uncertain as to why it was revealed to him. Scratching his head, Zhao Fang recalled that Dr. Otani had previously translated the inscriptions from the tower. Did this not imply that the tower's original purpose was to test certain individuals, with rewards bestowed upon those who succeeded? The forms of those Pokémon seemed to have been conjured from that peculiar stone, simulated through the power of numerous unknown totems. What extraordinary technology this ancient civilization possessed! Zhao Fang found it rather daunting. Chapter 76. Dr. Otani. Someone always thinks of my daughter moreover. Zhao Fang couldn't shake the feeling that the object he observed in his dream resembled a peculiar ritual, designed to activate that strange stone through the life force of other Pokémon. The nature of that stone remained a mystery. Despite his confusion, Zhao Fang proceeded to freshen up before heading to the Pokémon Center. He needed to consult Dr. Otani regarding the mastery of his Ice Dragon skills and to inquire about the patterns, as well as any information regarding Ho-Oh. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Pokémon Center, Zhao Fang heard a sound and looked up to see Xiao Yao elegantly leap from the back of her large bird Pokémon, landing gracefully before him. Zhao Fang, Dad sent me to fetch you. When do you plan on teaching your Gyarados to fly? If it could fly, I wouldn't have to come get you anymore. It's freezing, Xiao Yao complained, rubbing her rosy cheeks in an attempt to warm them while casting an annoyed glance at Zhao Fang. Flying is a secret technique. How am I supposed to teach you that? Zhao Fang replied, slightly exasperated. Flight was not a skill accessible to ordinary trainers. He had heard that only elite academy instructors taught such techniques. You just don't understand. Flying is such a simple move. I told you to focus on your studies, yet you spend your time pulling girls' hair or fighting with other boys. Fortunately, your temperament has improved significantly. When we return, I'll teach you, but you must agree to one condition, Xiao Yao said, hands on her hips, a mischievous grin plastered across her face. Zhao Fang gazed at Xiao Yao with an air of detachment, aware that the previous events were orchestrated by his predecessor rather than himself. However, the allure of the coveted flight technique was undeniable. He too harbored a desire for his Gyarados to master this skill, as an additional offensive move would be advantageous. Moreover, a bold notion flickered in Zhao Fang's mind. What are the conditions? He refrained from hastily acquiescing. Preferring to ascertain the specifics of the requirement first, he would not agree to something beyond his capabilities, for that would only lead to regret. The condition is that you must persuade my father to allow me to travel, Xiao Yao stated earnestly, her gaze fixed upon Zhao Fang. Travel? Why are you suddenly fixated on traveling? Zhao Fang was taken aback, for he had presumed that Xiao Yao would wait until Mr. Qianli's son arrived before embarking on such an adventure. It was indeed perplexing that she was contemplating travel ahead of time, a deviation from the expected norm. That's none of your concern. Just help me convince my father, and I will teach you the flight technique, Xiao Yao teased, making a playful face at Zhao Fang, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, upon confirming Xiao Yao's intentions to commence her journey earlier than anticipated, Zhao Fang began to deliberate on the feasibility of this arrangement. Soon, he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall speak to Dr. Tiankawa on your behalf, though I cannot guarantee the outcome. Zhao Fang felt no loss in this deal. Considering Xiao Yao was the daughter of Dr. Tiankawa, a touch of her charm would likely soften her father's resolve. With Xiao Yao already contemplating her departure, it was merely a matter of time before she set forth, regardless of his consent. He suspected that even without his agreement, Xiao Yao's persistence would eventually wear down Dr. Tiankawa's resistance. Thus, Zhao Fang's acceptance was quite straightforward. Then it is settled. Let us seal this with a pinky promise. Should you deceive me, I shall. Xiao Yao cheerfully extended her pinky, though she soon found herself pondering how best to penalize Zhao Fang. If I deceive you, I shall be struck by lightning daily. How does that sound? Zhao Fang replied with a hint of exasperation, extending his pinky to seal the promise. Together, they then boarded the giant bird and soared back to Weibai Town. Upon their arrival, Zhao Fang immediately spotted Dr. Tiankawa, who appeared anxious as he awaited their return. As soon as Zhao Fang landed, Dr. Tiankawa pulled him into the research lab, revealing the impatience characteristic of these researchers. Understanding Dr. Tiankawa's intentions, Zhao Fang promptly released the ice dragon. Upon its emergence, the creature observed an increased number of onlookers but retained its proud demeanor, nuzzling against Zhao Fang's garments. You administered my potion to her? Dr. Tyankawa exclaimed, recognizing the ice dragon's hue. Indeed, Zhao Fang affirmed, gently stroking the ice dragon. As it appeared, hail began to descend within the laboratory, though fortunately, Dr. Tyankawa had prepared for such an occurrence, ensuring that the hail would not disrupt their work. Remarkable. It has only just emerged, yet has already conjured such a formidable hailstorm. Imagine the potential once it matures. Dr. Odenkawa marveled at the formidable snowstorm capabilities of the Pokémon Ice Dragon. While he had encountered various snow-related Pokémon before, the sheer power exhibited by Ice Dragon, newly resurrected, was a testament to its innate talent within the ice type. Zhao Fang beamed with joy and then presented a design he had sketched from memory that morning to Dr. Odenkawa for his insights. I have not seen this pattern before. It appears to be missing a significant portion. If, as you say, it was observed from that high tower, I recommend contacting scholars specializing in ancient studies and mythology, as they may possess relevant knowledge. Dr. Odenkawa glanced at the drawing before setting it aside, revealing his lack of understanding in this area. Upon hearing Dr. Odenkawa's words, Zhao Fang recalled his encounter with Sharona in the Orange Blossom Forest, though she now introduced herself as the scholar, Zhulan. She was indeed well-versed in history and theology, and a champion, making her a reliable ally. Dr. Odenkawa, do you know any scholars of this nature? Zhao Fang inquired, despite lacking Sharona's contact information and relying on Dr. Odenkawa for assistance. Of course, I know her. I have quite a reputation in the Hoenn region, Dr. Odenkawa replied. Allow me to share her contact details. She is said to be a scholar from the Sinnoh region. He casually handed Zhao Fang a piece of paper with a contact number, which Zhao Fang examined. Noting the name, Zhulan, Zhao Fang's expression turned peculiar as he had been contemplating whether to have Sharona examine his findings, and now he had unexpectedly encountered this opportunity. By the way, Dr. Odenkawa, I have plans for a journey. Zhao Fang recalled his promise to Xiaoyao and began to lay the groundwork for his request. Convincing others requires a gentle approach. Thus, Zhao Fang spoke of his travels, discoveries, and personal growth before broaching the subject of Xiaoyao's potential journey. Dr. Odenkawa nodded initially, but when he heard about Xiaoyao accompanying Zhao Fang, he was momentarily taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. Is this lad truly suggesting that Xiaoyao travel with him? Would they then spend each day together? Might love blossom. Upon their return, could I be a grandfather? You little rascal. If you intend to marry my daughter, you have centuries to wait. Chapter 77. Why isn't Gyarados a water dragon? Zhao Fang exited the research room with an unusual expression, leaving Ice Dragon behind for Dr. Odenkawa to conduct further research. Zhao Fang had also entrusted Dr. Odenkawa to explore the current skill set of Ice Dragon. Only with a comprehensive understanding of its abilities could Zhao Fang fully harness Ice Dragon's potential in upcoming battles. Dr. Odenkawa's stubbornness was amusing yet exasperating. Zhao Fang had persistently sought to persuade him to allow Xiaoyao to travel, but Dr. Odenkawa had been resolute in his refusal. Initially, Zhao Fang had begun to lose hope and planned to return to Xiaoyao for advice on charming Dr. Odenkawa. To his surprise, the doctor had finally acquiesced. This left Zhao Fang somewhat perplexed. However, it was a positive development that Dr. Oda had agreed to assist. Zhao Fang now merely needed to contact Sharona to inquire about the patterns. Before proceeding, he returned home to greet his parents. Under their warm hospitality, he enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. After the meal, Zhao Fang retreated to his room and retrieved his Pokédex. He activated the communication feature and entered a series of digits. Soon seeing Sharona's avatar, which featured a Garchomp that he recognized from a previous encounter, Zhao Fang promptly sent a message to Sharona, indicating that he had been sent by Dr. Oda. The message was dispatched, yet he received no response for quite some time. Unsure whether Sharona had seen it or was simply preoccupied, Zhao Fang did not dwell on it. Instead, he reached out to his contact at Devon Corporation, suggesting the addition of a read receipt feature to their software. With no reply from Sharona, Zhao Fang decided to seek out Xiaoyao. After recounting his conversation with Dr. Oda, Xiaoyao leaped for joy, and the nearby Torchic chirped excitedly. Now it's time to fulfill our promise. I've informed Dr. Oda about your journey, so you should teach me the flying move. Zhao Fang interrupted her exuberance, eager to commence. However, as soon as he interrupted, Xiaoyao's expression turned bashful. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhao Fang was left bewildered, wondering if she was reluctant to teach him. Zhao Fang, I apologize. When I returned, I checked the information, and it appears that Gyarados cannot learn flying moves, Xiaoyao said, her hands clasped together as she gazed at him imploringly. Wait, isn't Gyarados a water-flying type? Why can't it learn them? Zhao Fang was taken aback, recalling Gyarados' dual typing. Indeed, it is water-flying, but all current data indicates that Gyarados cannot learn flying moves. Professor Oak once published a paper stating that Gyarados lacks a certain organ, Xiao Yao explained, her tone earnest. Zhao Fang felt a headache coming on. It was astonishing that Gyarados could not learn flying moves. That flying type must be a misclassification. It should revert to being purely a dragon type. Is there truly no way? Zhao Fang was reluctant to accept this reality. A Pokémon of such stature as Gyarados, being unable to master flying techniques, seemed absurd. Unfortunately, no. However, I heard from my father that a relative of Professor Oak's resides in the Alola region, where Gyarados is known to use the move Hurricane. Xiao Yao pondered thoughtfully before providing her response. Zhao Fang nodded, somewhat disheartened. The Alola region was near Galar, but still quite distant from Hoenn. Xiao Yao seemed aware that the distance from Zhao Fang was somewhat considerable. In an attempt to make amends, she presented him with a Pokémon encyclopedia she had retrieved from home. Zhao Fang, not in the least bit irritable, accepted it graciously. Reclining on his bed at home, Zhao Fang remained somewhat discontented. This was not due to any anger toward Xiao Yao, but rather a perplexity regarding why Gyarados could not learn flying moves. Wasn't it akin to Frostless? The female Snorunt could only evolve into Frostless upon the use of a Dawn Stone, a notably stringent condition for evolution. Bored, Zhao Fang idly flipped through the pages of the Pokémon encyclopedia, which contained a plethora of information. For instance, it detailed how Farfetch'd nearly faced extinction due to its habit of carrying its own seasoning, and that feeding Caterpie scale powder during its upbringing would result in a more powerful Butterfree upon evolution. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhao Fang. According to the encyclopedia, Frostless required a female Snorunt to come into contact with a Dawn Stone to evolve, making wild Frostless exceedingly rare. Yet, Zhao Fang had previously encountered one. To add to the intrigue, Team Magma unexpectedly aimed to capture this Frostless. Considering the evolution requirements, Zhao Fang's mind began to entertain a bold hypothesis. Could it be that the location of the Frostless was near a Dawn Stone? This notion ignited a spark of excitement within Zhao Fang. After all, these mystical stones were exceedingly rare. A mere water stone could fetch an exorbitant price of 500,000. Even if Zhao Fang chose not to purchase it, he could retain it for trade for other resources. It was evident that the Frostless might be guarding an invaluable treasure, perhaps even a gem coveted by Jengar. With this thought, Zhao Fang's spirits lifted somewhat. He had assessed the strength of the Frostless, noting it was no match for him. Yet the pursuit of it would likely lead to another encounter with Team Magma, which posed a significant dilemma. Zhao Fang decided to take things step by step. If an opportunity arose, he would indeed desire the Dawn Stone. Just as Zhao Fang pondered how to investigate the Dawn Stone from the Frostless, his Pokédex vibrated. He hurriedly retrieved it, discovering a video call request from Cynthia. Without delay, he accepted the call, and her visage appeared on the screen, much like their previous meeting in the Orange Forest. Cynthia recognized Zhao Fang immediately and greeted him with a warm smile. Zhao Fang, however, was not inclined to reminisce. Instead, he produced the piece of paper and explained that he had found it in an ancient ruins tower, sharing the information inscribed upon it. Interesting, Cynthia remarked. I believe I have seen this pattern once atop Mount Coronet. Please hold on while I search for it. After her words, she placed the Pokédex on a table, and the sound of rummaging reached Zhao Fang's ears. Mount Coronet? Zhao Fang was taken aback. That was in the Sinnoh region. Chapter 78. The Cruel Tower Sinnoh. The principal arena of the Diamond and Pearl Games is home to the esteemed Crown Mountain, a locale shrouded in rumors of Arceus's presence. The legendary Pokémon of time and space are said to be capturable by players, yet the reality remains elusive to Zhao Fang. Indeed, the distinctions between the real world and the realm of games are quite pronounced. Although Zhao Fang has never set foot on Crown Mountain, he imagines it to be a majestic range, reminiscent of the Chimney Hill in the Hoenn region. As Zhao Fang indulges in his musings, the visage of Cynthia reappears on the screen. I found it. This pattern resembles one from an ancient, dilapidated temple on Crown Mountain. Look here, she exclaims, presenting a photograph that appears to depict a mural. The mural faintly reveals a colossal beast confronting a radiant entity, with the pattern situated beneath the luminous figure. But how does this relate to the Hoenn region? Zhao Fang ponders, perplexed. This image originates from Crown Mountain. Why would an ancient tower manifest in Hoenn? Cynthia gazes at Zhao Fang with hope. Can you still locate that tower? My curiosity about history and theology knows no bounds. It is said that Sinnoh is home to legendary Pokémon capable of manipulating the energies of time and space. I yearn to battle these deities and explore whether my Pokémon might evolve further. Feeling somewhat awkward, Zhao Fang shakes his head. Could he confess that he plans to dismantle the temple? Yet perhaps the memories of the unknown totem might yield additional clues. Cynthia, though slightly disheartened, exchanges contact information with Zhao Fang, urging him to inform her should he encounter any relics. She plans to remain in the Hoenn region for approximately 2 weeks. Zhao Fang nods in agreement, though he remains indifferent to the matter. Relics are not as ubiquitous as weeds. Without a stroke of luck, one might never stumble upon them. Zhao Fang considers himself fortunate, having obtained a treasure map from Duskull, and it was only due to his insomnia that he discovered the tower. Yawning, Zhao Fang reclines in bed. Dr. Tsubaki's experiments are scheduled for the evening, and he intends to catch a brief respite. As he drifts off, he finds himself awakening once more within a dream, an exhilarating realization that confirms his hypothesis. Slumber allows him to revisit this segment of memory. However, he wonders what he might witness this time. Before him lies the familiar darkness, devoid of form, save for the eyes of other unknown totems. Just as Zhao Fang contemplates whether this state will persist indefinitely, light suddenly floods the scene, revealing a vast body of water. At its center floats a spiky-eared Piku. And soon after, a door creaks open, admitting a strangely garbed man who releases a Sharpedo to engage in battle with the spiky-eared Piku. Zhao Fang observes intently. These are the memories of the unknown totem. Could this individual be the inaugural challenger of the tower? The ancient trainer was formidable, and his Gyarados was equally impressive. Zhao Fang felt a significant disadvantage against this Gyarados, yet the opposing Kingdra was overwhelmingly powerful, leaving the ancient trainer in a state of disarray. Ultimately, the trainer gritted his teeth and produced a stone, causing the Gyarados to radiate a brilliant white light. Mega Evolution. Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. It was remarkable that the ancients had mastered Mega Evolution. The strength of the Gyarados surged dramatically post-evolution. However, Zhao Fang soon felt a familiar sensation of pressure in his forehead, while the Kingdra on the battlefield also emitted a glow of evolution. Confusion washed over Zhao Fang. Could Kingdra possess another form? Almost immediately, he sensed a malevolent intent from the towering structure, as Kingdra evolved into Palkia, unleashing an attack that cleaved the Mega Gyarados in two with a single strike of spatial rend. Before Zhao Fang could comprehend the situation, the Gyarados lay defeated, and the trainer was dragged away by a cloaked figure, the blood and remnants merging into the ground, vanishing without a trace. Zhao Fang was abruptly awakened by his mother, who informed him that it was time for dinner. His expression was far from pleasant. The gruesome scene lingered in his mind. The Gyarados had perished in the face of the tower's trial. A sense of relief washed over him as he considered that he had uncovered the tower's secrets, sparing himself a direct confrontation with the formidable Steelix. "Did you have an interesting dream? You seem rather cheerful," his mother inquired with curiosity. His father wore a knowing smile, one that left Zhao Fang feeling a bit overwhelmed. "Oh, nothing, just gained a deeper understanding of Pokémon." Zhao Fang quickly waved his hand dismissively. He realized that this memory could be likened to treasure, a priceless opportunity to observe Pokémon battles, showcasing the prowess of ancient trainers. Zhao Fang eagerly anticipated encountering other trainers with Gyarados, or perhaps with Glacian and Dragapult as well. After dinner, Zhao Fang hurried to Dr. Otamaki's laboratory. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of Glacian throwing a fit, stomping on a peculiar device. It seemed that she noticed Zhao Fang's arrival, and upon recognizing him, she joyfully approached, nuzzling against him while attempting to tug at his backpack with her head. Zhao Fang was puzzled. What had gotten into Glacian? "Zhao Fang, you're finally here. Hurry, feed her something. This Glacian refuses to eat," Dr. Otamaki called out, bundled in thick winter clothing. Seeing the anxious Glacian, Zhao Fang couldn't help but chuckle. He had been pondering Glacian's behavior, only to realize she was simply hungry and unwilling to consume ordinary food. Upon reflection, it made sense. The meals Zhao Fang prepared were incredibly enticing to Pokémon, offering a chance to break their limits. Who wouldn't desire that? Zhao Fang swiftly prepared a pork chop meal for the ice dragon, who joyfully devoured it, resulting in an increase of its attributes by 0.4. Zhao Fang diligently recorded this information. "Your ice dragon is indeed quite proud," he remarked, noting its extensive mastery of skills. Just then, Dr. Tianwan approached, handing Zhao Fang a piece of paper. Upon glancing at it, Zhao Fang was astonished to discover that, in addition to its commonly used moves, the ice dragon had also learned Aurora Beam, Tackle, Avalanche, Ancient Power, and Energy Ball. However, what truly astounded Zhao Fang was that his ice dragon had also acquired the move Volt Tackle. Chapter 79. Dr. Tianjuan's request. Zhao Fang clicked his tongue in admiration. Regardless of anything else, the ice dragon's current repertoire of skills made it the most versatile Pokémon under his command, especially with the inclusion of Volt Tackle, broadening its offensive capabilities. He affectionately stroked the ice dragon's slender neck. What are your plans next? Are you heading to Battletown to challenge the fighting-type gym? Dr. Tianwan inquired, observing Zhao Fang and his ice dragon. Indeed, I will certainly go to Battletown, but before that, I wish to take the ice dragon to Canas City first, Zhao Fang replied hesitantly. Although he had sufficient funds to purchase a ticket to Battletown, he preferred to explore the area where the Snow Woman had appeared, hoping to find an awakening stone. I heard you have partnered with Devon Corporation to develop a software? Dr. Tianwan offered Zhao Fang a steaming cup of coffee. The research lab had limited beverage options, but coffee and tea were plentiful. Yes, I had an idea and entrusted Miss Mayumi to help me develop the software, while the promotion and marketing will be handled by Devon Corporation, Zhao Fang nodded. Dr. Tianwan understood this was not surprising, as he was one of the most renowned researchers in the Hoenn region. Mayumi is indeed a computer expert. It was wise to ask for her assistance. By the way, I have a favor to ask of you, Dr. Tianwan said, taking a sip of his coffee before continuing. Zhao Fang paused for a moment, then nodded, determined to assist with whatever request Dr. Tianwan had, as the doctor had been immensely helpful to him. During my previous investigation of Pokémon ecology at Chimney Mountain, I accidentally lost my way at night and stumbled into a cave. Dr. Tianjuan's gaze became somewhat distant. Zhao Fang patiently listened, refraining from interrupting. It was a peculiar cave, quite warm inside, and I spotted a Pokémon relentlessly attacking the wall in front of it. Upon noticing me, it immediately fled. Although I only caught a glimpse, I am certain it was not a Pokémon native to the Hoenn region, Dr. Tianwan stated, turning to Zhao Fang with a serious expression. Subsequently, I returned to the research lab and engaged in conversation with my colleagues for a time. It was then that I discovered information regarding this Pokémon from Professor Kukui of the Alola region. Dr. Oda's voice had taken on a notably subdued tone as he spoke softly to Zhao Fang. The Pokémon from the Alola region, the Lurantis. I am uncertain how it made its way to the Hoenn region, especially up Chimney Hill, but I am quite certain it is indeed Lurantis, Dr. Oda whispered. Zhao Fang was left in a state of bewilderment. He was well aware of Lurantis, the dragon-type demigod from the Sun and Moon games, whose evolved form, Lurantis, possesses remarkable strength and is classified as a demigod. However, why would a Lurantis be found in Chimney Hill? Professor, did you perhaps see someone else's Pokémon? Zhao Fang expressed his skepticism, as it was commonplace for trainers to travel, and it was not unusual for trainers from Alola to come to Hoenn. I am a Pokémon professor. Do you really think I cannot discern whether it is wild or owned by a trainer? Dr. Oda shot Zhao Fang an angry glare. Zhao Fang scratched his head. If what Dr. Oda claimed were true, it would imply that there exists a Lurantis from the Alola region somewhere on Chimney Hill. Yet, what was so peculiar about a Lurantis? There were many Lurantis in the Alola region. Why would Dr. Oda want to commission him for this task? Zhao Fang's mind was filled with questions, and then he pondered a possibility. Could it be that this Lurantis was a shiny Pokémon? Is that Lurantis shiny? Zhao Fang inquired softly, as he was aware of Dr. Oda's fondness for shiny Pokémon. He had also heard from Xiaoyao that Dr. Oda was currently writing a paper on shiny Pokémon. No, Dr. Oda shook his head. Shiny Pokémon are not so easily encountered. Zhao Fang felt a pang of disappointment, having hoped to encounter a shiny Lurantis. This Lurantis is quite unique. I can only say that. Although it may be my imagination. When I saw it, it was missing a scale from its head, Dr. Oda said, producing a piece of paper and handing it to Zhao Fang. Upon receiving it, Zhao Fang glanced at the image. It indeed resembled Lurantis. Yet peculiarly, this Lurantis was bald. Typically, Lurantis possesses a prominent scale on its forehead, which is a distinctive characteristic. However, this particular Lurantis had a completely bald head, the large scale conspicuously absent. No wonder Dr. Oda described it as unique. It truly was. It was akin to being in a large family where everyone has a full head of hair, and you wake up one morning to find you are losing hair, eventually becoming noticeably bald. Professor Oda, do you remember the location? Zhao Fang inquired with newfound enthusiasm. He too wished to see such a distinctive Lurantis. Of course I remember. I am not suffering from dementia. I shall have my Altaria take you there shortly, Dr. Oda replied confidently. However, how much time had passed? And would the Lurantis still be there? Zhao Fang harbored a slight concern regarding another matter. If the time span were too extensive, the armored dragon might have been captured by someone else. How long? I encountered it just the day before yesterday. It should still be there. Doctor. Xiaotian gazed at Zhao Fang with curiosity. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. He recalled Dr. Xiaotian previously referring to before, leading him to ponder whether the day before yesterday could indeed be classified as before. In that case, could Zhao Fang assert that he had previously challenged the rock-type gym? Nonetheless, Zhao Fang acquiesced to Dr. Xiaotian's commission. On one hand, It was due to the considerable assistance Dr. Xiaotian had provided him. On the other, Zhao Fang was genuinely intrigued by the peculiar armored dragon and wished to discover the reason behind the absence of scales on its forehead. After Zhao Fang returned the ice snow dragon to its Pokeball, he noticed Xiao Yao organizing her backpack. "Are you going on a journey?" Zhao Fang inquired, feeling an inexplicable sense of watching a younger generation. "Humph. If you can travel, why can't I? I'm just bringing along my mighty chicken. I will undoubtedly forge a stronger team and then defeat you," Xiao Yao declared, shaking her small fist at Zhao Fang. He chuckled, realizing that Xiao Yao had transformed into his rival. "All right," Zhao Fang replied with unwavering resolve. Chapter 80. The complex maze. Zhao Fang did not rush to take the great bird to search for the armored dragon. He needed first to procure some Pokémon food, berries, and other essentials. After all, this journey was to Chimney Mountain, and Dr. Xiaotian had mentioned that it was quite hot inside. So Zhao Fang needed to be adequately prepared. Thus, he requested Dr. Xiaotian to accompany him to Orange Blossom City to purchase the necessary items. Once everything was in order, he then boarded the great bird and arrived at the location previously marked by Dr. Xiaotian. "This is the spot. There is a cave entrance beside that tree below, sloping gently. Be cautious," Dr. Xiaotian instructed, gesturing toward the tree. This location was quite close to Canas City, with volcanic ash drifting in the sky. Zhao Fang nodded and proceeded slowly, as Dr. Xiaotian had already departed to return to the laboratory and analyze the data on the ice snow dragon. "The snowfall here is indeed substantial." Zhao Fang rubbed his arms. The sky was filled not only with volcanic ash, but also with snow. The area marked by Dr. Xiaotian was now blanketed in a layer of snow, obscuring the cave entrance from view, leaving Zhao Fang to navigate by touch. Observing the swirling snowflakes, Zhao Fang released the ice snow dragon, which reveled in the frigid environment, emitting a joyful cry. In contrast, the dragon Maija, disliking the chill and volcanic ash, retreated into its Pokeball. The ice snow dragon swiftly assisted Zhao Fang in locating the cave entrance. Upon reaching it, Zhao Fang tested the ground with his foot, finding it solid beneath him, likely concealed by the snow, resembling a layer of earth. Fortunately, with the ice snow dragon's help, they quickly excavated the snow, revealing the entrance. What a sizable hole! Zhao Fang gazed at the opening beneath him, stowed the ice snow dragon away, and then bent down to enter. As Dr. Oda can once articulated, this journey resembles a gentle slope. Initially, one feels little discomfort, but after traversing a short distance, a subtle warmth envelopes the surroundings, and the ground becomes significantly more damp, likely due to the melting of prior snow. Before long, Zhao Fang descended into the cave, where a profound silence reigned, devoid of any sound. Illuminating the darkness with his flashlight, he soon discovered a passageway. Grasping his Pokeball, he cautiously ventured forth, aware that the scaled dragon, as per Dr. Odakan's insights, was notorious for its heightened vigilance. The passage was not lengthy, and Zhao Fang quickly emerged into a bewildering scene. Before him sprawled several tunnels, akin to a miniature labyrinth. A sense of trepidation washed over him, for he harbored a deep aversion to such maze-like environments. Alas, devoid of a map, Zhao Fang felt a wave of frustration. To avoid disorientation, he resorted to rudimentary methods, exploring each tunnel one by one and marking his path, lest he become ensnared in the cavernous depths. Yet, to his dismay, each tunnel led to yet another cavern filled with an entanglement of passages. Zhao Fang pondered that unless he possessed a Pokémon with the keen olfactory senses of a herdier, navigating through this multitude of tunnels to locate the scaled dragon's escape route would prove a monumental task. He recalled the nights spent grinding for a shiny Pokémon, feeling that this maze was an insurmountable challenge in comparison. With a sense of resolve, he retrieved paper and pen, intent on delineating a rudimentary map of the labyrinth. Thus, he remained ensconced in this maze for 3 days, with sleep and sustenance as his only reprieves. His notes burgeoned with increasingly convoluted pathways, and Zhao Fang's head throbbed with the weight of his labor. He began to suspect that the labyrinth housed hundreds of moles. The sheer number of tunnels was staggering. Even during sleep, no respite was found, as darkness persisted, suggesting that no other trainers had ventured to challenge this lofty tower. The complexity of the cave was overwhelming. Gazing at the cavernous expanse, Zhao Fang felt a sense of futility. In addition to the myriad passageways leading to other realms, he had stumbled upon descents to lower levels. What was once a flat maze now morphed into a three-dimensional enigma, the complexity amplified exponentially. After an extended absence from the sky above, Zhao Fang felt an encroaching claustrophobia. "If I cannot find my way, I shall leave," he resolutely declared, deciding to explore the remaining passages. Should they prove equally intricate, he would make his escape. The oppressive heat and the absence of any Pokémon presence led him to question whether this place was a gateway to the slumbering realm of Groudon. Before long, Zhao Fang's notebook was adorned with several new tunnels. Each exploration led him to yet another cave, equally intricate. Ultimately, he found himself compelled to secure a rope and descend into the passage leading downward. As Zhao Fang lingered, his spirit sank further into despair. For this cavern bore an uncanny resemblance to countless others he had encountered. Disheartened, he swiftly climbed out and retraced his steps along the path he had previously explored, feeling an overwhelming urge to vacate this dreary place. After a considerable journey, he finally arrived at the earlier cavern, which was unchanged, devoid of any signs of Pokémon activity. With a resigned sigh, Zhao Fang exited and relayed his findings to Dr. Oda through his Pokédex. The provisions in his possession would last 3 more days. Although the ice dragon had a modest appetite, it relished its meals with particular finesse. As he rummaged through his backpack, he hesitated upon encountering his notebook, but ultimately decided to stow it away, contemplating the possibility of returning to this location, where it might prove useful. The snowfall had ceased, leaving only volcanic ash in the sky. Zhao Fang pondered whether he might still encounter the Snow Woman. Glancing upward, he noted the absence of snowflakes, reflecting on the failure of this expedition. He had not encountered the scaled dragon, and it seemed the Snow Woman had also vanished. However, he bore no heavy heart. With the Snow Woman absent, it was time for him to embark toward Wudo Town to challenge the fighting-type gym there, and perhaps investigate the nearby stone cavern. Recalling that Dawu had once excavated stones in that very area, if he could gather stones in advance, he might sell them to Dawu for a tidy profit. Zhao Fang made his way toward Kanas City, but after walking a short distance, he paused and concealed himself within the woods. Ahead of him, he spotted a group clad in red, members of the Lava Team. Cautiously observing, he soon realized that facing them was a contingent from the Aqua Team in a tense standoff. He swallowed hard. The numbers were overwhelming, and he felt ill-equipped to confront them. Thus, he stealthily reached for his Pokédex, seeking Miss Junch's assistance. Just as his fingers grazed the device, a hand seized his wrist. "Don't move," a deep voice commanded, sending a chill through him. Who could it be? Chapter 81. The handsome man Zhao Fang felt the grip of the hand that restrained him, powerful enough to easily twist his arm behind his back, while the other hand reached toward the Pokédex he had intended to access. In that moment, despair washed over him. If this individual were an enemy, he feared he might not even have the chance to press the emergency button for help before being captured. "Pokédex, are you the holder of the Pokédex?" The voice behind him softened considerably, yet Zhao Fang remained silent, still uncertain of the person's identity. "Do not be alarmed, young trainer. I am the handsome officer from Interpol, tasked with investigating the Lava Team and Aqua Team." The grip on his wrist loosened, and as Zhao Fang turned to glance back, he beheld an individual who appeared somewhat mature, with pronounced laugh lines. Although the features differed slightly from the animated portrayal, Zhao Fang recognized him as indeed the handsome officer from Interpol. At this moment, Zhao Fang finally exhaled a breath of relief. Previously, he had been contemplating the dire consequences he would face if the person gripping his hand were an enemy. However, this incident made Zhao Fang realize that Pokémon battles not only test the Pokémon, but also assess the trainer's prowess. Had he encountered members of the Magma or Aqua teams, he would likely have been apprehended before he even had a chance to retrieve a Pokéball. One must be strong to forge iron. Thus, Zhao Fang resolved to enhance his own abilities. "Greetings, handsome sir." However, self-improvement would have to wait, as Zhao Fang needed to collaborate with the handsome stranger to address the immediate threat posed by the two villainous organizations. Just as the handsome stranger was about to speak, a wave of heat surged forward, as a member of the Magma team unleashed a Camerupt to attack a member of the Aqua team, who retaliated by sending out a Zubat to counter the assault. "Why are your Aqua team's rotten fish drying out on our shores instead of basking in the ocean? Are you waiting for death?" A somewhat familiar voice caught Zhao Fang's attention. It was the Magma team officer he had encountered earlier, known as Flame. "Heh, why are you, a mere peasant, here in this icy wasteland? My intelligence indicates that you intend to profit from the Awakening Stone. Don't you think it's fair to share some of that wealth with us, the Aqua team?" A woman from the Aqua team regarded Flame with disdain. Zhao Fang was somewhat astonished to realize that these two individuals were indeed officers from the Aqua and Magma teams. From their conversation, he surmised that they had come to this location for the Awakening Stone behind the Snow Woman. While Zhao Fang had speculated about it, Flame seemed to possess certainty regarding the existence of the Awakening Stone. "Less chatter, dried fish. If you want to stake a claim on land with us, you'll have to battle first." Flame tossed out his Pokeball, summoning a Houndoom and a Zubat to the field. Yet, Zhao Fang had yet to see the Camerupt and was uncertain about Flame's hidden intentions. As he observed the commencing battle, Zhao Fang felt a surge of eagerness. If he were to unleash his Gyarados upon these individuals, he could potentially ambush one or two of them amidst the chaos. Do not act rashly. If you strike now, their focus will shift to you, uniting against a common enemy. The handsome stranger discerned Zhao Fang's intentions and shook his head. Although Zhao Fang did not understand why the international police merely watched from the sidelines, he assumed the handsome stranger had his own mission, so he refrained from questioning further. Moreover, according to the handsome stranger, Zhao Fang had not even pressed the assistance button. Are we not going to apprehend them? This is a prime opportunity for a fisherman to reap the rewards. Zhao Fang expressed his confusion. My target is not these two officers. I need to locate their hideout. The handsome stranger replied, shaking his head. While the temptation of capturing two officers was great, he knew that even if he executed a surprise attack, it would yield no fruitful outcome. Did he not notice that neither of these individuals had dispatched their trump cards? In truth, it was merely a precaution against potential ambushes. Zhao Fang nodded. He possessed the admirable quality of not meddling in matters outside his expertise, believing that professionals should handle their respective domains. Thus, Zhao Fang and the handsome figure lay in the snow, observing the fierce clash between the lava team and the water fleet. Although the water fleet had a type advantage over the lava team, the snowy terrain, devoid of any water, somewhat limited their capabilities. Ultimately, the lava team gained the upper hand, prompting both sides to withdraw cautiously, maintaining vigilance. How many gym badges do you currently hold? The handsome figure inquired softly while still lying in the snow, his alertness unwavering despite the absence of any adversaries ahead. 1, but my strength is quite formidable, Zhao Fang replied, revealing the number of badges he possessed and showing the handsome figure his Pokédex. The ensuing matters are beyond your involvement. That officer from the lava team possesses more than 5 badges worth of power, the handsome figure remarked, shaking his head. Although Zhao Fang's Gyarados met his requirements, the handsome figure reconsidered enlisting Zhao Fang's assistance in his investigation, given his age. Feeling somewhat helpless, Zhao Fang had no intention of burdening the handsome figure further. He resolved to return to Changhua City to find a ship, then head to Wudo Town to acquire his second badge. After bidding farewell to the handsome figure, Zhao Fang embarked on his journey back to Canas City. Although the snowfall had ceased, the temperature kept the snow from fully melting, making the path reasonably traversable. As he walked, Zhao Fang admired the surrounding scenery, recalling that the meteor waterfall was nearby, home to some remarkable Pokémon. While walking, Zhao Fang took out his notebook and began jotting down his current objectives. He had already recorded information about the unique Scolipede, which intrigued him. If the opportunity arose, he wished to capture it. Just as Zhao Fang contemplated his future, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a figure darting through the nearby woods. Momentarily stunned, he recognized the identity of the figure he had seen, the Frostlass. The Frostlass? Zhao Fang felt a surge of joy. This location was in stark contrast to where the handsome figure had just departed. Why would the Frostlass appear here? He considered 2 possibilities. Either the Frostlass had been startled by the lava team and sought refuge in this area, or this was the actual site of the Awakening Stone. Chapter 82. The Pokémon world is peculiar. Although uncertain whether this was truly the location of the Awakening Stone, Zhao Fang decided to investigate. If it wasn't, it would merely be a fruitless journey. If it was, he would have struck gold. Upon contemplating this, Zhao Fang summoned his Dracozolt. Although Dracozolt was somewhat reluctant to emerge in the frigid weather, after Zhao Fang promised 2 hot pot meals, it acquiesced, obediently coiling around Zhao Fang's neck, vigilant against any potential ambush. Subsequently, Zhao Fang, gently caressing his Pokeball, ventured into the woods. The snow cover in the forest was relatively sparse, perhaps due to the sheltering canopies of the trees. However, once inside, Zhao Fang could not locate the snow woman. He had no choice but to randomly select a spot devoid of footprints and proceed. After walking a short distance, he observed only a few shivering bug-type Pokémon. Still no sign of the snow woman, which left Zhao Fang somewhat perplexed. He even attempted to touch the ground. But aside from receiving the information that it was merely soil and snow, no further insights were gleaned. Dracozolt, can you sense the whereabouts of the snow woman? Zhao Fang inquired of his Pokémon, as Dracozolt, being a ghost type, might possess some form of telepathic connection. Dracozolt shook its head, but soon raised its tail, pointing towards a particular direction. Without hesitation, Zhao Fang made his way towards that spot. After a considerable time, he finally beheld what Dracozolt indicated, several diminutive trees, their branches adorned with snow, yet he could still discern the presence of berries. You little rascal, Zhao Fang chuckled in exasperation, casting a sidelong glance at Dracozolt. This little glutton possessed the ability to locate berry trees as well. Nevertheless, since the berry trees were now visible, it would be remiss not to collect some. Though these berries were modestly priced, their acquisition could save Zhao Fang a bit of coin. He believed that maintaining a frugal lifestyle was a commendable habit. Just as Zhao Fang took a couple of steps forward, two Pokémon sprang from beneath the berry trees, eyeing him warily. Rattata, Zhao Fang remarked, unfazed. Unless cultivated by humans, wild berry trees were invariably guarded by Pokémon, as the berries held substantial nutritional value. Gazing at his Dracozolt, Zhao Fang considered that while the normal-type Rattata was generally impervious to ghost-type moves, Dracozolt's dragon-type attributes could serve as excellent training. Dracozolt, handle your opponents, Zhao Fang instructed. Eager to see how Dracozolt fared against the two Rattata, Dracozolt responded with a confident cry and charged forth, landing a swift tail strike to one Rattata's face. In quick succession, its claws glimmered with dark energy as it evaded the Rattata's counterattack, skillfully twisting to scratch the second Rattata. Both Rattata emitted furious cries, unleashing their rage tail attack, but struck nothing but air. Without any special abilities or clairvoyance, standard moves could not touch Dracozolt. The tail of Draco Militia struck Ratha's face once more, continuing to toy with its adversary. Meanwhile, another Ratha glanced at Zhao Fang, its prominent incisors gleaming as it charged forward. Zhao Fang felt a sense of helplessness. Was he to be the outlet for Draco Militia's frustration due to its inability to defeat it? Ice Dragon, you shall be my choice. Zhao Fang released Ice Dragon, who stood majestically in the snow. Having witnessed Ratha's approach from within the Pokeball, she immediately unleashed an ice beam, striking Ratha and knocking it to the ground, its feet encased in frost. Draco Militia emitted an enraged cry, circling around Ratha and employing its tail in a series of assaults. After several strikes, Ratha succumbed to defeat, curling up on the ground. Zhao Fang called back his Pokémon, harboring no intentions of annihilation. Ratha had lost its will to fight, and thus was no longer a concern. As Zhao Fang surveyed the fruit trees before him, he identified the varieties of berries present. Though not particularly rare, he decided to gather a few into his backpack. He refrained from collecting them all, for he was aware that numerous Pokémon would go hungry if he did. A lesson imparted during his training. Trainers must always leave at least half of the wild berries for the native Pokémon. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath him, followed by another quake, causing the snow atop the nearby fruit trees to cascade downwards. Is it an earthquake? Zhao Fang felt a pang of anxiety as he promptly recalled Ice Dragon and summoned Gyarados instead. If an earthquake truly were to occur, he would need Gyarados to escape. However, Zhao Fang soon discerned the source of the tremors. A Snorlax was barreling towards him at an alarming speed, drool cascading from its mouth. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. This Snorlax bore a striking resemblance to the one that had previously surfed over to him. Gyarados, we must flee, Zhao Fang hastily commanded, unwilling to engage in a battle to test Snorlax's resilience. Before Gyarados could sprint away, Zhao Fang noticed a Magikarp charging swiftly towards Snorlax, seizing its massive form and hurling it backward, sending Snorlax crashing to the ground. Ha ha ha, Snorlax, surrender to me, or I shall command Magikarp to finish you off, boomed a robust voice, followed by the approach of a brawny man clad in a short-sleeved shirt amidst the frigid landscape. Roar! Snorlax let out an angry cry, but before it could complete its protest, Magikarp delivered a swift chop to its forehead, instantly subduing it. Are you defiant? The brawny man squatted before Snorlax, stroking its bulk. I have traversed from the slopes of Chimney Mountain all the way here, defeating you along the way. How many times have I bested you? Snorlax turned its head away, refusing to meet the man's gaze. Come now, if you believe I am bullying you with Magikarp, allow me to demonstrate my true strength. The burly man issued a peculiar declaration. Just as Zhao Fang pondered how this imposing figure intended to showcase his prowess, he witnessed the man take a deep breath, then effortlessly hoist Snorlax's paw onto his shoulder. In a swift motion, he executed an over-the-shoulder throw, sending Snorlax tumbling aside, leaving Zhao Fang astounded. Although the weight of this Snorlax was uncertain, it undoubtedly surpassed several hundred kilograms. How could a mere human achieve such a feat? Zhao Fang began to suspect that this individual might be a Pokémon transformed into human form. Chapter 83. Trainers must also battle gazing at the imposing figure before him. Zhao Fang swallowed hard. It was his first encounter with someone capable of executing such a throw on Snorlax. This was beyond human capability. He wondered if even the illustrious Xi, as a super rookie, could accomplish such a feat. Ah, young man, are you here to travel? Just as Zhao Fang contemplated making a discreet exit, The burly man turned his attention towards him, revealing a fearsome grin. "Ah, that esteemed senior. I am a Pokémon trainer here for a journey. I intend to return to Canas City shortly, and then proceed to Wudo Town." Zhao Fang hastily clarified his identity as a Pokédex holder. If the man was benevolent, this would pose no issue. If malevolent, being a Pokédex holder would warrant caution. "Hey, don't be nervous. I obtained information about this Snorlax through the Pokédex, which is why I came to capture it," the burly man remarked, sensing Zhao Fang's apprehension. He waved his hand dismissively, appearing utterly unconcerned. Zhao Fang relaxed somewhat. But then he froze, recalling that the imposing figure had mentioned purchasing information and had specifically come to capture this Snorlax. As he observed the Snorlax pinned beneath the man, memories resurfaced of the surfing Snorlax he had encountered while searching for the tower. He had relayed that information to Dr. ZHAO'S, who in turn sold it to an interested trainer, transferring the league coins to Zhao Fang. "A surfing Snorlax?" Zhao Fang inquired tentatively. How do you know about that?" The burly man looked at Zhao Fang with surprise. The information regarding this Snorlax had indeed been acquired from Dr. ZHAO'S. Feeling more at ease now, Zhao Fang shared his own discovery of the Snorlax. "Ha, so it's you. Young man, what a coincidence. I heard you plan to visit Wudo Town. Are you aiming to challenge the fighting gym there?" The burly man beamed with delight, releasing his grip and settling atop Snorlax's back, which huffed heavily but remained stationary. Zhao Fang nodded. He indeed intended to challenge the fighting gym. The items available for purchase in the league store were contingent upon the number of badges one possessed. If Zhao Fang secured his second badge, he would gain access to superior items. The fighting gym, However, given your physique, it may prove quite challenging to succeed. The burly man nostalgically stroked his chin, then shook his head while gazing at Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang, bewildered, looked down at his own body. He possessed a physique that was neither too thin nor too stout, well-proportioned but lacking in muscle. Yet, what relevance did the dojo of combat have to one's physique? Are you not aware of the dojo? It is a place where one must challenge themselves with rock climbing. Can you climb? The burly man discerned Zhao Fang's confusion and, with a smile, inquired. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. This was illogical. Wasn't the combat dojo in the game shrouded in darkness, requiring one to find their way in obscurity? How had it transformed into a rock climbing challenge here? In truth, Zhao Fang had never attempted rock climbing and harbored a slight fear of heights, suspecting that his legs would turn to jelly at the time. "Young trainer, tell me, if we were rival trainers and you encountered me in the wild, who do you think would have the higher chance of victory?" As Zhao Fang pondered this, Snorlax regained some strength, flipping over and toppling the burly man, then launching a powerful punch imbued with a faint white glow. "Be careful," Zhao Fang shouted anxiously. Although he could not recognize the move, he was certain Snorlax had just executed a technique, yet the burly man was still conversing with him. "Your slight frame is ill-suited for battles in the wild." The burly man suddenly twisted his waist and, with lightning speed, delivered a kick to Snorlax's side, sending it crashing to the ground. Zhao Fang stared in astonishment at the burly man, now deeply questioning whether he had encountered a divine beast. "This is youth." The burly man clasped his hands behind his back, stretching his muscles and flashing a grin. Zhao Fang began to suspect that he had somehow crossed into a different world. But upon observing Snorlax, now hesitant to move, he understood he was indeed in the realm of Pokémon. "May I ask who you are?" Zhao Fang cautiously queried, suddenly recalling a figure, one of the Elite Four of Johto, the Fighting King, Shiba. "Me? I am merely an unassuming trainer. You may call me Fujiyama." The robust man named Fujiyama extended his hand with a smile. Zhao Fang hastily reciprocated the gesture, shaking hands with him, noting the man's large grip. However, upon hearing the name Fujiyama, Zhao Fang thought of the fighting-type gym leader from the martial arts town, recalling that the leader's name was Fujishu. Were they perhaps related? "Shall we continue battling?" Fujiyama gently patted Snorlax, calmly asking. Snorlax quickly shook its head, having just been countered by a powerful punch. It had no desire to engage in combat with this humanoid Pokémon. Fujiyama, with a beaming smile, produced a Pokeball and captured Snorlax before turning his attention back to Zhao Fang. "Here is a piece of advice. If you wish to challenge the dojo in martial arts town, it would be wise to first strengthen your muscles. Mr. Fujiyama appeared quite amiable, and Zhao Fang nodded in agreement. In truth, even without Fujiyama's suggestion, he had already resolved to embark on a journey of self-improvement. He cannot remain under the protection of the Alliance indefinitely. Conflicts with the Lava Team and Water Fleet are inevitable. He must not allow himself to become a liability within the team, as trainers are required to engage in battles. Subsequently, Zhao Fang promptly sought guidance from Mr. Fujiyama on how to train. "Mr. Fujiyama, showing no reluctance to share his knowledge, devised a straightforward training regimen tailored to Zhao Fang's age and physical condition. If you wish to thoroughly hone your skills, it would be wise to seek out a martial arts master to learn combat techniques, Mr. Fujiyama patiently explained. May I take you as my mentor, Mr. Fujiyama? Zhao Fang inquired, his eyes brightening at the thought of learning from someone as formidable as Mr. Fujiyama. I have my own matters to attend to, Mr. Fujiyama replied, shaking his head. He declined Zhao Fang's invitation to return to Kanas City together and instead re-entered the woods with his Macamp. Zhao Fang felt a sense of curiosity regarding Mr. Fujiyama's true identity. Despite claiming to be an unremarkable trainer, his prowess suggested otherwise. Chapter 84. WeChat of the Pokémon world. Upon Zhao Fang's return to Kanas City, Miss Mayumi sent him a software application for him to test. Zhao Fang immediately recognized it as the Pokémon world WeChat he had commissioned her to create. With eager anticipation, he opened the already installed application on his device. Upon launching it, he encountered an icon resembling a Pokeball, followed by options to register and log in. After a moment's hesitation, he registered an account under the name Dragon-type Champion. After all, it was merely a test version. Even if he used Champion of Hoenn, it would pose no issue. He rubbed his nose thoughtfully before logging in, and a rather simplistic interface materialized before him. The layout was akin to WeChat, except the usual label in the lower left corner had been replaced with the name Pok message by Miss Mayumi, which felt somewhat awkward. Just as Zhao Fang intended to explore other features, he received a friend request. Miss Mayumi requests to add you as a friend? Zhao Fang quickly accepted the request. Shortly thereafter, Miss Mayumi sent a message inquiring about his experience and any necessary modifications. After briefly using the application, Zhao Fang shared his feedback with her, which she meticulously recorded. Finally, Miss Mayumi posed a question. Zhao Fang, what do you intend to name this software? As he contemplated her message, Zhao Fang found himself in deep thought. Initially, he considered naming it WeChat, but was uncertain if that would be appropriate. Thus, he hesitated to provide Miss Mayumi with a name. According to her, however, the software was nearly complete, awaiting only a confirmed name for registration with the Alliance before it could begin its promotional phase. Thus, Zhao Fang needed to bestow a name upon this software. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately settled on the name WeChat, perhaps as a nostalgic homage to his past life. Before long, Miss Mayumi responded with a confirmation and began the final refinements. According to her, in just a week's time, Zhao Fang would witness the launch of WeChat. A week, you say? He pondered the challenges of promotion and the complexities of future dividends. If the market were to expand and his capabilities fell short, even with the temporary favor from Champion De Wu, how long could he rely on such goodwill? A sense of urgency enveloped Zhao Fang. While it might not matter if WeChat did not achieve substantial growth, should it reach the magnitude of his previous life, maintaining his share of the profits would hinge on his own prowess. Zhao Fang first visited the Pokémon Center to tend to his creatures before making his way to the dock, where the venerable old man Hachi resided, intending to purchase a ticket to Wudo Town. However, this meant he would traverse the Orange Blossom Forest once more. Not overly concerned, he replenished his supplies and ventured into the forest with his backpack. Perhaps due to the recent snowfall, the Orange Blossom Forest felt eerily tranquil. A layer of snow blanketed the grassy ground. Dressed in non-slip shoes, Zhao Fang proceeded cautiously along the main path. The silence was palpable. This was his sole impression. The post-snow forest exuded a unique beauty, and the Pokémon, seemingly deterred by the frigid weather, were reluctant to stir. Aside from the occasional chirp of insects, the forest was hushed. After a while, boredom crept in, prompting Zhao Fang to hum the Pokémon theme song while observing his surroundings. Suddenly, he halted as he caught sight of something peculiar. He quickly made his way into a nearby thicket. It appeared he had just glimpsed a strange Pokémon. Upon entering the grove, he discovered a ground ninja lying in the snow, while above it hovered a Shedinja, its hollow eyes fixed on him with an eerie intensity. Zhao Fang hastily retrieved his Pokédex, recognizing the Shedinja, a rather unique Pokémon. Due to its distinctive ability, it occasionally graced battles in his past life. Although its health was fixed at 1, it proved to be quite practical. However, just as Zhao Fang brandished his Pokédex, he witnessed the ground ninja stir, and a steel ninja emerged from the earth. The moment the steel ninja appeared, the Shedinja was drawn into a dark vortex, vanishing from sight. Zhao Fang, engrossed in observation, caught a fleeting glimpse of that black hole, sensing it led to an extraordinary realm, though he could not fully comprehend it. Upon noticing Zhao Fang, the steel ninja swiftly took flight, leaving an empty shell behind. Truly astonishing. Zhao Fang shook his head in lamentation. In the game, a shell ninja could be obtained as long as the earth ninja evolved, and there was a vacancy in the team. However, reality presented a different picture, leaving Zhao Fang curious about the nature of that world, reminiscent of the reverse world, the dwelling place of Giratina. Although he regretted not being able to record any information, now was not the time for an investigation into the reverse world. He had no intention of courting danger. After resting for a night in the orange blossom forest, Zhao Fang emerged the next day and beheld the wooden cabin and dock where the venerable old man Hachi resided. Previously, in Karnas City, he had learned there were two methods to reach Battletown. One could take the Alliance's cruise ship, which was safe and reliable but required a longer wait. Or one could seek Old Man Hachi's boat, albeit at a slightly higher price. As Zhao Fang had not saved Old Man Hachi's Wingull, he knew that free passage was out of the question, and his Gyarados had yet to master surf, rendering independent travel impossible. Ultimately, he chose the Alliance's cruise ship. The price was reasonable, and although he had some savings, his 3 Pokémon were quite the gluttons, requiring him to be prudent. Fortune smiled upon Zhao Fang as he arrived to purchase his ticket, securing the last available one. With ticket in hand, he boarded the vessel, which, according to the crew, would take a full day to reach Battletown. The Alliance's cruise ship boasted a fitness area and a battle zone, and Zhao Fang planned to visit the fitness area later. As Uncle Tingshan had advised, he needed to strengthen his muscles, especially if the fighting gym required climbing. While he had no desire to become a humanoid Pokémon like Uncle Tingshan, the ability to defend oneself was essential. Chapter 85, ZHAO'S. Zhao Fang found himself dreaming once more. However, he felt no aversion to these dreams. Instead, they brought him a sense of familiarity, as such visions had become a nightly occurrence. For several days, his dreams had lingered in darkness, monotonous yet gradually becoming a part of his existence. This time, he had expected to spend yet another night in obscurity, but to his surprise, light re-emerged before him. A glimmer appeared in Zhao Fang's eyes as he recognized the arrival of a challenger, offering him another glimpse into the ancient trainer's cultivation and utilization of Pokémon. Before long, a clearing materialized within a tower, the sky shrouded by thunderclouds, intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, while below lay a vast expanse of water. An electric-type arena. He mused, instantly recognizing it as a domain for electric-type Pokémon, though the specific Pokémon remained a mystery. As Zhao pondered the identity of the fictional Pokémon, a melodious bird call pierced the air, and suddenly, a Zapdos burst forth from the ominous clouds. Flapping its wings, lightning crackled around it, rendering the creature as majestic as a deity. Zapdos. Who was this challenger that could summon a legendary beast so effortlessly? Zhao's eyes widened with astonishment. During this period, he had formulated a hypothesis regarding the mechanics of the tower, that it tailored a virtual Pokémon battle based on the types of Pokémon the challenger possessed. A defeat could lead to dire consequences, yet it might not, for the previous Garchomp had undergone evolution. Nevertheless, the strength of the responding Pokémon was undeniably correlated with that of the challenger's Pokémon. While Zhao contemplated which Pokémon could possibly contend with a divine entity like Zapdos, he observed the tower's door swing open, revealing a woman riding a crimson Gyarados as she charged in. Zhao's eyes widened further. He had envisioned numerous possibilities. Yet he could never have anticipated that the challenger would be a red Gyarados. It was well known that Gyarados had a fourfold weakness to electric-type attacks. How would it stand a chance against a Pokémon like Zapdos unless a narrative twist granted it the ability of Lightning Rod? In that case, Zhao would have no words left to express his disbelief. Despite his myriad of confusions, the battle before him would not pause for his lack of understanding, prompting Zhao to abandon his errant thoughts and focus intently on the skirmish. He became so engrossed that he lost track of time, his gaze solely fixated on the resplendent display of the red Gyarados. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself staring up at the swaying ceiling. This dream was exhilarating. An overwhelming urge to return to slumber and continue witnessing the Gyarados battling Zapdos surged within him. However, as he attempted to rise, a wave of nausea surged from his abdomen. After rushing to the restroom to expel the contents of his stomach, Zhao came to a stark realization. Not only did he have a fear of heights, but he also suffered from seasickness. This life is unbearable, he sighed, suppressing his queasiness as he reclined against the wall of his bed. Moments ago, he had witnessed the Gyarados in combat against Zapdos. Though Zapdos was merely a figment of imagination, it was still Zapdos. What astonished Zhao most was that the Gyarados appeared to match the legendary bird blow for blow, showing no signs of inferiority. Moreover, one of the moves executed by the Gyarados sparked an idea within Zhao. He had long contemplated how to enhance the Gyarados' fighting style to make it more formidable, originally considering the notion of teaching it to fly, only to discover that Gyarados could not learn flying moves. However, The Gyarados in his dream unveiled an intriguing possibility. It had performed the waterfall technique in a smooth expanse of water. Then the Gyarados surged into the sky, catching the Zapdos off guard. With a swift tail swipe, it struck the bird's eye, igniting Zhao Fang's fervor. Just as he was poised to witness the Gyarados unleash its wrath upon the legendary creature, he was jolted awake by the swaying of the ship. It was only 3:30 in the morning, and Zhao Fang felt a pang of frustration. The vessel rocked excessively, leading him to question the very essence of existence. It was akin to a person already prone to motion sickness being crammed into a particularly bumpy, odor-laden long-distance bus, reeking of oil and mingled with the stench of feet, a truly torturous experience. Contemplating this, Zhao Fang resolved to visit the training grounds. Since boarding the cruise ship, he had yet to explore the training facility, and at this late hour, he assumed he would encounter no one else. This would also provide an opportunity for Gyarados to experiment with some techniques he had envisioned in his dreams. Despite the late hour, a few sailors still patrolled the ship, and upon seeing Zhao Fang's pallid visage, they displayed expressions of schadenfreude. An older sailor kindly offered him a cup of water to help him recover. After expressing his gratitude, Zhao Fang ascended to the training room at the top of the ship. The room was enveloped in darkness, rendering everything invisible. He fumbled in the dark to turn on the lights, the sudden brightness causing him to squint. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered a figure seated in the center of the training area. Zhao Fang slowly typed a question mark. Why would there be someone else in the training room at 3:30 in the morning? Seemingly startled by the light, the individual raised his head, revealing a sullen face belonging to a man with purple hair. He appeared malnourished. Had he been any thinner, Zhao Fang mused, he could easily portray a ghost without makeup. Hello? Zhao Fang greeted him. The man remained silent, staring at Zhao Fang before lowering his head once more, seemingly engrossed in some unknown task. Zhao Fang decided not to concern himself with him. After all, the sailor at the entrance had not mentioned any warnings. Thus, he released his Gyarados from its pokeball. The Gyarados appeared to have just awakened, displaying a hint of confusion. However, as Zhao Fang explained the situation, it quickly became more alert. Gyarados, we need to revise your training regimen. Your repertoire of water-type moves is rather limited. I wish for you to learn the water tail technique. Zhao Fang recalled the Gyarados from his dream, ascending the waterfall and nearly dragging the Zapdos down with a single water tail strike. The Gyarados let out a roar and began to follow Zhao Fang's instructions, attempting to concentrate water at its tail to enhance the force of its strikes. Wrap your tail in water, then harness the power of the current to attack your foes. This was a small technique Zhao Fang had observed in his dream. Chapter 86. Learning techniques. The Gyarados gradually enveloped its tail in water, yet every time it attempted to strike the dummy Pokémon, the water never coalesced as intended. Ultimately, it resulted in a mere damp tail slapping against the dummy's face. Zhao Fang found himself in a state of perplexity, contemplating the peculiar nature of techniques within the Pokémon realm. While mastering a move presents no challenge, the inability to utilize it prior to learning remains a significant hurdle. Logically, it should be effortless for Gyarados to execute Water Tail, yet its unfamiliarity with the technique renders it incapable of doing so. His repertoire of skills still lacks depth. Despite having played numerous games, Zhao Fang grappled with the conundrum of teaching such moves in reality. As he pondered this, he recalled the gift bestowed upon him by Xiao Yao, the comprehensive encyclopedia of the Pokémon world. He wondered whether it contained insights on instructing Pokémon in the art of technique. Just as Zhao Fang contemplated retrieving Gyarados to rummage through his backpack, a raspy voice interrupted his thoughts. He turned, bewildered, to find a man whose pallid complexion belied his condition, staring intently at him. I'm afraid I do not trade Pokémon, Zhao Fang replied curtly, his expression darkening. He detested the notion of exchanging Pokémon, especially since he possessed only 3, none of which were suitable for barter. The man, unperturbed by Zhao Fang's response, stated, I possess the method for learning Water Tail. What do you offer? With an expressionless demeanor, he produced a piece of paper from his trousers and placed it on the ground. Feeling somewhat embarrassed for his earlier misunderstanding, Zhao Fang ultimately declined the man's proposition, shaking his head. He had no techniques to offer, rendering the exchange impossible. Upon witnessing Zhao Fang's refusal, the man said nothing further and retrieved the paper. Zhao Fang had briefly considered trading the aquatic Pokémon nourishment gifted to him by Miss Junsha. Yet he had promised her to keep it confidential, thus abandoning that thought. Rubbing the back of his head, Zhao Fang realized he must seek out a mentor to learn how to teach Pokémon moves. The methodology of imparting such techniques deserved attention, otherwise, he might remain oblivious to when these moves could be fully grasped. After storing Gyarados away, Zhao Fang exited the training room. Just before leaving, He recalled his prior visit and called out, "Do you need me to turn off the lights?" The man remained unresponsive. As Zhao Fang reached for the switch, an unexpected purple-black hand emerged, pressing down on the switch to extinguish the lights. Zhao Fang's lips twitched in disbelief. It felt like a scene from a horror film. That hand resembled that of a ghost-type Pokémon, perhaps akin to Jengar. Although the man's figure had vanished from the training room, Zhao Fang sensed that he remained seated in the same position. Shaking his head, he hurriedly closed the door and returned to his room, where he opened the box containing the Pokémon encyclopedia gifted by Xiao Yao. Upon further examination, Zhao Fang indeed stumbled upon the concept of learning techniques. He hastily opened the book for a brief glance, only to close it again with an expressionless demeanor, as it merely stated that mastering techniques required attending a specialized school or seeking out formidable trainers. Truly, wisdom from a single conversation can be as enlightening as a wealth of knowledge. Fortunately, after arriving at the training room, the queasy sensation he had been experiencing subsided considerably, allowing him to drowsily recline on his bed and drift into slumber. In his dreams, Zhao Fang found himself once more at the towering edifice, witnessing the fierce battle between the Gyarados and the ZHAO'S. Despite the arduous struggle, the Gyarados triumphed through sheer determination, successfully overcoming this trial. A woman then joyfully applied an unknown ointment to the Gyarados before guiding it toward the opposite side of the tower. As the vision concluded, Zhao Fang sighed. The tower once again shrouded in darkness. However, it soon illuminated once more, revealing the woman emerging with the Gyarados. Zhao Fang quickly turned his gaze, observing her animatedly conversing with a cloaked figure who approached. The figure shook his head and produced a vial containing a crimson substance, which he administered to the Gyarados. The creature consumed it, writhing in turmoil, while the woman wore an expression of unbridled joy. Just as Zhao Fang pondered the nature of this bizarre scene, the Gyarados let out a ferocious roar, its body exploding before the woman, who remained oblivious to the tragedy. The cloaked man then retrieved a Poké egg from his robes and handed it to her, as she departed in high spirits. The figure paid no heed to the shattered remains of the Gyarados, leaving the scene, while the lifeless creature merged back into the tower, which once again succumbed to darkness. When Zhao Fang awoke, he heard an announcement signaling that the ship had docked. However, his expression was far from cheerful. The demise of that crimson Gyarados weighed heavily on his heart. The trainer, seemingly unaffected by the loss, walked away with a spring in her step. What was that red substance? What Pokémon was encapsulated within the egg given to the woman by the cloaked man? In that moment, Zhao Fang was beset by a multitude of questions, but the enigma of the unknown had vanished, leaving these mysteries to fester within him. Unless he could uncover some documented information, he wondered if the Sinnoh region would witness any further developments regarding this incident. Shaking his head, Zhao Fang realized it was premature to dwell on such matters. His immediate objective was to challenge the fighting-type gym. However, before that, he intended to investigate the possibility of climbing, necessitating some practice and study. Soon, Zhao Fang followed the throng disembarking from the ship, yet amidst the dense crowd. He did not spot the man with purple hair. Paying him no mind, he proceeded directly to the fighting-type gym, where he beheld a long queue of trainers waiting eagerly for their turn to challenge. After a quick estimation, he concluded that he would need to wait approximately half an hour to even enter. Perhaps it would be wiser to explore the nearby cavern first. Observing the lengthy line before him, he shook his head in resignation. Upon his arrival in Wudo town, his intentions were twofold: to challenge the martial arts dojo and to explore the nearby cavern in hopes of unearthing precious stones to procure some wealth. With this thought in mind, Zhao Fang proceeded to the shop to procure various items essential for his expedition into the cave, including sustenance for his Pokémon and a lantern of remarkable brightness, as he lacked any Pokémon capable of illuminating the path, thus resorting to the lantern to navigate the darker passages. Chapter 87. The Cavern of Stones. As Zhao Fang approached the entrance of the Cavern of Stones, a wave of regret washed over him. The cavern loomed before him, vast and imposing, its entrance resembling a grand mouth of a limestone cave rather than a mere small aperture. Inside, he could discern several trainers and ordinary individuals wielding small shovels, bustling about in search of treasures. Although he was eager to venture inside, entry to the Cavern of Stones required a fee. As he approached, he noticed a woman clad in a work uniform, her smile welcoming as she stood at the toll booth. With a sense of resignation, Zhao Fang approached her. Upon arrival at the toll booth, Zhao Fang perused the fee schedule. A mere 10 alliance coins would suffice for a casual visit, yet should one wish to excavate stones, a hefty sum of 1,000 alliance coins was required. Zhao Fang, unhesitatingly, handed over the 1,000 coins, additionally procuring a shovel and a rudimentary map. The map indicated that the initial section of the cavern was open for exploration, but to delve deeper, one needed a certain level of prowess. Non-trainers without Pokémon would not be permitted to enter the depths. Alternatively, hiring a trainer from the cavern's management to accompany him was an option, albeit at varying costs. Zhao Fang noted that the most expensive trainer charged a staggering 20,000 alliance coins for a day's service, a considerable sum indeed. However, Zhao Fang felt no such dilemma. Once equipped with his necessities, he set forth into the depths. Initially, he found no rare stones, and the terrain of the Cavern of Stones deviated significantly from the virtual realm, thwarting his efforts to navigate by the map. It appeared that the locations where Dawu had mined stones in the game were not easily identifiable in reality. After traversing a distance, he came across a sign warning of danger, accompanied by Alliance personnel who, after verifying Zhao Fang's credentials, permitted him entry. As he ventured further into this scarcely explored area, the surroundings gradually darkened. Zhao Fang summoned his dragon Mysia, allowing it to coil around his neck, and then produced the lantern, its light illuminating the environment and facilitating his passage. He recalled that there were purportedly murals or some form of artwork within the Cavern of Stones. As he walked, he scrutinized the rocky walls, noticing uneven marks that suggested prior excavations, though the nature of the stones that had been unearthed remained a mystery. Zhao Fang paid little heed to his surroundings, for this area was not particularly profound. The Shirji Cave was renowned among rock enthusiasts, and the notion of delving deeper in search of rare stones seemed rather presumptuous, especially considering that even Dawu had only discovered the desired stones at the cave's depths. The cave was bustling with activity. Zhao Fang encountered numerous individuals engaged in mining or battling wild Pokémon. If one were to consider which Pokémon were most abundant in the cave, it would undoubtedly be the Zubat, with a fair number of Geodude also present. However, the presence of these trainers provided Zhao Fang with some respite, as they effectively deterred many Pokémon. As he traversed further, Zhao Fang noticed a moderately sized crevice nearby, piquing his curiosity about what secrets it might hold. Tentatively, he approached and peered inside. It was dark, yet the opening was spacious enough for him to enter. After a moment's contemplation, he bent down and ventured in, eager to discover any rare stones hidden within. The space within the crevice initially accommodated him snugly, but as Zhao Fang pressed deeper into the cave, the passage gradually widened. Before long, he was able to stand upright, yet he still saw no stones of value. The crevice seemed quite deep, and with furrowed brows, Zhao Fang continued on, contemplating whether this fissure might lead to the outside, perhaps created by someone digging in to evade the entrance fee. As he walked, an unusual sound suddenly reached his ears, causing Zhao Fang to pause. He swiftly retrieved a Pokeball. If his instincts were accurate, the sound was unmistakable. Indeed, after taking just a few more steps, he beheld a brown Pokémon adorned with a skull upon its head, weeping sorrowfully before him, the source of the sound he had heard. Silently, Zhao Fang produced his Pokédex to document the information on this Pokémon, known as Cubone. He recalled reading that the skull it wore belonged to its mother, and it wept for her in profound longing. This was a ground-type Pokémon, lacking any other attributes, and Zhao Fang had no intention of capturing it. Upon hearing the Pokédex's voice, Cubone swiftly turned its head towards Zhao Fang and promptly scurried away. Zhao Fang paid little mind to the creature. After all, it was merely a Cubone. He harbored no desire to battle, as a single water pulse from his Gyarados would likely incapacitate it. Continuing onward, he soon reached the end of the crevice, where a rock formation melded seamlessly with the cave walls. Marks from shovels were evident upon the rocky surface, and disappointment washed over Zhao Fang. It appeared that someone had already explored this crevice, rendering his efforts futile. Just as he prepared to turn back, a sudden thought struck him. What had become of that Cubone? Previously, Zhao Fang had observed that there were no alternative pathways along this route, and he found no evidence of any digging techniques being employed. However, Caracara had inexplicably vanished. This situation felt rather peculiar. Furrowing his brow, Zhao Fang touched the stone wall before him, which appeared remarkably solid. Even upon striking it, no hollow sound was detected. Yet, the disappearance of Caracara was something Zhao Fang had witnessed with his own eyes, rendering it impossible for it to be a mere illusion. Thus, how had Caracara exited this passage? Zhao Fang had been vigilantly observing his surroundings. If Caracara had attempted to slip behind him, he surely would have noticed. Do along. See if there are any hidden passages nearby, Zhao Fang pondered, contemplating the possibility of a concealed route within this crevice. Do along, Meishia called out, and then burrowed into the adjacent rocks. Zhao Fang, meanwhile, began to feel along the side, searching for any illusory changes in the stone. As he explored, his hand unexpectedly brushed against something soft. Upon closer inspection, he realized his hand had penetrated into the stone wall. A wave of delight washed over him. Indeed, there was a hidden passage. Chapter 88, The Concealed Cavern. What, then, was this object I touched? Zhao Fang contemplated another question, squeezing it gently. It was soft yet devoid of warmth, which eased his mind considerably. It was likely neither a person nor a Pokémon. He called Alolan Exeggutor back and cautiously extended his head into the opening. To his surprise, the object he had felt turned out to be a bag, which obstructed the path ahead. Zhao Fang directed Alolan Exeggutor to tear open the bag, and a pile of clothing spilled forth. Clothing? Zhao Fang was momentarily taken aback, never having anticipated that the bag would contain garments. Why would such a cloth bag be blocking this location? With this thought in mind, he carefully extracted the clothing piece by piece, all of which were men's attire and bore no unpleasant odors. As the pile of garments diminished, Zhao Fang eventually unveiled the entirety of the bag, discovering it to be one meant for mountaineers. Curiosity piqued, he peered deeper inside. The path was now accessible. This narrow passage could only accommodate a person crawling through. Zhao Fang did not rush to enter, but instead allowed Alolan Exeggutor to scout ahead. Once she confirmed the absence of danger, Zhao Fang finally crawled in. The narrow tunnel was not long, and soon Zhao Fang emerged into a spacious area. Upon illuminating his lantern, he found himself in a cave of moderate size, marked by signs of excavation. Zhao Fang smirked, initially hoping for unexpected treasures, only to be met with these remnants. Yet, Karakara was still nowhere to be found. Zhao Fang surmised that this place must have been discovered by some mountaineer, with the bag left behind as evidence. With this realization, he promptly crawled back, resealing the opening with the cloth bag, intending to exit through the crevice. However, just as Zhao Fang took his first step, he noticed Alolan Exeggutor floating ahead, continuously circling while mimicking the motion of digging with its hands. Zhao Fang felt a tinge of confusion but proceeded towards it. Pressing his hand against the spot where Alolan Exeggutor hovered, he encountered the hardness of stone, nothing more. Alolan, are you suggesting there is something buried here? Zhao Fang inquired, looking at Alolan Exeggutor. The resonant voice of Alolan Exeggutor echoed in Zhao Fang's mind, yet it remained unchanged. Uttering only a single word, Zhao Fang retrieved a shovel and struck down with all his might, but the rock was unyielding. He could only leave faint white marks in his wake. Believe in what? Zhao Fang pondered, feeling perplexed. Even if something lay beneath, it was beyond his strength to unearth it, and Alolan Exeggutor showed no intention of assisting him. Believe in the whole. The voice of Alolan Exeggutor reverberated again, its urgency palpable as it whirled in circles. Zhao Fang paused, contemplating the notion of believing in a hole. Could it be that he was to trust in the existence of a void beneath him? A mix of amusement and bewilderment crossed his features until his expression shifted dramatically. As the thought of a hole crossed his mind, he suddenly plummeted downwards. The unexpected sensation of weightlessness seized his breath for a fleeting moment, and then he landed abruptly upon the stone surface, gasping in pain. Alolan Exeggutor floated down, joyfully circling around him, rubbing his sore backside. Zhao Fang picked up his lantern to survey his surroundings. He found himself in a passageway, spotting Karakara seated in the distance, who hastily scurried away upon noticing Zhao Fang. This place is rather peculiar, Zhao Fang mused, glancing upward. The ceiling loomed just a hand's breadth above him. Tentatively, he reached out, but found nothing to grasp. It appeared that to enter this space, one must believe in the existence of a hole beneath their feet or ponder the matter, thus triggering the descent. This was the essence of what Alolan Exeggutor had been urging him to believe. Zhao Fang withdrew a Pokeball and, lantern in hand, ventured further down. As he descended a gentle slope, he noticed peculiar markings etched into the stone wall beside him. Are these murals? Zhao Fang wondered, perplexed by the orderly patterns. Yet the wall bore no other artifacts. Continuing forward, Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a mural on the rock face, depicting a sun and a cloud rendered in an unusual style. The meaning behind this artwork eluded him, yet he dutifully captured an image of it with his Pokédex, recognizing its significance as a precious relic. After walking a bit further, the adjacent mural became increasingly distinct. Zhao Fang confirmed the imagery of the cloud and sun. Though there appeared to be small dark figures nearby, their forms indistinct. However, as time passed, Zhao Fang began to discern the true essence of the murals before him. He noted that, as the images became increasingly vivid, a peculiar object emerged amidst the sun and clouds, a green stone adorned with intricate golden patterns. The sun, the dark clouds. And this verdant stone, though devoid of any additional forms, evoked in Zhao Fang's mind a fierce battle between Groudon and Kyogre. while Rayquaza swooped down from the ozone layer to subdue these ancient deities. With the discovery of the green stone, Zhao Fang recalled certain details he had previously overlooked. It appeared that above the sun and clouds, there were also strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as though the primal forms of Groudon and Kyogre were being quelled by the mighty Rayquaza, while the shadows below resembled those of human figures. As Zhao Fang meticulously recorded this information, he continued onward until he reached an unusually shaped altar. Upon it rested a remarkably unadorned stone that seemed unremarkable at first glance. Yet behind the altar loomed an enormous mural. A majestic Rayquaza hovered above the altar, surveying the throngs of worshippers below, while at the pinnacle of the altar was a stone radiating a warm golden light. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Fang's eyes widened in astonishment. If the information depicted in the mural were indeed true, could this be a site of reverence for Rayquaza? Was the stone upon the altar intended for its worship? Trembling with excitement, Zhao Fang approached the altar, for if he were to traverse into the Hoenn region, the Pokémon he yearned to encounter or capture most fervently would undoubtedly be Rayquaza. Just as Zhao Fang prepared to step onto the altar, a bone club hurtled toward him, striking his body with a sharp pain. Turning to glance over his shoulder, he spotted a Cubone, hiding behind a Marowak, which had launched the bone club that now returned to its owner's grasp. Gyarados. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Fang unleashed his Pokeball. Chapter 89. The Marowak. Uprising Marowak, the evolved form of Cubone, retained its singular ground type. Thus, Zhao Fang remained unperturbed. Had this Marowak been of the Alolan variant, he might have exercised caution, yet even an Alolan Marowak would fall to the might of Gyarados. With a thunderous roar, Gyarados emerged, towering over Marowak, its eyes glinting with ferocity. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump to vanquish your foe, Zhao Fang commanded, opting not to instruct Gyarados to employ Aqua Tail, as it had yet to master that technique. Hydro Pump was undoubtedly more fitting in this instance. Gyarados opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of water directed at Marowak. Swiftly, Marowak dodged to the side, retaliating with a bone club, which soared toward Gyarados, only to be evaded by the latter with a well-timed waterfall. Zhao Fang found it somewhat amusing that his Gyarados was being attacked by a ground-type move from a Galarian Zigzagoon. Although in the realm of Pokémon, the notion of ineffectiveness does not entirely hold. Striking a flying-type Pokémon with a ground-type move, even if the blow from a bone club connects, yields no damage. As Gyarados approached the foe, it executed a steel headbutt to the Zigzagoon's head and seized the opportunity to unleash a water pulse. Zhao Fang contemplated a solution. He did not wish to squander excessive time with the Zigzagoon, and the altar ahead instilled a sense of trepidation within him. With a powerful swish of its tail, Gyarados surged forward, its head aglow with a metallic sheen, colliding headfirst with Zigzagoon. Despite the latter's cranial protection, it sustained considerable damage and momentarily felt dazed. Seizing this chance, Gyarados unleashed a close-range water pulse that struck the Zigzagoon squarely in the abdomen, sending it crashing against the wall and leaving it incapacitated on the ground. That's enough. Return, Gyarados, Zhao Fang commanded, refraining from further pursuit as the Zigzagoon had already lost the will to fight. His immediate objective was to retrieve the stone from the altar as swiftly as possible. Casting a glance at the Zigzagoon, he noted that the Cubone behind it had mysteriously vanished, which filled Zhao Fang with an unsettling premonition. Resolving to act quickly, he dashed up to the altar and grasped the stone resting upon it. A mysterious meteorite, imbued with extraordinary power. The familiar text box reappeared, prompting Zhao Fang to raise an eyebrow. Without a moment to ponder, he swiftly pocketed the stone and quickly scanned the surroundings of the altar. There were no other pathways in sight, but behind the altar lay several oddly shaped stones. Zhao Fang dashed down to collect them, and multiple text boxes sprang forth. Yet he scarcely had time to notice, as he was suddenly inundated by the thunderous sound of a stampede. Indeed, it seems I've attracted quite the crowd. This Cubone must be a reincarnation of a police siren, Zhao Fang muttered as he sprinted back toward the previous passage. Although Gyarados was a flying-type Pokémon, facing a multitude of foes still felt daunting. With a resounding roar, Zhao Fang glanced back to see a Cubone charging toward him, flanked by a throng of Zigzagoon. He quickened his pace, feeling as though he were reliving his middle school days, striving to conquer the 1,000-meter run for physical education. Fortunately, having noticed the Cubone's absence earlier, he had sensed something amiss, enabling him to run swiftly. Just as the Zigzagoon were about to hurl their bone boomerangs, he leaped into the opening of a cave, climbed up, and then dashed forward with haste. Zhao Fang had no intention of lingering. Who knew whether those Zigzagoon might emerge from the shadows? Yet, given their stature, it seemed unlikely they would scale the cave entrance without a makeshift ladder. Hoping for a bountiful harvest, Zhao Fang hurried along, only to be startled by the furious cacophony of angry cries from behind. He swiftly squeezed into a narrow crevice, bending low as he navigated through, disregarding the scrapes his arms sustained against the stone walls. Moments later, he burst forth from the fissure. Upon emerging, Zhao Fang immediately turned to survey his surroundings. Finding no one else nearby, he adjusted his attire and hastened towards the outer region, compelled to report the incident to the Alliance. Should any trainers suffer casualties later on, the Alliance would dispatch investigators to ascertain the cause of the uproar. If they traced it back to him, he might find himself entangled with a nefarious organization, opposing the game's protagonist. Soon, Zhao Fang arrived at the juncture between the deeper and outer regions. Panic etched on his face as he recounted his encounter with a wild Caracara, which led to the revelation of a multitude of Galala. The Alliance personnel, taken aback, swiftly contacted the supervisor of the stone cave and summoned trainers to address the Galala disturbance. Zhao Fang could not escape scrutiny upon the supervisor's arrival. He was queried about his encounter with the Galala upheaval. After addressing the chaos, the supervisor even escorted Zhao Fang back to the crevice before allowing him to leave. Once Zhao Fang exited the stone cave, darkness had fully enveloped the sky. He first visited the Pokémon Center to heal his companions, then sought a nearby inn, securing a room to reflect on the spoils of his expedition. Foremost among his treasures was a meteorite, presumably used in the worship of Rayquaza. Although its purpose eluded him, its designation as extraordinary suggested it held some latent utility. Zhao Fang resolved to keep it, pondering its potential significance in the future. The other finds included several stones collected from behind the altar. Once settled, he examined them closely, discovering a total of 5 stones. However, were deemed commonplace and devoid of value. The last stone, however, was distinct. A stone concealing amber, potentially revealing unexpected discoveries upon being struck open. Upon reading this inscription, Zhao Fang smiled with satisfaction, planning to present these stones to Dawu. The other 4 would merely serve as fillers. He did not expect Dawu to mistake them for anything other than ordinary stones. Yet, this particular stone might just yield unforeseen rewards for Zhao Fang. Chapter 90. The fighting-type gym. Zhao Fang enjoyed a restful slumber at the inn. Upon awakening, he glanced at his Pokédex, which revealed no new information. It is worth noting that the Pokédex in the Pokémon world is indeed a peculiar invention. It can identify Pokémon information, communicate with others, and even facilitate video calls. However, it still pales in comparison to the mobile phones of Zhao Fang's previous life. He speculated that Devon Company would eventually develop more sophisticated telecommunication features, but he was confident that his version of WeChat would capture a significant market share. Today, he decided to visit the fighting-type gym. Regardless of the outcome, he intended to engage in battle, as he believed his Gyarados could secure victory. After yawning and having a simple breakfast, he took his Pokeballs and stepped out of the inn, arriving at the entrance of the fighting-type gym. Perhaps due to the early hour, Zhao Fang noticed that there were not many trainers at the gym, which alleviated his apprehensions. Shortly thereafter, he entered the fighting-type gym. "Hello. Are you here to challenge the fighting-type gym?" inquired a muscular female staff member at the reception with a warm smile. "Yes, here is my trainer information. And I am also a Pokédex holder," Zhao Fang replied, presenting his trainer card along with his Pokédex. He recalled how his mentor, Duan, had instructed him that as a Pokédex holder, he was required to show his device when challenging a gym, allowing the staff to assign him an opponent of equal strength. Otherwise, it could result in a mismatch, which the league does not endorse. "Very well. Our fighting-type gym requires challengers to ascend via rock climbing. Are you proficient in climbing?" the staff member asked, looking at him expectantly. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. Climbing was indeed a requirement. It was vastly different from the gyms in his previous life, and he found it quite excessive. No wonder the trainers he had seen earlier were all rather muscular. "No," he replied, shaking his head in resignation. He had never attempted rock climbing, and asking someone with acrophobia to scale heights was quite a tall order. "All right, you have 2 options. The first is to have our professional coach guide you in rock climbing, assuring that within a week, you will master the techniques necessary to successfully ascend for your challenge, at a fee of 3,000 league coins. The second option is to have a dedicated staff member carry you up the climb, for a fee of 500 league coins. Which would you prefer?" The staff member cheerfully handed Zhao Fang a form. Zhao Fang took a deep breath, realizing that this was likely the source of the gym's revenue. Certified by the league. Gyms not only relied on funds allocated by the league, but often engaged in side ventures. He had heard from the residents of Karnas City that the rock-type gym's side activities included geological surveys and stone excavation. Zhao Fang gently stroked his chin, contemplating the considerable challenge posed by the martial arts dojo. Naturally, the simplest approach would be to have a staff member carry him up. But Zhao Fang found himself preoccupied with other thoughts. His previous excursions to the tower and the commission from Dr. Oda had made him realize that his journey would not be confined to the plains. He would also need to traverse valleys, cliffs, and towering mountains. Moreover, the battles faced by trainers required physical prowess, so after a moment of hesitation, Zhao Fang opted for the first service option. After paying 3,000 alliance coins, he was escorted by a staff member into a room, where a trainer was scaling a rock wall, accompanied by a well-built middle-aged man. From this man, Zhao Fang learned his name, and soon, he began a rigorous training regimen. The training encompassed not only muscular development, but also finger strength and flexibility. Zhao Fang felt as if he were paying for a torturous experience. However, the man proved to be exceptionally skilled. After a week, he not only imparted some climbing techniques to Zhao Fang, but also helped him overcome his acrophobia. Young man, you have performed admirably. You are now ready to challenge the dojo, the man named Dashur said with a smile, handing Zhao Fang a towel. Coach Dashur, may I venture into outdoor climbing with these skills? Zhao Fang asked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What are you thinking? What you are learning is merely indoor climbing techniques. You might manage to scale gentle rock walls, but when faced with the cliffs and peaks of nature, you are still quite inexperienced, Coach Dashur replied, furrowing his brow and giving Zhao Fang a pointed look. Nodding in agreement, Zhao Fang acknowledged that dreaming of conquering the great outdoors after just a week of training was indeed folly. Nevertheless, he felt prepared to challenge the martial arts dojo. After exchanging contact information with Coach Dashur, Zhao Fang recalled having heard him mention scaling Chimney Rock unaided, though he felt it might have been an exaggeration. It was clear that the coach possessed substantial knowledge of outdoor climbing. Zhao Fang planned to learn outdoor climbing techniques from him after selling the stones. If navigating the martial arts dojo proved to be such a hassle, what could the challenges at the electric-type dojo entail? Surely, they would not expect him to perform electrical work, he mused, standing before the staff member with a bemused expression. It seemed evident that the rock-type dojo was indeed a friend to newcomers, as the challenge simply required entry. In contrast, the subsequent dojos presented a myriad of hurdles. Hello. Your opponent is a senior trainer. Please proceed to room 5, the staff member said with a smile, handing Zhao Fang a paper badge. He accepted it and followed the map to his destination. Senior trainers, while beneath elite trainers, still exhibited varying levels of strength, and Zhao Fang was uncertain what Pokémon his opponent might utilize in battle. Upon Zhao Fang's arrival at room number 5, he was met with a formidable rock face. Towering approximately 7 meters high, it appeared to be the very challenge he was destined to conquer. He could only hope that the other dojos did not present such arduous conditions. With a sigh, Zhao Fang retrieved some grip powder to apply to his hands, performed a brief warm-up, and then grasped the protrusions of the rock face, ascending step by step. Once he reached the top, he spotted a girl clad in training attire. Her face adorned with a cheerful smile as she observed him. It seemed she was to be his opponent for this encounter. Chapter 91, The Battle at the Fighting Dojo. Greetings, Challenger. I am your opponent, Qiansha. The girl extended her hand with confidence, her smile radiating warmth as she regarded Zhao Fang. Hello, I am Zhao Fang, he replied, shaking her hand before stepping aside to contemplate which Pokémon to summon for the battle. As he pondered, the referee approached, donned in the uniform of the fighting dojo, and waved a small flag from his pocket. Challenger Zhao Fang. Opponent, Senior Trainer Qiansha. This battle will adhere to the league's regulations. The use of items during the match is prohibited, and there are no restrictions on skills. Defeating all of your opponent's Pokémon will result in victory. The referee articulated the rules succinctly, to which Zhao Fang nodded. As Dr. Oda had informed him, the league had indeed abolished the 4-skill restriction. However, the prohibition against item usage was quite standard. In the game, players could enhance a primary Pokémon up to 6 times to bolster their team, but such a feat was evidently unfeasible in reality. Continuous self-enhancement could easily lead to a swift downfall. Nevertheless, an intriguing possibility struck Zhao Fang. Maxing out one's capabilities was not entirely implausible, albeit it required stringent demands on the Pokémon's aptitude and battle acumen. Then I entrust you with this, Macamp. Qiansha swiftly released her Pokémon, and Macamp promptly stood in the arena, its eyes gleaming with intensity as it focused on Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang furrowed his brow. Was Macamp the first choice? He had anticipated that she might initially send out a Machoke, or perhaps even a Hitmonchan for a gentle introduction, but to his surprise, she had chosen Macamp immediately. Originally, Zhao Fang had intended to send out Dragonite to warm up, but given her choice, he would need to adjust his strategy. Dragonite, I am counting on you. As Zhao Fang's Dragonite entered the arena, the battle commenced. Macamp, use Bulk Up. To Zhao Fang's astonishment, Qianxia commanded Macamp to utilize Bulk Up right from the outset, a move that enhances both attack and defense. Zhao Fang knew he could not allow her to execute that unimpeded. Dragonite, use Water Pulse to interrupt. Zhao Fang quickly issued his command, and Dragonite opened its mouth wide, unleashing a Water Pulse that surged forward. Should Macamp attempt to complete Bulk Up, it would undoubtedly be struck by the Water Pulse. Conversely, if it sought to evade, the execution of Bulk Up would be thwarted. To Zhao Fang's astonishment, the Iron Palm Warrior remarkably withstood the damage from the Water Pulse entirely, forcefully executing a body slam without appearing significantly harmed. Observing the formidable physique of the Iron Palm Warrior, Zhao Fang couldn't help but furrow his brow. Indeed, this warrior was exceptionally strong. Without any restraining moves, it would be challenging to prevail. Let me see your resolve, Iron Palm Warrior. Use Body Slam. Qianxia laughed as she commanded the Iron Palm Warrior to charge forth swiftly. Zhao Fang quickly directed his Gyarados to employ Aqua Jet, successfully evading the powerful attack. Such nimble Aqua Jet. Is there truly such a technique? He pondered. Iron Palm Warrior, seize the opportunity and use revenge. Qianxia relentlessly issued commands, providing Zhao Fang no respite. Gyarados, distance yourself from your foe and unleash a twister attack. Zhao Fang intended to keep his distance. Although Gyarados was a flying-type Pokémon and would not fear close combat with the Iron Palm Warrior, he remained wary of any moves that the warrior might possess to counter flying Pokémon. For a moment, the battle reached a stalemate, with Gyarados continuously utilizing Aqua Jet under Zhao Fang's guidance to maintain distance from the Iron Palm Warrior. Occasionally, it would unleash Twister and Water Pulse to wear down the warrior's stamina. If this continued, the Iron Palm Warrior would surely be defeated. Smash down, Qianxia suddenly exclaimed. The Iron Palm Warrior lunged at Gyarados, enveloped in a dark glow, yet Gyarados managed to evade the attack. Now's the chance. Use Ice Punch. Qianxia's eyes lit up as she observed the approaching Iron Palm Warrior, swiftly issuing her command. The Iron Palm Warrior pivoted, gathering an icy blue light in its hand, and struck Gyarados on the tail with an Ice Punch. Gyarados, Zhao Fang shouted in concern. Although the damage from Ice Punch was not severe, being struck by the strengthened Iron Palm Warrior still stung. Gyarados roared in fury, glaring at the Iron Palm Warrior, yet obeyed Zhao Fang's command to use Aqua Jet and distance itself. Zhao Fang perceived Gyarados' intent. The Pokémon longed to retaliate fiercely against the Iron Palm Warrior. However, Qianxia had already employed Ice Punch from the farmer's 3 fists, and Zhao Fang was uncertain if her Iron Palm Warrior possessed Thunder Punch. Though he deemed the likelihood low, caution was still warranted. Gyarados continued to deplete the Iron Palm Warrior's stamina. Zhao Fang instructed once more. Gyarados resumed unleashing Water Pulse and Twister, occasionally interspersing Dragon Rage. Qianxia gritted her teeth, scrutinizing the battlefield. Although the Iron Palm Warrior's stamina was robust, its frequent evasions had begun to tire it. Realizing that defeat was imminent, Qianxia resolved to unveil the Iron Palm Warrior's hidden strength. Iron Palm Warrior, execute Heavy Slam to approach the enemy, then follow up with Thunder Punch. Upon hearing Qianxia's command, the Iron Palm Warrior concentrated a sphere of light around itself and charged at Gyarados at high speed. Gyarados quickly evaded. Zhao Fang's heart sank. Indeed, the Iron Fist Warrior possessed the Thunder Punch, but why had it not employed it earlier? Although the Gyarados had been steadily depleting the Iron Fist Warrior's stamina, continuous use of skills also drained energy. Consequently, Gyarados' watery leap was noticeably slower this time, and Zhao Fang realized that evasion was no longer an option. He promptly issued a new command. Gyarados, deliver a headbutt. Do not allow it to cease its attack. Follow up with a water leap to evade. Zhao Fang preferred to absorb a heavy slam rather than endure the quadruple damage of a Thunder Punch. With a fierce roar, Gyarados executed a headbutt that collided squarely with the charging Iron Fist Warrior's forehead, producing a resounding metallic clang. Gyarados wobbled but managed to ascend once more, though dazed. It instinctively followed Zhao Fang's training and utilized Water Leap. This very maneuver allowed Gyarados to evade the electrified fists of the Iron Fist Warrior, which subsequently struck the ground and collapsed in exhaustion. First round, the challenger emerges victorious. Chapter 92. Mastering Physics and Chemistry. Why didn't you use Thunder Punch earlier? Zhao Fang inquired of Qianxia, a hint of confusion in his voice. The Iron Fist Warrior is still mastering the Thunder Punch. It requires a moment to charge, and that window was ample for your Gyarados to create distance, Qianxia replied, her demeanor unfazed by the defeat. However, the next battle will be challenging. Shroomish. Our opponent is weakened. Seize this opportunity. With Qianxia's laughter, a Shroomish donned with a green hat appeared on the battlefield, emitting a sharp cry. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of apprehension. Shroomish, a grass and fighting-type Pokémon, would normally find itself at a distinct disadvantage against the water flying-type Gyarados. Yet, Gyarados lacked any flying-type moves, which meant this battle was still within Zhao Fang's grasp. Shroomish, initiate strategy 1. Qiansha exclaimed joyfully. Zhao Fang, albeit reluctantly, nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shroomish, being 4 times weak to flying-type moves, was not the ideal choice against a flying-type opponent. However, the crux of the matter was that Gyarados truly did not possess any flying-type moves. If it had even learned a single move like Aerial Ace, Zhao Fang could have confidently claimed victory. Gyarados evade. Though uncertain of what strategy 1 entailed, Zhao Fang remained vigilant. He had learned that announcing tactics in advance could leave opponents guessing, thereby gaining the upper hand. This was yet another lesson for Zhao Fang. Nevertheless, he needed to first contend with the immediate threat. Shroomish raised its hand slightly, and then charged towards Gyarados at a breakneck speed. This was the Sonic Punch. Having sustained damage from earlier collisions and suffering from fatigue, Gyarados found itself unable to dodge the renowned speed of the Sonic Punch. Instead, it braced its weary body and, in accordance with Zhao Fang's hastily issued command, prepared to counter the incoming Sonic Punch with a headbutt. The Sonic Punch struck the Gyarados, causing some discomfort despite the modest damage inflicted. A triumphant smirk crossed Qiansha's face as she commanded, Shroomish, deploy Seed Bomb. Zhao Fang, anxious, urged, dodge the Seed Bomb. If Gyarados were to be ensnared, victory would be out of reach. With a flick of its tail, Gyarados attempted to evade using Aqua Jet, but suddenly froze. A pained expression marring its features as the Seed Bomb successfully latched onto it, siphoning energy to rejuvenate Shroomish. Paralyzed? Is that due to an ability? Zhao Fang pondered. Realizing the dire state of Gyarados, it had indeed been immobilized. The paralysis was formidable, not only hindering movement, but also having speed. With Gyarados now vulnerable, Shroomish was assuredly on the path to victory. Zhao Fang silently observed Qiansha, reflecting on his earlier choice to employ Sonic Punch against a flying-type Pokémon. Had she perhaps coated her fists with paralysis powder prior to the attack? He inquired, is that so? Do you not concede? Gyarados cannot endure much longer. Qiansha, taken aback, nonetheless conceded with grace. Clenching his fists, Zhao Fang acknowledged the distinctive prowess of seasoned trainers and vowed to learn from this experience. It's not that simple. Gyarados, hold on. Use Aqua Jet to close the distance. Zhao Fang clenched his fists, recognizing the uphill battle ahead, but eager to test the results of their previous training. Gyarados roared, its scales shimmering as it surged toward Shroomish, its fierce demeanor causing the latter to instinctively tighten its fists. What an indomitable spirit, Qiansha admired. Effortlessly issuing her command, Shroomish, employ Mega Drain. Gyarados, channel your remaining strength into a tackle. Send Shroomish flying. Zhao Fang shouted as Gyarados unleashed a fearsome roar, twisting its body and, upon being struck by the Mega Drain, propelled Shroomish off the high platform. What? Qiansha exclaimed, astonished that Gyarados could execute such a maneuver. Gyarados, do you recall our training results from last week? Zhao Fang shouted, watching as Gyarados and Shroomish descended. The referee approached, his expression bemused. He had witnessed countless battles. Yet never had he seen a combatant intentionally launch their opponent off the platform. Qiansha gazed at Zhao Fang, wondering if this challenger had indeed refined some extraordinary skill during his training. Under the watchful eyes of Qiansha and Zhao Fang, the Gyarados let out a thunderous roar. It executed a powerful iron head, swiftly slamming its tail against the rocky wall to gain momentum before hurtling downwards. In a dramatic display reminiscent of a comet colliding with the earth, it struck directly at the head of the Shroomish, smashing into the ground below. Zhao Fang had previously pondered whether the Gyarados, incapable of flying, could find a way to ascend into the sky. After much contemplation, he concluded that the greatest opportunity lay in using the waterfall climbing technique, reminiscent of the Gyarados from the obscure totem in his memory, to approach the enemy. During his training for climbing, Zhao Fang had also been honing the skills of his Pokémon. As he gazed at the towering rock face, he suddenly recalled the principles of gravitational acceleration he had learned in his past life. This posed an intriguing question. How much damage would a Gyarados weighing 235 kilograms inflict upon a Shroomish when charged from 7 meters above, all while accelerating? Zhao Fang was not a physicist, and he could not ascertain the answer. However, he observed that both his Gyarados and the Shroomish simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities. The second round concluded in a tie. After the referee descended to assess the situation and then climbed back up, he announced the outcome of the battle. Zhao Fang exhaled in relief. Achieving a tie in this round was an unexpected delight. He had not anticipated victory, especially considering the barrage of attacks the Gyarados had endured. What a wildly imaginative scenario. Qianxia gazed at the ground in astonishment before bursting into laughter, clutching her belly in amusement. Zhao Fang joined her in laughter, as this encounter had revealed a remarkable possibility. Currently, they stood at 7 meters, but could the future Gyarados, utilizing the waterfall technique, elevate its opponent to heights of 100 meters? What formidable power would that entail? What Zhao Fang did not mention was that during that training session, the Gyarados had grasped a technique akin to Mount Tai's pressure, which, when combined with this method, would yield even greater might. Chapter 93. Qianxia's Final Pokémon. I have faced numerous challengers, but none quite like you, Qianxia remarked, wiping away tears from her eyes, having laughed to the point of tears. Zhao Fang felt a twinge of helplessness, as though he were inadvertently bullying this gym leader. Let the battle continue. I still have one more Pokémon. Defeat my final Pokémon, and you shall claim victory, Qianxia declared, standing tall with a fierce gaze fixed upon Zhao Fang. He nodded, contemplating which Pokémon to summon for the impending duel. Initially, Zhao Fang had considered sending out his Ice and Rock-type Pokémon, the Ice Dragon, for a practice bout. However, given its quadruple weakness to Fighting-type moves, a single attack could prove devastating. Thus, he resolved to send out his Dragapult first to gauge the opponent's strength. If the Dragapult faltered, he would have no choice but to deploy the Ice Dragon. This is my final Pokémon, but she will undoubtedly meet my expectations and demonstrate the true power of yoga to our challenger. Masakana. Qianxia gently caressed her Pokeball, holding it close, her eyes glinting with the predatory intensity of a wolf fixated on its prey, unwaveringly locked onto Zhao Fang. Zhao Fang, gazing at the garlic-headed Marshtomp on the field, felt a surge of surprise. He had envisioned countless scenarios, yet he never anticipated that Qianxia's final Pokémon would be the unique Marshtomp. Marshtomp, then it's your turn, Doramisia? Zhao Fang proclaimed, tossing forth his own Pokeball. Doramisia joyfully chirped and affectionately nudged Zhao Fang, exuding an aura of intimacy. Let us give it our all and defeat that opponent. I shall treat you to roasted duck afterward. With a smile, Zhao Fang affectionately ruffled Doramisia's head. After a period of rigorous training, Doramisia had successfully mastered 2 techniques, and Zhao Fang was eager to test them in battle. What kind of Pokémon is that? Qianxia inquired. Her curiosity piqued as she observed Doramisia, having never encountered such a creature before. Zhao Fang smiled knowingly but refrained from speaking. In Pokémon battles, information is of paramount importance. Had Ash known that his opponent's Charizard had the Rain Dish ability, the outcome of that match would have been uncertain. If Doramisia could catch Marshtomp off guard, it could deal a significant blow, but Zhao Fang needed to seize the opportunity swiftly. Should the opponent deduce Doramisia's ghost type, the element of surprise would be lost. Doramisia, approach your foe and execute Dragon Tail, Zhao Fang commanded, and Doramisia surged forward at high speed, its tail shimmering with draconic energy. A dragon, you say? Marshtomp, evade its attack and employ Reflect. Qianxia frowned, observing Doramisia, uncertain of the opponent's type, and thus resolved to counter the attack. Seize this opportunity and use Shadow Ball. As Marshtomp set up Reflect, an idea sparked in Zhao Fang's mind. Doramisia was now quite close to its adversary. At Zhao Fang's command, Doramisia unleashed a cry and conjured a sphere imbued with ghostly energy, hurtling toward Marshtomp at breakneck speed. Yogic Stance! Qianxia exclaimed in shock. The Shadow Ball was particularly lethal for Marshtomp. Zhao Fang, perplexed, watched Qianxia, while he understood that the Yogic Stance could enhance Marshtomp's attack. The Shadow Ball was imminent. What good would it do for Marshtomp to adopt Yogic Stance when death was just around the corner? Was she merely hoping to die gracefully? Amidst Zhao Fang's confusion, Doramisia had already released the Shadow Ball, which sped towards Marshtomp. However, Marshtomp suddenly twisted its body into an unusual posture, deftly evading the Shadow Ball's attack. Nevertheless, the residual energy splattered onto the ground, eliciting a grimace of pain from Marshtomp. Marshtomp, see through its moves. Qianxia hesitated not. The moment she called out the yoga pose, she was certain that her Marshadao could evade the impending attack. What she needed to do now was enable Marshadao to see through Dragapult's moves. Otherwise, both combat techniques and ordinary moves would be futile against what might be a ghost-type Dragapult. Dragapult, no need to conceal yourself. Launch a surprise attack to close in on your adversary, then unleash Shadow Ball. Zhao Fang swiftly issued the command. Should the ruse be uncovered, Dragapult would face even greater challenges. As Qianxia gazed at the rapidly approaching Dragapult, she inhaled sharply. Its speed was astonishingly swift. She surmised that even if she called upon Breloom to execute a sonic punch, it would likely miss Dragapult. Reluctantly, She commanded Marshadao to adopt the yoga pose once more to evade the incoming Shadow Ball. Zhao Fang smirked. It seemed that defeating Marshadao with the currently known Shadow Ball was an impossibility, yet he had other strategies at his disposal. Dragapult, go for a surprise attack. Then utilize Shadow Claw. Zhao Fang did not afford Qiansha a moment to breathe. He had to secure victory before she could devise a countermeasure, with Shadow Ball and Shadow Claw serving as his sources of confidence. As Dragapult surged forward, its hands radiated a deep purple glow. Although Marshadao could evade Shadow Ball using the yoga pose, it found itself defenseless against the close-range assault of Shadow Claw. Despite Marshadao having set up a reflect barrier, it was ill-equipped to withstand an attack that exploited its weaknesses. Indeed, as Zhao Fang had anticipated, Marshadao suffered significant damage from the Shadow Claw. In an unexpected turn, Dragapult targeted Marshadao's legs, severely hindering its speed. With its agility compromised, Marshadao became increasingly powerless against Dragapult, ultimately succumbing to defeat. In the third round, the challenger emerged victorious. As one side had no remaining Pokémon, the outcome was clear. The referee promptly confirmed the result. An exhilarating match. Your Pokémon has been excellently trained. By the way, what is your third Pokémon? A hint of disappointment flickered across Qiansha's face, but it quickly dissipated as she curiously inquired about Zhao Fang's Pokémon. It's Ice Dragon. Zhao Fang had no intention of withholding information. He appreciated the amiable demeanor of this seasoned trainer. Another Pokémon I have yet to encounter. Next time, I shall not lose to you. Qiansha's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Zhao Fang, seemingly eager for another battle. Chapter 94. Extraordinary circumstances. Zhao Fang and Qiansha exchanged contact information. Lacking a Pokédex, they could only communicate via phone for the time being. However, Zhao Fang seized the opportunity to promote the WeChat service launching next week, effectively securing a new client for his account. Upon departing from the battle chamber, Zhao Fang received the coveted fighting badge, an exact replica of its in-game counterpart. Yet, a sense of incompleteness lingered within him. For these badges were not bestowed directly by the gym leader. He realized that should Tsubaki confront him in battle, the pressure would be magnified significantly. Thus, there was little reason to linger in the fighting town. He felt compelled to return to Kanas City for the sake of a few stones. As he exited the fighting gym and stretched languidly, Zhao Fang acknowledged that there was nothing particularly noteworthy left for him in Fighting Town. He had already explored the stone cave and gathered the necessary stones, leading him to decide against prolonging his stay in this quaint town. While making his way to the dock to purchase a ticket for a boat, he noticed a new entry in his Pokédex. Upon inspection, it was a message from Xiao Yao, informing him that she had obtained the Rock-type badge and expressed her determination to showcase her strength in their next battle. Amused, Zhao Fang replied with a congratulatory message. It was indeed a positive development for Xiao Yao to secure the Rock-type gym badge. However, it seemed that his influence had steered her away from her initial goal of becoming a coordinator, now embarking on a different path. He pondered just how far Xiao Yao could advance in her new journey and eagerly anticipated their bout at the Hoenn League. The Hoenn League. Zhao Fang mused about the opponents he might encounter when it was his turn to compete. His gaze drifted towards the expansive sea, filling him with a sense of boundless ambition. Suddenly, his reverie was interrupted by an odd sight in the sky over the ocean. A peculiar object floated above the water. Narrowing his eyes, he discerned what appeared to be the silhouette of an airship, leaving him perplexed about its presence above the sea. Despite his curiosity regarding the airship, Zhao Fang proceeded to the dock to acquire his ticket. Prior to making the purchase, he decided to contact Daigo, the Hoenn champion, who was often preoccupied with various pursuits. Zhao Fang needed to confirm Daigo's presence in Kanas City. Otherwise, returning would serve little purpose. What would he retrieve? The learning device. Having just uncovered several intriguing stones that he wished to show Daigo, Zhao Fang sent a message detailing his location at the dock in Fighting Town. Daigo replied with a brief note to hold on, but then fell silent. Daigo's devotion to stones was indeed fervent. Zhao Fang mused with an amused shake of his head. It was no surprise that Daigo's passion for stones was well known. At times, Zhao Fang couldn't help but wonder if Team Magma and Team Aqua, in their misdeeds, might release information about rare stones merely to divert the champion's attention. Zhao Fang sat comfortably in his chair, yet soon he sensed something amiss. The number of people at the dock had suddenly increased, all clad in Alliance uniforms. Before long, the dock was cordoned off, leaving Zhao Fang and a group of innocent bystanders standing outside the blockade, curiously watching ship after ship sail forth. Zhao Fang gazed towards the direction the vessels were heading, deep in thought. It was the same route he had observed the airship taking earlier. What was transpiring? Initially, Zhao Fang believed the scene before him was already quite significant, but to his surprise, More ships followed, and Miss Junsha had also arrived to maintain order, preventing trainers from setting sail, even those whose Pokémon had mastered the surf technique. Witnessing this, Zhao Fang instinctively understood that something major was unfolding. Yet, what exactly it was piqued his curiosity. Due to the need to wait for Dawu, Zhao Fang lingered outside the blockade for the better part of the day. Just as doubts began to creep in about whether Dawu might be in another region of the Alliance, his Pokédex vibrated. It was a message from Dawu. It turned out that Dawu had just arrived at Zhao Fang's location, but upon seeing the throngs of people, he decided against disembarking and instructed Zhao Fang to wait for him at a house to the southwest of Wudo Town. Following Dawu's directions, Zhao Fang arrived at the house, which was beautifully decorated and quite spacious. As he reached the entrance, a maid approached to verify his identity before ushering him inside. Upon entering, Zhao Fang found Dawu seated on a sofa, magnifying glass in hand, examining a stone, while a figure in a black suit resembling a butler diligently held a lamp for him. Zhao Fang's lips twitched. It seemed this house also belonged to Dawu, truly extravagant. Zhao Fang, my apologies for the wait. The Alliance issued a mission, which delayed me. Dawu greeted him with a smile. Zhao Fang quickly waved his hand, indicating that it was of no concern. It appeared that Dawu's mission was likely related to the earlier blockade. But what sort of task could have kept the champion occupied for a full 4 hours? Indeed, Zhao Fang had been waiting for over 4 hours before receiving Dawu's message. However, he did not dwell on it. If it were pertinent, Dawu would surely divulge it. Instead, he retrieved several stones from his backpack and placed them before Dawu. Dawu glanced at them briefly, setting aside the majority while picking up the stone containing amber, revealing a flicker of interest. He extended his hand, and the butler promptly produced a small flashlight, which Dawu took. Observing the stone closely, his brow furrowed in concentration before he retrieved a few small tools and began to gently tap at the stone. Before long, a remarkably beautiful piece of amber emerged in Dawu's hands, encasing an oddly shaped insect within. What a remarkable discovery, Zhao Fang. While the other stones hold little value, this piece of amber is exceptionally significant for the study of ancient organisms. Would you be willing to part with it? Dawu observed the fossil in his hand with satisfaction and inquired enthusiastically. Zhao Fang immediately nodded. He was risking being mobbed by the GLGL for the sake of profit. Chapter 95. The Dark Organization from Alola, 50,000 Alliance coins. This was the price of the amber. Dawu seemed rather indifferent to the amber, purchasing it merely for the research of his company's staff. It stands to reason that had it been a stone more to Dawu's liking, the selling price of this amber might have been considerably higher. Mr. Dawu, I noticed that the Alliance has been blocking the ports. Is it still not possible to leave? Zhao Fang asked curiously while sipping the coffee handed to him by the butler. Since Zhao Fang left the port, the blockade had persisted. The local television in Wudo Town had already broadcast news regarding the unusual situation, announcing that the waters surrounding Wudo Town were closed off, advising trainers to remain in the town. The Alliance seemed to anticipate that this action would provoke dissatisfaction among others. Hence, they provided financial assistance to each stranded trainer, which could be collected at the Pokémon Center. Well, it's not particularly alarming. A group of dark organizations from the Alola region has made its way to Wudo Town, and the Alliance's investigators are pursuing them. To prevent any innocent trainers from being harmed in the process, they have implemented the blockade, Dawu explained with a nod. After all, it was not something that could not be disclosed. Zhao Fang's face reflected sudden realization, but soon after, he recalled the armored dragon he had encountered at Chimney Mountain. Could the appearance of that Pokémon from Alola be linked to the dark organization that had fled from there? Though Zhao Fang harbored doubts about this matter, he refrained from voicing them. After chatting briefly with Dawu, he hurriedly departed, needing to secure a place at the inn. He was uncertain how long the blockade of Wudo Town would last. If he did not hurry, he might find himself without a room. However, Zhao Fang arrived too late. Clearly, the issues he contemplated had crossed others' minds as well. After inquiring at numerous inns, he only received the information that they were fully booked. Wudo Town lacked the kind of battle hotels available in Kanas City, and with no other options, Zhao Fang reluctantly set up camp outdoors. All right, next time, I promise to let you battle, okay? Zhao Fang consoled the ice dragon in the tent. The little creature had worn a gloomy expression since its emergence. Zhao Fang pondered that the only reason for the ice dragon's discontent was likely that he had not chosen it for battle today, leaving it feeling disappointed. After offering comfort for a while and assuring that he would take the ice dragon into battle next time, the ice dragon finally cheered up, contentedly munching on the Pokémon food Zhao Fang had prepared. During the 7 days of training, the ice and snow dragon's most significant achievement was mastering the control of its snowfall characteristics. Now, It can produce a snowfall without triggering a blizzard. Zhao Fang was somewhat pleased that the Ice and Snow Dragon exhibited an exceptional talent for Ice-type moves, but when it came to Rock-type moves, it struggled considerably. Zhao Fang felt he could easily shatter the stones it threw. Thus, employing them effectively against opponents seemed a formidable challenge. Nevertheless, her Ice-type affinity proved remarkably powerful. If the Ice and Snow Dragon exerted its full strength, it could generate a remarkably dense snowfall. "You truly are a specialist in one area," Zhao Fang remarked, stroking the dragon's neck. He contemplated what to do during this period of maritime lockdown. After a moment of reflection, he resolved to seek out the esteemed coach Deshur to learn about outdoor climbing. With daily training, Zhao Fang's physical condition had indeed improved. Yet he still had a considerable distance to cover before he could hope to take down a Snorlax with his bare hands. Once he had solidified his plans for the future, Zhao Fang retired for the night. In his dreams, he once again traversed the lengthy hours of darkness. Since the last challenge from the woman accompanied by a Gyarados, it had been an eternity since he had encountered any trainers daring enough to challenge him. Fortunately, he could still ponder matters in his dreams, and thus, each night, Zhao Fang mulled over Pokémon cultivation and the learning of various moves. Upon awakening the following morning, Zhao Fang intended to seek out Coach Deshur to learn outdoor climbing. To his surprise, he discovered that the league's lockdown had concluded, and the docks had once again come alive with activity. Feeling somewhat resigned, he first headed to the Pokémon Center to collect his compensation of 1,000 league coins from the previous day before approaching Coach Deshur to express his desire to learn about outdoor climbing. Coach Deshur readily agreed, though his fees were somewhat steep at 5,000 league coins. Additionally, Zhao Fang would need to purchase a complete set of climbing gear. According to Coach Deshur, professional equipment could yield remarkable results in outdoor climbing. Of course, as Zhao Fang's stamina and strength improved, he could eventually attempt climbing without any gear. Zhao Fang wholeheartedly accepted the advice from the professional and diligently absorbed the climbing techniques imparted by Coach Deshur. Having prior experience with indoor climbing, this new learning process felt slightly easier for him. After spending 6 days in Wudou Town, Zhao Fang emerged as a competent climber. Zhao Fang, while you may now ascend certain rock faces, for safety's sake, it is best to wear protective gear. If you have a flying Pokémon, that would be even better. Always remember to respect nature, Coach Deshur advised, as Zhao Fang listened to him recount tales of his own free climbing on Chimney Mountain. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation, as Coach Deshur often reminisced about his adventures on that very mountain. After expressing his gratitude to Coach Deshur, Zhao Fang readied himself to continue his journey. He intended to embark on a cruise to Kaina City, from where he would set off towards Zijin City to challenge the electric-type gym there. The ticket prices to Kaina City were exorbitant, nearly double the usual fare. Seated in his cabin aboard the vessel, Zhao Fang felt a slight dizziness. Nevertheless, he harbored a sense of anticipation for Kaina City. Although it lacked an official league gym, he was eager to explore the shipyards and museums, hoping to find some intriguing merchandise. Since Yushu had yet to relocate, it seemed the Aqua Gang had no immediate plans to target the shipbuilding doctor. Moreover, to launch an attack in the open within the city was rather brazen. Did they truly underestimate the Junsha family? Sleep beckoned, and the discomfort of this bed was becoming increasingly unbearable. Zhao Fang yawned and reclined on the bed, drifting into slumber. Rather than succumbing to seasickness, he preferred to dream of devising training strategies. Chapter 96. The clash with Dialga. Zhao Fang found himself dreaming once more. Though this was hardly unusual, he experienced such dreams nightly, akin to lucid dreaming, albeit without control over the visions. As he contemplated strategies for the electric-type gym challenge, he noticed the towering structure before him illuminating once again. Eagerly, he turned his gaze to witness the intentions of these ancient trainers. As the tower began to manifest a scene, Zhao Fang felt a swell of anticipation. Through his observations and analyses of the tower, he had discerned that the scenarios and Pokémon conjured were seemingly tailored to assess the challenger's strengths. For instance, the formidable Gyarados faced off against the mighty Kingdra, while the powerful Rayquaza confronted Zapdos. The scene began to take shape, but Zhao Fang was perplexed to find it merely a mundane desert setting, devoid of any peculiarities. Curiosity piqued. He wondered who the opposing Pokémon would be. Yet, after some time, he still had not glimpsed the challenger's Pokémon. Suddenly, the tower's door swung open, revealing a commanding figure who entered, wielding a whip, accompanied by a Shalebi. Zhao Fang was taken aback. What was this? An ancient trainer had summoned the mythical Shalebi? This was beyond Zhao Fang's comprehension. However, he soon noticed something amiss: the peculiar collar around Shalebi's neck. Zhao Fang dismissed the notion of it being a mere whimsical accessory. Its presence, coupled with Shalebi's resentful gaze towards the man, indicated it was a device for control. The audacity of these ancient people was astonishing. They had developed means to dominate even legendary creatures. Shaking his head, Zhao Fang felt a profound sympathy for this unfortunate Shalebi. However, shortly thereafter, Zhao Fang pondered a question. If the challenger was a divine beast, who then was the adversary conjured by the tower? It did not take long for Zhao Fang to identify the contender. As it descended from the heavens, Dialga. A slight twitch formed at the corner of Zhao Fang's mouth. Indeed, to confront a divine beast, another divine beast must take the stage. As the god of time, Dialga possessed the formidable ability to manipulate time. Yet it appeared that Shalebi also wielded the power to traverse the fabric of time and space. Zhao Fang was transfixed by the unfolding spectacle, eager to witness the might of these legendary creatures. In the realm of gaming, divine beasts were typically characterized by their high base stats and unique moves. However, this was reality, an entirely different realm. This was Zhao Fang's first encounter with a divine battle, and he found himself utterly absorbed. Devoid of any inclination to divert his attention, the man emitted a strange sound before violently cracking his whip against the ground. Shalebi shivered, casting a resentful glance at the man, yet commenced its attack with an energy ball directed at Dialga. However, upon release, the energy ball was abruptly frozen mid-air, as Dialga regarded Shalebi with a gaze imbued with disdain. How astonishing! What exactly was this tower? Zhao Fang mused as he observed Dialga, which appeared far too formidable to be a mere figment of imagination. The man let out a more furious cry, swinging his whip to strike Shalebi, causing it to emit a cry of anguish. In response to the pain, Shalebi finally unleashed its true power, engaging in a remarkable duel with Dialga. True to its nature as a Pokémon capable of traversing time, Shalebi managed to resist Dialga's temporal manipulation, attacking with foresight. Yet, the effects were minimal. Strangely, Shalebi had not summoned its counterparts from different timelines to assist in battle. Zhao Fang speculated that it might be a constraint imposed by its collar. With its abilities already hindered, Shalebi appeared somewhat frail and powerless against the legendary god of time. Ultimately, Dialga unleashed its temporal roar, effortlessly defeating Shalebi, its foot pressing down upon Shalebi's head with increasing pressure. Zhao Fang clenched his fists. The power of divine beasts was indeed incomparable to ordinary Pokémon. Contemplating Dialga's ability to halt time itself, he felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. In a battle scenario, he imagined that in the mere blink of an eye, all of his Pokémon would be sprawled on the ground. The man shouted in fury, yet he dared not strike Dialga with his whip, resorting instead to incessantly yelling. Although Zhao Fang could not comprehend the words, it was clear that he was berating Shalebi. Sighing, Zhao Fang reflected that, according to the tower's customs, Shalebi was likely doomed, destined to meet its end beneath Dialga's crushing foot. Just as Dialga was poised to continue its advance, its movements abruptly halted. The gates of the tower swung open, and a cadre of figures clad in gray robes entered. The man, upon facing these gray-cloaked beings, exhibited a visage of panic and desperation, yet his pleas fell on deaf ears as he was seized and dragged away. The leader of the gray-robed figures gestured with a flick of his hand, causing the entire illusion to dissipate. One of the gray figures bent down and lifted the barely conscious Shiralabi, producing a dagger inscribed with enigmatic symbols, which he plunged into Shiralabi's skull. Shiralabi convulsed momentarily before falling still. The gray-robed figure then murmured a few words to his companions before departing the tower, leaving Shiralabi sprawled on the ground. As Zhao Fang pondered the intentions of these gray figures, he beheld the peculiar stone atop the tower re-emerging. It extended countless tendrils of light, ensnaring Shiralabi and slowly drawing him upward. Shiralabi's form began to dissolve, and Zhao Fang furrowed his brow, disturbed by the stone's apparent malevolence. As it commenced the dissolution from his feet upwards, then his torso, and finally his neck, the collar binding Shiralabi fell to the ground, and he regained a modicum of awareness, yet he was powerless to resist the strange stone. Soon, Zhao Fang was assailed by the furious cries of other Shiralabi emanating from within the tower, though none could be seen in this place, which seemed to obscure the perception of divine beasts. With a heavy heart, Zhao Fang reluctantly closed his eyes, unable to bear the brutality of the scene. A frail voice echoed in his mind, proclaiming the impending intruder of Necrozma's ultimate stone, shattering its weakness. Startled, Zhao Fang opened his eyes to find Shiralabi, now reduced to merely its eyes, gazing intently at him.